It was the Qingming festival, and a light drizzle fell. Jian, heavy-hearted with grief, was on his way to attend the funeral of a roommate who had suddenly died in the middle of the night. But as he crossed a zebra crossing, a dump truck, whether intentionally or by accident, suddenly veered into his field of vision, hurtling straight toward him. "I'm probably about to die." In sheer terror, Jian felt time itself begin to slow. His entire vision was first filled by the truck's front grille, then came a violent spinning sensation, before finally plunging into endless darkness. Sia New Century, 2077. After the signing of the Non-Aggression Pact among the Cloudreach Empire, Magitech Empire, Nature Empire, Beast Empire, Holy Empire, and other major powers, establishing the High Council of Nations, the planet Sia entered a new era of superficial peace. This year marks the beginning of the calendar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Jian regained consciousness and the darkness before his eyes gradually receded, his mind was hazy, still haunted by the phantom pain of being crushed to pieces and the roar of the oncoming truck. His vision was filled with distorted, overlapping afterimages. His ears rang with layers of chaotic, overlapping noises. As time passed, these sensations slowly faded. Jian's awareness gradually cleared. Am I not dead? Jian wondered, bewildered. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly, as if some colossal creature had shifted. Simultaneously, a deep, heavy breathing sound reached Jian's ears. Along with the breath came a damp, warm, slightly scorching gust, carrying sparks, which brushed against Jian from the side. Still dazed, Jian slowly turned his head. The next second, a pair of vertically slitted, crimson pupils filled his vision. Alongside them were crisscrossing fangs and a pair of jagged, serpentine horns. Hiss! Like being doused with ice-cold water in winter, Jian jolted violently, sucking in a sharp breath, his heart nearly stopping. A terrifying, monstrous red dragon now stood before Jian in the real world. Over 30 meters long, the red dragon resembled a crimson mountain rising before him, its form fearsome. Its eyes glowed like molten lava spheres, its densely packed, deep red scales shimmered like gemstones, resembling flickering flames, radiating a faint, fiery luster. Layer upon layer of scales interlocked tightly, exuding a strong sulfuric scent, projecting an aura of impenetrable defense. Sparks spewed from the dragon's nostrils and the gaps between its fangs. Its breath was so real, each red scale so vividly lifelike, that up close, the overwhelming pressure felt almost physical, crashing down on Jian, plunging him into an abyss of dread. The red dragon stared silently at Jian, as if waiting for something. Fear gripped Jian's heart. Instinctively, he stepped back with his claw, retreating a few paces, crunching something underfoot with a series of sharp cracks. Huh? Claw? Jian froze, startled. He looked down. A pair of claws, covered in tiny, diamond-like, shimmering scales, came into view. This. Before Jian could ponder further, a flood of information erupted from his mind, crashing into his consciousness like a tidal wave. His eyes instantly turned blank and unfocused. You are a gold dragon, the foremost of metallic dragons, the chief of good dragons. This first piece of information vanished as quickly as it came, incomplete. Then, a torrent of complete data poured into Jian's mind. You are a red dragon, the foremost of the chromatic dragons, the chief of evil dragons, the most powerful race across the multiverse and infinite worlds. From the moment of your birth, you were destined to rule. The world awaits your dominion. The myriad races await your enslavement. All beings before you shall bow, whether from fear or loyalty. Mortal creatures must obey your commands. The sole purpose of all races is to please you, to worship you as king. Otherwise, they have no right to exist. A flood of information surged into Jian's mind, relentlessly washing over his soul, merging with his existing understanding, gradually forming a unique worldview. When Jian looked back at the red dragon before him, his gaze shifted from blank confusion to clarity. He was beginning to understand everything. He was no longer human. He had become a dragon. The red dragon before him was his mother, a red dragoness chief of the chromatic dragons. The red dragoness stared intently at Jian. Under her gaze, Jian swiftly opened his draconic maw and, in a deep, resonant tone, spent a long time uttering, Sagia, Gitanjuru, Atox, Diabolo, Nekasisu, Targaryen, Alzus. The long string of names he spoke was his true dragon name. A dragon's true name is often extremely long. There's a widely circulated tale related to true dragon names. A seasoned thief, after enduring countless hardships and sacrificing one arm and one leg, infiltrated an adult dragon's lair and finally stole the legendary Book of the Dragon, said to contain the source of a true dragon's power. When he excitedly brought the book to a spellcaster who understood Draconic to decipher it, he was horrified to discover the entire book was merely the dragon's own name, recorded during a moment of boredom. At the end of the Book of the dragon wrote mockingly that the entire legend was a hoax he deliberately spread for his own amusement. Upon learning the truth, the thief suffered a burst of rage, collapsing and dying on the spot. Back to the story. The information he just received was known as the dragon's legacia, rite of passage, confirming a true dragon's identity and the dragon race's power that allows hatchlings to be born with innate knowledge of the world. All true dragons receive the dragon's legacy immediately upon birth, then speak their true name, proving they are intelligent beings who have accepted the legacy, not mere mindless dragon beasts. Failure to speak the true name results in abandonment by the mother. Without a mother's protection, a newborn hatchling cannot survive long in this perilous world. All true dragons are intelligent magical beings, apex predators, naturally fluent in both Draconic and the continent's common tongue. Dragon beasts, on the other hand, are simply true dragons whose minds were burned out during failed legacy reception or unfortunate individuals who suffered malignant mutations. Sagia, Gitanjuru, Atox, Diabolo, Nekasasu, Targaryen Alzus. He silently repeated his true name in his mind, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Injien, since I've been reborn as a dragon, that name no longer suits me. From now on, I am Sagia, true dragon Sagia. In the Saiyan New Century, 2077 I, Sagia Alzus, shall begin a new draconic life on this planet called Saeb, it good or bad. The dragon's legacy is the distilled wisdom of ancestral dragons, their understanding of the world, self-awareness, combat, and survival techniques passed down through generations. Millennia of accumulated knowledge, vast and boundless. Compared to this, Sagia's human life of 20-odd years was like a mere grain of sand in a river. Even though he had his own independent worldview before receiving the legacy, and even though the legacy wasn't dumped into his mind all at once, he was inevitably profoundly influenced by it. In truth, Sagia wasn't sure whether the man named Injien had received the dragon's legacy and taken over a true dragon's body, or whether the hatchling soul named Sagia had consumed the human's will and gained his memories, or whether the two had merged into one, inseparable. But none of that mattered. Sagia was good at setting aside things he couldn't figure out. As he grew, time would naturally provide the answers. Still, one piece of information in the legacy flashed by. It seemed to say I was a gold dragon. Could it be because my dragon father was a gold dragon? Or do I have faint gold dragon blood in my ancestry? There was no dragon father in the lair. Sagia only saw the red dragoness. The legacy hadn't mentioned anything about his father. But the gold dragon part was just that one sentence. Everything else was red dragon legacy. I should be a red weight? Something's off. Sagia recalled the legacy had received, then used the reflections in the translucent fire crystal or embedded in the lair walls to see his own appearance, feeling a surge of shock. The newborn hatchling's head looked slightly large, its neck short, its wings small. Its body was round and stout, its head sporting 3 pairs of small, delicate horns still undeveloped, but already striking, as most dragons only have 1 pair, and the lowest of chromatic dragons, the white dragons, have none at all. The little dragon flapped its tiny wings and hopped, but couldn't fly, barely lifting a few inches off the ground. Compared to the imposing, majestic red dragoness, the newborn hatchling looked rather cute, its every move endearing and clumsy. Moreover, what troubled Sagia most was the color of his scales. Sagia's scales weren't the fiery red of a red dragon, they were dazzling, radiant golden scales. Why am I golden? Am I a red dragon or gold dragon? Do I really have a gold dragon ancestor? No. Even a gold dragon's scales aren't like mine. Sagia pondered. His body was covered in tightly interlocking, diamond-like golden scales, completely different from ordinary red dragon scales. On his scaled faceplate were a pair of golden eyes, resembling a gold dragon's, blazing with brilliant light like burning golden flames, impossible to ignore, adding a touch of majesty to the otherwise adorable hatchling. To describe it precisely, Sagia's appearance was like a red dragon clad in shimmering, diamond-like golden armor. The golden scales made Sagia look like a gold dragon, but gold dragon scales are irregularly embedded in circular patterns, more like fish scales. Sagia's scales, however, were composed of countless tiny, irregular, multifaceted crystals seamlessly interlocked, utterly unique and unprecedented. Each scale seemed to contain countless irregular, asymmetrical, interlocking facets, resembling beautiful, dreamlike diamonds, refracting light into dazzling, brilliant, blinding golden brilliance. 2. Chromatic dragon culture. Sajia's scale pattern wasn't just different from a red dragon hatchling sit, was completely opposite. Even though Sajia's general body shape matched that of a red dragon, his unique scales made it nearly impossible for any creature to associate him with a red dragon. Thanks to his golden scales, from a distance, someone might mistake him for a gold dragon hatchling. But any being with even basic knowledge of dragons would immediately see that Sajia was fundamentally different from a gold dragon upon closer inspection. 3 pairs of horns and golden scales structured like diamonds. Sajia blinked, lowering his head to examine his own claws. 5 toes, 4 in front, 1 slightly behind on the wrist. His claws were covered in fine, golden, shimmering scales identical to those on the rest of his body, with sharp tips like crystal diamonds. Am I a gold dragon? A red dragon? Or neither? The little dragon pondered. Meanwhile, after Sajia spoke his true name, the red dragoness relaxed. Looking at her unusual offspring, the red dragoness' eyes held a trace of surprise. Though mutated, since he could speak his true name, there was no doubt he was a true dragon. But whether this mutation was good or bad, the red dragoness mused silently as she gazed at Sajia. She didn't mind Sajia's unusual appearance. Draconic mutations were quite common. Dragons were a species highly prone to mutation. Mutated dragons were generally called variant dragons. Such mutations could be good or bad. In the worst case, the dragon fails to receive the legacy and is cast out as a dragon beast. In the best case, the variant dragon gains extraordinary talents, far surpassing normal true dragons. To the red dragoness, as long as Sajia received the legacy and earned his true name, he was unquestionably a true dragon, and that was enough. This clutch originally had 5 eggs. The first to hatch was a female hatchling, the largest of the clutch, Sajia's big sister. The next 3 were dragon beasts who failed to receive the legacy and had already been discarded by the red dragoness. Sajia, the mutated one, was the last to hatch, the smallest of the clutch. The red dragoness was quite surprised by her 2 surviving hatchlings, 1 male, 1 female. Sajia's mutation was clearly evident. His scale pattern was nothing like a proper red dragon's. Moreover, the little sister who hatched before him also had significant mutations. Sajia didn't know what the red dragoness was thinking. He heard a faint, childish, draconic cry. Turning his head, he saw a red hatchling in his field of view, several times larger than himself. It didn't look newly hatched, likely out of the shell for a few weeks, bigger than Sajia. To Sajia's eyes, the red hatchling's color wasn't pure. Across its fiery red scales, radiating golden threads ran in a starburst pattern, covering almost its entire body. Even its ruby-red pupils contained these strange, radiating golden filaments, though less obvious than Sajia's mutation, and still recognizably a red dragon. Like Sajia, it was also a variant dragon. The one who hatched before me, my sister. Confused about his own status, Sajia turned his gaze from his sister to the colossal red dragoness, meekly asking, "Mother, am I a gold dragon or a red dragon? My legacy mentioned I might be a gold dragon. I have some doubts about this." The red dragoness, expressionless, replied, "My child, you received the red dragon legacy. Though you've mutated and look different from ordinary red dragons, you are a genuine variant red dragon. You have no connection to gold dragons whatsoever. The legacy might have had a tiny error. In the future, when you grow up, if you encounter a gold dragon, remember to beat him to a pulp, showcasing the might and glory of the chief of the chromatic evil dragons." The red dragoness said calmly, lifting her head slightly, her eyes deep and profound. "Sajia, the gold dragon, chief of the metallic good dragons, and the red dragon, chief of the chromatic evil dragons, had always been sworn enemies. Yet the red dragoness emphasis, combined with the other hatchlings' golden radiating patterns and the fleeting hint in the legacy, only deepened Sajia's suspicion. Regardless, 2 variant dragons in 1 clutch. 2 variant dragons. This red dragoness was truly a prolific breeder. Variant dragons are common only in the broad sense of the entire dragon race, but in reality, the odds are extremely low. Having 2 hatchlings in 1 clutch successfully receive the legacy and both be variants was unthinkable to normal true dragons. The probability was infinitesimally small, and my mutation is even more pronounced. Sajia averted his gaze, thinking silently. He felt a small twinge of anxiety, unsure whether his mutation was beneficial or not. But one thing was reassuring. He looked healthy, his golden scales gleaming brightly, the muscles and bones beneath appearing solid and strong. However, a true dragon's power wasn't just about size. It lay in iron-hard scales, indestructible breath and claws, terrifying dragon fear, and exceptional magical talent. If he failed to gain the supernatural strength of a true dragon, his future would be bleak. I received the legacy and have my true name. There's an 80 or 90% chance this mutation is beneficial. Regardless, even if it were a bad mutation, even if he became a dragon beast unable to receive the legacy, compared to death, this was an incredibly fortunate outcome. Sagia took a deep breath, then turned his gaze to the obsidian-embedded walls of the four-sided lair, the compact, dark brown floor, and the giant red dragoness and little sister beside him. At that moment, the hatchling caught a scent that made him suddenly hungry, his stomach growling loudly. Sagia looked down. A large amount of crushed eggshell fragments lay before him, the source of the enticing aroma, wafting into his nose in thin streams. The eggshell was a dragon's first meal. The first conflict between chromatic hatchlings from the same clutch often arose from fighting over eggshells. Even after finishing their own, the inherently greedy chromatic dragons would covet others' shells away to establish dominance. Fighting over eggs. This was practically an essential chromatic dragon tradition in evil dragon corporate culture. Sagia instinctively felt drawn and tempted by the eggshell. The newborn hatchling waddled forward on his slightly short, stout legs, lowered his head, picked up a shell fragment with his claw, and quickly shoved it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Dragon eggshells were quite hard, no less durable than granite. But as a top-tier being across multiple planes, even a newborn hatchling possessed sharp enough claws and teeth. The shell was rapidly chewed into smaller fragments in Sagia's mouth, then swallowed by the little hatchling, who closed his eyes slightly in contentment. Surprisingly tasty. Sagia's tail twitched gently, and he stamped his little clawed feet. Dragons had a well-developed sense of taste. To him, the shell tasted somewhat like crispy, crumbly snowflake pastry. The nutritional content in the shell was indeed high. After eating just a dozen pieces, Sagia felt a faint warmth spreading from his abdomen to his limbs, his body rapidly feeling more energized. Meanwhile, as Sagia was happily eating, the other hatchling, several times larger than him, caught the scent of the eggshell. A dragon hatchling's eggshell was a delicious meal. It extended its bright red tongue to lick its lips, savoring the memory of the shell's wonderful flavor, then slowly approached. The golden-threaded hatchling walked forward, ignoring Sagia completely, and casually coiled its tail around a larger fragment of Sagia's eggshell. Glancing at Sagia, it spoke in Draconic, "Sagia, my dear little brother, let me taste your egg." "Through the emergence of ability, let me have a taste of your egg," the young female dragon declared, seemingly unconcerned with Saga's response as she busied herself shoving shards of eggshell into her mouth, completely disregarding Saga's presence. Saga's gaze sharpened, his limbs crouching low as his eyes transformed into slender, dangerous slits, adopting the battle stance of a hatchling dragon. With a low growl, slightly juvenile in tone, he let out a sound that, despite its youthfulness, was laden with an unmistakable threat. As he emitted the growl, his unwavering gaze was fixed upon the crimson hatchling, his expression a blend of ferocity and endearment. Though Saga had only just emerged into the world, the hatchling before him was significantly larger. Yet he knew he could not show any signs of weakness. The bonds of kinship among dragons were notoriously tenuous, while the concept of siblings existed. The elder hatchling had no intention of yielding to Saga, the younger dragon. On the contrary, should Saga display any vulnerability, the hatchling would only intensify its assertiveness, continuing to seize Saga's sustenance to bolster its own strength. Due to the legacy of dragonkind, the red hatchling inherently understood the ways of combat and survival of its race, grasping the concept of forceful acquisition. In the worldview of a typical red dragon, the weak were expected to surrender all they possessed, including wealth and even their very bodies, becoming subservient, at the mercy of the stronger. A common adage among the chromatic dragon states, the powerful hold an inherent right to command and dispose of the weak at will. Of course, the inheritance of dragons varies, and not all dragons share this mindset. The red, blue, green, black, and white dragons, known collectively for their more savage natures, are generally regarded as the evil dragons. Among these, the red dragon stands as the most formidable in terms of individual strength for its age group. Beyond these, Numerous other dragons exist, including benevolent and orderly metallic dragons such as gold, silver, bronze, brass, and copper, as well as neutral gem dragons like amethyst, crystal, emerald, sapphire, and topaz. The aforementioned categories represent the most common dragon types, but there are also many rare true dragons, such as amber dragons, sea emperors, celestial dragons, spiked ancient dragons, mirror dragons, and infernal dragons. True dragons exhibit an astounding variety, occasionally undergoing mutations that can be inherited, leading to the birth of new dragon species. Consequently, the actual number of true dragon types is incalculable, and even the legacy of dragons cannot encompass them all. Returning to the matter at hand, after Saga's warning, the hatchling displayed no hint of embarrassment. The young female dragon fixed her ruby-red, vertical eyes upon Saga, lifting her head high with an air of arrogance and disdain as she regarded the diminutive Saga. She curled her tail around the eggshell fragments, bringing them to her mouth. Not consuming them directly, but rather extending her tongue to lick the shards in a wave-like manner, skillfully spreading the faintly fragrant dragon saliva onto them. On several occasions, she had stuffed fragments of eggshell into her mouth, seemingly for the amusement of Saga, only to deliberately roll them out with her tongue, continuing to toy with them. Amidst Saga's increasingly darkening expression, the young dragoness flaunted her remarkably agile tongue for a good 10 seconds. Ultimately, after casting a provocative glance at Saga, the young dragoness tossed her head back, simultaneously flinging the eggshell fragments into the air, opening her mouth to prepare for a bite. The moment the young dragoness made her move, little Saga realized what he needed to do. Having been born earlier, the young dragoness was significantly stronger than Saga, her size surpassing his by a considerable margin. However, even in the face of such disparity, Saga was determined to display his ferocity and tenacity, ensuring that the other party understood he was not to be trifled with. As the young dragoness's tail coiled around the eggshell fragments and tossed them towards her mouth, little Saga emitted a youthful yet fierce growl. Thanks to the draconic legacy, Saga instinctively knew how to utilize his body for combat from the moment he was born. With a resounding roar, he firmly anchored his short limbs to the ground, exerting force, while his petite wings flapped vigorously and his short, rounded tail swayed to maintain balance. In a swift leap, little Saga pounced towards the young dragoness, who was not far from him, though newly hatched and still round and pudgy in appearance. His movements were agile and nimble, akin to a golden, sprightly fat cat. Dragons, though scaled and clawed, are not merely crawling creatures. Their posture and movement resemble that of feline hunters. At the same time, to Saga's astonishment, as he focused intently, an invisible, ethereal force, akin to ripples, began to rise from the surrounding space, enveloping his body. This peculiar force significantly alleviated the gravitational pull from the earth. With a whoosh, Saga's movements generated a swift gust of wind. Amidst the astonished gaze of the young dragoness and the incredulous expression of the red dragoness, Saga's body transformed into a streak of golden flame, moving with remarkable speed, reaching the young dragoness in an instant. With no time to contemplate the unusual power coursing through him, he seized the opportunity while the young dragoness was momentarily distracted, gripping her shoulders with his claws and forcefully pushing her back. Lowering his head, he used his not yet sharp dragon horns to strike against her chest. Then, with a powerful thrust of his neck, he abruptly lifted his head. Caught off guard, the young dragoness, who was already larger than Saga, was sent flying by his forceful charge. The might of a dragon's assault should not be underestimated, even if Saga was merely a hatchling. She rolled several times before ending up in a rather undignified position, her belly facing the sky. With the intention of pressing the advantage, Saga leapt forward, pinning the young female dragon beneath him before she could rise. Thud! Saga's entire form descended without mercy, heavily pressing down upon the young dragon. At that moment, she had just placed a fragment of Saga's eggshell in her mouth, rolling it with her tongue, yet she had not had the chance to swallow it. The speed and ferocity of Saga's assault were utterly uncharacteristic of a newly hatched dragon. The dragon mother, observing from the side, looked on in astonishment. Caught off guard by this relentless barrage, the young female dragon found herself in a dazed and passive state, unable to react. Saga did not hesitate. As she was momentarily bewildered, he swiftly extended his claw toward her mouth. The dragon's outer scales were as hard as iron, but the tender flesh within remained soft. The initial contact with the interior of her mouth brought forth a delicate sensation, followed by the warm, sticky heat of dragon saliva. The temperature was astonishing enough to evoke a response from Saga, who bore the bloodline of the red dragon. Muffled sounds escaped the young female dragon as she struggled to comprehend Saga's rapid reaction and actions. She attempted to articulate her thoughts, but could only produce unintelligible whines. Simultaneously, the accidental contact of his claw deep within her throat introduced her to a bewildering mix of shame and anger, accompanied by an uncomfortable yet strangely fulfilling sensation. Without hesitation, Saga deftly withdrew his claw, extracting the eggshell fragment that had lingered momentarily in her mouth, glistening with her saliva. The powerful motion of his claw against her mouth caused the young dragon to feel a pang of pain, igniting her embarrassment and fury. As a dragon that had hatched nearly a month before Saga, her size, strength, reflexes, and speed should have greatly surpassed his. Yet, in this moment of oversight, she found herself at a disadvantage, a reality she struggled to accept. As Saga retracted his claw, the young female dragon regained her senses and suddenly bit down, her sharp, interlocking teeth snapping together with a resounding crunch. Crack! The clear, loud sound echoed throughout the spacious dragon's nest. Just as Saga successfully extracted the eggshell, he withdrew his claw at the last moment, narrowly avoiding her bite. Had she succeeded, given the fragility of his newly emerged scales, he would undoubtedly have been injured, exposing the flesh beneath. After retracting his claw from her mouth, Saga quickly stepped back to prevent her from seizing the eggshell fragment once more. Lowering his head, he noticed the glistening saliva on his claw, and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he instinctively leaned closer to inhale its scent. Like a fiery blossom flourishing in the realm of molten lava, exuding a fragrance both intense and refreshing, the scent of the young female dragon's dragon saliva is surprisingly pleasant. Saga, with his mouth agape, contemplates consuming the fragments of the reclaimed eggshell. However, the thought that these shards had just been retrieved from the jaws of another and were still tainted with that creature's saliva causes him to abandon this notion. Despite their appealing aroma, he picks up the eggshell pieces and vigorously shakes them before rubbing them against his scales. At this moment, the young female dragon, having regained her composure, stands upright, her vertically aligned pupils fixed on Saga. Typically, the higher the intelligence of a creature, the more expressive its facial features and mental activities are, dragons included. Saga's thoughts are laid bare, and thus, the expression of disdain is distinctly etched upon the still youthful visage of the dragon. Upon witnessing Saga's look of distaste, the young female dragon feels a profound insult, her anger escalating rapidly. Saga, my foolish brother, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance and pride. She deliberately lowers her voice, attempting to imbue it with a deeper, more imposing resonance. Yet, this voice, as it reaches Saga's ears, transforms into an awkward pitch, a clumsy attempt at deepening her tone, nearly causing the young dragon to lose his composure. In a world where dragons reign, Saga stands out among his kin. He furrows his brow, perplexed by the accusation of arrogance for merely expressing distaste for her saliva. Must he consume the reclaimed eggshell fragments in her presence to satisfy her? He gazes at her with the incredulity reserved for fools. Meanwhile, the young female dragon, fueled by anger, raises her neck and inhales deeply. Visible sparks ignite in the air, converging towards her mouth, where they swiftly coalesce into a formidable blaze. The flames dance and churn between her pristine white teeth, raising the surrounding temperature and causing the air to shimmer and ripple under the abrupt change. Clenching the fire within her, the young female dragon turns to Saga, preparing to unleash her fiery breath. On the other side, Saga feels a tightening in his chest, his limbs firmly anchoring him to the ground. His gaze remains fixed on the female dragon's movements, every sense on high alert. Both are young dragons of the red lineage, possessing considerable fire resistance. However, the fiery breath is not merely about heat, it carries a potent force and explosive power. Saga has no desire to fall victim to her fiery onslaught. Though she is but a hatchling, the potency of her flames is still formidable. Yet, he is also a hatchling, even smaller than her, barely emerged from his egg, making him particularly susceptible to the harm of her fiery breath. If struck, he would undoubtedly suffer significant injury. In moments of profound concentration, Saga could distinctly sense an intangible force extending from his surroundings, enveloping him. I feel as though I have become lighter, he mused. With a flick of his dragon tail, he experienced a buoyancy that belied his stature. In the next instant, the young female dragon unleashed a torrent of fiery breath. Her exhalation differed from that of an ordinary red dragon. It shimmered with a resplendent golden hue, thick and rich, reminiscent of molten gold. The golden flames, emanating from the hatchling's mouth, spread in a fan-like formation, engulfing a vast area ahead of her and surging towards Saga like a gilded curtain. Saga sensed the imminent threat, yet remained composed. He felt his body was agile, as if he could leap several yards high, far surpassing the capabilities of a newly hatched dragon. This was no mere illusion. It was as innate as a fish's instinct to swim. He recognized the extraordinary power that resided within him. Simultaneously, a ruthless plan began to form in his mind. The first step involved leaping to evade the advancing flames. The second step required him to traverse the dark brown walls of the dragon's nest, employing the hatchling's wall-scaling technique to bypass the fan of fire. The third step would see him landing beside the young female dragon to deliver a vigorous thrashing, then prying open her jaws to sprinkle in lime, or, in the absence of lime, resorting to spitting. With his plan set, Saga bent his limbs slightly, lowering his body to initiate the first step. However, a thunderous roar erupted as the flames were abruptly intercepted. The red dragoness unfurled her wings, forming a colossal crimson wall that descended from above, with a gentle flap. The surrounding golden flames were instantly dispelled. Yekarina, enough. You must not use your breath against your newly hatched brother, the red dragoness admonished, her voice both mature and languid, imbued with a smoky timbre that was pleasing to Saga's ears. As if retracting the sails of a grand ship, the dragoness's wings folded back, revealing Saga and the young female dragon once more to each other's gaze. Yekarina, the young female dragon, cast a fiery glare at Saga, her mouth still emitting golden sparks. As these minute embers touched the ground, Saga heard a series of explosive sounds, and golden flames erupted like blossoms upon the earth. A chill ran through him, and as the flames dissipated, he beheld small craters where the sparks had landed. Clearly, the young female dragon possessed extraordinary abilities. But mother, he insulted me, Yekarina exclaimed, her eyes narrowed fiercely at Saga. Insulted? When did I ever insult her, merely for not consuming the eggshell imbued with her essence? Saga pondered, perplexed by Yekarina's reasoning. Rather than engage in a dispute with her, he turned his attention back to the red dragoness. Due to the resplendent and diamond-like luster of his golden scales, Saga possessed a striking beauty that enchanted the red dragoness more and more with each glance. A satisfied expression gracing her face. Truly worthy of being my progeny. How splendid he is, the red dragoness mused. Among true dragons, the aesthetic appreciation heavily emphasizes the texture and hue of their scales, and Saga's golden dragon scales, intricately adorned like diamonds, represented the epitome of elegance. A fusion of precious metals and magical gemstones that was deemed most attractive in the eyes of true dragons. The resplendent and magnificent scales of a true dragon are highly esteemed within the dragon kin. Furthermore, the horns of a dragon hold great significance. Their number, curvature, length, and thickness are all crucial aspects of draconic beauty. Although the white dragon is indeed a true dragon, it often fails to gain recognition among its kin, partly due to its lack of horns. Above Saga's head were 3 pairs of adorable, pointed horns, still in their nascent stage but already hinting at extraordinary potential. Before Saga, the red dragoness had never encountered a true dragon with 3 pairs of horns, which would be a formidable asset for any female true dragon. The young dragonling, possessing multiple pairs of horns and resplendent scales, may not yet exude grandeur due to its small size, but its cuteness was overwhelming in the eyes of the red dragoness, even managing to soften the heart of the fierce and aloof red dragon. Yekarina, if your pride is so cheap and so easily shattered, do not claim to be the daughter of my crimson flame empress. The red dragoness, Renata, rebuked the young female dragon without hesitation. The pride of the weak appeared somewhat ludicrous in her eyes, even when directed towards her own bloodline. Having been chastised by the red dragoness, Yekarina refrained from retorting, lowering her head to the ground and softly replying, I understand, mother. Thank you for your guidance. The red dragoness, known for her fiery temperament, despised defiance. The young dragon, having learned the hard way, was now wary of provoking her mother. After admonishing her eldest daughter, the red dragoness glanced at Saga and said, Do not worry. Continue enjoying your meal. She turned back to warn the young female dragon once more, "Yekarina, do not disturb your brother while he eats." Meanwhile, the newly hatched, adorably plump dragonling cast a glance at Yekarina. Yekarina appeared quite beautiful, her scales featuring distinctive golden patterns. However, the red dragoness seemed to favor me. Is my appearance truly that adorable? The young dragonling tilted its head, then looked down at itself, the inherited knowledge of aesthetics surfacing in its mind, and it nodded earnestly. Indeed, it was so. No wonder the red dragoness dotes on me. I am simply too cute. Among humans, I am a dragon among dragons, Saga Arceus. The young dragonling proudly raised its head. The knowledge of draconic heritage is vast and profound, but it is not imparted all at once to the hatchling. Doing so would be akin to committing an act of cruelty against the young dragon. Even the most exceptional hatchling would suffer from such an overwhelming influx of information. The legacy of the dragon is a trigger-based mechanism. When a dragon encounters an entity documented within this legacy, the corresponding knowledge is activated, naturally surfacing in the dragon's mind. For instance, if a hatchling comes across a magical creature recorded in the legacy during its outdoor adventures, it may not recognize the being at first. However, upon noticing it, the relevant ancestral knowledge will flood in, granting the hatchling a clear understanding. Of course, if the hatchling is intrigued, it can delve into the legacy knowledge stored within its mind without waiting for such passive triggers, although this process may prove tedious. When Saga pondered whether he was adorable, the legacy was triggered, imparting him with pertinent insights. Through this knowledge, Saga realized his undeniable cuteness and foresaw a future filled with grandeur and distinction, which was quite promising. The red dragoness's favorable disposition towards Saga was undoubtedly good news. For a hatchling, the protection of its dragoness is paramount. Receiving more affection and attention signifies a safer and swifter growth. Without lingering thoughts, Saga discarded all musings and resumed consuming the fragments of eggshells, extracting rich nutrients from them. The little hatchling savored the delicacy, smacking his lips, the sounds of crunching eggshells resonating loudly. During this process, the young female dragon, Yekarina, listened to the crackling sounds and felt a twinge of hunger. However, owing to the red dragoness's warning, she refrained from snatching Saga's eggshell fragments. The taste of the eggshells was delightful, with a rich texture reminiscent of fine, crispy pastries. Saga relished his meal, eating with delight rather than haste. After several minutes, he slowly consumed every last piece of eggshell. Patting his little belly, he squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Yet, in truth, he was not fully satiated. Newly hatched dragons possess a considerable appetite, capable of devouring food several times their own body weight, including both meat and bones. Their stomachs resemble furnaces, effortlessly digesting flesh, earth, minerals, and even metals. Since he was still hungry, he decided to ask the dragoness for more. It was evidently improbable for a recently hatched dragon to procure food through hunting. Typically, the offspring of chromatic dragons do not proactively request food from their dragoness. They merely await her offerings, as the bonds of affection and responsibility among evil dragons are often scant. Such behavior may sometimes provoke the dragoness's irritation, which would be detrimental to the hatchling's future development. This aspect was not mentioned in Saga's dragon legacy. While the legacy encompasses a vast array of content, it is not exhaustive. The little hatchling, adorned with scales as exquisite as diamonds, scampered towards the red dragoness, extending his tiny claws and pointing towards his empty mouth. "Mother, I am still hungry," he conveyed with his clear, innocent eyes, his face adorned with an expression of vulnerability and pleading. The affectionate dragon, seeking nourishment, turned her gaze towards the small hatchling pleading for food. A flurry of sparks accompanied each breath as they erupted from her nostrils. Witnessing this scene, Yekarina's eyes sparkled with delight. Unconsciously, she swayed her tail, her face betraying a mischievous glee. This little female dragon, who had been born before Saga, had once, in her moment of hunger, dared to request food from their mother, only to be mercilessly lifted aside by the red dragoness. Forced to gnaw on the earth and refrain from disturbing her. Unable to defy her, she suppressed her discontent and resorted to consuming soil. Dragons can indeed ingest earth. It allows them to absorb inorganic materials that can aid in the development of their scales and claws. Yet, the taste of soil is notably unpleasant, bitter, and astringent. And such an act of eating dirt is quite humiliating for a dragon. The benefits to their scales and claws are negligible unless one persists over time. Humph, that foolish little brother will surely be scolded by mother, Yekarina thought to herself, a smirk playing on her lips. The young female dragon, reveling in the spectacle, watched Saga with a gleeful expression, eagerly anticipating his reprimand from the red dragoness. After having been rebuked by the newly hatched Saga for reclaiming fragments of eggshell, the red dragon hatchling, who held a grudge by nature, would remember this slight. The red dragoness gazed down upon the tiny figure before her, her blazing crimson claws slowly extending toward Saga. Observing her movement, Yekarina leaned forward with keen interest, contemplating the most scathing remarks to hurl at Saga, preparing for her moment of ridicule. Saga, oblivious to the little female dragon's demeanor, raised his head, his vision nearly consumed by the immense claw of the red dragoness. A flicker of fear coursed through him, yet he steeled himself, refusing to retreat or evade. The red dragoness towered at 36 meters in length, her shoulders nearly 8 meters high when on all fours, resembling a towering edifice. Her formidable physique, underpinned by muscular sinew akin to entwined roots, exuded an intimidating aura. One of her claws was larger than Saga himself, though he understood that she was his dragoness mother and would not harm him under normal circumstances. The sheer enormity of her presence left him breathless, as if an invisible hand had tightened around his heart, rendering his breaths labored. Yet amidst the tension, a glimmer of excitement flickered within Saga. When will I grow to be as grand as the red dragoness? Perhaps even larger, stronger, and more awe-inspiring, he mused, ambition coursing through him. Contemplating this, he observed the slowly descending claw of the red dragoness, and his initial trepidation began to dissipate, replaced instead by a sense of anticipation for the future. The enormous claw descended, extending a hooked toe that moved with delicate grace, gently tapping the little head of Saga. Seizing the opportunity, the young dragon, with cunning intent, stretched its head forward, skillfully avoiding the sharp edges, and nuzzled against the side of the red dragoness's hooked toe. In response, the red dragoness emitted a resonant laugh, imbued with a magnetic quality. "Little Saga, you shall undoubtedly grow into an exceptional dragon," she proclaimed, retracting her claw and turning her gaze towards the entrance of the lair. "Ulysses, bring in an adult giant earth bull," she commanded, pausing momentarily before adding, "Choose one that is robust and possesses exquisite flesh." "As you wish, great Empress of Flames," came the low, gravelly reply from outside, spoken in the tongue of dragons. "Wait a moment. The feast shall arrive shortly," the red dragoness reassured, affectionately stroking Saga's head once more. Meanwhile, the small female dragon, whose smile had been affixed to her visage, felt her expression stiffen and gradually fade, remaining motionless like a lifelike dragon sculpture, her form disheveled by the wind. This development diverged significantly from what Yekarina had envisioned. In contrast, Saga's lips curled into a sly grin, and he winked at the small female dragon. The smile had not vanished, it had merely shifted. "Wretched Saga," the female dragon muttered inwardly. "Thank you, mother. You are truly wonderful." Saga rubbed against the claw of the red dragoness again. With familiarity now breeding comfort, he no longer felt the weight of embarrassment as he sought her affection. Moments later, a towering bear, standing upright, ambled into view. It loomed at a height of 9 meters. Its robust form cloaked in orange and crimson fur that billowed like flames in the breeze, each heavy step causing the ground to tremble slightly. On the right side of the bear's face were several twisted scars, as if torn by some predatory claw. 2 formidable, winding horns adorned its brow. This creature bore a significant draconic essence, sharing a lineage with the red dragoness, akin to sulfur and magma, yet considerably weaker. It was a powerful draconic entity, a core subordinate of the red dragoness, transformed and bestowed with draconic lineage by her own hand. Draconic beings are not dragons, but they possess a measure of draconic blood, along with certain traits and abilities that make them far more formidable than ordinary magical creatures. Just moments ago, Saga had heard the red dragoness refer to it as Ulysses. Ulysses, with eyes as red as blood, approached, carrying a yellow giant bull in its powerful arms. With a resounding thud, Ulysses set the bull down, causing the ground to shake violently, stirring up dust that danced before settling once more. The adult earth bull measures over 4 meters in length, its body a robust mass of muscle, weighing in at 6 tons. This creature sustains itself on vegetation and minerals, proving to be quite easy to care for. And its flavor is exquisite, making it a favored source of sustenance within the domain of the red dragon matron. The colossal earth bull, capable of crashing through rock, clings to life, albeit barely. A conspicuous fatal wound mars its neck. "You may withdraw," the red dragon matron languidly gestured with her claw. The silent and stoic earth bear, upon hearing her command, departed with purposeful strides, uttering not a single word. "Now, little ones, relish your feast," she proclaimed, her claws, sharp as crimson steel, swiftly cleaving the earth bull's body in two. "Do not snatch your brother's food. He has only just emerged into this world," the red dragon matron cautioned softly. She then gently closed her eyes, coiling her form and swiftly descending into slumber. Under normal circumstances, the hatchlings would vie for food amongst themselves. A behavior the matron would not discourage but rather endorse, for within dragon ideology, the strong are entitled to greater sustenance and resources. Such competition among the young dragons fosters their growth and evolution. However, as the red dragon matron noted, Saga had only just hatched. Her size considerably smaller than that of Yekarina, and allowing her to compete would not be true competition. Saga had exhibited remarkable prowess. Yet the matron believed this was due to Yekarina's underestimation. Her eldest daughter, robust and well-developed, possessed strength far surpassing that of her peers, owing to her hybrid nature and certain mutations. Had Yekarina been earnest, Saga would not have appeared so at ease. Saga gazed at the steaming, sanguine meat before her, hesitating momentarily. The raw, bloodied flesh momentarily stifled her appetite. The young hatchling approached the sustenance, tentatively inhaling its aroma. Her eyes brightened. She detected not the anticipated acrid scent of blood. Instead, a delightful fragrance wafted into her nostrils, the fresh meat revealing itself as a delectable offering. Dragons are omnivorous. Yet it is undeniable that they have a profound preference for meat. With hesitation cast aside, Saga opened her jaws wide, her sharp dragon teeth effortlessly tearing into the flesh. The hide, akin to leather, yielded easily beneath the young dragon's formidable fangs, much like thin parchment, while even the ribs succumbed to her vigorous chewing. The dragon's teeth, even those of a hatchling, are prized magical materials, remarkably sharp. Saga savored her meal with great delight. The texture of the beef was satisfyingly chewy, each bite rich with distinct layers, and the tendinous portions were delightfully elastic, prompting her to indulge wholeheartedly. As time passed, Saga soon devoured the bounty bestowed upon her by the red dragon matron. The appetite of a young dragon is astonishingly vast. Saga consumed a quantity of food heavier than his own body, yet even so, he felt no sense of satiety, as if he could devour an entire cow. He patted his belly, still yearning for more. The little dragonlet turned its gaze towards the slumbering red dragoness. Perhaps he could awaken her and request some food? Saga licked his lips, murmuring to himself. However, after pondering for a few moments, he gently shook his head, refraining from taking action. Dragons were inherently lazy and abhorred inconvenience. Especially now, with the red dragoness in a state of deep slumber, disturbing her would surely result in a foul mood. Although the red dragoness favored him, he could not take her affection for granted. If he inadvertently annoyed her, he might lose her favor, a consequence Saga wished to avoid. Choosing not to disturb the red dragoness, Saga also ignored his dragon sister. The memory of that overwhelming, omnipresent force during his quarrel with the little female dragon remained etched in his mind. It was extraordinary, utterly unlike anything else. Under the peculiar gaze of Yekarina, Saga assumed a defensive stance, fidgeting and shifting his posture after a brief moment of stillness, lifting his forepaws and stretching his hind legs. Surely, he was not merely a foolish little dragon. The female dragonlet observed Saga's antics, silently pondering. Unaware of her thoughts, Saga remained indifferent. His actions were an attempt to replicate the state he experienced when feeling that intangible power, hoping to sense its presence once more. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no results. That force seemed to be nothing but an illusion. No matter how he tried, it did not reappear. It could not be an illusion. Perhaps, like dragon breath, my youth limits its usage. Although he could not sense it at the moment, Saga felt an unwavering certainty in his heart. He then closed his eyes. Immersed in the legacy of dragons, he sought descriptions that might resonate with that power, hoping to uncover relevant records. After 2 full hours, Saga opened his eyes. Fatigue evident in his golden orbs, tinged with a faint disappointment. He had found not a single piece of knowledge related to that force. What could it be? There were no records within the dragon legacy. Could it be that I am the sole possessor throughout all dragon history? Am I the first to exhibit it? Saga shook his head, deeming it improbable, yet not entirely impossible. His body bore evident mutations, a true aberrant dragon. Perhaps this was a power uniquely his own, the first of its kind to manifest in a dragon. This notion brought him joy. Simultaneously, a palpable weariness overcame him, causing the little dragonlet's eyelids to flutter. The young dragon required ample sleep. Saga succumbed to the allure of slumber. The young dragon curled into a ball like a large feline, clutching its own tail with its mouth while shutting its eyes, drifting into a deep sleep. At that moment, the unseen force that Saga had been pursuing began to coalesce from the surrounding space, flowing into Saga's being like a gentle stream, nourishing the young dragon's physique. Time passed swiftly, akin to a middle-aged man who feels out of touch with the fleeting moments. Before one realizes, 2.5 months had slipped away unnoticed. On this radiant afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky like a colossal fireball, steadfast and silent. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, creating a delicate symphony of whispers as leaves and branches caressed one another. The lush canopy swayed with the wind, resembling undulating waves of green. The earthy scent of rain-soaked soil mingled with the fragrance of fresh grass, evoking a sense of tranquility. Having awakened 2 weeks prior, Saga now resided securely among the dense treetops. Its claws gripped firmly onto a sturdy branch, wings folded neatly, while its tail hung naturally, swaying gently from side to side in the air. After 2.5 months of growth, the young dragon had reached a length of approximately 2 meters. Its once plump and adorable form gradually transformed into a more agile silhouette, adorned with a coat of golden scales that resembled a myriad of tiny diamond-like facets, glimmering in the sunlight that filtered through the leaves. The rustling of branches in the breeze lightly brushed against Saga's scales, inducing a faint tickling sensation. However, with squinted eyes, Saga appeared oblivious, remaining utterly still. Its golden dragon eyes were fixated intently ahead, unperturbed. In the midst of the soft rustling of its body against the ground, a plump black wild boar meandered slowly into Saga's line of sight. This boar, measuring around 2.5 meters in length, was somewhat larger than Saga at this stage. Known scientifically as the Negro's pig, this breed originated from a resource-scarce continent, thriving on minimal sustenance while developing robust musculature. It became a favored livestock among various intelligent species, gradually spreading across the entire Saiga planet through maritime trade as a source of meat. In this realm, black wild boars were considered the prey fostered by the red dragon matron, with many true dragon kin hunting them for sustenance. Their numbers were abundant, and due to their free-range upbringing, they exhibited considerable ferocity. However, compared to Saga, the black wild boar, no matter how fierce, was merely an ordinary beast, existing at the lower echelon of the food chain. Despite its substantial size, it posed no threat to the young dragon, even one that had only recently hatched. This class of creatures, positioned at the base of the food chain, possessed heightened senses of danger due to their inherent fragility, enabling them to detect potential threats in their surroundings with remarkable vigilance. Under the watchful gaze of Saga, the black-skinned wild boar incessantly twitched its nose. Its ears stood erect, and its eyes darted back and forth, revealing a vigilant demeanor towards its surroundings. As time elapsed, the black-skinned wild boar gradually approached Saga's position. While Saga silently recited the mantra of restraining his draconic aura, his mental focus remarkably intense. An invisible yet palpable aura enveloped Saga, a unique power belonging to true dragons. This supernatural force, known within the dragon's heritage as the Formidable Might, holds a distinct name. This formidable might, referred to as draconic presence among various sentient species, transcends mere charisma. It embodies substantial strength, a hallmark of the dragon lineage, capable of effortlessly subduing any target within its range. However, for a newly hatched dragon, this draconic presence not only fails to aid in hunting, but also inflicts adverse effects. The unrestrained aura of a hatchling lacks the oppressive force to intimidate prey. Upon encountering it, the quarry is seized by sheer terror, fleeing as if struck by an arrow. Saga endeavored to control his draconic presence, striving to confine it as much as possible within the confines of his scaled armor. Gradually, the cautious black-skinned wild boar approached within approximately 200 meters of Saga. Holding his breath, Saga fixed his gaze intently on the slowly advancing creature, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. As the boar's limbs moved, it soon entered the range suitable for Saga's hunt. With narrowed eyes, his muscles tensed beneath the scales, ready to spring into action. However, at that moment, a hint of uncontrolled draconic presence escaped. The instant the boar felt the brush of Saga's aura, it became instantly alert. It turned on its heels and bolted away. Its hooves swiftly trampled the soft earth, leaving shallow marks behind, while its short tail flicked nervously. Saga's control was still lacking, unable to achieve perfect mastery. In the next moment, amidst the rustling of treetops, a golden figure leaped into the air, seemingly merging with the radiant sunlight. It was a diminutive golden hatchling, its diamond-like scales reflecting a noble luster under the sun's rays, its eyes resembling burning flames, gleaming brilliantly. Saga unfurled his wings, spanning approximately 2 meters, stabilizing his form as he tore through the tempest, simultaneously casting a shadow in the shape of a dragon upon the ground, moving with great speed. With his focus firmly locked onto the fleeing black-skinned wild boar, Saga's consciousness sharpened to an extraordinary degree. In that fleeting instant, the world as seen through Saga's eyes was transformed. Encompassing towering mountains, ancient verdant trees, and the blazing sun above, all coalesced into a vivid panorama. From the smallest fragments of gravel to the drifting green leaves, and even the dust suspended in the air, all things in existence, as perceived by Saga, appear to coalesce into a myriad of invisible lines converging in a peculiar tapestry. There are infinite parallel lines, extending endlessly from an unknown origin to an indeterminate destination, alongside meandering curves that ultimately intertwine, resembling the bizarre eddies of ocean currents. Different entities are interconnected through these lines, influencing one another in an intricate dance. This extraordinary tapestry of rippling lines emanates from the very essence of matter, simultaneously enveloping the material bodies themselves. Within this world woven from countless lines, all substances perpetually emit subtle vibrations, as delicate as a grain of sand sinking into the vast ocean. Yet, Saga can faintly sense their presence. Thanks to the knowledge of physics acquired in a previous life, coupled with recent explorations of his own capabilities, Saga has come to understand the strange phenomena unfolding before his eyes: the force fields, gravitational fields, electric fields, magnetic fields, beyond the macroscopic realm. Saga perceives that even in the minutiae of his own being, deep within the cells, and at even more microscopic levels, force fields exist, though at present, he lacks the mastery to control them. He can only vaguely discern their existence and attributes, theorizing that they must be the fundamental interactions: the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, gravitational and electromagnetic forces. In essence, if one could fully comprehend the 4 fundamental forces, one would be akin to a deity. This is an innate sensation. Saga has begun to recognize the essence of his unique abilities: the manipulation of the 4 fundamental forces constituting various force fields, the gravitational and electromagnetic forces in the macroscopic domain, and the strong and weak nuclear forces in the microscopic realm. Presently, the young dragon can barely exert a modicum of control over gravity. Yet the potential for his future prowess is dauntingly high. Returning to the matter at hand, under Saga's watchful gaze, a wild boar, its dark hide glistening, races fervently through the force-laden jungle, seemingly convinced it is on the verge of escape, grunting uncontrollably as it dashes. However, in the next heartbeat, the young dragon whispers, "Supergravity field." In an instant, under the influence of the young dragon's will, the gravitational pull emanating from the earth doubles. This increment, though seemingly modest, envelopes the wild boar in a sphere of intensified gravity. To an ordinary beast, devoid of magical prowess and lacking formidable strength, this mere doubling of weight proves sufficient to hinder its ability to run normally. Simultaneously, the wild boar feels an abrupt heaviness descend upon it, weighing approximately 400 pounds. This sudden surge in gravity feels akin to having an immense weight thrust upon its body. The once swift and powerful black-skinned wild boar found its rhythm abruptly disrupted. It stumbled forward, propelled by inertia, skidding over the ground and carving a long trench before colliding heavily with a black pine tree nearly a meter in diameter. A dull thud resonated, causing a flurry of pine needles to spiral down in the breeze. The violent impact left its more fragile internal organs cracked and damaged. And with the weight of gravity still pressing down, its condition deteriorated rapidly, leading to severe internal bleeding. With the situation now resolved, Saga ceased to expend further energy. The intensified gravitational force upon the black-skinned wild boar normalized. Freed from the weighty constraints, the resilient creature staggered to its feet after a few moments of struggle. albeit with great difficulty. Were it not for the boar's notable resilience to pain, it would have been unable to stand at all. Even now, it resembled a drunken staggerer, swaying unsteadily. Saga retracted his dragon wings, his diminutive form descending gracefully as he landed amidst the rustling foliage. His gaze fell upon the black-skinned wild boar, contemplating which part of its flesh might prove most delectable. Meanwhile, the boar, realizing that it had no other choice but to fight to the death, locked its bloodshot eyes onto the crimson dragon. As its gaze intensified, a fierce aura enveloped it. With determination, the black-skinned wild boar pawed at the earthy ground, summoning its last reserves of strength to charge at Saga, disregarding its injuries. It lowered its head, emitting a low, grunting roar, its tusks glinting ominously. The display of bravado was commendable, yet Saga remained unperturbed, watching calmly as the boar closed the distance between them. In mere seconds, the boar was within half a meter of Saga, lowering its head and gathering strength to thrust its tusks toward him. Saga admired the boar's audacity in its desperate attempt, but felt pity for its ignorance. What audacity to charge at me, he mused. A mere mortal would be crushed under such a reckless assault. If the opponent had been an ordinary tiger or lion, a moment's lapse could lead to a grievous encounter with the boar's formidable tusks. However, it was not a tiger or lion that the boar confronted, but a dragon. Even a juvenile dragon, having just turned a month old, stood far beyond the realm of a mere wild beast like the black-skinned boar. Raising his dragon claw, Saga casually pressed down upon the boar's head. Bam! Amidst the oppressive sounds, the formidable tusks of the black wild boar failed to make contact with Saga's dragon scales before its charging form was firmly subdued by the strength of the hatchling dragon. Despite measuring merely 2 meters in length, the hatchling possessed considerable force, easily preventing a several hundred-kilogram wild boar from advancing even an inch. Even if Saga chose not to defend himself against the impact, the extraordinary defensive capabilities of his dragon scales would render this ordinary beast incapable of breaching them. Dragons are supreme magical beings, and the disparity between them and common creatures is monumental. Crack! The iron-like claws of the dragon pierced through the boar's skin, embedding into its bones, and with a swift exertion of strength, the hatchling cleaved open its skull, bringing a swift end to the unfortunate black wild boar. Simultaneously, a faint rustling sound, reminiscent of limbs brushing against foliage, reached Saga's ears. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon a particular direction within the dense thicket. My foolish sister, I have already spotted you. Regardless of whether life is present, objects in motion inevitably provoke interactions within the force field. With Saga's current sensitivity to this force field, he was acutely aware of all movements within a 10-meter radius. Amidst the soft rustling, the young female dragon, Yekarina, emerged from the underbrush. She regarded the prey beneath Saga's claws, extending her moist tongue to lick her lips. My foolish brother, do not mimic my speech. Many wise races emphasize respect for elders and affection for the young. In the presence of your sister, should you not offer your prey as tribute? Are you seeking confrontation? Saga's eyes narrowed slightly, his tail flicking from side to side. Do you wish to equate yourself with lesser beings? In response to Yekarina's furious gaze, Saga's voice momentarily faltered before he continued. The nobility and glory that belong to true dragons, my foolish sister, you possess none of it. Bang! Yekarina, incensed, struck the ground heavily, advancing step by step toward Saga. The hatchling's growth rate was notably swift. After a month, Saga had reached a length of 2 meters. However, alongside his growth, Yekarina had also matured. This small female dragon, adorned with golden threaded red scales, now measured 2 meters and 60 centimeters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, resembling a tiger imbued with wings. The comparison was akin to that of an adult male wolf and an adult female tiger, revealing a significant disparity in size. Both Saga and Yekarina grew at a pace considerably faster than that of ordinary red dragon hatchlings. These two dragon offspring were both positively mutated variant dragons. Under Saga's watchful gaze, Yekarina approached with sharp intensity, her dragon claws traversing the sunlight-dappled ground, sinking into the soft earth and leaving distinct claw imprints. Though still youthful, this small female dragon exuded a formidable presence. Yekarina's draconic might surged forth, manifesting with a palpable force that swept the dry twigs and leaves off the ground, hurtling towards Saga. Saga's grasp on controlling his draconic might was still somewhat unrefined. However, The manifestation of draconic might was an instinctive ability he possessed, like scales forged from diamonds, shimmering brilliantly, reflecting the approaching figure of Yekarina. Saga maintained a tranquil demeanor, the young dragon displaying no hint of trepidation. With a powerful exhalation, another wave of draconic aura erupted. The two fledgling dragons' energies clashed, akin to winds from divergent directions converging at a single point, creating a small whirlwind filled with dust and fallen leaves. The draconic presence of these two distinct dragons was significantly stronger than that of ordinary hatchlings of their age. Saga, my foolish and presumptuous younger brother. Last time, Mother intervened, allowing you to gain an unfair advantage. Pausing briefly, Yekarina arched her neck, fully extending her wings to enhance her imposing stature. This time, I shall make you aware of the chasm that lies between us. With a thunderous flap of her wings, a tempest was unleashed. Yekarina's form shot forth like an arrow, creating depressions in the ground as she surged towards Saga with fierce intent. Saga blinked, his body remaining still, seemingly daunted by Yekarina's ferocity. Yet, Yekarina would not relent in her assault simply because Saga remained motionless. She sought to establish her dominance. Observing Yekarina's rapid advance, the young dragon maintained his composure and spoke slowly. At that moment, Yekarina's claws were mere inches from Saga, but they halted abruptly, suspended in midair, hesitating to descend. Yekarina, you wouldn't want Mother to discover that you are defying her will by bullying me, would you? Saga, disinterested in squabbling with his rather dim-witted sister, refrained from engaging further. Furthermore, due to the significant disparity in size between Saga and Yekarina, the Red Dragon matriarch viewed their rivalry as a potential source of undue pressure on Saga, detrimental to the growth of the hatchlings. Thus, she had warned Yekarina that unless Saga instigated the conflict, she was forbidden from attacking him first. Healthy competition was beneficial for the fledglings' development, and friction among them was acceptable. However, should the size disparity be too great, the Red Dragon matriarch would intervene, as it would not foster progress, but rather risk severe injury, given the reckless nature of the multicolored dragon offspring in their skirmishes. As time passed, the size difference between Saga and Yekarina would gradually diminish, and before long, when the disparity was not so pronounced, the Red Dragon matriarch would lift the restrictions on Yekarina, permitting her to engage in fair combat with Saga. For instance, although the size difference still existed now, it was considerably less than when they had just hatched. After much deliberation, Yekarina, filled with rage, ultimately lowered her claws. Now merely a hair's breadth away from Saga, she gazed at the little dragonling, who offered her a pleasant smile, and flicked her tail, exclaiming, Saga, do you rely solely on your mother's protection? You insufferable mama's boy. What vexes me even more is why you are favored over me. Yekarina was incensed. Saga, do you depend only on your mother's shelter? Are you a valiant red dragon, or a timid and inferior white or black-scaled one? The black and white scales Yekarina referred to represented the black and white dragons of the chromatic family, who, due to their weaker strength at the same age, often garnered little respect from other dragon breeds, particularly the white dragon. Many true dragons were reluctant to acknowledge the white dragon's status, feeling that being associated with them was a source of embarrassment. Do not mention our mother. I demand that you face me in combat immediately, right now. I wish to pin you to the ground and thrash you. Yekarina declared vehemently. Saga rolled his eyes dramatically, unaffected by Yekarina's words. His control over his power was still insufficient, merely a rudimentary grasp that could not bridge the physical gap between him and Yekarina. Moreover, Yekarina was not a mere wild boar to be slaughtered at will. She was also a unique dragon with extraordinary abilities distinct from the common red dragon. Combat was a means to an end, not the goal itself. Until he had absolute confidence in victory, Saga had no intention of confronting Yekarina head-on, as it would serve him no advantage. As for power, it was the name Saga had chosen for his unique strength, quite reasonable given its association with force. Not a chance. I simply refuse. The little dragonling raised her chin, gazing sideways at Yekarina with an air of indifference, playfully sticking out her tongue. You. Yekarina's face flushed with fury, flames flickering between her clenched teeth. Yet, this anger found no outlet, only intensifying her frustration. With a powerful sweep of her tail, she struck down the nearest white pine tree, the unfortunate tree meeting its untimely demise with a resounding crash, sending up a cloud of dust and ash, while the trembling branches and leaves seemed to mourn its fall. Even as a dragonling, Her strength was remarkable, far surpassing that of ordinary adult predators. Saga, you are such a wretched brother. Yekarina shot a glare at him. Once mother lifts the restrictions, I shall teach you a proper lesson. Saga shook his head, replying, Oh really? I'm so scared. Humph. Knowing fear is of no use. Do not expect me to show mercy when the time comes, Yekarina proclaimed with haughty pride. Her neck elongated as she looked down at Saga. Saga paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. This straightforward creature genuinely believed that he was intimidated and was attempting to show her weakness. How oddly endearing it seemed. Oomph, should you wish to devour my egg? Even if you are truly charming, you shall eventually face my wrath. Saga is acutely aware of the formidable potential inherent in his powers. The four fundamental forces are the very cornerstones of existence, the truths that govern the multiverse, foundational rules of order. Even mastery of but one is exceedingly remarkable. As he continues to evolve and delve deeper into the manipulation of these forces, even a mere fraction of mastery leads him to believe that Yekaterina would stand little chance against him. Do you intend to remain here and observe my feasting? Saga inquired, as he tore into the flesh of a dark-skinned wild boar, chewing briefly before swallowing. Yekaterina let out a light huff, her dragon wings fluttering gently as she reined in her imposing aura, casting a frosty glance at Saga before turning away. At that moment, Saga noted that Yekaterina could retract her dragon might, unlike himself, who could only unleash it without the ability to contain it, prompting him to pause his meal. Yekaterina, wait, Saga called out to his sister. Yekaterina halted, turning her head to reply, What do you desire? Are you begging for mercy? Brother, should you prostrate yourself before me and become my loyal follower, adhering to my commands, I might consider forgiving your previous insolence. Saga dismissed her taunt and directly stated, I am learning to control my dragon might. Do you have any valuable advice? The sun shone brightly. A gentle breeze wafted through the lush treetops, causing them to rustle gracefully. A few leaves drifted lazily down, landing upon Saga. Meanwhile, upon hearing Saga's words, Yekaterina hesitated momentarily before scoffing. It seems you have forgotten the grievances between us. Do you truly believe I would teach you how to master your dragon might? Ponder it alone. She had no intention of offering any assistance. Saga reflected for a moment, then gently shook his head, addressing Yekaterina earnestly. I believe you do not wish to teach me because you yourself lack proficiency. Despite having observed Yekaterina's adept control over her dragon might, he chose to voice his thoughts. Yekaterina's fury ignited, her gaze fixed intently upon Saga, her tone rising as she retorted, Are you belittling me? The mere concept of dragon might is trivial for me. Saga wore an expression of disbelief, yet he feigned agreement, saying, Indeed, you must be capable of controlling your dragon might. I was merely jesting. With that, he lowered his head and resumed tearing at his prey, seemingly casting the matter aside. However, Yekaterina could hardly tolerate being underestimated. Saga's demeanor conveyed utter disbelief in her abilities, an affront she found intolerable. My foolish brother, come here. I shall impart the method for controlling dragon might. Once you try it, you will understand whether I, Yekaterina, truly possess such skills. Fully aware of Yekaterina's character, Saga deftly navigated the prideful disposition of his dragon sister. Immediately, Yekaterina unfurled her dragon wings, and a faint aura of draconic majesty emanated forth. This draconic power, an innate supernatural force belonging to true dragons, is something we are destined to master in due time. Since mastery is inevitable, there are no records of this aspect in the inheritance. However, to learn how to control this power sooner rather than later requires a certain finesse. Yekaterina stated earnestly, You might try to fixate on a specific action, such as releasing your draconic aura when raising your tail, and retracting it as you lower it. Repeating this process several times will strengthen your mental conditioning. By adhering to this method, it won't be long before you can control your draconic power through fixed movements. As Yekaterina folded her wings back against her sides, the aura she had emitted gradually dissipated. That sounds like a promising technique, Saga pondered internally. Do you understand? Yekaterina inquired, gazing at the young dragon, whose expression was one of contemplation. Yet, no sooner had she spoken than her demeanor shifted, and she continued in a harsh tone. My foolish brother, given your capabilities, it is only natural for you to struggle with my words. Glancing back at Saga from the corner of her eye, Yekaterina flapped her wings, lifting herself into the air amidst the gusts of wind, and soared towards the dragon's lair. Don't rush off. As a token of my gratitude, I'll share some pig intestines with you, Saga called out before Yekarina departed. Oomph, I can hunt for myself. With your ineptitude, you would surely struggle to catch prey. It's best you keep it for yourself. The young dragon did not look back, her voice merging with the wind. Simultaneously, her red and gold form was swiftly concealed by the dense canopy of leaves. Once Yekarina's silhouette faded from view, Saga returned his gaze forward. Following Yekarina's guidance, Saga attempted to release his draconic aura while extending his wings, and then gradually retracted the aura as he folded his wings back. Initially, he experienced failures, but as time passed, and with multiple attempts, Saga distinctly felt a newfound ease in controlling his draconic power. Indeed, this method would allow him to master the ebb and flow of his aura with remarkable swiftness. Saga affirmed Yekarina's technique. Soon after, he lowered his head and placed a claw upon the lifeless body of a black-skinned wild boar, indulging in a hearty feast. The azure sky resembled an immense, flawless sapphire, vast and crystalline. As waves of scorching, dry summer winds swept through, the lush forest below danced in the breeze, producing a symphony of rustling leaves, intermingled with faint, low growls. Within the shadow of a dense canopy, a young dragon resembling a hatchling could be observed. Having practiced Yekarina's technique for a while, Saga had now learned how to control his draconic aura. Deprived of the formidable presence that once startled its prey, his hunting endeavors became somewhat simpler. Within a mere half-day, he amassed a considerable bounty. Yet, before the veil of night descended, Saga resolved to indulge in another meal, for his hunger remained unquenched. The young dragon, in its growth phase, exhibited an astonishing appetite and an equally swift digestive capacity. To encourage the hatchling to hone its skills and assimilate the combat techniques of its draconic heritage, the dragoness typically refrained from providing ample sustenance. For hunger would compel the hatchling to hunt. Within the realm of the dragoness, formidable creatures either met their demise or were claimed as allies, leaving only a moderate level of danger. Moreover, aside from his desire to procure additional nourishment, Saga harbored another intention: to test the prowess he had recently awakened. Just days prior, after a deep slumber, he discovered remarkable abilities, ones not characteristic of any ordinary red dragon. The dense canopy above obstructed the sunlight, casting the forest in a dim light, with only a few rays filtering through the leaves, creating scattered patches of illumination. The young dragon advanced, its already powerful claws pressing forward, traversing the flickering beams of light. Simultaneously, Saga focused his will, channeling his energy to manipulate the surrounding force field. A curious phenomenon ensued. The light illuminating Saga began to warp under the influence of the energy field, not merely the bright sunlight piercing through the trees, but also the subtler rays, which were less perceptible to the naked eye, twisted around him. Even the very sense were confined within the force field. After distorting the light and containing his presence, the young dragon took a step forward. Amidst the faint glow, his agile and well-proportioned form gradually vanished into the air, becoming imperceptible. This marked the awakening of a quasi-magical ability within Saga. Upon awakening from his slumber, he instinctively mastered this skill, as effortlessly as a fish swims. Lacking a similar ability within the Draconic Legacy, Saga named this newfound power the Light Distortion Field. When employing this ability, the force field surrounding Saga would reshape the surrounding light according to his will, allowing him to blend seamlessly with his environment, concealing both his presence and form. Achieving an effect akin to invisibility, he surmised that the potential of the light distortion field far exceeded its current manifestation. However, due to his youth, the connection between his energy and the force field remained shallow, preventing him from realizing more extraordinary effects. Nonetheless, Saga believed this limitation to be only temporary. As a pinnacle being within the multiverse, dragons possess extraordinary innate gifts. Apart from the crucial legacy of the dragon, attributes such as physical prowess, cognitive speed, mental fortitude, and magical aptitude grow increasingly formidable with age. In the realm of dragons, the concept of aging is virtually non-existent. A dragon reaches the pinnacle of its power at the moment of its natural demise. As a dragon, Saga's capabilities will only amplify with the passage of time, including the mastery over its own strength. The term quasi-spell ability refers to powers that can be activated in accordance with the user's intent without the need for preparatory incantations, leading many beings endowed with such abilities to be classified as magical creatures. Within a verdant forest, the wind rustles the leaves, producing a soft whisper. A few leaves twirl gracefully to the ground, while a large, ice-blue hare cautiously emerges from its burrow, obscured by fallen leaves. Unbeknownst to it, a merciless predator lurks just behind. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind strikes. Sharp claws pin down the unsuspecting hare before it can react, and a toothy maw delivers a fatal bite. The fearsome wolf, cloaked in a thick coat of fur, appears in the interplay of light and shadow beneath the trees, clutching its freshly slain prey, eager to indulge in its feast. This wolf possesses exaggeratedly large and sharp teeth and claws that glimmer like daggers. Regrettably, it too remains unaware of the cunning hunter that lurks nearby. Within mere inches of the wolf, a claw covered in diamond-like, radiant scales suddenly lunges forth. At this moment, Saga's abilities are insufficient to maintain the distorting light field while launching an attack. As he strikes at the wolf, the field surrounding him fluctuates, momentarily exposing the young dragon to the open air. The wolf, ever vigilant while feeding, reacts with remarkable speed. In response to the sudden assault, it deftly rolls to the side, narrowly evading Saga's claw. Strands of fur torn by the dragon's talon drift slowly to the ground, illuminated by sunlight. It is challenging to sustain the distorting light field during a surprise attack. My proficiency is lacking, and I require further practice, Saga mused silently as he observed the wolf. Now stabilized, its limbs crouched low, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl of threat. The wolf is among the more formidable beasts of the forest, muscular, sharp-clawed, and agile. At this moment, it is significantly larger than the freshly hatched dragon, and rather than fleeing, it exhibits a readiness to engage. Foolish little lamb, how brazen you are to not flee upon my approach, Saga thought, enjoying the irony of labeling weak and foolish creatures as lambs. This young dragon has a penchant for devouring lambs. The exquisitely scaled hind limbs of the young dragon were slightly bent, with a pair of dragon wings unfurled to either side. Opposite it, the fearsome wolf bared its fangs, its body crouched low, poised to pounce. In the next instant, with a powerful beat of its wings, the young dragon leapt into the air, its focus unwavering as the sensation of battling Yekarina resurfaced within its mind. An invisible force field enveloped the dragon, significantly diminishing the gravitational pull it experienced. Consequently, the petite dragon's body shot through the air like a bolt of golden lightning, racing towards the wolf. Initially, the wolf was fixated on the young dragon, preparing to attack. However, before it could act, the young dragon surged forth at an astonishing speed, leaving behind only a dazzling golden afterimage, rendering its movement nearly imperceptible. A low growl escaped the wolf's throat as it attempted to evade the dragon's assault by rolling clumsily, lowering its body in a desperate maneuver. Yet, this time it was too late. The distance between them was merely about 10 meters. And after the young dragon unleashed its full potential, it appeared before the wolf in the blink of an eye, alarmingly close. With a swift motion, as the wolf rolled to the side, a powerful dragon claw struck, slicing through its thick fur and tearing flesh, leaving behind gaping, bloodied wounds that exposed bone. The vicious beast, measuring over 3 meters in length and significantly larger than the young dragon, let out a mournful howl, its initial eagerness to attack vanishing. Rising unsteadily from its roll, the wolf tucked its tail and, eyeing its non-fatal injuries, turned to flee. Meanwhile, the young dragon, having successfully landed a strike, remained still, watching the retreating wolf, its long tail swaying unconsciously. The supergravity field, a skill that Sokka had mastered during numerous hunts, had become increasingly refined. He whispered to himself, extending his dragon claw to point at the wolf from a distance. In truth, he did not need to vocalize or make any gestures. But through the technique of condensing his dragon might, he discovered that naming the skill and performing a directing action provided a psychological cue, aiding him in better controlling his ability. This was merely a temporary measure. Sokka's ultimate goal was to activate the force field with the mere thought of his mind. Accompanied by the young dragon's tender voice, its claw pressed down heavily. The fleeing wolf's body seemed to be held fast by an invisible hand. Under the oppressive force of the supergravity field, the already injured areas of its body experienced a catastrophic rupture of blood vessels, causing blood to shoot forth from the wounds like arrows, splattering across the surrounding grass and soil, staining them crimson. As blood poured forth in abundance, the wolf instantaneously grew exceedingly weak. Its already wounded body faltered, collapsing onto the ground, rolling several times before finally whimpering and lying still. Fresh blood continued to flow from its wounds. Under the oppressive force of the supergravity field, the weakened, fearsome wolf struggled incessantly, yet it remained unable to rise. Subsequently, Saga advanced, approaching the beast whose length was not much shorter than his own. With a swift motion, he extended his draconic claw and twisted its neck, thus ending its tormenting struggle. Maintaining the torsion light field required his utmost concentration. However, with further practice, perhaps he could learn to sustain it even in the heat of battle, Saga contemplated. Supergravity field and torsion light field. These were the two abilities he currently possessed. At present, the manifestation of the supergravity field was a doubling of gravitational control. Saga's limit was twofold gravity. When targeting a creature weighing 100 pounds, it would endure the pressure of 200 pounds, rendering ordinary magical beings and beasts powerless to resist. Moreover, the greater the weight, the stronger the suppression. The torsion light field, on the other hand, allowed for the bending of light, achieving an effect akin to invisibility. As for the ability to reduce his gravity during an ambush, Saga had yet to master it adequately. It was erratic, thus he refrained from bestowing it with a name. Without further contemplation, Saga began to eat. However, having grown weary of blood, he decided to indulge in something warm this time. Inhaling the rich scent of sulfur in the air and sensing the surrounding temperature, he took a deep breath. At that moment, it seemed as though some invisible particles surged into his lungs with his inhalation, triggering a vigorous energy reaction with the unique substances contained within his bloodstream. Within the anatomical structure of a dragon, there exists a special formation known as the base blood vessel, believed to be the source of the dragon's magical abilities. The base blood vessels are intricately distributed throughout the dragon's body, resembling a sophisticated energy circuit that can absorb magical particles present in the air. In draconic heritage, these magical particles are referred to as magical elements, arcane energy, or elemental energy. To wield magic, the presence of magical elements is indispensable. After a dragon absorbs the magical energy from the air, it transforms it into magical power that can be manipulated at its will, storing this power within the base blood vessels. When this power reacts with other substances inherent to the dragon's body, it can unleash its breath. As a red dragon, Saga's breath manifests as fire. In contrast, other chromatic dragons possess different breath weapons. Blue dragons exhale lightning, green dragons release poisonous mist, black dragons spew acid, and white dragons breathe frost. The potency of a dragon's breath increases with its growth, representing one of the most widely recognized abilities of dragons, a formidable weapon that instills dread and fear in countless beings. Many powerful creatures have perished at the hands of dragon breath, a testament to its lethal nature. To return to the main point, dragon breath is an inherent capability of dragons. As Saga inhaled deeply, gathering his draconic breath, he sensed a unique elemental reaction occurring within his body. It felt as though a searing energy was brewing deep within him, growing increasingly potent and vigorous, surging fervently towards his throat. Within Saga's mouth, amidst the jagged fangs, a brilliant flame began to swirl turbulently. The fire radiated a golden hue, reminiscent of Yekarina's breath, yet devoid of the omnipresent explosive rumble. With a whoosh, a burst of resplendent flames erupted, striking the formidable wolf's body with intense heat. Utilizing his draconic breath to sear his prey was a method to master the technique. And Saga concentrated, adjusting the temperature of his breath to cook the fearsome wolf. Unfortunately, due to his inexperience, he inadvertently exceeded the optimal heat, charring the creature's flesh to a crisp. "Ah, my meat," the young dragon lamented. After a moment's hesitation, Saga resolved not to waste the food, crunching down on the nearly carbonized wolf, though it tasted akin to chewing on wax. He mused to himself that he needed to practice his draconic breath, gravitational fields, and other abilities to enhance his proficiency, as he felt he had yet to master them fully. Following his meal, the golden-hued young dragon stepped forward, his striking form once again shrouded in light and shadow, vanishing from sight as he embarked on another round of hunting and experimentation. For some time, amidst the abundant prey in the dense forest surrounding the volcano, Saga's days became filled with a serene routine of hunting, self-exploration, slumber, and awakening to hunt once more. Time flowed like water, the cycles of day and night turning quietly. 2.5 years passed. As the apex of the chromatic dragons, the red dragon preferred to nest at great heights, relishing expansive vistas and the sensation of surveying all below. The The red dragoness was no exception. Her lair was perched upon a dormant volcano, its slopes teeming with numerous core subjects, such as the dragon Vanebear saga had previously encountered. Additionally, the area was inhabited by many fire element subdragons, including the red-winged bipedal dragons, lava giant pythons, steel-backed tigers, and fiery feathered eagles, powerful magical beings. At the foothills, one could find more commonplace minions such as gnolls, were-rats, lizard folk, and ogres. The title of Crimson Flame Empress was not self-bestowed. Rather, it was earned through relentless warfare that instilled terror in her foes. Now, at 281 years of age, she was a robust red dragon nearing 3 centuries, having already stepped into the realm of legend, possessing a stature and strength comparable to that of an ordinary elder dragon, distinguished among her kin by her exceptional gifts. Legendary beings are those that 99% of all creatures must look up to, ruling over realms in any world. The mature red dragoness had indeed become a legendary creature. The volcanic mountain known as Yakin rises majestically over 3,000 meters, presenting a conical shape and encompassing an area of approximately 1,000 square kilometers. Situated in the southern region of Thorn Island, it lies close to the eastern expanse of Clare Continent. Yakin is the largest volcano on this 200,000 square kilometer island. The entirety of Thorn Island is ruled by the Red Dragon Empress, whose fearsome reputation is widely known and often invoked to frighten children into slumber. Tales of the Red Flame Empress have even reached the Eastern Empire of Clare Continent. Such narratives illustrate the remarkable prowess of the Red Dragon. Both Saga and Yekarina have inherited the illustrious lineage of the Red Flame Empress, and these 2 fledgling dragons have undergone positive mutations, resulting in a growth rate that far exceeds that of ordinary red dragon hatchlings. 2 years later, following a wave of frigid air, the climate of the northern hemisphere of the Saga planet transitioned imperceptibly from the sweltering heat of summer to the biting cold of winter. Intelligent beings residing in the frigid regions began to beseech the cold goddess, offering tributes or their unwavering faith to appease her, hoping to shield themselves from the ravages of the cold. Thorn Island, located in the northern hemisphere of Saga, has already experienced several heavy snowfalls. In the dense forests surrounding Yakin, translucent ice crystals hang from the treetops, while frost, varying in thickness, blankets the branches. From above, the land appears resplendent in a silvery shroud, covered in pristine white snow. The Mayer River, meandering around Thorn Island, has frozen over with a thick layer of ice, halting the once gently flowing waters, while snow accumulates on the ground, revealing faint traces of various creatures' delicate paw prints. Outside the island, the swirling sea remains unchanged. Unless one encounters the polar glaciers, the tumultuous azure ocean is not easily frozen. However, the sea has turned bitterly cold, and any terrestrial creature that inadvertently plunges into its depths is likely to succumb to hypothermia and meet a grim fate in the abyss below. Within the dragoness lair, at the same time, deep inside Yakin, a hatchling covered in scales that shimmer like diamonds awakens from slumber. Its golden eyes slowly open, revealing a gaze reminiscent of crafted gold. The unique scales of the hatchling unfurl its wings, dispersing the dust from the ground and forming a circular area of cleanliness. How wonderfully comfortable! The young dragon emits a rather languorous groan. Its claws dig into the earth, as sharp as blades, embedding themselves within. Saga lowers its forepart while raising its hindquarters, stretching its spine amidst a series of crackling sounds. After easing the stiffness brought on by slumber, Saga turns its attention inward, scrutinizing its own form. The gradually emerging dragon horns, the robust muscles beneath the scales, the elongated and powerful dragon tail, and the gleaming golden scales resembling radiant diamonds, all showcase the magnificence of this creature. After 2.5 years of development, the once tiny hatchling, measuring just over a meter at birth, has grown to an impressive 4 meters, far exceeding the growth rate of most hatchlings, resembling a small beast. This little monster gazed at Yekarina, who was still in slumber. The golden threads adorning her body appeared denser and deeper, her size comparable to his, also growing at a remarkable pace. After merely a few glances, Saga withdrew his gaze. He had refrained from engaging in conflict with Yekarina, despite her numerous provocations which he chose to ignore. However, he felt it would soon be time to settle the score once she awoke, to demonstrate who truly held dominance. At that moment, Saga's size had nearly matched Yekarina's, rendering any difference nearly imperceptible. The age gap between the two hatchlings was a mere month, an insignificant disparity. Simultaneously, Saga heard the sound of a colossal creature in motion. Turning his head, he beheld the imposing figure of a legendary red dragon. The dragoness scrutinized the awakening Saga, and then extended her massive claw to gently pat his head. "Indeed, you are my child, born of the Crimson Flame Empress, inheriting my noble bloodline," she remarked with a smile. "Saga, my dear, one day you shall become as extraordinary and powerful as I, a legendary true dragon ruling over countless beings." Filled with joy at the red dragoness's acknowledgement, Saga was about to express his gratitude when he suddenly felt a surge of energy erupting within him. During his slumber, he had accumulated and stored immense power, which began to manifest in a peculiar transformation. The energy surged chaotically within him, clamoring for release. The abruptness of this torrent caught Saga off guard, causing a shift in his demeanor. The red dragoness perceptively noted the change in the young hatchling's expression. "What troubles you?" she inquired. Upon hearing her question, Saga instinctively opened his mouth. However, as he revealed his pristine white dragon teeth, the chaotic energy within him seemed to find an escape route, rushing toward his open maw with astonishing speed. Consequently, under the astonished gaze of the red dragoness, the young hatchling unleashed an intangible force. The sudden release generated a powerful recoil, causing Saga to lift his head. Aimed directly at the red dragoness, the force sped toward her fiery claws hovering above him. This is an intangible yet substantial conical shockwave, which, upon erupting from Saga's mouth, instantaneously disrupted the surrounding airflow, as if the air itself had been penetrated and torn, leaving behind a void-like trace. Dragon breath. The red dragon matriarch instantly perceived the essence of this power. It was indeed a form of dragon breath, albeit a new kind that starkly differed from the fiery breath of a red dragon. The matriarch, seemingly indifferent to the breath emitted by the young wormling, refrained from invoking any defensive spells. Naturally, a mature dragon, particularly one that has attained legendary status, possesses an inherently high resistance to both elemental and physical attacks. She did not believe that the young wormling's breath could leave any mark upon her scales. The disparity was simply too great. However, time appeared to slow down. In slow motion, the unknown breath, unconsciously exhaled by Saga, gently landed upon the central scales of the red dragon matriarch's claw. A flicker of surprise, though still indifferent, crossed her gaze, abruptly transforming into astonishment. Her pupils trembled. Without a sound, several legendary red dragon scales began to silently shatter upon contact with the young wormling's breath. The scales, which should have been indestructible, disintegrated into dust and ashes under the influence of Saga's breath, scattering into the air and dissipating into the intangible. Once this breath was released, the young wormling sighed with a hint of relief. Saga looked up to discover the red dragon matriarch's eyes wide with incredulity, fixed upon her with an extraordinarily peculiar gaze. "Mother?" Saga felt a chill run down her spine under the matriarch's scrutiny, inquiring softly. Upon realizing that she had shattered one of the matriarch's scales with a single breath, Saga herself was engulfed in shock. She had not anticipated that her breath could inflict harm upon the red dragon matriarch, disintegrating one of her scales. It was akin to an infant in a cradle kicking an adult man, an utterly unbelievable feat, yet here I am, a delicate young wormling, merely 2.5 years into my development, capable of fracturing the scales of a legendary red dragon with my breath. How astonishing! Saga internally screamed, rolling and writhing in excitement. The red dragon matriarch remained silent, her gaze diverted as she examined her claw. At the center of her immense claw, several scales, as vividly red as flames, were noticeably thinner than those surrounding them. "This little whelp's breath can damage my scales." The red dragon matriarch equally found this hard to fathom. What are dragon scales? The legendary dragon, adorned with its natural armor, possesses scales that are the coveted material of skilled blacksmiths, renowned for their unyielding defensive strength. Each scale can be sold for a substantial sum, rendering the armor crafted from these legendary dragon scales an absolute treasure anywhere it may be found. The red dragon matriarch found it hard to believe that her own scales had been disintegrated by the breath of a mere hatchling. This was not a mere scratch or trivial mark, it was a complete disintegration, verging on annihilation. Had Saga's breath lingered a moment longer, it could have pierced the red dragon's scales, causing a legendary dragon to bleed, despite its juvenile status. "Mother, I did not intend to damage your scales." You won't hold it against me, will you? The little hatchling blinked and spoke. Try breathing that same breath upon me once more, the red dragon matriarch said. Her expression grave and her voice low. The young hatchling shook its head, channeling strength from its head to the tip of its tail. It inhaled deeply and exhaled forcefully. But alas, a stream of golden flames erupted from its mouth, fiercely igniting in the air. While the display was impressive, it was not what the red dragon wished to witness. She sought the peculiar essence that had previously shattered her scales. The little hatchling could only produce a stream of fire, not the earlier breath. Try again, the red dragon urged. Saga stood tall, paws on his hips, puffing out his belly as he took another deep breath, attempting to recapture the sensation from earlier. Then, he exhaled once more. However, once again, it was merely flames. Unfazed, Saga persisted, striving to rediscover the feeling of that extraordinary breath. Despite his efforts, until his throat felt as though it might smoke and the ground was scorched beneath him, he still could not conjure the breath capable of destroying the red dragon's scales. It appears you are not yet able to wield that other breath with freedom. Cease your efforts. Overexerting yourself could harm your body, the red dragon mused, urging Saga to refrain from straining himself. After glancing at her scales, then turning her gaze to the innocent little hatchling, and repeating this action thrice, the red dragon exhaled a searing breath. Her gaze fixed upon Saga, filled with curiosity. She remained silent. Saga stood still, obediently awaiting her next move. Minutes later, the red dragon extended her claw, slowly approaching Saga. The enormous, warm claw gently caressed his head. Saga, my child, you have impressed me greatly. You have surprised me in many ways, the red dragon praised him. With that, she withdrew her claw and lowered her head to examine the little hatchling closely. The young drake was adorned with scales that shimmered like diamonds, intricately interwoven, radiating a brilliance reminiscent of precious metals and magical gemstones, exuding an enchanting and exquisite luster. Its 3 pairs of horns had begun to grow, hinting at its burgeoning potential, and the more one gazed upon it, the more pleasing it became. Perhaps, once you have transcended the juvenile stage, or even during its duration, you may depart from my protection and establish your own kingdom in solitude. Typically, a dragoness nurtures her offspring until they reach the age of 15, entering the adolescent dragon phase, at which point they possess considerable abilities and begin to yearn for their own treasures and territories, often leading to their expulsion by the dragoness or a voluntary departure. However, should the young drake develop rapidly, the dragoness might allow it to leave earlier, for instance, upon reaching the age of 5, just after emerging from the juvenile phase. Upon hearing the words of the red dragoness, Saga paused momentarily. The young drake blinked its eyes, flicked its tail, and softly declared, "Very well, I shall take you as my example, mother." While the bonds of kinship among dragons are generally rather detached, the red dragoness had always treated Saga with kindness, and Saga was a dragon with clear affections and aversions, well aware of the dragoness's benevolence towards her. The red dragoness nodded slightly. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, carrying several green leaves into the fiery atmosphere of the dragon's lair, which visibly withered and turned yellow at an alarming pace. The fallen leaves settled upon the ground. Simultaneously, the red dragoness's gaze sharpened, her demeanor shifting as she lifted her head to survey the distance beyond the lair. Saga followed her gaze, looking outside. Yet all that met her eyes were the drifting clouds and the golden sun above, with no signs of anything unusual. Within mere seconds, the red dragoness withdrew her gaze, her expression returning to a tranquil depth as she turned her attention back to Saga. "There are some pests encroaching upon my territory. Go forth, my child. I trust you will handle these intruders." Occasionally assigning tasks within the young drake's capabilities was one of the dragoness's methods to hone and nurture it. "I shall take care of it," Saga responded, invigorated, nodding earnestly. "Rest assured, mother." The red dragoness then conveyed to Saga the general vicinity of the intruders. With a powerful flap of its wings, the young drake departed the lair, propelled by the red dragoness's calm watchfulness. The enchanter White Oak Island, Coconut Island, Thorn Island, Coral Island, and Red Tree Island. These 5 substantial islands are situated in the stormy ocean, nestled in the northwestern part of the Whirlwind Sea within the vast ocean. They lie in close proximity to one another, forming an uneven circular outline amidst the tumultuous waves, collectively referred to as the Four Rings Islands. Encompassing approximately 700,000 square kilometers of land, belonging to the Kingdom of Rosen. The reason there are 5 islands within the Four Rings Islands is that, in the beginning, the relatively remote Coral Island had yet to be discovered. After the discovery of the 5th island, the appellation of the Four Ring Islands has long been established, and thus it remains unchanged. The Four Ring Islands are home to a myriad of biological communities, including large beasts, undead entities, ferocious races, magical creatures, and sentient beings, among others. Notably, the most formidable faction is not the Ashen Nest, which is led by a true dragon legion under the command of a red dragon matriarch. Those who dare to offend this domain are incinerated into ashes by the legendary red dragon and her fiery kin, hence the moniker Ashen Nest. While the Ashen Nest may not possess the greatest power, it is undoubtedly the most fearsome. Prior to the arrival of the red dragon matriarch from the continent of Yal, the Four Ring Islands, including Thorn Island and the surrounding scattered islets, were all part of the Kingdom of Rosen, a realm of sentient beings. Known also as the Land of 1,000 Islands, the kingdom's numerous diminutive islands, many little more than sizable rocks, render its name somewhat misleading. The Four Ring Islands represent the principal component of the Kingdom of Rosen, underscoring their immense significance. Subsequently, Thorn Island was seized by the Red Dragon Matriarch, and the kingdom's garrison stationed there was thoroughly eradicated. In an effort to reclaim Thorn Island, the Kingdom of Rosen launched 3 cross-island campaigns against the Red Dragon Matriarch. The territory of this archipelagic nation is modest, totaling only over 500,000 square kilometers after the loss of Thorn Island, yet its national strength is considerable. Boasting a population nearing 100 million, its overall might far surpasses that of the Ashen Nest. However, the outcome of these campaigns cannot be determined by a single factor. Rosen also faces other adversaries, preventing a concentrated military focus on the Ashen Nest. Additionally, the challenges of maritime warfare, troop transport, and logistical support complicate matters. While the Red Dragon Matriarch possesses formidable individual strength, and her vassal leaders are not to be underestimated. Ultimately, the 3 campaigns concluded with the Kingdom of Rosen's defeat on all fronts, solidifying the renown of the Red Dragon Matriarch, the Scarlet Flame Empress. Due to these repeated failures and the hostile threat posed by the Kingdom of Alver, the Kingdom of Rosen momentarily abandoned its efforts against the Ashen Nest. However, this cessation of hostilities does not imply a complete disregard for the Ashen Nest. The occupation of Thorn Island by a red dragon has rendered the Kingdom of Rosen the subject of ridicule among many nations. Once the tensions with the Kingdom of Alver are resolved, Rosen will spare no effort to reclaim Thorn Island, a matter of grave importance as it has been their ancestral territory for over 2 millennia. In the interim, the Kingdom of Rosen has issued bounties through the Adventurers Guild, hiring adventurer parties from various regions who continuously arrive at Thorn Island. Their objective is to gather intelligence on the Ashen Nest in preparation for future assaults. The number of adventurers who have perished in the Ashen Nest has already reached the hundreds. Nevertheless, the planet of Saiga is not lacking in intrepid adventurers. These tenacious individuals continue to emerge, even as others fall. At this moment, another adventurer party has intruded upon the territory of the Ashen Nest. This group, composed of 6 members, is relatively well equipped. It includes a core spellcaster, a ranger serving as a scout, a low-level cleric skilled in healing, 2 robust warriors, and a mechanically inclined warlock, who carries a distinctive mechanical weapon at her waist. Except for the warlock, a graceful and agile woman, the rest are men. This assembly forms a quintessential adventurer party. Although their average level of strength is not particularly high, their synergy enables them to tackle various challenges. The spellcaster, a young man of somewhat rugged appearance hailing from the Empire of Shea, represents a significant asset for an adventurer party. Having a spellcaster elevates their capabilities immensely, even if he possesses only a handful of low-tier spells. A gentle breeze rustles through the dense canopy, as leaves softly brush against one another, creating a delicate sound. The 6-member team moves cautiously and deliberately through the dense forest, approaching the imposing volcano visible in the distance. Despite being named the Ashen Nest, the realm of the Red Dragon is surrounded by a lush and verdant forest, radiating from the Aken volcano, filled with thorny shrubs, blood-sucking vines, and numerous carnivorous flowers, alongside various magical plants with exceptional properties. Even amidst the blanket of snow, these magical flora thrive vigorously. In addition to gathering intelligence on the Ashen Nest, The adventurers also hoped to discover some of these magical plants to sell, which would yield a substantial fortune for their party. A few minutes later, the adventurers come to a halt. The spellcaster, his face alight with joy, crouches down beside a snow-covered bush. Nestled among its branches are thumb-sized, vibrant red berries that emit a faint glow. These red berries, known as low-tier magical materials, can be utilized to craft weak healing potions, lacking any spatial storage. The low-level spellcaster carefully collects the berries and places them in a simple cloth pouch to carry with him. Not bad. These red berries should fetch about 2 silver coins. He muses, counting the berries with a grin. The prospect of a fruitful find so soon after entering the forest is often a good omen. However, in a perilous domain inhabited by a legendary dragon, it is not surprising that the magical materials flourish, thriving even in the harshest of conditions. Undeterred by the cold and snow, amidst the profound wilderness, the adventurers proceed with cautious steps, ever vigilant of their surroundings while discerning the abundant magical materials within the Ashen Nest territory. After some time, in a place where lush foliage flourishes and the canopy is dense, the branches are adorned with frost and snow crystals. Gazing at clusters swaying in the wind, shimmering with a faint, flame-like glow against the pristine white expanse of snow, alongside the peculiar dragon scale-like patterns of grass, the spellcaster's face radiates delight. They have encountered dragon's blood grass. What splendid fortune! If they can successfully concoct the dragon vein awakening potion, countless individuals would be willing to pay a handsome price for it. Dragon's blood grass is a rare magical material that only flourishes in the territories inhabited by true dragons, and its growth is not guaranteed. The spellcaster's hands glimmer with a soft elemental radiance as they begin to delicately harvest the dragon's blood grass, while their companions remain vigilant, warding off any potential threats in the vicinity. This grass must be intact to preserve its trace of draconic aura, and due to its exposure to such energy, it is rather fragile, requiring exceptionally gentle handling. Even the slightest damage would render it devoid of its inherent value. Meanwhile, perched atop the leafy branches, amidst the dense canopy, a young dragon, cloaked in a shimmering light-bending field and perfectly blending with its surroundings, observed the spellcaster and their companions with an unusual gaze. These intruders were digging through the dragon dung that he had buried. The presence of dragon's blood grass in this area was a result of frequent fertilization by Sagara, who would subsequently bury his own waste. After receiving a task from the red dragon matron and departing from the dragon's lair, Sagara had stealthily approached the adventurers' party, fortuitously encountering them here. It was one thing for them to excavate his dung, but to do so right before his eyes was utterly outrageous. Maintaining his light-bending field, Sagara silently observed the humans below, his thoughts unvoiced. His golden eyes reflected the figure of a man clad in a linen robe, wielding a short wooden staff, with a bushy beard and a rugged visage. As a dragon, Sagara possessed a keen sensitivity to elemental energy. He could sense the elemental energy swirling around this individual, which seemed somewhat incongruous with his coarse appearance. The ethereal, nimble essence of wind elemental energy indicated that this was indeed a spellcaster. This was Sagara's first encounter with a spellcaster, though the term was not foreign to him due to the records of dragon heritage. Dragons typically possess a commendable aptitude for magic, and as they age, they develop formidable spellcasting abilities. In the world of Sagara, known as the Sagara planet, spellcasters held the highest status among professions. They were often referred to as the Grand Sorcerers, representing scholars, elite combat prowess, wisdom, knowledge, and magical production capabilities, while warriors were typically regarded by spellcasters as mere brutes wielding weapons. On the planet Saiga, the system of spellcasting evolves with the times, exhibiting a remarkable diversity that even the legacy of dragons cannot fully encapsulate. Almost every nation boasts its own distinct system of spellcasters, while the spellcasting frameworks of the major empires are so refined that they verge on the formidable. The elemental mages, masters of earth, water, wind, and fire, are complemented by the 8 schools of magic: transmutation, protection, enchantment, divination, alteration, illusion, necromancy, as well as the arcane practitioners of creation, telepathy, and transmutation. There exist also the yin-yang mages of positive and negative energies, alongside geometric, alchemical, mechanical, and artillery sorcerers. Beyond these commonly recognized systems, one can also find warlocks of dark energies, sorcerers, psionics, dimensionalists, and divine mages, among others. due to the constraints of their energies. The vast majority of spellcasters dedicate themselves to mastering a singular school of magic, rarely venturing into others. Among the myriad of magical disciplines, elemental mages stand out for their distinctiveness. In contrast to the diverse array of spells wielded by other practitioners, elemental mages possess a more singular and purer repertoire of spells. However, this does not imply that they are weaker. Rather, those who focus intensely on a single elemental energy often wield significantly greater power than their counterparts of similar rank. On the battlefield, elemental mages are among the most terrifying instruments of destruction. Moreover, it is not solely the spellcasters who enrich the tapestry of Saiga. The other fantastical and extraordinary systems are equally vibrant, albeit generally regarded as less noble. Together, they contribute to the planet's multifaceted and colorful array of extraordinary beings: warriors, rangers, rogues, monks, knights, priests, barbarians, and more. Within these frameworks, certain sentient beings exhibit unique talents, allowing for a further subdivision of extraordinary practitioners beyond the conventional paths, such as soul warriors who manifest their souls as weapons, blood warriors who harness blood as their core energy, and fire, wind, and thunder warriors who refine their essence through elemental energies. There are also mechanical warriors, forged from a blend of metal and magic, and golden-armored fighters, alongside forest rangers, shadow rogues, azure-fisted monks, and holy knights, each carving their own niche within this vast system, which is too expansive to summarize in full. As extraordinary beings ascend into the realm of legend, those endowed with exceptional gifts may come to perceive the rules of the world, resonate with them, and fulfill their destinies, acquiring new powers that render them unique legends of fate, standing atop the continent and leaving behind a legacy of their destined profession. High priests, rune apostles, nightmare sovereigns, storm lords, holy guardians, enigmatic witches, mage killers, spellfire sorcerers, exorcists, and psionic warriors are merely a glimpse into the myriad legends chronicled by the empires of Saiga. And the pathways of extraordinary professions they have forged are countless. The old legends adapt and evolve, while new legends are born and flourish. Saiga was born on a fantastical planet, thriving in vibrant splendor, a realm that even the gods regard with keen interest amidst the endless worlds of the multiverse. The extraordinary beings now revealed before Saiga are not of particularly rare professions. Among them are an elemental mage of wind, a female mechanist, an ordinary ranger, two commonplace warriors, and a standard cleric. Although the rare branches of extraordinary beings within the fantasy framework are generally potent, the ordinary and the commonplace are not necessarily weak, for they represent the most historically entrenched and traditional foundational systems, yielding the greatest number of formidable individuals. Perched steadily atop a robust treetop stands a slender, upright human ranger, his sharp gaze betraying a sense of unease. He harbors the persistent feeling of being watched by some creature. Strangely, however, upon surveying his surroundings, he found no anomalies. Employing his eagle eye to enhance his vision, he scanned the distance, yet still detected no approaching threats. The gentle rustling of leaves above him initially went unnoticed, assumed to be merely the wind caressing the foliage, a sound ubiquitous in the woods. Yet, upon closer discernment, a chill of realization washed over him. This sound was not the mere rustle of leaves, but rather the subtle scraping of cold, hard scales against the branches, drawing ever closer. The danger was imminent, and a shiver coursed through his spine to his very core. The ranger cautiously twisted his neck, stiff as a rusted machine, and slowly lifted his gaze, fearful of provoking an unseen predator. The frigid white of ice and snow, along with the green of leaves and the yellow-brown of the tree trunk, began to fade. In the shimmering distortion of light, a form as if sculpted by divine hands emerged, a draconic figure, its scale structure reminiscent of diamond, revealing itself inch by inch before the ranger's eyes. In the reverent chill of the wind, a pair of golden dragon eyes, seemingly ablaze with fire, shone brilliantly. Before he could utter even a single word of dragon, the young yet perilous hunter extended its lethal claws. The aura of the dragon, already unleashed, struck terror into the ranger's heart, rendering him incapable of resistance in such a fleeting moment. The emergence of Saiga from the twisting light field signified the commencement of his assault. At this juncture, it was too late for the ranger. The proximity was perilously close. With a glimmering flash, the golden-clawed appendage tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound of rupture, swiftly slicing past the ranger's neck. Beneath claws capable of rending granite, the fragile human form was inevitably torn open, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The ranger's agile form, keen eyes, and exceptional archery skills remained unexhibited. All that echoed through the tranquil woods was his dying wail. The sudden turn of events ignited vigilance and dread within the adventurers' party. The remaining 5 individuals lifted their heads, their gaze immediately captivated by a dazzling golden hue intertwined with vivid red. Blood gushed from the neck of a ranger, while the striking luster of the dragon scales adorned the young drake. Initially, Saga's attention was drawn to the spellcaster within the opposing team. Regrettably, 2 vigilant warriors constantly guarded the spellcaster, and Saga's control over the light warping field was still rudimentary, rendering him unable to guarantee a fatal strike upon his approach. Thus, he opted for a secondary target, fixating on the ranger closest to him, who appeared somewhat isolated from his comrades. The unfortunate ranger was blissfully unaware of the young drake lurking upon the treetop. His archery skills and nimble physique failed to manifest as he succumbed to the drake's lethal claws. "Yabo!" exclaimed the spellcaster, wielding a short wooden staff. Accompanying this exclamation was Saga, descending from the heights of the treetops. The young drake tensed its hind leg muscles, propelling itself forward while simultaneously flapping its wings in a furious burst of speed. To the astonished gaze of several adventurers, Saga's form surged through the fountain of blood erupting from the ranger's neck, leaving a trail of acrid scent in its wake as the dragon's wings swept wide, dispersing a crimson mist throughout the air. Dragons are among the most formidable magical creatures. Even a mere 2.5-year-old drake poses a lethal threat. With a resounding crash, the upper half of the ancient tree trembled ominously. In the low air, the young drake, wings unfurled and surrounded by a shroud of blood mist, exuded an overwhelming aura as it extended its claws and lunged towards its prey, emitting a deep, resonant roar. "You have ventured into the wrong domain. Hapless lambs about to meet your demise." The fierce struggle unfolded as the drake, measuring a full 4 meters in length, surged forward with an imposing presence, resembling a miniature beast, charging towards the wind mage. Simultaneously, the presence of a golden dragon hatchling within the territory of a red dragon was perplexing. No, it appeared not to be a golden dragon. What manner of beast is this? Stay vigilant. Though the tall female mechanist was not Saga's primary target, she instinctively chose to distance herself, opting for caution over reckless engagement. Meanwhile, the 2 warriors unsheathed their great swords, their magical energy surging through their limbs, ultimately converging at the edges of their blades, bestowing a lethal sharpness upon their weapons. A few slender branches fell, silently meeting the enchanted blades, which effortlessly cleaved them in 2, yielding smooth, mirror-like surfaces. With bodies forged through elemental energy, the warriors bent their knees before suddenly launching into the air. The ground beneath them fractured like a delicate spider's web under the force of their leap. The 2 warriors, positioned one to the left and the other to the right, crossed their finely crafted steel swords in a swift arc, slicing towards Saga's neck with a haunting whistle. Simultaneously, the mechanist, stationed over 20 meters away from the young drake, halted in her tracks. Swiftly, she swept her hands across her waist, then raised her arms, aiming directly at Saga. She wielded 2 identical enchanted revolvers, one in each hand. Indeed, they were revolvers. The mechanist sorcerer belonged to a broad classification. A more precise and nuanced categorization would designate her as a gunsmith, specializing in the arcane art of magical firearms. Saga was not taken aback by her choice of weaponry. Through the exploration of ancestral knowledge, he was already aware of the existence of a mechanical empire in this world where magic and machinery coalesce, one of the 5 great nations, holding a permanent seat in the Council of High Nations, possessing the right to participate in significant proposals and wield a veto power. This empire was fervently dedicated to the mass production of magical machinery weapons and, in times of peace on the planet Saiga, delighted in instigating conflicts among smaller nations, simultaneously profiting by selling war-related mechanized equipment to both sides, thereby amassing wealth and augmenting its influence. A substantial portion of the weapons produced by the mechanized empire bore resemblance to those familiar to Saga from his past life, albeit with notable differences. For instance, the enchanted revolvers in the mechanist sorcerer's grasp were etched with simple magical patterns, drawing in elemental energies from the surrounding air, coalescing within the chamber. eliminating the need for physical bullets. However, they required the wielder to master magical prowess, with the attributes of the projectile being contingent upon the corresponding magical energy that the mechanist sorcerer could command. There were even legendary-grade mechanized machine guns capable of millions of rounds per second present in this realm. Many intelligent beings, possessing a modicum of magical talent, yet lacking the capability to pursue spellcasting, opted to abandon the path of traditional mages, choosing instead to become mechanist sorcerers, honing their skills in gunplay. Conversely, there were also those with formidable magical aptitude, who, enamored by firearms and machinery, willingly embraced the path of the mechanist sorcerer. Becoming a mechanist sorcerer offered a commendable avenue, replete with advantages and highly regarded among lower-tier extraordinary beings. However, the drawbacks of excessive reliance on mechanized equipment were glaringly apparent. Rumors suggested that the mechanized empire was researching standardized mechanical weapons accessible to ordinary individuals, and they may have even succeeded. Should such weapons develop sufficiently in strength, they could potentially upend the world's balance. Nevertheless, the rulers of the mechanized empire were predominantly powerful mechanist sorcerers. Even if they were to create mechanical weapons usable by the general populace, it was likely they would impose stringent restrictions, as this could threaten their dominion. The mechanist sorcerer squeezed the trigger, her concentration focused on the enchanted revolver as the cylinder revolved, drawing in magical energy. Sharp stone projectiles formed from earth elemental energy within the chamber, propelled by miniature magical arrays within the firearm, burst forth, tracing perilous trajectories through the air at astonishing speeds, aimed directly at Saga's body, targeting his gaze. However, the descending hatchling dragon appeared oblivious to the two warriors, disregarding their presence, indifferent to the menacing weapons approaching its neck, and seemingly unconcerned by the gunfire. A magical bullet hurtled toward the hatchling dragon's eye. The mechanical sorcerer calculated the velocity of the bullets and the flight trajectory of the hatchling dragon, ensuring a certain hit, which ignited a spark of excitement within her. However, she was perplexed to observe that all magical bullets, as they neared the hatchling, appeared to be ensnared by some unseen force, their trajectories severely disrupted. Only a handful managed to strike the dragon's breastplate, embedding themselves in its iron-like scales, yet inflicting no real damage. Simultaneously, it was as if an invisible hand rose from the ground, clutching the waists of two warriors and yanking them down with great force. These warriors, wielding finely crafted steel swords and adorned with simple iron helmets, robust iron shoulder armor, and heavy iron boots, collectively bore a weight of nearly 400 pounds, resembling solid iron figures. Under the influence of Saga's supergravity field, the weight of 800 pounds bore down upon them almost instantaneously. Had they been fully alert and prepared, both warriors could have mustered the strength to lift such a burden. Yet, the occurrence was too sudden, erupting amidst the chaos of battle, leaving them unprepared for this peculiar ability. The warrior who had just leaped was struck as if by an invisible hammer. His expression contorted in pain as he was forced back to the ground. One hand pressed firmly against the earth while the other wielded his sword, its blade nearly embedded in the ground, partially concealed by the accumulating snow, providing support to prevent him from collapsing into the snow. Meanwhile, blood oozed from their mouths and noses, the crimson droplets staining the white snow, reminiscent of blooming plum blossoms. Caught unexpectedly in the supergravity environment and in the throes of urgency, the warriors had enchanted their swords with magical power, but had neglected to cast protective spells to bolster their defenses. Their relatively fragile internal organs suffered significant trauma, causing minute ruptures and internal hemorrhaging, leading to blood seeping from their mouths and noses. Fortunately, a priest poised for healing at the rear swiftly pointed a finger, unleashing a milky white beam of light that penetrated the wounded warriors' bodies upon sensing the peril. The healing energy alleviated their minor injuries, offering slight improvement. Yet it was evidently insufficient for complete restoration, rendering them incapable of combat in the short term. At this juncture, the distance between Saga and the spellcaster was less than 6 meters. The gunslinger, agile and nimble, repositioned with deftness, and with fervor, her slender fingers pulled the trigger repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the hatchling dragon. The onslaught of magical bullets, formed of earth elements, fell like a tempest. However, due to the interference with their trajectories, they posed no genuine threat to the dragon. Each bullet collided with the hatchling's diamond-like golden scales, sparking showers of fire, yet failing to penetrate the formidable armor. At just 2.5 years old, Saga's scales were already as resilient as steel. Feeling the tingling vibrations and subtle stings coursing through his body, Saga pressed on with his assault against the Wind Mage. With a powerful stomp of his hind legs, he propelled himself into the air, his wings unfurling and flapping vigorously to gain speed, while his dragon tail steadied his form. The true menace lay in the spellcaster's capabilities. The Wind Mage, momentarily dazed by the dragon's imposing presence, struggled to regain composure. He retrieved a scroll from his robes, a pained expression crossing his face as he tore it open. Retreating hastily to distance himself from Saga, he began to recite an intricate incantation to summon the power of the wind elements, forging a formidable spell within his grasp. At that very instant, as the scroll was ripped apart, a tremendous gust of wind surged upward, swirling with a flurry of snowflakes and ice crystals. Coalescing into a visible wall of wind, towering 5 meters high, stretching approximately 12 meters long, and about half a meter thick, erecting a barrier between Saga and the spellcaster. The emergence of the wind wall stirred chaos, sending dust and debris flying, while dry leaves rustled violently among nearby trees. The accumulated snow on the ground was swept up, and the surrounding air thickened, becoming tumultuous and frigid, obscuring visibility and rendering the scene blurry. Meanwhile, the trees and earth within the wind wall's domain remained steadfast. Only the more slender trees and loose soil were uprooted by the force. The haunting howl of the wind echoed relentlessly, underscoring the dominance of the wind wall. The Wind Mage had conjured a third-tier spell scroll, the Wind Wall. Though its name was unremarkable, its effectiveness in thwarting foes was substantial. In such a fleeting moment and short distance, a typical drake would likely be unable to halt its momentum, crashing into the wind wall and leaving itself dazed. While a weaker dragon, like the White Dragon, might even suffer a broken neck. Saga's strength was considerable, yet it was not sufficient to shatter the third-tier wind wall. However, Saga was anything but ordinary. With a visage adorned in diamond-like scales, the young dragon's expression turned resolute, his eyes sharpening into dangerous slits, exuding a cold, rational intensity. In that fleeting moment, the peculiar lines and shapes in his field of vision sharpened. Saga focused intently, feeling the gravitational pull lessen once more. And with a rapid flapping of his wings, he summoned a fierce updraft, adjusting his trajectory. In a breathtaking maneuver, the young dragon, previously skimming close to the ground, arched gracefully upward, shattering the beams of sunlight filtering through the treetops, dancing amidst the wind and snowflakes. In an instant, Saga soared over the apex of the wind wall, his hind legs striking forcefully against it as he angled his body downward, wings beating furiously as he lunged toward the Wind Mage. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, within a single breath. The agility of the young dragon, when juxtaposed with its form, is nothing short of astonishing. It resembles a golden line, deftly sketched with a ruler against the backdrop of space, abruptly bending in an unexpected manner. For the Wind Mage, the situation worsens. His wind wall fails to halt the young dragon, instead impeding the two warriors who sought to intercept its advance. These two warriors, grounded and unable to fly, face a towering wind wall rising 5 meters high, compounded by the chaotic winds swirling around them, making a direct leap nearly impossible. Amidst the densely vegetated forest, they are compelled to navigate the treacherous terrain, thick with thorns, vines, and rocks, as well as the hindrance of accumulated snow, thus further prolonging their delay. Additionally, the mechanic sorcerer finds his calculations for projectile trajectories disrupted by the fierce winds. At this moment, the Wind Mage, retreating with a solemn visage, utters his incantations with increasing urgency, akin to the relentless patter of heavy rain upon a lake's surface. As the elemental energies of wind in the surrounding space grow tumultuous, with the fleeting time afforded by the wind wall, the mage's spell approaches its culmination. The young dragon, still in its infancy, nevertheless possesses an innate combat intuition, sensing a twinge of danger. The spells of the wind elementalist are renowned for their sharpness, swiftness, and incisiveness. Once conjured, their potency can surpass even the mightiest cleaving strike of a warrior's great sword. However, this is contingent upon the mage's ability to complete their construction. Despite the Wind Mage's attempts to distance himself from Saga, his speed cannot hope to rival that of the young dragon. After leveraging the top of the wind wall for an additional strike, the mage finds himself ensnared within the gravitational influence of Saga's overwhelming force. It is over. The young dragon's gaze sharpens, an unseen energy surging within its being, invisible tendrils binding themselves to the wind mage, imbued with a weighty essence. From this moment forth, the wind mage's fate is no longer his own. In truth, the battle had reached its conclusion the instant Saga successfully breached the wind wall. Just as the critical moment of incantation arrived, and the wind mage's face illuminated with a flicker of hope at the impending success of his spell, the gravitational field erupted once more, centered around Saga, targeting the very caster. The wind mage, standing approximately 1.76 meters tall, his physique robust and clad in simple yet light garments, finds himself burdened by nearly 200 pounds of weight from both his body and equipment. Under the duress of the double gravitational force, a downward pressure exceeding 400 pounds descends upon him, causing the snow beneath to compress. As if pressed by an unseen force, there exists a misconception among the populace regarding spellcasters, mistakenly perceiving them as frail. In reality, this perception is contingent upon the comparison. When juxtaposed with warriors of equal rank, a spellcaster's physicality may indeed pale. However, due to years of exposure to magical energies, their bodies surpass those of ordinary men. A legendary warrior, with a single strike, can cleave through towering mountains and sever rivers and seas. Should a legendary spellcaster choose to engage, even without the invocation of spells, merely brandishing a heavy sword and donning a suit of armor would enable them to pursue and deliver merciless blows to a towering giant standing 5 to 6 meters tall. It would be no great feat to strike down a formidable beast with a single punch. However, this particular spellcaster cannot be compared to a legendary figure. Having scarcely traversed the path of arcane knowledge and possessing a physique that only marginally surpasses that of an ordinary individual, he remains subject to the relentless pull of 400 pounds of gravity. In the final moment of spell construction, the wind mage found himself gasping for breath. The overwhelming gravitational field rendering him momentarily breathless, his mind clouded, and stars dancing before his eyes. It felt as though his internal organs were being torn apart, a pain of excruciating intensity surging through him. The omnipresent gravitational force exerted not only tremendous pressure, but also inflicted the most severe damage to the more delicate organs within his body. His retreating form shuddered, steps faltering, until his knees buckled and he collapsed to the ground. This sudden and unforeseen change culminated in the failure of his spellcasting. A failed spell often rebounds upon the caster, and particularly at such a critical juncture, the backlash is most severe. The gathered wind elemental energy, with no outlet for release, coalesced around the wind mage's figure, morphing into a form of aggression influenced by his prior incantation and magical energy. Amidst the tumultuous surge of wind elemental energy, the wind mage could scarcely attend to his injuries. His complexion turned pale as he struggled to pacify the agitated elements. Yet, the now uncontrollable forces no longer heeded his commands. The frenzied wind energy transformed into translucent blades, whirling around him with a ferocity akin to a meat grinder. Within a 5-meter radius, the ground became marred by countless deep gashes, the very rocks shattering into powder. The wind mage's garments were shredded, his skin lacerated, and crimson blood erupted forth, only to be violently torn apart by the whirling blades, merging with the fragmented branches, fallen leaves, and dirt, coalescing into a murky, dark mist that settled upon the snow, forming an irregular pattern devoid of its original shape. The intersection of blood and snow created an eerie yet vibrant tableau. A young dragonlet alighted on the ground, poised with outstretched claws, blinking its eyes. This devastating backlash had nearly cost the mage's life. Sokka, observing with a sense of schadenfreude, noted the pitiful state of the spellcaster, now a gruesome sight, as though he had suffered a torturous execution. Yet, more troubling still, he remained alive. Weak, painful groans escaped from his indistinguishable lips. The overwhelming gravitational field proved effective against an unprepared spellcaster. Sokka approached, his dragon claw descending with a decisive stomp, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he, with a twisted sense of kindness, ended the mage's suffering. This marked his first act of taking the life of an intelligent being. Yet, to Sokka's own surprise, his emotions remained as tranquil as a still lake, undisturbed by the weight of his actions, influenced by the legacy of dragons and the essence of the true dragon bloodline. Saga felt a peculiar sense of honor in the notion that they might perish beneath his claws rather than being devoured alive by the monstrous kin of the red dragon matron. As for the bloody remnants of bodies that would typically provoke the appetite of a normal hatchling, Saga felt no hunger whatsoever. He understood that this was a vestige of humanity lingering within his spirit. Saga did not resist the dragon's influence over him, nor did he aspire to eradicate his humanity. He was a character of natural disposition, accepting circumstances as they came. Although he possessed a certain subjectivity, he also embodied a somewhat zen-like attitude, thus refraining from succumbing to mental torment or self-doubt. After crushing the spellcaster beneath his foot, Saga's ears twitched as he detected two sharp gusts of wind. Cursed monsters. Two warriors arrived, their eyes wide with fury. Faced with no avenue for retreat, they resolved to fight to the death, rallying themselves with a mighty roar as they charged at Saga, wielding their steel greatswords. As the two warriors advanced, Saga found his strength waning. Still youthful, this body could not store much energy. However, employing the gravity field was still within his capabilities. The gravity field extended outward, enveloping the two warriors once more. This time, forewarned, their veins bulged beneath their skin as they channeled their magical energy to resist the gravitational force. They roared and charged toward Saga, albeit slowly and with stiffness. Indeed, their movements were sluggish and rigid. Despite their precautions against the gravity field and their magical resistance, the results were evidently unsatisfactory. They could not simply ignore its impact. Clang! The onslaught from the mechanical sorceress continued, with magic stones striking the hatchling's back, chest, and tail. Under the influence of the force field, the magic bullets lost their precision and posed less of a threat. Saga merely protected his vital areas, choosing to disregard the rest for the time being. As sparks flew from the collision of magic bullets against his scaled hide, each dragon scale resembling forged steel, Saga slightly tilted his head, evading the sluggish strike of the warrior on his right. Rising upright, he supported his body with his hind legs and unleashed a powerful swipe with his foreclaw. Boom! The warrior on the left, along with his sword, was sent flying several meters away. In a display of precise strength control, he was directed to crash into the female mechanical sorceress, forcing her to evade and halt her offensive. At the same moment, the hatchling lowered his body and executed a swift turn, his long and powerful tail, as resilient as metal yet flexible as a whip, struck the waist of the warrior on the right. With a sharp crack, the warrior was likewise sent flying, colliding with a protruding rock before finally coming to a halt. Blood seeping from the wound and staining the mossy surface of the stone. This unfortunate warrior, struck by the tail, met a grim fate as the fragile back of his head collided with the rock's sharp edge, extinguishing his life instantly. Thus unfolded this fierce battle. An anomalous fluctuation of energy caught Saga's attention. The young dragon immediately turned its head, its golden eyes reflecting the figure of a priest. This priest bore an emblem upon his chest, depicting 7 stars swirling in a blue galaxy. This was the sacred insignia of the goddess of magic, a symbol that Saga recognized through the knowledge inherited from the dragon lineage. It was evident that the fair-skinned, delicate young priest was a member of the Church of the Goddess of Magic. The knowledge of the dragon lineage was triggered, granting Saga further insights into the goddess of magic. Miss Real, the goddess of magic, held a unique status even among the pantheon of deities and was revered by the gods. She is also the consort of the god of death, Kalthus. Her followers are devoted to enveloping the multiverse with a magical web, a network of magical energy. Although only a few regions on Saga's planet possessed this web. As for Kalthus, he was not born a deity, but rather an arcane mortal who ascended to become the god of death, a journey that is nothing short of legendary. However, Saga had no time to delve into Kalthus's information. Praise the goddess of magic. The light of magic shines like the stars. Praise the goddess of magic. The eternal light of magic protects me. Under the grace of my divine Lord, I shall be shielded from suffering, illness, and death. In a whispered prayer, the priest's palm gathered a sphere of fiery white light, causing the snow on the ground to swiftly melt from the intense heat. The priest had prepared the only offensive divine spell he possessed. The white light, akin to flames, surged forth, enveloping Saga. Holy retribution. Saga unfurled its wings and soared upward, narrowly evading the searing white light. Boom. The white flames erupted upon the ground, sending earth and stone flying, creating a pit over 3 meters in diameter and approximately 1 meter deep. With a roar, A column of fiery breath erupted from Saga's mouth, descending from above to engulf the priest. A wail arose, quickly fading into silence. The might of the dragon's breath was immense. Even the young dragon's breath incinerated its target into ashes within mere seconds. With its wings folding against its sides, Saga swiftly changed direction. One claw shielding its vital eyes, summoning a tempest. The young dragon lunged directly at the female mechanist. Behind her lay another warrior, half dead after being struck by Saga's claw. The mechanist's beautiful visage tensed with anxiety, unable to aid her comrade as she raised her magical revolver and swiftly maneuvered through the forest. Her long, powerful legs traversed tree trunks, rocks, and the ground, constantly pivoting, altering her position, all while her shooting continued unabated. O great and noble spirit of the Empire, bear witness to my plight and grant me precision and firepower. In the depths of the female mechanist's eyes, a glimmer resembling a crosshair materialized, embodying the essence of the gunner's gaze. Whispering incantations, the mechanist endeavored to steady her mind, her gaze sharp and predatory like that of a hawk. Fixated on the fledgling dragon, with a firm grip on her revolvers, she infused them with her entire reservoir of magical energy, summoning elemental forces that danced in the air. With merely 2 enchanted revolvers, she conjured a tempest of bullets, a veritable storm of projectiles that surged forth, reminiscent of a torrential downpour. This barrage of bullets filled Saga's vision as time itself seemed to slow. The fledgling dragon, resplendent in golden hues, bore a mask of nascent authority. Its golden eyes, narrowed in the sunlight, resembled flames flickering to life. With your gun and fire, perform a dance for me, it commanded. The female mechanist deftly maneuvered. Her movements graceful yet powerful, synchronized with the cacophony of gunfire, epitomizing the dynamic elegance of her deadly ballet. With trembling hands, she unleashed a relentless hail of bullets from various angles, enveloping the fledgling dragon in a storm of lead. The crisp, melodious clang of metal intermingled with the sparks flying from each impact, as meticulously calculated trajectories ensured that many magical bullets struck true against the dragon's mask, which, though formidable, proved more vulnerable than its armored chest or back. The enchanted projectiles embedded deeply into the dragon's scales, piercing through to the resilient, leather-like skin beneath, which, while possessing commendable defense, yielded to the sharpness of the bullets. Saga felt a sharp sting, faint traces of blood marring the skin beneath the scales, yet his excitement intensified. With a deep, resonant roar, the golden dragon's diamond-like scales shimmered brilliantly, reflecting the sunlight. With a powerful flap of his wings, the gravitational pull from the earth diminished once again, and the fledgling dragon soared through the air like a flash of golden lightning, casting its shadow upon the ground in a dragon-shaped silhouette. Meanwhile, as the distance between the fledgling dragon and the female mechanist narrowed to less than 10 meters, she halted her relentless assault. Bringing her 2 enchanted revolvers together with a fierce clash, the metallic structures twisted, disassembled, and reformed into a singular entity. Resembling a compact hand cannon, concentrating her magical essence, she channeled it into the newly forged weapon. A hum resonated from the darkened muzzle as radiant energy coalesced, forming a miniature magical array. This array, circular in design, showcased 2 overlapping equilateral triangular sigils, with a deep azure inner ring intricately embedded at its center. Delicate, luminescent magical runes adorned the edges, intertwining geometric precision with arcane beauty, manifesting a unique aesthetic of magic intertwined with machinery. Explosive magic bullet. The array at the muzzle erupted with scintillating brilliance, as a surge of elemental energy converged, culminating in the formation of a singular, extraordinary magical bullet within the chamber. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the diminutive revolver, the arm of the female mechanist cracking audibly as the gunfire echoed, only to be met with the overwhelming recoil that fractured her limb. 18 meters away, as the magic circle materialized at the muzzle of her weapon, the formidable instincts of the true dragon stirred within Saga, instilling an almost imperceptible sense of impending peril. Consequently, the young dragon crossed its claws in front of itself. Almost instantaneously, as Saga raised its draconic talons, a magical bullet struck the intricate scales on the back of its claw. The crack of shattered scales resonated as the enchanted projectile tore through Saga's flesh, embedding itself within the muscle. This explosive magic bullet, capable of shattering stone and detonating steel, merely left a superficial wound on the young dragoness claw. Witnessing this scene, despair etched itself across the face of the female mechanist. Even if the explosive bullet had struck the dragoness head, it would likely only inflict a minor injury, far from a serious wound, unless it were to strike a vital point such as the eye. Merely a young dragon, yet its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Was this truly the pinnacle of magical beings? A single young dragon, with scales that surpassed the strength of steel, could single-handedly contend with their entire extraordinary team, despite their mediocrity and lack of high rank. Such is the nature of dragons. How could such a terrifying creature exist? Even the most ordinary dragon necessitates the prowess of elite human extraordinary beings to combat it. How then could one confront a dragon of exceptional talent? Reflected in her pupils was the golden figure of the young dragon. And the female mechanist found herself sinking into an abyss of despair, as if plunging into an unfathomable ocean, gasping for breath. This was her first encounter with a true dragon, and she deeply felt the chasm that lay between humanity and dragonkind. If one were to draw a comparison between humans and dragons, using a popular mechanical card game within the Machina Empire as a metaphor, where the cost of exchange cards represented rank and potential, and the star rating of the cards denoted current strength levels, one might conclude that a dragon would be a 10-cost card, while even the most ordinary dragon would be a 5-cost card. In contrast, only soldiers who had undergone rigorous training could barely reach the threshold of a 1-cost card. If both humans and dragons were rated as 1 star within the same realm of existence, then a 5-cost dragon would invariably overpower a 1-cost human, unless the latter amassed overwhelming numbers, or if the 1-cost card had ascended to 2 or 3 stars, surpassing the 5-cost card's rating, or bore exceptionally powerful protective equipment, thus enabling it to stand against a dragon. Moreover, Saga was no ordinary dragon. Presently, the entire adventurer team to which the female mechanist belonged stood on the brink of annihilation, the catalyst for their doom being merely a young dragon, its age comparable to that of an infant babbling in its cradle. The female mechanist's magical energy had nearly been entirely expended, rendering her unable to sustain her efforts. Her hand cannon-like weapon had transformed into 2 enchanted revolvers, and her stamina had significantly waned, her legs feeling as though they were encumbered with lead, rendering her movements sluggish and labored. Meanwhile, on the other side, a palpable sensation of pain surged forth, the golden hatchling's claws stained with blood. Yet its body pressed on without the slightest hesitation. Dragons possess the capacity for pain, yet they remain largely unperturbed, especially in moments of heightened fervor. Thus, in the throes of battle, they often disregard their injuries with remarkable audacity. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. The female mechanist, having exhausted her options, gazed at the rapidly approaching hatchling in sheer panic, desperately attempting to create distance. However, in the next instant, it was as if an invisible hand had grasped her form, rendering her face flushed, her body ensnared as if mired in a quagmire, coated in an adhesive that made movement arduous. Your dance of gunfire has delighted me. For this, I bestow upon you death. The hatchling, with a faint air of authority reflected in its golden eyes, beheld the mechanist's visage. With a swift motion, the bloodied claws ensnared the mechanist's head, enveloping it entirely. Gripped by the hatchling, she was lifted into the air, gasping for breath and thrashing in desperation. With a powerful squeeze, there was a resounding crack, as if a watermelon had been crushed. Her head burst, crimson and ivory splattering across the ground, blooming into a vivid flower of blood. 2 enchanted revolvers clattered to the earth, their dark, cold metallic forms stained with the blood of their former owner. In the face of the hatchling, the mechanist had fervently prayed to the imperial spirit of machinery, yet no miracle unfolded. The so-called imperial spirit, a treasure of the Machina Empire, remained shrouded in mystery for the hatchling. The legacy of dragons is not infallible, and the distant Thorn Island lay far from the Machina Empire, making the encounter with a mechanist a rather astonishing occurrence. What a pity it was to lose such a lithe beauty. While lamenting this loss, the hatchling's previous actions had been executed with unerring precision. It had not exceeded these individuals by a significant margin in strength. In the chaotic and uncontrollable dance of battle, to show mercy based on appearance, gender, or race would be a profoundly foolish act in the eyes of a true dragon. At that moment, a warrior, leaning on a steel greatsword and having just shattered a tree trunk, bore several gruesome claw marks across his chest, barely managing to rise, his steps unsteady. As the hatchling descended after dispatching the mechanist, its muscles taut with energy, it charged ferociously toward the injured warrior. A colossal collision sent him soaring several meters into the air before crashing down with a thunderous thud, stirring a cloud of dust. With a sickening sound, his organs were grievously damaged, and the warrior collapsed to the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, his vision blurring. The small hatchling advanced steadily, its burgeoning horns glistening with a dangerous sharpness, the tips as keen as swords. Its body, adorned with irregular, multifaceted crystalline scales that shimmered like the finest diamonds or resplendent jewels, radiated dazzling light under the fragmented sunlight, appearing almost dreamlike in the warrior's dimming sight. Delicate snowflakes began to descend from the sky, though their arrival was cloaked in mystery. The remnants of corpses, snowflakes, blood, and dragons converged to create a scene both brutal and exquisite. "What manner of dragon are you?" A fragmented voice emerged from the lips of the dying warrior. Saga possessed the ability to speak the tongue of dragons and was inherently fluent in the common tongue, adept at articulating it as well. In the presence of a valiant warrior who fought to the last breath, Saga compassionately offered a response. "I am." He initially intended to proclaim himself as a red dragon. However, upon reflection, he doubted the veracity of his claim, recognizing that the warrior would likely find it implausible. After all, his exhibited abilities bore no resemblance to those of a red dragon, and his appearance and hue were starkly distinct. Thus arose the question, what kind of dragon should I be? As an aberrant dragon, Saga pondered the necessity of adopting a new nomenclature. For to assert himself as a red dragon now seemed absurd, even to him. Scratching his horned head, the young dragon fell into contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, Saga concluded that since he had already designated the peculiar energy he commanded as force energy, he might as well adopt this as his new dragon breed. Simple, yet unambiguous. Force dragon. Under the feeble gaze of the gravely injured warrior, Saga slowly enunciated in the common tongue. At that very instant, as the young dragon's words were uttered, the wounded warrior exhaled his final breath. A chilling gust of wind swept through, lifting a few snowflakes stained with blood, which fluttered past the young dragon's eyes, mirrored in his golden orbs. The frigid winds howled unabated. The young dragon stood silently, bathed in the icy breeze and delicate snow. Thus, the entire adventurer squad met their demise. The power of force began to reveal itself. Simultaneously, the legendary dragon breed, known as the Force Dragon, destined to echo throughout the infinite multiverse, made its inaugural appearance on this day. Regrettably, none were aware of its significance. Saga lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the injuries upon his form. Most were inflicted by the mechanist sorceress, as initially, she had not targeted him directly. Moreover, among lower-tier extraordinary beings, the mechanist sorceress was indeed a formidable class, capable of inflicting considerable damage. The greatest threat to Saga came from elemental mages. All dragons possess considerable elemental resistance. However, the strength of this resistance correlates with their age. Being still quite young, Saga was akin to a human infant in dragon years, possessing some elemental resistance, yet not enough to disregard the lethal spells meticulously charged by an elemental mage. Nevertheless, he managed to eliminate her before she could unleash any effective damage. If struck by the formidable spells conjured by the Wind Mage, Saga would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. As for the Mechanist, while indeed a spellcaster, he does not possess the overwhelming presence of a traditional mage, allowing him to survive a while longer and inflict some wounds upon Saga. Low-level magical projectiles cannot be retained for long. Upon the young dragon, there remain only faint craters and fissures. The magical bullets formed from earth elemental energy have already dissipated. The most grievous injury lies on the back of the right claw, where a bloodied crater was created by a shattering magic bullet. Surrounding dragon scales fractured, revealing bone beneath. However, for a true dragon with formidable physique, this merely constitutes a minor wound, one that would largely heal after a brief slumber. To have faced an entire party of adventurers alone, and to sustain only such wounds at Saga's tender age is cause for pride. "Ah, my beautiful scales," Saga mused, observing the mottled patterns on his scales with a twinge of sorrow, yet also feeling a sense of growth. Scars are cherished marks of valor and honor for a true dragon. Dragon scales possess regenerative abilities. They can heal with rest. Yet, should a true dragon desire, they may choose to retain the battle-scarred appearance of their armor, exuding a more mature allure. The scales of the red dragoness exhibit numerous cracks. Yet these are merely superficial remnants. The injuries have long since healed. Meanwhile, within her lair, the red dragoness opened her eyes. Through the power of magic, this legendary creature witnessed the unfolding scenes of Saga's battle against the adventurers. Although the adventurer party was of modest caliber, it was nevertheless impressive that Saga, at such a young age, managed to dispatch them with relative ease. Clearly, her progeny still possessed reserves of strength. Little Saga, the red dragoness, thought with admiration. From Saga's performance, the potential of this unusual dragon offspring seems boundless, endowed with unique and formidable innate abilities. Should she be an adversary, one would certainly exclaim, "This dragon is dreadfully powerful. She must not be spared." The red dragon holds great reverence for strength, arguably the most power-worshipping of all dragonkind. Recognizing Saga's extraordinary talent, her affection for this young dragon intensified. Contemplating further, the red dragoness turned her gaze to the still sleeping Yekarina. The sight of the young dragon, adorned in vibrant crimson scales interwoven with radiating golden threads, captured her attention. "Yekarina, in terms of your unique abilities compared to Saga, which of my two offspring is stronger?" Both appear quite extraordinary. Yekarina's powers are not to be underestimated. However, after careful reflection, the red dragoness concluded that Saga's performance surpassed Yekarina's, finding her demeanor more endearing and deserving of her affection. The personality of Yekarina, being somewhat akin to the red dragoness herself, evoked a certain displeasure. Having effortlessly dealt with the intruding adventurer party, Saga commenced her search for the spoils of her triumph. As a dragon, even a mere hatchling, Saga possesses an innate yearning for glittering treasures. However, within the realm of ashes, all riches belong to the red dragon matron, the true draconic sovereign known as the Crimson Empress. The red dragon matron has always treated Saga well. Yet, on one occasion, when Saga playfully pleaded for some gemstones and gold to amuse himself, he was met with a stern and unyielding refusal. Dragons place immense value on their hoards, and even their cherished offspring are treated with impartiality, never permitted to trespass upon their troves. These adventurers are the ones I've vanquished. The treasures upon them are spoils of my conquest. Saga's eyes sparkled as he exuberantly bounded towards the remnants of the spellcaster. The once formidable figure, now a grotesque mass of flesh, mangled by a vortex of wind blades, appeared utterly pitiful. Saga averted his gaze in distaste, curling his elongated dragon tail around himself as he began to sift through the remains. The tail, imbued with countless muscle clusters and nerves, exhibited a dexterity surpassing that of human fingers, perfectly suited for the task of scavenging. After a brief exploration, he set aside the items he had collected and continued to inspect the remaining corpses, gathering all the spoils together for appraisal. Among them lay a shattered wooden staff, crafted from common magical material, adorned with rudimentary magical etchings that emitted a faint glow, 2 fine steel greatswords, 2 mechanical revolvers, and an assortment of iron shoulder guards and breastplates. There were also several tattered and dirt-stained beast hide pouches, many of which were torn open. Saga nestled beside the bounty, limbs drawn close. He extended his claw, adorned with diamond-like scales, swallowed hard, and gently opened a few of the beast hide pouches. "Oh, Mother of Dragons, Platinum Dragon God, God of Destruction, God of Judgment, may all the dragon deities above bless this exceptional hatchling with shimmering gold coins and magical gems from his first haul." The young dragon murmured softly, closing his eyes in fervent hope. This is a world imbued with divinity. After all, it costs nothing to believe a little. What if it proves useful? Saga pondered, aware that faith cannot merely be uttered. As he spoke, he had completely unsealed the beast hide pouches. With cautious anticipation, the hatchling cracked open his eyes, peering through the slightest of openings. Oh, a few faint glimmers of golden and silver hues emerged, reflecting in Saga's gaze. The hatchling's eyes widened with excitement as he eagerly hefted one of the beast hide pouches, extracting an item that shimmered with a soft golden sheen. In total, he uncovered 13 gold coins, 25 mixed silver and gold coins, and over 40 silver coins. Gazing upon these delightful, plump little treasures, the hatchling swayed slightly, emitting a blissful dragon's hum, his face alight with happiness, almost toppling backward in sheer ecstasy. Many biological races fail to comprehend the dragonkind's obsession with treasure. This fixation is an innate aspect of true dragons. Revering strength, True dragons perceive wealth as a facet of power. The magnitude of a dragon's hoard serves as a reflection of its might. For those of lesser stature cannot safeguard such riches. In truth, all sentient races yearn for treasure, crave valuable possessions, and seek power, harboring desires akin to those of dragons. However, dragons unabashedly manifest their insatiable greed, laying it bare for all to see. They do not feign compassion, disregard worldly conventions, nor don the hypocritical masks of civilization. This is why dragons have become synonymous with power. They conceal not their desires. Particularly among the chromatic dragons, and notably the red dragons, their will is unrestrained. Free from any taboos, Saga picked up a gold coin, gazing intently at it. The coin's surface was not uniformly smooth. Each side bore distinct engravings. One side depicted a sun crowned with flames, while the other illustrated a miniature landscape of mountains and rivers. On the planet Saga, due to the coexistence of numerous empires, the monetary system has never been unified. Through the legacy of dragons, Saga recognized this coin, the daylight gold, minted by the Shea Empire on the continent of Yal, east of Thorn Island. The coins of gold, silver, and copper also bore varied designs. One side displayed the same miniature mountains and rivers, while the other showcased the moon and stars. Yal is one of the 6 continents, adjacent to the continent of Clays, both situated in the northern hemisphere of Saiga. Furthermore, due to certain tectonic plates being interconnected, the Mitahaga mountain range, the Kajai River, the Red Sea, the Falling Star Sea, the Gustar mountain range, and other geographical features form a long demarcation line, earning Yal and Clays the title of the Land of Rising Sun, with each continent's surface area exceeding 1 billion square kilometers. The Shea Empire lies in the eastern part of Yal. It is a magical empire predominantly inhabited by humans, governed by a monarchy, and home to a multitude of intelligent races. The Shea Empire wields its magical prowess to construct a sky city that dominates the region, suspended amidst drifting winds and clouds, overlooking all beneath. It is replete with spellcasters, and is thus referred to as the Cloud Empire. As one of the 12 great empires of the Saiga planet, it boasts formidable national strength and an astonishingly high proportion of extraordinary individuals endowed with magical talents. The entire populace holds magic in the highest esteem, with only those exhibiting magical aptitude recognized as citizens of the Cloud Empire. As long as one possesses the ability to wield magic, regardless of race, they can bask in the privileges of the Sky City, receiving a warm welcome from countless enthusiastic spellcasters eager to explore magic and research truths together. Here, one might feel as though they have entered a terrestrial paradise, a sanctum for spellcasters. However, for those lacking magical abilities, it is best to refrain from venturing into the Cloud Empire. Here lies the paradise of spellcasters, simultaneously a hell for the untalented. The human spellcasters of the Cloud Empire exhibit an unparalleled arrogance, treating their non-magical human kin with the same disdain reserved for beasts. Even legendary warriors and rogues, in their eyes, are merely formidable creatures draped in human guise. Instances of human experimentation in magic abound, openly permitted, with dedicated shops selling experimental materials. Spellcasters from empires where such practices are forbidden frequently venture into the Cloud Empire to pursue their arcane research. The laws of the Cloud Empire extend protection solely to its spellcasting citizens. Moreover, the Dragonkin inhabit an infinite multiverse, their legacy meticulously documented, thus bestowing upon Saga an understanding of this boundless expanse. He comprehends that the world he inhabits is but a singular star among countless others, situated within the primary material plane. In Saga's current perception, a plane denotes a collective of myriad worlds. These endless worlds vary in size and shape. They may manifest as a landmass, a celestial body, or even a galaxy, perhaps encompassing the vast cosmos itself. The relationship between planes and worlds resembles that of a grand bubble encasing countless smaller bubbles. The membranes separating these bubbles are termed crystal walls, barriers of the planes, with the space between them filled with a fluid known as the flame essence. Aside from formidable artifacts such as teleportation circles and magical vessels, as well as certain specialized spells, some powerful beings possess the innate ability to traverse between worlds and planes. Yet, there exists not merely a single plane. Beyond the primary material plane lie the abyss, the Elysium, the Nine Hells, the astral plane, the chaotic sea, the mechanical realm, the whistling abyss, the beast realm, the heroic domain, and the divine peaks, among others, domains inhabited by gods, mechanical constructs, divine messengers, demons, elemental lords, and animal sovereigns. However, even within the infinite worlds of the primary material plane, the Saga planet stands out as extraordinary. For in most worlds, only one magical empire can flourish at any given time, with perhaps 2 or 3 existing in opposition. Yet, on the Saga planet, there are simultaneously 12 thriving empires. These 12 great empires shine like radiant suns, complemented by nearly 100 kingdoms, hundreds of duchies, and countless minor federations, tribes, and independent cities, collectively illuminating the Saga planet's endless, resplendent beauty. In addition to the Cloud Empire, there exists the Skaven Empire, located in the eastern part of Yal, coexisting almost directly beneath the Shea Empire, engaging in both friction and trade. Spanning the continents of Clays and Yal, the Tull Empire lies in the northern Yal and eastern Clays, a realm governed by multiple beast emperors and teeming with various beastfolk tribes, fervently revering violence. Located in the northwest of the Clays continent, the Elven-dominated Calvin Empire, also known as the Elven Empire or the Nature Empire, boasts advanced maritime magical warships, infused with romanticism, and houses the finest natural magic academy, welcoming citizens from all empires for exchange. In the central region of Clays, the Igrim Empire, known for its admiration of warfare and mastery of metal and magical constructs, recognizes only human citizens, standing as the Machinery Empire. The continents of Yal and Clays are home to 5 prominent empires. Remarkably, 4 out of these 5 are esteemed high-level nations, with only the Skaven Empire being an ordinary one. Although it holds a seat in the High-Level Empire Council, its status and influence pale in comparison to the high-level nations. Naturally, the 5 great empires engage in both overt and covert rivalries, while simultaneously forming alliances to suppress other empires, thereby consolidating their superior standing among the multitude of realms. 4 of the 5 high-level nations are closely situated, a phenomenon that seems perplexing yet is rational upon contemplation. The vast resources of the supercontinent of Clays and Yal nurture formidable powers, while the overwhelming number of empires, kingdoms, and city-states leads to intense competition, where the weak are swiftly eliminated, fading into obscurity. Only the strong can rise to prominence and achieve greatness. In contrast, the remaining continents generally host only a single empire each, with the Saga planet encompassing 9 empires. Moreover, there are disparities in strength among the 5 high-level empires. The Cloud Empire, Machinery Empire, and Holy Empire are the top 3, their national power being closely matched and ranking among the foremost. The Nature Empire and Beast Empire are the lower 2, their combined strength surpassing that of other empires, yet remaining slightly inferior to the upper 3. Beyond the 6 continents, in the 4 great oceans, dwell the Shark, Sea Witch, and Magical Fish Empires, forming part of the 12 major empires of the Saga planet. Countless kingdoms, principalities, and independent city-states exist beneath these empires, either fully independent or aligned with a particular empire, subtly influencing the dynamics of the Saga planet through alliances and the suppression of dissent. Over 2,000 years ago, under the leadership of the 5 high-level empires, numerous nations signed a non-aggression pact, ushering the Saga planet into a superficially peaceful new era. However, this peace is merely an illusion. The flames of war have never been extinguished, continuing to burn fiercely. Beyond the many empires, the Saga planet is also home to the Deep Sea Dragon City, revered as a holy land by the 3 sea empires, the Adventurers Association, which spans dimensional barriers with the motto towards heaven and the abyss, and the Truth Wizard Society, dedicated to the study of the truths of magic, recruiting only those with exceptional talents. These significant forces are highly regarded by the empires. The dominion of the 12 great empires Crimson Dragon Lady can merely be regarded as a principality, with territorial expanse far from sufficient, albeit possessing corresponding military prowess. Saga's thoughts, drawn back from the depths of ancestral memories, shifted to the gleaming coins before her. Under Saga's attentive gaze, the precious metal currency of the Cloud Sky Empire shimmered with a faint elemental radiance, particularly the daylight gold, which exhibited the most vibrant glow. When thousands of daylight gold coins congregated, they could attract elemental energy, significantly enhancing the concentration of elemental forces in their vicinity. Even individual coins could assist in amplifying magical power, With such remarkable properties, the value of these precious metal currencies is self-evident. They not only embody the credibility of the empire, but also possess intrinsic commodity value. Moreover, gemstones such as agate, emerald, crystal, and diamond, when transformed into magical gems, can absorb elemental energy more effectively than metallic ores, often surpassing the worth of precious metals. However, although the presence of more precious magical gems was lacking, Saga felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Were there magical gems, the spellcaster's staff would not be a bare, short wooden stick, a mental preparation Saga had already made. 70% of those gold and silver coins originated from the spellcaster's pouches, while the remainder was scavenged from other adventurers. Take them all, take them all. Saga collected the coins, stuffing them beneath the scales at her neck. Dragon scales are constructed in layered, interlocking fashion, with the outermost layers capable of being angled upright under the dragon's control. The sensation of being filled to capacity was delightful. Many dragons store their cherished collections within the layers of their scales for safekeeping. In most instances, when lacking spatial equipment, dragons often tuck away scattered coins or gems within the interstices of their scales, which does not induce discomfort. Rather, the feeling of fullness is quite satisfying. Some dragons, particularly those who take pleasure in carrying treasures, can be likened to moving vaults, a notion unfathomable to ordinary folk regarding the troves concealed beneath the dragon's scales. Some extraordinary beings, when battling dragons, may witness coins bursting forth upon striking the dragon's body, and this is the reason behind it. Desire, Your Highness Saga. You are truly formidable, worthy of the bloodline of a queen. I believe you will inevitably become a legendary true dragon, as imposing as Her Majesty the Queen. While Saga delightedly admired and played with her spoils, the rustling of scales against foliage accompanied a hissing sound, conveying an imperfect form of draconic language to her ears. Saga lifted her gaze, and in her line of sight, the nearby bushes trembled gently before parting, revealing a colossal serpent adorned in violet scales, with irregular red flame-like patterns coursing across its body. Measuring over 20 meters in length and as thick as a small barrel, its form was sinuous and elongated. As it moved, sparks danced in the air from the friction of its scales against the ground. The purple giant python, known as Iona, is one of the Dragon Vein's loyal subjects under the Red Dragon Lady. In the previous battle for the island against the Kingdom of Rosen, Iona earned the title of Bloodfire Serpent due to her remarkable performance, establishing herself as a core subordinate of the Red Dragon Lady, her strength far surpassing that of the current young drake. Iona is a female giant python, adorned with smooth and lustrous scales, sapphire-like eyes, and an elegantly elongated body, complemented by sharp, gleaming fangs. Owing to the terrifying aesthetic of dragons, she appeared exceedingly beautiful in Saga's eyes. Perhaps my mother, concerned for my safety, sent Iona to accompany me, Saga pondered. Iona, you are quite impressive. I appreciate a beautiful serpent who speaks the truth. The young drake proudly raised her head, graciously accepting Iona's compliment. Hiss, thank you for your kind words, Your Highness Saga, Iona replied, flicking her forked, pink tongue with a hissing sound. At that moment, under Saga's gaze, Iona's form shimmered with a soft radiance, and in an instant, she transformed into a half-human, half-serpent shape, her size comparable to that of an ordinary human. Graceful and lithe, her purple-tinged serpentine tail trailed behind her, each scale smooth as a mirror, devoid of any blemish. In her upper humanoid body, Iona possessed a slender yet resilient waist, which swayed subtly as she moved, accentuating her curves, with a crystalline purple scale embedded near her delicate navel. As Saga's gaze ascended along Iona's slender form, it fell upon her body, modestly draped in a sheer lavender fabric, as pristine and delicate as ivory. As Iona glided gracefully, the sunlight illuminated her fullness, creating a dazzling spectacle that rippled with enchanting waves. Iona's face was exquisitely alluring, with a delicate oval visage, lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms, and skin fair and smooth, with a hint of rosy blush on her cheeks. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with a seductive charm, and her snow-white arms were adorned with a few delicate purple scales, akin to decorative embellishments. Iona is not merely an ordinary magical creature. She is a serpent person, the leader of the serpent clan under the command of the Red Dragon Lady, possessing 3 distinct forms. The first is the purple giant serpent shape that Saga initially encountered, showcasing her utmost combat prowess. The second is the half-human, half-serpent appearance currently presented to Saga. Furthermore, she possesses the ability to transform her serpentine tail into long, straight legs, seamlessly adopting a fully human form. Saga had been playfully interacting with Iona since she was just over a year old. With a careful gaze sweeping over Iona, Saga suddenly feigned a dramatic fall, exclaiming, "Iona, I sustained a grave injury in the earlier battle. Please heal me, as I recall you possess healing magic." Iona smiled, playing along with the young drake's act, covering her mouth in feigned astonishment. "Oh dear, I must take a good look. It is no trivial matter that your Highness Saga is injured." She swayed her alluringly slender waist, dragging her elongated serpent tail, and gracefully approached Saga, extending her snow-white arms. She cradled the little dragon's head and gently caressed its diamond-like golden scales. Feeling the soft touch above, the little dragon swayed its head, indulging in the moment. Simultaneously, a pure white light emanated from Iona's palms, swirling around Saga's body like rippling water, soothing the injuries he had sustained in battle and bestowing upon the little dragon a sensation akin to being pampered in a hot spring. "Your Highness Saga, do you feel any better?" Iona inquired in an affectionate tone. The little dragon discreetly extended its tail, playfully brushing against the serpent woman's waist, experiencing the delightful contact between its scales and her delicate skin, while half closing its eyes in bliss, murmuring, "With just a bit more time, perhaps I will feel better." In a non-combat state, the dragon's tail was quite sensitive and agile. Having been entangled for over a year, Iona chose to ignore the mischievous tail of the little dragon. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly remarked, "Your Highness Saga, you truly are a little rascal." The little dragon chuckled, responding, "I am a red dragon. This is a compliment to me." Saga, having embraced the legacy of the red dragon, inevitably found his character influenced, now bearing a nature akin to that of a red dragon, particularly in terms of dragonly desires. Despite his undeveloped form, his mature soul had already begun to manifest these inclinations. Most true dragons only develop desires for the opposite sex after reaching their youth. But Saga exhibited signs of premature maturity, akin to an insatiable craving for wealth. True dragons do not shy away from their other desires. Moreover, now that he had become a dragon, Saga believed he had no reason not to indulge in the pleasures of dragon life. Abstinence. That would be peculiar for a dragon. They should revel in their desires, pursuing all that they wish while disregarding societal norms and moral codes. The only regret was that his body was still too young, leaving him with the will but not the means. After lingering for a while, Iona gently stroked the little dragon's glossy scales and said, "Your Highness, there are matters at the ranch that require my attention. We shall conclude our time here for today." The ranch, located in the dense forest surrounding the Akin volcano, was home to the primary food sources for the Red Dragon and the clans under her command, consisting mainly of docile, easily tamed beasts with substantial meat. Iona managed several of these ranches, reluctantly releasing Iona. The little dragon opened its eyes and said, "Then you should go to the ranch. I must return to the dragon's lair." Saga was capable of distinguishing priorities. Enjoyment was permissible, but it must not impede important matters. Upon hearing Saga's words, Iona smiled at him, gently lifting the little dragon's chin and bestowing a soft, tender kiss upon its golden visage, whispering, "Your Highness Saga, grow up quickly." She gracefully twisted her serpentine waist and slipped into the dense forest, quickly vanishing amidst the rustling sounds. After Iona departed, Saga turned to examine the damaged short wooden staff and the steel greatsword, gathering them all together in his embrace. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the air currents towards the towering Akin volcano. During the flight, the young dragon looked down, observing the lush forest that spread out around the Akin volcano. Due to Saga's low altitude, the dense canopy was gently stirred by the currents created by his wings, producing a soft rustling sound as leaves detached from their branches and danced in his wake. Soon, the forest's earthy scent was gradually replaced by a faint whiff of sulfur as the Akin volcano loomed closer. This dormant volcano, soaring majestically into the heavens, had not erupted for millennia, allowing the surrounding forest to flourish. Even in winter, this magical greenery remained vibrant and lush. At the summit stood the palace fortress of the Red Dragon matriarch, rumored to house the treasures of the Flame Empress deep within its chambers. However, the dragon nest that nurtured Saga and Yekarina was located midway up the mountain, rather than within the palace itself. For reasons unknown, the Red Dragon matriarch never permitted Saga and Yekarina to visit her palace at the peak, and she herself only occasionally ventured there, spending most of her time in the dragon nest. Young Saga had curiously inquired about this, but the Red Dragon matriarch showed no interest in providing an answer. Moments later, the exquisite young dragon, resembling a creature of diamonds, folded its wings and descended at the edge of the dragon nest. Saga trotted excitedly, calling out, "Mother, I have dealt with those intruding reptiles in your territory." From the depths of the nest, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows. The majestic form of the Red Dragon matriarch lay sprawled on the warm ground. Addressing Saga, "My child, I take great pride in you." She appeared to be in good spirits, a faint smile gracing her lips. Saga placed the steel greatsword and the wooden staff on the ground, keeping only the intricately crafted magical revolver as a trophy. After a moment's thought, he grinned and said to the Red Dragon matriarch, "Mother, these are my spoils of war. May I trade them for a magical gem? A piece the size of a pebble, perhaps a red agate would suffice." Clutching the tip of the Red Dragon matriarch's tail, the young dragon gently swayed. The matriarch raised her elongated tail, lifting the little dragon closer to her gaze. "Oh, greedy little one, are the gold and silver coins you hoarded not enough to satisfy you?" Her gaze swept over Saga's neck scales, a smirk playing on her dragon face. "Many hatchlings your age have not a single copper coin to their name," she remarked, a statement of undeniable truth. A mere hatchling of just 1 year has no opportunity to acquire treasures under normal circumstances. With a sheepish grin, Saga clung to the tip of the red dragon's tail, swaying back and forth in midair, and implored, "Mother, just one. I only want one. If that is not possible, a half-broken magical gemstone would suffice." In comparison to gold and silver coins, magical gemstones hold greater value, being rare and highly coveted by true dragons. Ordinary gemstones abound, possessing only moderate worth. And for true dragons, they are merely aesthetically pleasing stones. Only the most destitute dragons would adorn their lairs with these common gems, mingling them with a few magical ones to feign great wealth. Magical gemstones, capable of absorbing elemental energies, are indeed rare treasures. All high-quality weapons, be they staves, greatswords, or intricate firearms, require magical gemstones as core materials. The crafting of advanced spell scrolls, constructs, elemental towers, and other such entities also necessitates these precious stones. "Well, let me take a good look at your offerings," the red dragon remarked, extending her massive claw to sift through the spoils brought by Saga. "Half a piece, approximately 60 grams of red agate, in exchange for your assorted trinkets." The red dragon spoke with a cheerful demeanor. In terms of overall worth, half a piece of red agate was roughly equal to Saga's eclectic collection, yet under normal circumstances, no creature would willingly trade such a valuable magical gemstone, even half, for low-grade, largely useless equipment. The affection the red dragon held for her hatchling was unmistakable. "My child, what do you think?" As she spoke, the red dragon gently swayed her tail, sending a soft force that caused Saga to tumble down. With a thud, the little hatchling sat on the ground. And at the sound of the red dragon's words, a joyful smile involuntarily blossomed on his still youthful dragon face. Saga looked up, gazing adoringly at the majestic form of the red dragon. With a twinkle in his eye, he playfully approached her, rubbing against her claw, and said, "Would 100 grams be acceptable? My dear mother, can you help me out?" Upon hearing Saga's request, the red dragon could not contain her hearty laughter, her deep, resonant voice echoing through the lair, rendering many creatures momentarily paralyzed with trepidation. After a few moments, the laughter subsided. The red dragon extended her claw, gently stroking the hatchling's head. "Little Saga, I admire your insatiable greed." As the foremost among the chromatic dragons, the red dragon's nature is inherently cruel, greedy, and fierce, making her reaction entirely predictable. Had Saga displayed kindness and generosity, it would have surely displeased her. Under the astonished gaze of the little hatchling, the red dragon shifted her tone, saying, "However, true dragons never engage in unprofitable exchanges. Half a piece of red agate in exchange for your spoils. Do we have a deal?" The young dragon, despite failing to negotiate, remained undeterred, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, "Deal, deal." As he spoke, he pushed a chaotic heap of items towards the red dragoness. Simultaneously, the surrounding space warped, rippling and swiftly forming a visible, profound fissures stretching over 10 meters, wide in the center and narrowing at the sides. Under the curious gaze of Saga, the red dragoness extended her claw into the crevice, probing within. Just moments later, she emerged with a fragment of red agate, scarcely 1/3 the size of the small scales adorning Saga. Saga, remember this. If any dragon is willing to engage in a loss-making transaction with you, it is undoubtedly scheming something unbeknownst to you, likely detrimental rather than beneficial. This principle, she noted, applies equally to other races. As she handed the red agate fragment to Saga, her voice was low and steady. Saga nodded earnestly, replying, "I understand, Mother. The legacy of dragons is not omnipotent. The dragoness of the chromatic dragons occasionally imparts her life experiences to the lesser dragons, though whether the hatchlings can comprehend and learn is not within her considerations." The red dragoness gently inclined her head, and then, amidst a tremor of the ground, her colossal form rose. With her wings unfurled, casting shadows that obscured the sun, she enveloped Saga within her embrace. "Remain within the dragon's lair. Do not venture outside." The red dragoness never permits Saga and Yekarina to leave the lair in her absence. After imparting her instructions, she flapped her wings, departing the lair amidst the raging winds. Her destination unknown. As Saga withdrew his gaze from the retreating figure of the red dragoness, he lowered his head, his large, bright eyes fixated on his claw, particularly the small piece of red agate resting in his palm. The translucent gem, radiating a soft crimson sheen, was exquisitely beautiful, its surface reflecting the visage of the young dragon, filled with joy. Though diminutive, the gem's elemental energy was remarkably rich, shimmering in the perception of dragons like a flickering flame, exuding a comforting aura that ordinary gemstones lack. Saga was thoroughly satisfied. After all, he had acquired his first fortune, amassing dozens of gold and silver coins, along with the exquisite gem fragment, thus beginning his own modest treasury. Saga gazed unblinkingly at the agate fragment. In that moment, a grand ambition blossomed within the heart of the little hatchling. He yearned to amass enough wealth to forge an ocean of gold and silver, to mold various magical gems into mountains, and to perch atop this mountainous treasure, gazing down upon all, delighting in the magnificent vista crafted from boundless golden gems. What a splendid and opulent spectacle that would be! As the young dragon retrieved the gold and silver coins, she played with the agate fragments, savoring their beauty until the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the sky. It was only then that the little dragon, reluctant to part with her treasures, carefully tucked them away within the inner layers of her scales for safekeeping. Meanwhile, a subtle tremor captured Saga's attention. He possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to vibrations, particularly to the changes in the motion of objects. Even the slightest movement, such as the fall of a speck of dust, would elicit a response in the force field around him. With this acute awareness, coupled with his insight into the force field, he could conjure a three-dimensional perception of his surroundings within his mind, a gift not shared by ordinary true dragons. Initially, his perception was limited, but now, at the tender age of 2, he could encompass all entities within a 20-meter radius centered around himself. Turning his gaze, Saga noticed the gently trembling form of Yekarina, the small dragoness adorned with interwoven gold and crimson scales, on the verge of awakening from her slumber. Her tail flicked gracefully, and her body began to sway more vigorously. Within mere seconds, her eyes slowly opened, revealing a dazed expression. After shaking her head, Yekarina quickly regained her alertness. Upon turning her head, she met Saga's scrutinizing gaze. The 4-meter-long young dragon, resplendent in his golden scales, shone brilliantly, even in the dimly lit dragon's lair, his diamond-like scales glistening. This striking appearance momentarily left Yekarina in awe. Regaining her composure, she recalled that she was supposed to disdain Saga. "Humph, what are you staring at, you foolish brother?" Rising to her feet, she scoffed. And after uttering her customary phrase, her ruby-like eyes fixed on Saga as she bared her sharp teeth in a display of mock ferocity. "I suddenly realized that you are quite beautiful, Yekarina," he remarked sincerely. Her vibrant ruby scales, adorned with golden filigree, indeed set her apart. Unlike the feigned hostility of Yekarina, Saga blinked and took a few steps closer, candidly assessing her while speaking the truth. Both dragons measured 4 meters in length, yet Yekarina appeared even more exquisite. Upon hearing Saga's words, the once fierce and proud young dragon felt her heart skip a beat, her blood racing. Given the true dragon's obsession with gold and gemstones, Saga's compliment was a high form of praise. Having endured harsh reprimands from her mother, Ekaterina had often felt the sting of self-doubt, especially in light of her mother's favoritism towards Saga. This moment marked the first time she had received such positive admiration. Ekaterina had endured suppression for far too long, and being of a draconic nature, she was rather vain, relishing in the sweet words of praise directed towards her. At this moment, the young dragoness could be aptly described as if she were enraptured by celestial melodies. For the very first time in her life, receiving commendation left her in a state of delightful daze. As Saga approached, Ekaterina snapped back to reality, instinctively retreating a few steps until her back met the rocky wall of the dragoness lair. Saga had anticipated a fierce display from her, yet it seemed that the proud little dragoness was not quite herself. Observing her expression, Saga pondered thoughtfully. "My dear sister, your eyes are more pure and beautiful than the finest rubies. May I take a closer look? You are truly stunning, and once you reach maturity, you shall undoubtedly surpass your mother in beauty." Saga spoke as he moved closer, his visage nearly brushing against Ekaterina's, his voice a soft murmur. The proximity of Saga stirred something within the young dragoness, prompting her to retreat further until her back was firmly pressed against the wall. With a sudden exhalation of heated breath, she unexpectedly lunged at Saga, panic-stricken, darting away to the opposite side, creating distance between them. Lowering her body, she bared her teeth in a fierce snarl directed at him. Ekaterina's reaction confirmed Saga's suspicions. It appeared this dragoness delighted in flattery, responding better to gentle coaxing than to harshness. This realization made matters simpler for him. He resolved to win her over. With a wink, he decided to seize the moment, plotting to cultivate a bond with the dragoness, envisioning her as his devoted companion. However, he understood that this endeavor would require patience and a gradual approach. Little did Saga know that his plans would soon be interrupted. A few hours later, the crimson dragoness returned, her imposing wings unfurled, dragging with her a massive black-blue serpent. Nearly 40 meters long, its scales glistening ominously. This was a deep-sea leviathan, a creature of near-legendary status in the oceanic realm. Though lifeless, its still fresh body emanated a heavy aura that weighed upon Saga. The crimson dragoness tore through the serpent's scales, slicing it open to reveal a thick, meaty segment, over 10 meters long and as wide as a barrel, placing it before Saga and Ekaterina. "This high-quality sustenance will expedite your growth. Partake, my children," she declared, observing the two hatchlings with keen interest. This time, she did not divide the meal into two portions, indicating that she believed the young dragons were ready to engage in healthy competition. Having just awakened from slumber, a ravenous Ekaterina lunged at the food, and Saga, equally drawn to the feast, began to eat as well. The exquisite nourishment felt different. As soon as it touched their tongues, a warm surge coursed through their bodies, invigorating their very being. Saga savored every bite, yet the crimson dragoness was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Ekaterina, known for her possessive nature and fierce temperament, surprisingly refrained from attacking Saga to seize his food. Even as she vigilantly watched the two hatchlings, emitting low, threatening growls while feeding, she did not take any actual action. This lack of conflict left the red dragoness, who had anticipated a spectacle, feeling somewhat disappointed. Her gaze shifted between the two hatchlings, and she sensed that something had transpired in her absence, subtly altering the previously tense dynamic between them, softening it. How could this be acceptable? Such a development rendered the situation rather dull. "Saga, Ekaterina, both of you have inherited my illustrious bloodline, each a unique and evolving dragon with boundless potential. Yet there exists a hierarchy among us. The stronger should rightfully possess greater resources. Now, reveal to me who among you is superior. I trust you are eager to discover the answer as well." Having not witnessed the anticipated confrontation, the red dragoness decisively interrupted the hatchling's meal, her tone leaving no room for dissent. She sought to incite a clash between Saga and Ekaterina, believing that a modicum of friction among the hatchlings would foster growth, and, on another note, she found the notion of watching the young dragons bicker quite amusing. In the book titled The Pirate Journey of Arceus, during the Age of Great Pirates, countless individuals flocked to the sea. Those who attained Arceus's power arrived in this world bearing the identity of the newly reborn Arceus. The fusion of Pokémon and fruit abilities promises to usher in transformative changes within this realm. Returning to the scene, the red dragoness lay sprawled on the ground, eagerly observing Saga and Yekarina. Let the contest commence. Noticing the two hatchlings remained still, she urged them onward. They stood several meters apart, gazing intently at one another, their golden and ruby eyes shimmering like threads of gold as they circled each other slowly. Neither Saga nor Yekarina objected to the red dragoness's command, for she spoke the truth. Both hatchlings yearned to formally defeat one another and solidify their standing within the dragon's lair. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. A tempestuous force surged through the skies, dragon might. It manifested as a tangible presence, akin to a tumultuous roar of the mountains and oceans. This formidable dragon aura swept into the volcanic lair, brushing past the red dragoness and the two hatchlings, causing them to freeze in place simultaneously. Fortunately, within this display of draconic majesty, there was no hint of malice. It appeared more as a cordial greeting extended towards the red dragoness, a candid proclamation of its arrival. Thus, the two fledgling dragons swiftly regained their composure, undisturbed by the encounter. The red dragoness, initially taken aback, soon revealed a countenance of ire. Her immense form stirred as she turned her gaze beyond the confines of the dragon's lair, peering into the distant sky. Following her line of sight, Saga too cast his eyes toward the heavens. In the depths of the shadowy night, a streak of golden radiance sliced through the darkness, drawing nearer with astonishing speed towards the Akin volcano. Within mere seconds, as the distance diminished, this luminous entity grew increasingly distinct, revealing the form of a creature bathed in golden light. Two formidable pairs of dragon horns crowned its head, a long and powerful tail trailed behind, and vast wings overshadowed the sky, all signifying its true dragon lineage. Its body was adorned with resplendent scales that shimmered as if forged from gold, interlocking to create a majestic and singular pattern. Beneath these scales, robust muscles undulated with each movement, while delicate golden whiskers danced in the breeze from the jawline, encased in intricately scaled armor. An aura of regal authority emanated from its entirety. This was a golden dragon, the favored offspring of the illustrious platinum dragon god, the apex of metallic dragons, the dragon of gold. Typically, the red dragon, as the leader of the chromatic dragons, possesses slightly lesser strength than the golden dragon of the same age, aligning more closely with the silver dragon, which ranks second among metallic dragons. However, its combat prowess is marginally superior to that of the silver dragon, albeit to a limited extent. This disparity is not due to the red dragon's weakness, but rather the golden dragon's formidable strength. Except for a few exceedingly rare and unique dragon breeds, the golden dragon may be regarded as the most powerful of true dragons. Endowed with an innate physical robustness that rivals the red dragon and a magical aptitude that surpasses it, it is said that every golden dragon exists under the vigilant gaze of the platinum dragon god. Even if one possesses the might to slay a golden dragon, it is prudent to refrain from such an act. Unlike the malevolent chromatic dragons, the metallic dragon lineage, from the platinum dragon god to the common true dragons, exhibits an exceptionally protective nature towards their young, valuing the bonds of blood and kinship. Provoking a young dragon can summon its adult kin, and should they falter, the ancient dragons may be called forth. Should one prove insufficient even against the ancient dragons, congratulations, the likelihood of encountering the divine avatar of the platinum dragon god, wrathful with thunderous fury, becomes exceedingly high. Yet, Saga found something oddly familiar in the draconic essence of this golden dragon. Though the vast distance and the creature's restrained aura left him with an indistinct impression. How peculiar! This was his first encounter. Yet why did it evoke a sense of familiarity? Pondering this, he glanced at Yekarina, where he observed a similar expression of confusion upon the young female dragon's face, as if she shared his sentiments. Amidst the confusion, what rendered Saga's heart race was the sight of a golden dragon nearly 60 meters in length. Measuring 58 meters from head to tail, its colossal wings spanned over 80 meters, making the creature resemble a majestic golden hill shifting through the sky with remarkable speed and an overwhelming presence. The dragon did not deliberately exude an aura of intimidation, nor was it particularly close. Yet, Saga still felt an oppressive sensation akin to that of a deep abyss or a prison. This sense of oppression stemmed primarily from perception rather than sheer size. On the planet Saga, creatures exceeding 100 meters in stature were commonplace. and true dragons were similarly enormous. However, the might of a true dragon was not solely attributed to its size. That was merely a minor aspect. Among the various dragon species, there existed a rare breed known as the solar dragon, which paradoxically diminishes in size as it ages, yet grows ever more powerful. Certainly, the majority of dragons do increase in size over time. A true dragon measuring 30 meters in length is generally regarded as a legendary being. For instance, the red dragon matriarch possesses the terrifying capability to obliterate entire kingdoms. When enraged, she can unleash catastrophic calamities, effortlessly annihilating everything within millions of kilometers if unopposed by equals. This raises a question: what tier does a golden dragon, far exceeding the size of the red dragon matriarch, belong to? As Saga pondered this, the legacy of dragons provided him with an answer. The creature was a golden dragon nearing the divine realm, a top-tier legendary entity situated just below demigods, truly a legend among legends, a mere step away from wielding power comparable to that of deities. Demigods, while still considered divine, represent the pinnacle of strength permissible within the material realm. Numerous demigods inhabit the outer planes, and legendary beings can rule over territories as sovereigns. While demigods reside at the apex of any material world, exerting influence over its very fabric at will, orchestrating storms and rains as they please. Should a demigod possess sufficient audacity, they might even contend with true gods from the lower realms. True gods dwell in celestial mountains, bottomless abysses, paradisiacal realms, astral planes, elemental realms, and other outer dimensions. The material plane and the outer planes collectively form a multitude of worlds, referred to as the multiverse. Scholars in Saiga have posited that outer planes emerge from the philosophical currents and belief systems of the material plane, including the gods themselves, who are birthed from mortal philosophies. The material plane serves as the core of the multiverse. The validity of the core theory of the material plane remains uncertain, as it is merely a mortal conjecture regarding the multiverse and the gods, lacking confirmation, and divine beings do not respond to mortal speculations. However, it is certain that the primary material plane, where all beings reside, possesses a natural aversion and suppression towards deities. When true gods descend into this realm, they often bear the weight of the fundamental laws originating from the material world, rendering them unable to unleash their authentic divine might. Though they still retain considerable strength, the extent of their power is significantly diminished in comparison to their full capabilities. An incident on the planet Saiga serves as a testament to this. A malevolent deity once descended, only to be besieged by the planet's most formidable demigods, nearly perishing within the material realm and ultimately fleeing in disgrace. The overall strength of the Saiga planet is notably formidable, having previously triumphed over a malevolent god's true form. Concurrently, the notion that the gods of the outer planes are merely manifestations born from the philosophical beliefs of the core material plane is widely accepted. There have been instances where powerful beings have vanquished descending deities, suggesting that these divine entities are but concretizations of human spiritual contemplation. Such factors have culminated in a widespread lack of reverence towards the gods among many beings in this material world. Although there exists some belief in deities here, the atmosphere of faith is rather tenuous, even to the point of being described as feeble. Within numerous empires, the authority of the divine is generally subordinate to that of the monarchy. The advancement of various divine churches is often hampered by the constraints imposed by the ruling monarchs of these empires. This weakened faith further diminishes the power that deities can wield upon their arrival in the material world, making it increasingly challenging for them to inspire worship and devotion among beings. This context explains why Saga, upon encountering a priestess of the goddess of magic, did not hesitate for a moment before choosing to slay her, in a realm where divine might is revered and faith runs deep. Killing a divine priest could attract unwanted divine attention, a troublesome consequence indeed. To return to the main subject, this great golden dragon is but a mere step away from becoming a demigod, on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the material plane. For a golden dragon with sufficient talent, it is merely a matter of time. Nagas, it declared, my domain does not welcome metallic dragons. Return to your Sea of Gold. The Sea of Gold, a region deep within the storm ocean, serves as a gathering place for the metallic dragonkin. A deafening roar erupted from the mouth of the red dragon matriarch, akin to thunder rumbling within a rolling tempest. It was evident that she recognized this golden dragon. Despite the substantial disparity in size and power, the Red Dragon matriarch seemed undaunted, exhibiting a rather frenzied demeanor. Concurrently, under Saga's watchful gaze, the majestic golden wings blotted out the sun as they swept across the sky, encroaching upon the territory of the Red Dragon matriarch. "Renata," she began. But her words were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar. Boom! The Red Dragon matriarch's wings ignited in flames. With a fierce flap, she conjured a scorching gale imbued with fire. Surrounded by flames and tempestuous winds, she departed from her lair, soaring skyward to confront the golden dragon in a violent assault. It was evident that the mother was no match for the golden dragon, yet she chose to provoke the adversary, inviting a fierce beating. The young dragonling covered its face, unable to bear the sight, yet ultimately unable to withstand the tension and anxiety. Saga's gaze pierced through the gaps of the dragon's claws, turning towards the sky. Two colossal dragons, one golden and the other crimson, were entwined in a fierce struggle. However, to Saga's astonishment, the anticipated scene of the Red Dragoness being soundly defeated did not unfold. On the contrary, the Red Dragoness, with claws bared and eyes blazing, relentlessly pursued the much larger golden dragon, delivering a series of powerful blows while hurling furious invectives. Her words were harsh and jarring, bordering on the intolerable. The young drake raised one claw to cover half of its ear. In this manner, realizing that there seemed to be no imminent danger, the young drake shielded one eye and covered one ear, watching with keen interest as the Red Dragoness unleashed her wrath. What was the origin of this golden dragon? Clearly formidable, yet why did it endure such treatment? Saga pondered deeply. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned to gaze at Yekarina, on the young dragoness. The streaks of golden threads woven within her crimson scales were strikingly evident. Yekarina, at that moment, was also fixated on Saga. In her eyes, his golden pupils and shimmering golden scales were vividly reflected. The two fledgling dragons exchanged glances, both harboring speculations about the golden dragon's identity. Time flowed steadily onward. After several hours, as the night receded, the newborn sun ascended the horizon, casting a soft golden dawn upon the earth. However, much of the sky surrounding the Akan volcano had been stained a deep crimson by the raging flames, the intense heat distorting the air into visible ripples. Such a commotion could not be overlooked. Creatures dwelling on Thorn Island, whether mundane beings, magical creatures, wild beasts, or sentient beings, all uniformly raised their heads to the heavens, gazing in trepidation towards the direction of the Akan volcano. Half an hour later, the Red Dragoness finally expended her pent-up fury, panting heavily as she came to a halt. Opposite her, the golden dragon now bore the marks of battle. His once resplendent scales were marred with charred blemishes, some areas glowing with the heat reminiscent of red-hot iron, rendering him rather disheveled. Yet his gaze remained calm and profound. "Renata, shall we continue? If it brings you joy, I could allow you to strike for an entire day," spoke the golden dragon. Simultaneously, the sheen of his scales shifted, the soot-stained appearance vanishing in an instant, restoring his regal demeanor, exuding an aura of sovereign grace. Unhurried and composed. "Humph," scoffed the Red Dragoness, lifting her head high with pride. "Wait until I become an ancient dragon, and then dare to utter those words again. Among mortals, there are prodigies. Among true dragons, there are also geniuses. The Red Dragoness is undeniably a prodigious true dragon, as evidenced by her ability to bear two distinct dragon forms simultaneously, a testament to her extraordinary nature. Dragons over a millennium old are known as ancient dragons. The ancient red dragon is an undeniably powerful legendary creature. However, the Red Dragoness, at less than 300 years of age, has already attained legendary status. With such a rapid growth rate, should she evolve into an ancient dragon, her prowess would indeed be formidable, as ordinary red dragons typically require 7 to 8 centuries to reach such heights. The golden dragon flicked its tail and lowered its head in a gesture of deference towards the Red Dragoness, saying, "Given your remarkable talent, should you ascend to the stage of an ancient dragon, I would be wary of permitting you to strike at will." There was a brief pause before the majestic golden dragon turned its gaze towards the dragon's lair and, with sincerity in its tone, addressed the Red Dragoness, saying, "Renata, I can sense the presence of our two offspring. Allow me to behold them. After all, they are my bloodline descendants." In contrast to the chromatic dragons, the golden dragon, as a representative of the metallic dragons, is inherently benevolent and just, placing great emphasis on the bonds of lineage. Under normal circumstances, metallic dragon couples nurture their progeny together. Upon hearing the golden dragon's words, the red dragoness narrowed her eyes, her pupils slitting. The golden dragon remained silent, merely bowing its head slightly, gazing at the red dragoness with hopeful eyes, its tail drooping in a pitiful manner, a stark contrast to its enormous size and demeanor, reminiscent of the playful saga. The red dragoness was one who responded better to gentleness than to force. Under the expectant gaze of the golden dragon, after a moment of hesitation, the red dragoness let out a cold huff and commanded, "Follow behind me, come along." Without waiting for a response, she turned and soared towards the lair. Meanwhile, Saga and Yekarina, unable to hear the conversation between the two colossal dragons, nonetheless observed the red and gold dragons flying in succession. Soon, the red dragoness entered the dragon's lair first. Perhaps due to the exertion of her prior efforts, she made her way deep into the lair and closed her eyes, feigning slumber. Following her, the golden dragon folded its massive wings alongside its body and slowly entered the lair. The lair of a legendary dragon is vast. However, for the golden dragon, with its fearsome size, the space felt cramped and constricted, making even the simplest turn a challenge. As the colossal creature, weighing well over 100 tons, landed, the ground trembled slightly, triggering some of the magical runes established by the red dragoness to reinforce the lair. Gazing at the two small hatchlings within the lair, the golden dragon's expression shifted. It cautiously approached, taking gentle steps, its body gradually shrinking until it was nearly the same size as the red dragoness, as if fearful that its overwhelming bulk might intimidate Saga and Yekarina. "Do not fear, for you are my bloodline. I shall not harm you." As he spoke, the golden dragon approached the two fledglings, gazing at Saga and Yekarina with affection. Saga lifted his head, and within his field of vision, the majestic form of the golden dragon obscured the sunlight streaming into the dragon's lair, casting vast shadows that enveloped both Saga and Yekarina. In this close encounter, Saga felt the subtle stirrings of his own bloodline within him. This being was indeed his biological father. It was no wonder that both he and Yekarina were of distinct dragon lineage. The likelihood of such a union was exceedingly rare, and accounts of offspring born from the union of a golden dragon and a red dragon were scant within the annals of dragon heritage. These two breeds typically stood in opposition to one another. One could only wonder what events had transpired between the golden father and the red mother to foster such an unlikely pairing, resulting in the birth of a bloodline descendant. Glancing at his red dragon mother and then at his golden father, Saga sensed that there must be a story underlying their connection. He had thought that tracing his lineage back through the ages might reveal traces of golden dragon blood. Yet he had never imagined that his father was a pure golden dragon, a legendary creature nearly at the pinnacle of the material realm. The little fledgling's golden eyes sparkled with curiosity, igniting a cascade of imaginative scenarios in his mind. The mature, steadfast golden dragon, devoted to justice, had departed from the stormy ocean and, in his quest to right wrongs, encountered the capricious and fierce red dragon mother, who, despite her unruly nature, captivated him. Alternatively, it could have been that the young red dragon, having strayed into the depths of the dragon city, fortuitously sought refuge in the territory of the golden father, leading to their fateful meeting. However, the fledgling's enthusiastic reverie was interrupted by the golden dragon's gentle voice. "My children, I do not yet know your names. Might you share them with me?" The golden dragon inquired softly. Saga Arceus. The name was lengthy. True dragons often omit the middle part of their name when introducing themselves, typically sharing only the beginning and the ending. The concluding part, Arceus, generally signifies the surname of their dragon lineage. Yekarina, Arceus. Upon receiving their obedient replies, the golden dragon wished to say more, but just as he opened his mouth, the red dragon mother, irritated, opened her eyes and declared, "Nagas, that is enough. You have met the two dragonlings. You may take your leave." The red dragon mother did not mask her disdain for Nagas, her feelings laid bare. Upon hearing her words, a bittersweet smile flickered across the dragon's face, reflecting the true dragon's emotions. "Renata, you know that I cannot abandon the dragon city of the deep sea. The metallic dragon kin within require my presence, as do the sea folk. If you are willing, you may return with me to the dragon city of the deep sea and become my dragon queen." The prospect of becoming a dragon queen illuminated Saga's gaze. The father of this golden dragon, it seems, holds an extraordinary status within the metallic dragon clan. Indeed, possessing a terrifying and unfathomable strength far surpassing that of an ordinary legend, he cannot be a nameless figure. The deep-sea dragon city, located in the tempestuous ocean, stands as the largest gathering place of the metallic dragon clan on the entire Saiga planet. When it comes to ancient golden dragons alone, there are more than 10, and the number of other ancient metallic dragons is even greater. Their top-tier combat prowess is enough to rival that of empires. Additionally, it serves as a sacred ground for the sea tribes, convening the Deep Sea Council to mediate disputes among the three great oceanic empires, the sharks, mermaids, and demonic fish. Maintaining a fair and impartial position, the red dragoness flicked her tail, raised her chin, and declared with fiery pride, "I have no desire to be your so-called dragon queen. In my domain, all creatures must acknowledge me as their sovereign and revere me as the Crimson Flame Empress." The boldness of the red dragoness was striking. The two little hatchlings gazed at her with sparkling eyes, as if they had transformed into twinkling stars. "I shall graciously offer you a choice, if you wish. You may leave the metallic dragon city and remain here as my dragon queen, and I shall provide for you," the red dragoness continued. The golden dragon father gazed at her, and after a brief silence, he said, "Renata, you remain as tempestuous, proud, and dismissive as ever. I wish we could return to the past." Upon hearing the golden dragon father's words, the expression of the red dragoness softened somewhat as she gazed beyond the dragon nest at the sunlit forests and peaks. A nostalgic hue flickered in her profound eyes. The atmosphere suddenly grew tranquil. Saga and Yekarina, the two little hatchlings, exchanged glances, tilting their heads to observe one another, then turning their attention to the two silent colossal dragons. After a subtle tension persisted for several seconds, the golden dragon father exhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to Saga and Yekarina, and sincerely addressed the red dragoness. "Renata, I know that red dragons seldom care for their own lineage properly. Why not entrust these two children to me? I shall take them back to the dragon city, relieving you of the burden of their upbringing." This was the golden dragon father's primary purpose for visiting. The red dragoness lifted her gaze to the golden dragon, her eyes drifting over the two dragonlings, lost in contemplation. To be honest, as a five-colored evil dragon, the red dragoness did not particularly enjoy the company of hatchlings, nor was she adept at caring for them. She felt both were merely burdens, with little Saga being the only one to occasionally endear herself to her. Were it not for the divine mandate engraved in the legacy, which required the five-colored dragons to care for their progeny, a significant portion of them would have abandoned their hatchlings entirely. Handing them over to the golden dragon for responsibility was, for the red dragoness, a form of liberation. Her gaze swept over the two well-behaved little hatchlings, sitting neatly with their limbs tucked, and the red dragoness gently tapped the ground with a sharp claw, lost in thought, inadvertently leaving an indentation on the nest's floor. One was a small male dragon covered in diamond-like layered scales, and the other, a female dragon with golden threads woven through her crimson hue. The red dragoness's gaze flitted between Saga and Yekarina. "Since that is the case, you may take Yekarina." The red dragoness fixed her gaze upon Yekarina's form and spoke. "What of Saga? Will you keep it?" The golden dragon, familiar with the red dragoness's temperament, anticipated her acquiescence to his request. Yet, he was unprepared for her intention to retain one of the hatchlings for herself. "I shall personally instruct Saga, molding it into an unprecedented great evil dragon, destined one day to overturn the abyssal dragon city and transform it into our domain of the five-colored dragons. An unprecedented great evil dragon." Both Saga and Yekarina's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Having both received the legacy of the red dragoness, the prospect of becoming an unparalleled great evil dragon was, in their minds, the highest form of praise. The golden dragon shook his head in resignation. "Have you imparted none of the golden dragon's legacy to the two hatchlings?" The red dragoness scoffed, exhaling sparks of flame. "I have purged such a tainted legacy from their minds. It is best left discarded." Saga suddenly comprehended the fleeting nature of the words that echoed from the golden dragon's legacy. Not wishing to engage further with the golden dragon, the red dragoness spat. "Your aims have been fulfilled. Begone. Return to your stormy sea." The golden dragon sighed, and, with a massive claw, swept over the little female dragon. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped the scene, and before Saga's astonished gaze, Yekarina vanished from sight. Splendid. Finally, there are no dragons to share my food. Saga rejoiced internally, gazing at the spot where Yekarina had disappeared. However, contemplating the golden dragon's identity and formidable power, she pondered that being taken away might have afforded her superior resources for growth. As the golden dragon had indicated, the red dragoness was unlikely to care for the hatchlings. Conversely, metallic dragons typically showed great concern for their own progeny. With this thought, Saga's spirits dampened, and her dragon visage drooped. Had I known, I would not have been so indulgent in seeking the red dragoness's favor. Being taken by the golden dragon would have been far better. Cursed Yekarina, the downcast little hatchling, in the eyes of the golden dragon, was misconstrued as being deeply bonded with her sibling, her departure causing Saga distress. Saga, you shall see Yekarina again. The golden dragon spoke softly to her. The harsh words aimed at the red dragoness were dismissed from his mind. Both Saga and Yekarina shared his bloodline with the red dragoness. Even without the golden dragon's legacy, which initially swayed their natures towards malevolence, the golden dragon was confident that, influenced by the essence of his bloodline, with the passage of time, the characters of the two hatchlings would gradually incline towards neutrality rather than embodying pure good or evil. As the words were spoken, a resplendent golden scale detached itself from the surface of the golden dragon father, diminishing in size before the curious gaze of the young dragonling, ultimately transforming into a golden scale identical to that of Saga and embedding itself within the chest of Saga. The young dragonling lowered its head to observe the scale bestowed upon it by its progenitor. In appearance, it bore no discernible difference from Saga's own scales. My child, forgive me for not being by your side when you needed me most, the golden dragon intoned, revealing a perspective on progeny that starkly contrasted with that of the red dragon. This scale shall serve as my protection for you. In times of grave peril, it shall activate autonomously, summoning a legendary level 10 ring defense spell, the Golden Radiant Shield. The young dragonling gasped in astonishment, eyes widening. If it were an offensive 10-ring spell, its power would rival that of natural disasters, capable of striking down a secondary sky fortress of the Cloud Empire with a single blow. It would grant you an invulnerable state for a limited duration, simultaneously restoring all prior damage and significantly enhancing your physical attributes without any adverse effects. The Golden Dragon Father succinctly described the spell's capabilities. Thank you, Father. The young dragonling replied. Saga yearned to embrace the golden dragon father tightly, wishing to be whisked away. But the presence of the red dragon mother and the prior agreements between the parents rendered such hopes unlikely. The golden dragon father extended a claw, gently caressing Saga's small head. Moments later, he withdrew his claw, raising 2 hooked toes, and spoke slowly. The magical energy I have bestowed upon you is sufficient for only 2 uses of the Golden Radiant Shield. Furthermore, upon your 25th birthday, regardless of whether it has been utilized, it will shatter. Just as a fledgling must leave the nest to soar, I cannot provide eternal shelter as a true dragon. You must ultimately grow independently. In accordance with the age classification of dragons, 1 to 6 years is considered a hatchling, 6 to 15 a juvenile, 15 to 25 an adolescent, and those over 25 are deemed young adults. Saga, being under 2 years old, possesses 2 lifelines he may utilize before reaching the age of 25. I understand your intentions, the young dragonling nodded in response. The dragon race never indulges their offspring excessively, even the metallic dragons who hold bloodline bonds in high esteem. Saga felt no sorrow over the limitations imposed by the golden dragon father. After all, living perpetually under his protection could have detrimental effects, dulling his sense of danger and turning him into a pampered dragon. When the time came that the golden dragon father could no longer provide shelter, it would likely herald his demise. Farewell, Renata. The golden dragon called to the silent red dragon mother within the lair. No response was given. Soon after, a brilliant golden radiance arose, casting a luminous glow around the dragon's nest, as if it were forged from gold. Following this ascent, the golden light abruptly retracted and collapsed, causing the form of the golden dragon to vanish amidst the subtle fluctuations of space. The dragon's nest returned to its former state. Apart from the absence of a young dragon, there seemed to be no other alterations. Mother, what is the situation between you and father? The young dragon, unable to contain its curiosity, playfully tugged at the tip of the red dragoness's tail. You and the golden dragon? You are akin to the radiant celestial emissaries of the 7 heavens and the chaotic demons of the unfathomable abyss. disregarding the prejudices that divide you, coming together as one. As the offspring of both the red and golden dragons, Saga's face radiated curiosity as it inquired of the red dragoness. The red dragoness, overwhelmed by the incessant questioning, flicked her tail, sending the young dragon tumbling away. However, the young dragon quickly scampered back on its short legs, once again clutching the red dragoness's tail to shake it. I ought to cast you into the depths of Negeus, I assure you. The rigid constraints imposed by those antiquated metallic dragons in the deep-sea dragon city will render you miserable. Crying out for escape, the red dragoness retorted irritably. Upon hearing the prospect of being sent to the deep-sea dragon city, where the golden dragon father would tend to him with utmost care, the young dragon's eyes sparkled, and it shook the tail even more fervently. The red dragoness cast the young dragon aside once more, but the young dragon, undeterred, persisted. Time and again, spurred by the young dragon's tenacity and the red dragoness's own desire to share, she finally spoke. With a flick of her tail, she hoisted the young dragon before her, seating it directly in front of her. The red dragoness lowered her gaze upon Saga and began to recount a tale in the manner of a ballad. Long, long ago, beyond the seas and mountains, there lived a little red dragon. She was diligent, earnest, beautiful, wicked, and astute. She plundered merchant guilds, raided towns, and kidnapped princesses, gradually amassing her own small fortune. As the words of the red dragoness unfolded, a narrative emerged. Saga began to learn of the history shared between the red dragoness and the golden dragon father. This tale dated back over 200 years, when the red dragoness was still a youthful dragon, embodying the nature of a malevolent creature, striving through various means to gather treasures for herself. Then, by a twist of fate, she encountered the golden dragon Negeus, a powerful legendary golden dragon in his prime. As a scion of the ancient golden dragon lineage, and the youngest among them, Negeus was extraordinarily gifted. Like the red dragoness, he had already reached legendary status in his maturity, not merely entering into it. Due to his exceptional talents and being the last offspring of the ancient dragon king, Negeus was subject to numerous constraints. It was only upon reaching the age of 300 that this golden dragon first departed the deep-sea dragon city, leaving the stormy ocean to embark upon a journey of righteousness. Before long, the legendary golden dragon discovered the subterranean laboratory of a malevolent archlich in the dark forests within the realm of the Shea Empire, located in the eastern part of the Yal continent. The pursuit persisted for several months. The legendary golden dragon and the malevolent lich engaged in a tumultuous battle that traversed the Golden Trade Road, the Lion's Eye Watch Fortress, the Storm Giant Mountains, the Elven Twilight Forest, the verdant marshes, and other locales, causing considerable upheaval across the continent of Yal. Ultimately, the golden dragon, at the cost of grievous injuries that left it unconscious, vanquished the nefarious lich in the winter forest. Coincidentally, at that very moment, a youthful red dragoness, on the brink of maturity and having just plundered a treasury from a principality, was seeking refuge in the winter forest while gleefully counting her spoils. It was then that she stumbled upon the legendary golden dragon, who had fallen from the sky, incapacitated. Upon hearing this, little Saga had already surmised the forthcoming trajectory of the tale. However, Saga found it perplexing that given the current age of the golden dragon, it could only be classified as an ancient dragon. Indeed, an ancient golden dragon is formidable and possesses considerable power among legendary beings. Yet the notion of attaining the level of the golden dragon father seemed utterly inconceivable. How had the golden dragon father achieved such a status? Had he perhaps received the blessings of the platinum dragon god? It is well known that the platinum dragon god holds a particular fondness for golden dragons, bestowing blessings upon the outstanding among them, and if so inclined, might not even require their veneration. Moreover, within the dragon kin, the relationships between opposing dragon types are rather intricate. For instance, the chromatic dragons and the metallic dragons harbor mutual disdain and hostility, often erupting into combat upon encounter. Nonetheless, such confrontations rarely result in fatalities, as they are of the same lineage. Typically, one side would thoroughly thrash the other, compelling the vanquished to sign a series of inequitable contracts to conclude the conflict. In exceptional circumstances, however, should a golden dragon find itself grievously wounded and on the brink of death, even a red dragon might intervene if it posed no threat to itself, albeit with the expectation of substantial compensation thereafter. Saga speculated that the red dragoness must have tended to the legendary golden dragon with great care, and during the healing process, the golden dragon discovered the inherent goodness residing within the heart of the wicked dragon, leading them both to fall hopelessly in love. As this thought crossed Saga's mind, a smile crept across his face. What a beautiful romance it would be. However, the subsequent revelations from the red dragoness shattered Saga's idyllic imaginings into fragments. It turned out that the beautiful, malevolent, and cunning young red dragon, upon discovering the gravely injured legendary golden dragon, had directly spilled copious amounts of the golden dragon's blood. Seizing the opportunity while the golden dragon lay unconscious, she inscribed a demonic summoning circle with his blood, forging a master-servant blood pact in the presence of a hellish demon. Furthermore, as she had reached a particularly fervent stage of desire, the legendary golden dragon, with its irresistible allure, became an object of her uncontainable longing. Thus, when the golden dragon first regained consciousness, the red dragoness, taking advantage of his weakened state and his lack of strong resistance, audaciously engaged in an act of dominance over the golden dragon father. The young dragon widened its eyes in surprise, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely unsurprising. Such behavior was quintessentially characteristic of the red dragoness. The tale unfolded further as Saga listened intently. Under the oppressive influence of the red dragoness, the golden dragon father, newly emerged from Dragon Island, found himself in a state of both suffering and delight, ultimately succumbing to her will. However, adhering to his inner code of justice, he could not acquiesce to her demands in every regard, even with the blood pact binding them. For instance, when faced with the prospect of seizing treasures from others, he resolutely refused unless the red dragoness could provide a reasonable and justifiable rationale. Despite this, the legendary golden dragon, having been subjugated, still relished a period of tyranny on the continent of Claire, courtesy of the red dragoness. From her expression, Saga could surmise that this was likely her most cherished time. However, as this thought lingered, a sudden gloom enveloped the red dragoness's countenance. Young Saga, anxious, inquired, "What happened next? What occurred after you enslaved your father?" Then, the vile and despicable golden dragon, taking advantage of my youthful naivety, secretly established a spell reversal array, which inverted the blood pact agreement. The red dragoness was reluctant to elaborate, but Saga had already discerned that following the reversal of the blood pact, she became the golden dragon's servant. Given the legendary status of the golden dragon, it was hardly surprising that he could overturn the blood pact binding the young red dragoness. Intriguingly, upon becoming the master, the golden dragon began issuing commands for the red dragoness to perform a series of virtuous deeds, such as rescuing beleaguered, diminutive creatures, and proactively aiding small nations besieged by malevolent entities. The shame of doing good deeds for a malevolent dragon was beyond measure, which left the red dragoness deeply dissatisfied, yet she had no choice but to comply. The young dragon listened with rapt attention, although the experience was not entirely idyllic. The intertwining of conflict and affection sounded quite fascinating. Saga awaited the continuation, eager to discover how the red dragoness and the golden dragon father came together and ultimately parted ways. However, a sudden, violent vibration surged forth. It was as if an earthquake had erupted, with the Akin volcano at its epicenter, shaking the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers, causing countless creatures dwelling in the Ash Nest domain to panic. The intensity of the tremors even stirred up dust within the magically reinforced dragon nest where Saga resided. At the summit of the towering Akin volcano, fissures began to extend downward, and innumerable stones rolled down the trembling mountainside, cascading into the surrounding dense forest and raising clouds of dust that spread in all directions. In a place hidden from the young dragon's sight, atop the Akin volcano, as the mountainside crumbled with a deafening roar, thick black smoke billowed skyward, resembling a howling specter that obscured the heavens and cast a shadow over the surrounding sky. The red dragoness focused her gaze intently. "Saga, stay here and do not move," she commanded in a low voice, exhaling a torrent of flames that encircled Saga. Adorned with magical runes, it formed a protective dragon flame array around him. An earthquake, indeed. Is the Akin volcano about to erupt? Isn't this a dormant volcano? What has transpired? Amidst the cataclysmic turmoil, the young dragon felt a pang of fear, curling up in a ball and clutching its tail. Dutifully hiding within the dragon flame array, the red dragon matriarch flapped her wings and soared from her lair, ascending to the heavens without a hint of hesitation. She reached the summit of the mountain, spiraling gracefully into the palace that stood at its peak. In the resonant tones of the dragon language, boundless elemental energy converged, transforming into a cascade of fiery brilliance that enveloped the sky, resembling a colossal, three-dimensional vortex of flames, spreading for dozens of kilometers in a funnel shape. With the very center of the anomaly located above the Akin volcano. From above, a concentrated stream of fire elemental energy continuously poured into the palace atop the Akin volcano. This terrifying display of sorcery conjured by the Crimson Flame Empress was witnessed by all the creatures on the islands, rendering them speechless with awe. Under the matriarch's magical influence, the tremors of the Akin volcano gradually subsided. This sudden and peculiar earthquake seemed not to be a natural occurrence. After several days of calm following the quake, the Red Dragon matriarch finally descended from her palace, returning to her lair. With a hint of fatigue apparent in her eyes, she dispelled the dragon flame array and released the young dragon. "Mother, what has transpired?" the young dragon inquired. The Red Dragon matriarch merely shook her head, offering no response to Saga's question. She closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber. Saga blinked and moved to the edge of the lair, peering curiously at the surrounding landscape. Cracks, resembling forked lightning and spiderweb-like fissures, marred the Akin volcano, extending directly to the surface at its base. Countless deep crevices appeared as if they were hellish portals, eager to consume life, surrounded by the remnants of shattered trees and fragmented rocks of various sizes. On the desolate terrain, the draconic kin of the Red Dragon matriarch were laboring to reconstruct their homes, their faces smeared with ash and dirt, bearing numerous injuries. The sight was one of utter devastation. Observing this scene, Saga silently pondered. He was uncertain of what had occurred, but judging by the Red Dragon matriarch's demeanor, she seemed unperturbed by the events. Following the sudden earthquake, although Saga remained intrigued by the tales of the Red Dragon matriarch and the Golden Dragon father, it was evident that the matriarch had no inclination to share stories in her current state. Meanwhile, the young dragon, having gone nearly a week without sustenance, felt an insatiable hunger, equally disinterested in stories. The deep-sea magical python, brought by the Red Dragon matriarch, lay discarded nearby, despite being a legendary magical creature after a week. It showed no sign of captivity, still exuding a fresh aroma. This provoked the appetite of the young dragon, now free from the dragon flame array. Turning back from the edge, Saga entered the dragon's lair, disregarding the dust and debris splattered on the surface of the deep-sea serpent due to the earthquake. He tore into the flesh and earth, devouring them with gusto. Yekarina had been taken away. The food was now entirely his, unchallenged by any dragon. In a frost-covered forest, only a few dozen miles from the Akin volcano, a vivid splash of crimson amidst the white snow resembled a flame ablaze, radiating brilliance. A young dragon, its body adorned with diamond-like scales, was currently positioned on all fours, rhythmically rising and falling, breathing heavily as it engaged in some form of exercise. While Saga trained, Yekarina, having fallen into slumber later than him, remained asleep in the dragon's lair, showing no signs of waking anytime soon. Nearby, the transformed Iona perched gracefully on a branch of a cold pine tree, her long ivory legs gently swaying in the frigid air. Observing the little dragon ahead, she recited numbers: 1111, 1112, 1113, 1114, 1115. The ground beneath Saga had been cleared of snow, forming a distinct circular depression compared to the surrounding area, where the once soft soil was now compact and resembled granite in texture. Any ordinary bird that might fly above Saga would be instantly pulled to the ground, for this space was enveloped in an overwhelming gravitational field under his control. Subjected to twice the gravitational force, Saga diligently exercised his body. Having initiated this regimen following the earthquake, most dragons tend to be rather indolent, rarely engaging in physical training. The reason is straightforward. As apex magical beings, true dragons need only to eat, drink, and sleep, allowing their bodies to naturally grow stronger over time, which fosters a disinclination for active exercise. However, consistent training can accelerate their physical development. With a heavy breath, Saga's labored exhalations filled the air as he reached his 2000th push-up, his limbs aching intensely. At this moment, the young dragon measured 4 meters and 4 centimeters in length. Given the dragon's robust musculature, high-density bones, and ironclad scales, this under 3-year-old hatchling weighed an impressive 5 tons. This meant that within the realm of double gravity, Saga was bearing a staggering 10 tons of pressure. Even with the physique of a true dragon, Saga was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Minutes later, he paused. The young dragon lay flat against the firm, icy ground, allowing its weary limbs a moment of respite. "Your Highness, Saga, you have grown increasingly robust, your scales glistening like crimson jewels, your physique remarkably strong and agile. I have never witnessed such beauty and strength in a fledgling dragon," remarked Iona, playfully swaying her delicate, jade-like little feet as she addressed the young dragon. Saga lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at the charming serpent maiden perched upon the treetop, momentarily dazzled by the elegance of her exquisite feet. The smooth and delicate contours of her feet were gently swaying, the curve from toe to instep resembling a gracefully bent bow, each toe akin to lustrous white jade, playfully curling and extending, revealing the soft, pale pink skin of her soles as she arched her ankles, captivating his gaze. "Iona, how many fledgling dragons have you seen?" Upon regaining his composure, Saga shifted his focus to her exquisite visage and inquired. Iona tilted her head in contemplation. "I have only seen you, your highness. And your sister Yekarina." Under the watchful eyes of the young dragon, she continued in a gentle tone. "Yet, even if I were to encounter 1,000 or 10,000, even all the fledgling dragons of the Saiga planet, your position in my heart would remain unshaken. A true dragon of your caliber shines like a beacon in the night. A radiant star, dazzling and brilliant." With a tone reminiscent of a melodious ode, Iona expressed her admiration. The young dragon reveled in such flattery. "Words like these could be uttered more frequently. I find them delightful." "Certainly," replied Iona, her forked tongue flickering playfully. Next, though the disciplined Saga lay upon the ground, he did not entirely rest. Rather, he adopted a different form of training. The fledgling dragon extended his wings outward, achieving an impressive wingspan of nearly 6 meters. The mighty dragon wings flapped rhythmically, generating gusts of wind that swept away the frost and snow from the surrounding trees, akin to icy tempests racing into the distance. Still within the supergravity field, the force generated by his wing beats was insufficient to lift Saga into the air. In truth, even without the supergravity field, the dragon's structural weight and mass would make flight solely through wing flapping improbable. Dragon flight is fundamentally a magical ability, wherein elemental energy spontaneously accumulates to enable the massive, weighty true dragon to soar through the winds and clouds. The primary function of the dragon's wings is to stabilize the body and adjust direction. Adventurer parties keen on dragon slaying, particularly those with spellcasters, invariably possess spells designed to thwart a dragon's aerial capabilities, such as sky-blocking enchantments, compelling the true dragon to engage in ground combat. A 4-meter-long fledgling dragon typically boasts a wingspan of around 5 meters. However, thanks to relentless training, Saga's wingspan has approached 6 meters. The powerful, broad dragon wings, akin to the vibrant scales and formidable horns of the dragon, hold paramount importance in the dragon's aesthetic. Saga yearned for a pair of robust dragon wings that could ascend without the aid of magical energy. Thus, he relentlessly subjected himself to the rigors of a supergravity field for training. Amidst the delicate fluttering of snowflakes, time flowed quietly. Although his spirit and body were considerably fatigued, the young dragon diligently flapped his wings with unwavering discipline. Simultaneously, the pressure generated by his wings dispersed the descending snowflakes, creating a clear space around Saga's form. At present, Saga was not yet capable of soaring solely with the strength of his wings. Nevertheless, his training had begun to yield results. The dimensions, resilience, and power of his wings were markedly superior to those of other hatchlings of similar size. He firmly believed that with persistent practice, he would one day soar freely across the skies without reliance on magical energy, even daring to glide in magic-deprived zones. Should a spellcaster attempt to impose an aerial restriction upon him, the impact would be negligible. After a considerable period of exertion, when his wings drooped exhaustedly at his sides, Saga finally deactivated the supergravity field. Freed from its oppressive force, the young dragon exhaled deeply and reclined upon the snow, lying on his back in a rather undignified manner, succumbing to slumber. For a true dragon, the most effective means of recovery was through sleep, whether it was physical fatigue or mental exhaustion. A mere nap could remedy the situation. If one wasn't sufficient, then two would do. While Saga indulged in his slumber, Iona took on the role of guardian for the hatchling. Her eyes sharpened, transforming into slitted, serpentine pupils, cold and menacing, as her body morphed into a small, unassuming snake. Slender as a chopstick, coiled atop a tree branch. As day turned to night, a heavy snowfall arrived quietly. Under the blanket of swirling snowflakes, the earth was cloaked in a pristine white frost, the landscape a vision of silver. In some areas, the snow accumulated to a height of nearly half a foot. Suddenly, beneath the thick layer of snow, the surface trembled subtly. With a resounding thud, a dragon's head emerged. Saga shook his head, expelling the snow lodged in his mouth, and gazed upward at the descending feathery snowflakes, feeling a refreshing surge of vitality and a subtle growth in his physique. "Your Highness, you are awake," Iona, resembling a small snowball, shook off the snow from her surface, maintaining her serpentine form as she addressed Saga. "Ah, sleeping is truly delightful. I wish to rest a while longer." Enjoying the experience of being buried beneath the snow, Saga intended to dive back into his cozy haven. However, at that moment, Iona reminded him, "Your Highness, it seems you have forgotten the Empress's instructions regarding the taxation mission." After a brief silence, there was a sudden bang. A flurry of snow erupted around, forming small waves of snow, and simultaneously, the little dragon's body was fully revealed. "You ought to collect the taxes for the Empress," Iona joyfully reminded once more. The Red Dragoness had previously assigned a similar task to Saga, the collection of taxes. Her domain primarily extended around the Akan volcano, yet now, the entirety of Thorn Island had effectively become her realm. On Thorn Island, the Red Dragoness was the undisputed queen, with no force capable of rivaling the Ashen Nest. Following the Red Dragoness's conquest of Thorn Island, many intelligent native beings fled. However, some chose to remain. For these creatures, it made little difference whether Thorn Island belonged to the noble lords of the Rosen Kingdom or to an evil dragon. Remaining within the Red Dragoness's territory and living under her protection, they paid a yearly tax as a token of gratitude for the safeguarding offered by the Crimson Empress. A completely reasonable arrangement. As winter arrived, it was time for tax collection. With a commission of 5 gold coins, the Red Dragoness entrusted Saga with the task to gather taxes from the various clans of intelligent beings scattered across Thorn Island. The entire expanse of Thorn Island spanned approximately 200,000 square kilometers, originally the third largest island of the 4 ring islands occupied by the Rosen Kingdom. After the Red Dragoness claimed it, the subjects of the kingdom had largely evacuated, but many intelligent species still thrived, all required to remit taxes to the Red Dragoness, the majority of which were handled by her followers. Saga was responsible for merely a small fraction. The modestly endowed young dragon valued each gold coin greatly, and thus accepted the task with delight. It was merely a matter of collecting protection fees. Surely, it would be a simple endeavor. Saga mused to himself. The Empress had instructed that, for the sake of honing his skills, the task must be completed solely by him. "Your Highness, Saga, I shall not accompany you," came the voice of Iona, the sound of scales brushing against treetops followed by a sudden flare of fire as she vanished from Saga's sight. The Undead Nest, the human settlement, the domain of the Bat Witches, the Troll clans. He decided to head to the Undead Nest first. The little dragon flapped his wings, soaring over the frost-laden winter woods, tearing through the swirling snow, heading towards the Undead Nest located in the swamps of Thorn Island. Heavy snowfall blanketed the land, and the fierce winds howled as Saga's wings created a sharp friction with the air, producing a resounding whistle. Against the snowstorm, Saga gazed downward. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the frost-covered trees below, while a layer of icy crystals adorned the surface of the island's rivers, presenting a scene of silver-clad tranquility with scarce evidence of wildlife. In winter, particularly during heavy snowfall, most beasts and magical creatures sought refuge within their nests to avoid the harshness of winter. At that moment, Saga turned his gaze towards the Akan volcano. The towering Akan volcano stands out strikingly, appearing incongruous amidst the surrounding landscape blanketed in silvery frost. On its lofty slopes, not a trace of snow can be found. This absence extends beyond the mountain itself, as the ground in the vicinity of Akan volcano similarly lacks any remnants of snow. Flurries of snowflakes drift towards the volcano, yet before they can touch its surface, they seem to encounter an invisible barrier, melting into water in midair. which subsequently evaporates into the atmosphere. This peculiar phenomenon surrounding Akan volcano is linked to the presence of the red dragon. All dragonkind possesses the ability to influence and reshape their surroundings. Once a true dragon has established its lair, the environment around it becomes imbued with the dragon's essence, transforming into an ideal habitat. The older and more powerful the dragon, the more potent this radiative ability becomes. For instance, the lair of a white dragon is often surrounded by clusters of ice crystals, while the abode of a green dragon is entwined with lush vines and greenery. This ability is commonly referred to as the true dragon domain, where the dragon's capabilities are enhanced. Experienced adventurers, upon entering a true dragon domain, immediately sense the presence of a dragon's lair within. In the case of the red dragon, the area surrounding its lair experiences a rise in temperature. The earth cracks and blackens, with magma flowing from the fissures around the lair of an ancient red dragon. Energy vortices connecting to the elemental plane of fire may even form, drawing fire elemental beings from other dimensions to serve as guardians of the lair. The red dragon despises cold environments. Thus, even in the wintry season, when snowflakes fill the air, the influence of the red dragon ensures that the region surrounding Akan volcano remains dry and sweltering. Saga, possessing the bloodline of a red dragon, is somewhat different due to his unique nature. Unlike the red dragon, he does not harbor a disdain for cold and finds the frost-covered world to be a captivating spectacle. Amidst the biting winds, the young dragon glides through the frost-laden forest, soaring over low hills and crossing frozen rivers, heading northward. Although his speed is somewhat hampered by the blizzard, Saga reaches the northern edge of Thorn Island, near the turbulent seas, in a remarkably short time. The thunderous sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoes in his ears. As he gazes into the distance, an endless expanse of azure ocean unfolds before him, with surging waves rising in layers, crystal-clear water splashing everywhere. The howling winds whip the waves into towering heights, making the sea appear as if it were boiling. Shifting his gaze, Saga focuses on a desolate area some distance from the shore, a crumbling ruin in the winter landscape, lifeless and dreary, with remnants of shattered walls and dilapidated structures, where skeletal remains lie scattered beneath the dark snow. Above the ruins, a shroud of dark, ashen, deathly energy lingered. While ordinary beings remained oblivious to its presence, the magnificent dragon Saga, a pinnacle of magical creatures, perceived the ominous essence. Snowflakes cascaded from the heavens, piercing through the deathly aura, becoming tainted and corrupted, transforming into a foreboding shade of gray as they settled upon the ground. Thus, the desolate expanse became blanketed in a somber carpet of blackened snow, a testament to the pervasive, deathly atmosphere. The realm of the undead, often referred to by the inhabitants of Thorn Island as the necropolis, was born 5 centuries prior. 500 years ago, a practitioner well-versed in the necromantic arts arrived on Thorn Island, clandestinely establishing a dark laboratory. This sorcerer ensnared the denizens of the Rosen Kingdom to conduct vile experiments, probing the mysteries of flesh and soul and delving into necromancy, ultimately giving rise to the necropolis. Necromancers, a notorious class among the 8 schools of magic, are often remembered for their infamy. Within the Saga planet, a grim jest about necromancers once unfolded within an adventurer's party. The warrior declared, "My wife and children were slain by demons. I shall exact vengeance." The priest intoned, "My holy light shall guide your path." The knight proclaimed, "My great sword shall cleave through confusion." The ranger asserted, "My arrows shall pierce the darkness for you." The necromancer interjected, "The fresh corpses of your wife and daughter shall fight alongside you, shielding you from harm." The warrior, priest, knight, and ranger responded in unison, "Evil wretch, meet your demise." For a necromancer seeking longevity, an exploration of the mysteries of corporeal beings and souls is indispensable. Who would willingly subject themselves to such scrutiny, whether alive or deceased? Some necromancers, in their pursuit of suitable subjects for experimentation, would even desecrate ancestral graves. How could they not invoke public ire? While the magic itself is morally neutral, those inclined to pursue necromancy are rarely of sound mind, as the practice inevitably corrupts the practitioner. Most necromancers end up as twisted abominations, losing their humanity over time. And even those with initially benevolent dispositions find themselves warped by darkness. The alarming rise in the number of missing residents drew the attention of the Rosen Kingdom's guards. A commander named Alfred led an elite force of 1,000 men to eradicate the necromancer's laboratory. It is worth noting that assaulting a sorcerer's well-established domain is no trivial endeavor. The necromancer's defenses were formidable, comprising dense arrays of necromantic runes, flesh golems, pallid spirits, and gargoyles, all under the command of the necromancer, who engaged the kingdom's general in a relentless battle that persisted for 7 days and nights. Ultimately, the battered Alfred pierced the necromancer's chest with his great sword, striking through the heart. Yet, unwilling to succumb to death, the necromancer unleashed a death curse upon Alfred and his weary soldiers, who, already fatigued, could not withstand the onslaught. They were transformed into vengeful undead, harboring a profound hatred for all living things. The general of the kingdom retains a flicker of reason, restraining the undead soldiers under his command, ensuring they never step beyond the confines of the necromantic ruins. In the aftermath, considering the numerous merits established by the general, and the fact that the spirits within the necromancer's ruins do not pose a direct threat, the Kingdom of Rosen stationed a military force around the undead wasteland to prevent any unwitting locals from trespassing. However, they did not expend efforts to eradicate the undead nests, as doing so would incur significant costs. Furthermore, the high concentration of negative energy within the necromantic ruins provides the Kingdom of Rosen with a conducive environment for conducting arcane research that is not suitable for public scrutiny. After the Red Dragon Empress seized Thorn Island, the garrison of the Kingdom of Rosen on Thorn Island ceased to exist, leaving the undead ruins unguarded. In comparison to the undead empire located in the northeastern part of the Black EU continent on the eastern hemisphere of the Saiga planet, the diminutive undead ruins on this small island are of little consequence. The Red Dragon Empress, having taken control of the region, does not concern herself with the presence of undead creatures, provided that she receives her protection fee punctually. It is noteworthy that on the Saiga planet, undead beings are abundant, with some sufficiently powerful to establish dominions of their own. Even a minor place like Thorn Island is home to a faction of undead entities. The reasons behind the rampant proliferation of undead beings are known to Saga through the legacy of dragons, a being referred to as the Lord of all Endings. An ancient death deity wields dominion over ultimate death. Many years ago, this entity conspired to annihilate a magical empire but ultimately failed and was instead vanquished by a mortal spellcaster who, with the assistance of the goddess of magic, Misreal, seized the divine essence of death. During the brief interlude of the divine transition, many worlds were affected, resulting in the demise of living beings and the resurrection of the dead. The Saiga planet is one such world, one of the 6 continents. The entire Black EU continent has devolved into a paradise for the undead. The mortal who sees the essence of death has since ascended to become the current god of death, known as Karsus, revered as Death God Kars. He has become the consort of the goddess of magic, sharing in both triumphs and trials. Death God Kars is idolized by countless spellcasters. His ascent to divinity through the acquisition of the essence of death and his union with the goddess of magic marking him as the most illustrious, wise, mad, and fortunate mortal spellcaster. Additionally, the legacy of dragons harbors more clandestine, albeit uncertain, tidings. Behind the event of Karsus seizing the essence of death, beyond the pivotal assistance of the goddess of magic, it is rumored that a true dragon known as the Dragon of Eternity and Time played a role. Said to be Karsus's mentor, guiding him in his early arcane studies alongside the goddess of magic. On the Saiga planet, there exists a time church that venerates the Dragon of Eternity and Time, though its scale is modest and encounters with its apostles are rare. Notably, among the pantheon of dragon deities, there is no such dragon god as the Dragon of Eternity and Time. The audacity of this title is quite remarkable. It seems to be a mere imitation of some malevolent deity, lacking any true understanding of its own bravado. Saga focused his mind, contemplating silently. Meanwhile, in an effort to avoid the tainted and decaying deathly energies swirling above, the young dragon descended gracefully from hundreds of meters in the air, striding steadily across the crumbling steps before the ruins of the undead. The ground was riddled with potholes, marred by the marks of blades and axes. Debris and withered branches littered the earth, while crooked and fragmented stone pillars lay scattered around. In many places, faint and distorted magical runes, now rendered ineffective, could still be discerned. A chilling wind swept through, passing between the shattered structures of the undead ruins, producing a mournful and eerie sound. reminiscent of the anguished cries of creatures in their final moments. Having taken only a few steps, subtle vibrations captured Saga's attention. At that moment, the surrounding black snow began to tremble. The coarse sound of grinding bones echoed. Amidst the sporadically swirling snowflakes, pale skeletal hands pushed aside the black snow covering the ruins. Under Saga's watchful gaze, dozens of skeletal soldiers gradually emerged into view, with more continuing to rise from the depths of the dark snow. They wielded rusted iron bows and broken sword blades, some clad in tattered and revealing armor. Flickering soul flames danced within their empty eye sockets, conveying a profound disdain for the living. These lowly, mindless skeletons wobbled toward Saga, their frail bony frames seeming as if they could be toppled by a mere breeze. Yet they exhibited no fear in the presence of the 5-ton young dragon. These skeletons represented the most primitive form of undead beings, devoid of intelligence. Drawn by the overwhelming vitality emanating from Saga, they arose from their slumber, driven by the instinctual urges of the undead. Completely oblivious to the vast disparity between them and their target, they sought to slay Saga, hoping to fill the eternal void and bloodlust within their hearts with the blood and souls of the living. Observing the wobbling skeletons in the chill of the wind, Saga felt a twinge of concern for them. Even a common adult human, unburdened by fear of the undead and armed with a suitable weapon, could easily dispatch such lowly, mindless creatures. Saga chose to disregard these ignorant skeletons and moved deeper into the ruins of the undead. Simultaneously, clusters of skeletons approached Saga, raising their rusted axes and broken iron swords, which clattered against Saga's dragon scales with a melodious chime. The impact sent their skeletal arms recoiling, barely leaving a white mark on Saga's scales, unable to even create the slightest crack. One skeleton, swinging its axe at Saga's back, exerted too much force, resulting in a sharp crack. The skeletal figure lifted its head, gazing at the fragmented bone arms spiraling through the air, the flickering flames of its soul swirling chaotically within its eye sockets. After a moment of bewilderment, it grasped the broken right arm with its left hand, the severed limb still clutching a rusted axe, stubbornly attempting to strike at Saga. To be honest, the skeletons here were rather feeble. Their obstinate attempts to slay Saga posed no threat in his eyes, and were, in fact, somewhat endearing. Amidst the swirling snow, an increasing number of skeletons gathered around. With a flick of his tail, Saga unleashed a cacophony of cracking sounds, shattering a cluster of nearby skeletons into scattered fragments of bone. Yet, as long as the skull remained intact and the flame of the soul continued to burn, these undead beings did not consider themselves truly dead. The previously dazed axe-wielding skeleton had been cleaved in two, its severed arm discarded, while it now brandished a broken sword snatched from another skeletoness grasp. Saga paused, turning to regard this half-skeleton. Under the curious gaze of the little dragon, the remaining upper half of the skeleton approached, wielding what resembled a diminutive dagger, and began to poke at Saga's scales. Saga felt a ticklish sensation, quite pleasant, as the gentle pressure from these skeletons felt akin to a soothing massage for the young dragon. The service of these skeletal craftsmen is quite commendable. I shall return to experience it again, Saga murmured softly. However, he had pressing matters to attend to and could not indulge these little skeletons any longer. With a mere thought, a gravitational field erupted around Saga. In an instant, the hundreds of gathered skeletons were pressed downwards as if by an invisible hand. Collapsing like wheat before a scythe, the sound of cracking bones echoing continuously. Centered around the proudly standing little dragon, every skeleton fell to the ground, none remaining upright. A small skeleton, momentarily disarmed, clenched its bony fist and, trembling, labored to raise its skeletal hand, persistently crawling towards Saga, intent on tapping his head. It was a tenacious little creature. Retracting his gaze, Saga chose to ignore the half-skeleton and stepped away. At this moment, he was unaware that this encounter marked the first meeting with his future core follower, a royal cadre, the Bone King, Ulgun. Returning to the narrative, it was not until the little dragon stepped over a staircase inscribed with necromantic runes, delving deeper into the ruins of the undead, that the skeletons ceased their movements and halted in place. Upon crossing the staircase, Saga sensed a marked drop in temperature, as a dense stench of decay filled his nostrils, a natural aroma birthed from the potent essence of death mingling with the presence of surrounding undead beings. After continuing forward for several minutes, a partially ruined, dilapidated obelisk-like structure emerged in Saga's line of sight. The dark, grayish, deathly aura enveloped the fragmented tower like a shroud of smog, exuding a stench of decay, foreboding, and malevolence. As Saga approached the edifice, clusters of ethereal blue flames ignited amidst the murky haze of the deathly mist. With each step closer, the ghostly flames shimmered brighter, while the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet. Distressing gasps and low, rumbling growls accompanied the gradually emerging silhouettes. As the forms became clearer, Saga discerned that the ghostly flames flickered quietly within the eye sockets of various undead creatures, dancing with an insatiable hunger and bloodlust, all fixated on the young Drake. The owners of these ravenous gazes, gargoyles, death knights, liches, armored skeletons, and phantoms, began to coalesce, encircling Saga. Unlike the mindless skeletons encountered on the outskirts of the undead ruins, the creatures here were of a higher order, possessing a degree of intelligence, some even surpassing that of ordinary humans. Saga halted, pausing in the midst of the undead throng. Unfazed by the impending danger, the young Drake stood resolute. In the chilling silence, Saga lifted his chin and declared, "Alfred, keep these foul-smelling wretches at bay. Should they continue to gawk at me, I shall have their bones ground to dust for the dragon blood hounds to gnaw upon." Over the past 2 years, the young Drake's realm had expanded across the entire Thorn Island, soaring freely above its skies, thus making Saga's existence and the identity of the Queen's Drake known to all creatures dwelling within. Each dragon symbolized boundless wealth. Dragon scales, fangs, meat, blood, and horns were all rare and precious magical materials, highly sought after. For a lowly adventurer, capturing a Drake could ensure a lifetime of comfort, provided they harbored no lofty ambitions. Yet, even without the ability to defend its precious draconic form, no sentient being within Thorn Island dared to make an attempt. This was due to the indelible impression the Queens might have left on the hearts of many during the 3 previous island sieges. With the power of a legendary dragon, the Queen could appear in an instant at any location on Thorn Island, turning to ash any wretched creature bold enough to threaten her progeny. After a brief silence, a towering figure clad in obsidian armor emerged from the obelisk, the Death Knight Alfred. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly beneath the weight of his ironclad boots, causing the surrounding deathly aura to ripple. The harsh, grating sound of steel grinding against bone filled the air, emanating a peculiar sense of oppression. As it manifested, the surrounding undead beings instinctively retreated to the sides, clearing a path and bowing their heads in submission to the Death Knight. Soon, the Death Knight approached Saga. At such proximity, Saga scrutinized the formidable figure before him. Towering at 3 meters, it far surpassed the diminutive young dragon, which was currently on all fours. A thick, swirling aura of death surrounded its form, while its menacing, obsidian armor enveloped its entire being, concealing its visage beneath a steel helm, leaving only a pair of deep-set eyes aglow with the fire of souls. "Prince Saga, I, the Death Knight Alfred, welcome your arrival." Despite the young dragon's modest size, the towering Alfred struck his chest with a resounding thud, formally paying homage through a knightly gesture of respect. The Death Knight understood that among all known dragonkin, the most arrogant and proud, who took immense pride in their lineage, were none other than the true dragons, with the red dragon reigning supreme among the chromatic dragons. Saga had indeed embraced the legacy of the red dragon. "We are born as kings, natural lords, the ultimate rulers. The entire world should languish in the shadow of the true dragon's wings. The sole purpose of all races is to be subjugated by the true dragon, otherwise they ought not to exist." Whether Saga was willing to acknowledge it or not, these principles derived from the red dragon's legacy had quietly taken root within his heart, inseparable and ever-present. Furthermore, Saga had never sought to reject his current identity or the inherited ideals. After all, he had not transformed into some lowly creature like a slime or a gnoll. He had become a dragon, one of the most exalted magical beings in the vast multiverse. Returning to the matter at hand, the Death Knight's solemn demeanor afforded the young dragon both respect and dignity. Saga smiled, revealing his still juvenile dragon fangs. "Well, I see your respect for the true dragon." After a brief pause, he raised a claw and continued, "I can decree that you shall pay 1 less copper coin in taxes this year." After a moment of silence, the Death Knight responded in a deep voice, "Thank you, Prince Saga." For a dragon who cherished wealth, relinquishing even a single copper coin was a rare occurrence. The Death Knight's gaze subtly scanned the surroundings before fixing upon Saga once more. "Prince Saga, have you come alone?" The cerulean flames of the soul flickered within his eye sockets. In the stillness of the undead ruins, the Death Knight inquired softly. Not far from the Death Knight, Saga's golden pupils suddenly narrowed, transforming into sharp, piercing slits, as a burgeoning yet palpable dragon's might radiated from him, dispersing the blackened snow upon the ground. With his gaze narrowed, Saga calmly replied, "You may take a guess." The Death Knight spoke slowly. "I presume that His Highness Saga should be traversing the desolate ruins of the undead alone." Beneath the iron mask, his expression remained inscrutable, yet his words carried an undercurrent of malice. The true dragon, with its keen senses, detected this subtle hostility. Saga chuckled softly, his golden eyes narrowing. "Why are you so concerned about my solitary travels? Do you harbor ulterior motives?" Alfred stood like a statue, and after a brief silence, replied, "Your Highness Saga, you jest." Saga flicked his tail, impatience seeping into his tone. "Enough with the pleasantries, present the taxes." Moments later, 12 square boxes were brought forth by the undead creatures. These appeared to be aged wooden chests, adorned with rusted copper bands along the edges. With a creak, the Death Knight unsheathed his great sword, prying open each lid in turn. Instantly, a cascade of gleaming gold and silver coins, along with a plethora of pearls, gemstones, and other treasures, reflected in Saga's eyes. The young dragon's breathing grew heavy. How splendid it would be if all these riches were mine. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Saga stepped closer to the chests, plucking a handful of round pearls and coins from within his scaled armor. He produced a copper coin and tossed it toward the Death Knight. "There, I keep my word. I asked for just one copper coin, and I received it." The Death Knight extended his hand, expertly catching the coin in his palm, remaining silent. Next, Saga retrieved a white crystal etched with numerous magical runes from beneath the scales at his neck. Aiming it at the treasure, he infused the crystal with his limited magical energy. A shimmering barrier enveloped the chests, then instantly contracted, drawing the treasure back into the white crystal. This coveted space crystal was a magical artifact temporarily entrusted to Saga by the Red Dragon Matriarch for the purpose of collecting taxes. After securing the taxes, Saga shook his dragon wings in preparation for takeoff. However, at that moment, a familiar sound of delicate bone grinding echoed from behind him. The Death Knight and the surrounding high-ranking undead turned their gazes towards Saga's back. Upon turning, Saga beheld a frail little skeleton, staggering and appearing rather feeble. How did this mindless skeleton manage to penetrate the depths of the undead ruins? The Death Knight mused in surprise. The area inhabited by these high-level undead was protected by a barrier designed to repel lowly skeletons from intruding, making it impossible for the mindless skeletons at the outskirts to venture further in. Saga recognized the little skeleton before him. It was the same one that had previously been severed in half and had persistently attempted to confront him, though it had now reassembled its body and regained its lower half. Under the watchful gaze of Saga and a host of undead, the diminutive skeleton defiantly approached Saga. Undeterred by the oppressive aura of the high-level undead, Saga remarked, "I have never encountered such a tenacious little bone structure. How intriguing. Since you are so eager to follow me, come along, and you shall serve as a plaything for my amusement." The young dragon extended its tail with dexterity, hoisting the small skeleton into the air, swaying it left and right with curiosity. The little skeleton, meanwhile, struggled incessantly, the sound of its bones clattering together, brandishing its bony limbs as if to strike at Saga's head, though all efforts proved futile. Saga found the little skeleton quite amusing, envisioning it as a delightful toy for diversion. Turning his gaze toward the Death Knight, Saga inquired, "This skeleton is mine. Do you have any objections?" The haughty demeanor of the true dragon was beginning to surface in the young dragon. The Death Knight calmly nodded in assent, stating, "It is merely an unthinking skeleton. Your Highness, feel free to do as you wish. It may possess some potential, but I am indifferent." Before departing, Saga's gaze flickered, and he asked the Death Knight, "In the hierarchy of your undead beings, what is the most efficient way for an unthinking skeleton to evolve?" The Death Knight's reply was succinct yet chilling. "Naturally, by feasting on the souls of the living." Pausing for a moment, the Death Knight continued, addressing the young dragon, "Please convey my regards to the Empress." Without responding to the Death Knight, Saga leisurely departed the forsaken ruins of the undead, the little skeleton still gripped in his tail, and set off towards his next destination. Meanwhile, the The Death Knight watched the retreating figure of the young dragon, casting a deep gaze before slowly vanishing into the misty aura of death, retreating back to the remnants of the crumbling obelisk. Within the obelisk, the Death Knight sat upon a throne forged of iron, the flames of souls flickering intensely within the depths of his visor. As though conversing with himself, he pondered aloud, "Addison, were you truly contemplating an assault on the offspring of the Crimson Flame Empress? Do you not fear being devoured by the Mother Dragon?" No sooner had he spoken than his deep voice grew sharp, the tone entirely transformed as he answered himself, "Heh, heh, heh. The young dragon will inevitably leave the maternal nest, venturing out to live independently. At that moment, simply follow in pursuit, and assist me in employing the soul-snatching arts to seize the boundless potential of a great dragon's form. Your tormented soul shall be liberated." A chilling laughter echoed, resonating through the air. Addison, this name, if it were to circulate and reach the ears of those familiar with the history of Thorn Island, would surely evoke expressions of shock and profound terror. The reason is simple. The name Addison belongs to the necromancer who ravaged Thorn Island 5 centuries ago, conducting cruel experiments that nearly exterminated the island's populace. He is infamous, capricious, and possesses an exceptional talent for cursing. He delights in the study of the soul and body, manipulating the hearts of others and deriving pleasure from their suffering, earning him the title of the Diabolist. The Diabolist Addison had already garnered a notorious reputation on the continent of Clare prior to his arrival on Thorn Island, a reputation that was decidedly malevolent, marking him as a terrifying figure of the chaotic evil faction. His notoriety was amplified by a malevolent curse he cast upon a valiant warrior of the kingdom. This fledgling adventurer, venturing alone into the lair of a fearsome dragon, succeeded in slaying a full-grown green dragon, thereby earning the title of Dragon Slayer. With accolades and treasures from the dragon's horde, he was a princess from a small kingdom, enjoying a blissful life that gradually inflated his ego, leading him to obsessively pursue justice and punish evil. Ensnared by his own fame, the Dragon Slayer took notice of the nefarious Addison, relentlessly pursuing him and causing Addison considerable inconvenience. Ultimately, the cunning Addison outwitted the young Dragon Slayer, but chose not to kill him. Instead, with a wicked and insidious intent, he laid a curse upon the warrior and his closest kin. Under Addison's curse, the souls of the warrior's wife and mother were exchanged, while the warrior himself appeared unscathed. The curse dictated that if not lifted, all three would meet a tragic demise within 10 days. Simultaneously, Addison publicly revealed the method to break the curse. The solution was deceptively simple. The warrior must share a bed with the host of the transferred soul for 10 consecutive nights while in a state of wakefulness, thereby lifting the curse and preserving all 3 lives. One was his mother, embodied by his beloved soul. The other was his beloved, inhabited by his mother's soul. The malevolence and malice of this curse could only be conceived by a cunning devil, thus cementing Addison's title as the Diabolist and elevating his infamy. As for the cursed Dragon Slayer, his wife and mother remained unharmed, while the nature of his choice remained shrouded in mystery. Now, this cunning Diabolist has set his sights on the tender hatchling dragon Saga, plotting his nefarious schemes. The troll casually discarded a small skeleton from mid-air into a sunken valley below, while the hatchling dragon circled in the sky before descending towards a marshy area. Soon, beneath the fragmented sunlight, the little hatchling folded its wings and landed upon a protruding, snow-covered, slick rock, its sharp claws leaving behind a series of fractured marks. Observing the scene that unfolded not far away, Saga momentarily froze, then expressed an unmistakable look of disdain. "A group of despicable riffraff sullies my pure spirit," he thought, as he beheld the trolls, each towering approximately 9 feet tall, or around 2 meters and 6 inches, on the rare patch of earth within the marsh. Amidst the haphazardly piled rough wooden tents, creatures clad in tattered animal hides exuded a foul stench. Their exposed skin was marred and unsightly, adorned with mottled patches of green and brown. Their gaunt bellies sagged, and the outline of their spines was faintly visible beneath their humped backs, rendering them exceedingly emaciated. Their tusks jutted out from their curled lips, complemented by exaggerated claws that gave them a fearsome appearance. Under Saga's watchful gaze, the trolls congregated in pairs, 3s, or even 4s, brazenly engaging in their lewd acts beneath the glaring sun, braving the howling cold winds and swirling snowflakes. Saga happened upon the trolls' mating day, This race possessed a truly terrifying appetite, being carnivorous creatures that would consume any huntable prey, seemingly never sated. With their formidable regenerative abilities, coupled with their insatiable hunger, trolls had become fierce and fearless predators. Yet, despite their cruelty, they exhibited a gentle demeanor towards their offspring. The trolls understood the importance of teamwork. The female trolls took on the responsibility of nurturing the young, while the larger, more powerful males primarily ventured out to hunt, returning with sustenance for the clan's children and females. Only at specific times did the male trolls return to the clan to gather for their unrestrained congress, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Cease your actions at once. The hatchling dragon unfurled its wings and let out a youthful roar, emanating a faint draconic majesty. The trolls, momentarily taken aback by Saga's presence, began to withdraw, nonchalantly swinging their clubs while casting menacing glances at the young dragon. Disgusting vermin. Halt your disgraceful behavior and gather your clan's treasures. It is time to pay tribute to the Crimson Flame Queen, Saga declared, gazing at the appalling scene. A towering troll, standing over 3 meters tall and surrounded by a circle of female trolls, addressed Saga in a tongue incomprehensible to him. This troll's muscles bulged and intertwined like gnarled tree roots, and his imposing stature suggested he was far superior to the average troll. Having just engaged in vigorous activity, he emitted warmth that mingled with the winter chill, creating wisps of white vapor. He was the leader of this troll clan, yet spoke in the giantess tongue. Saga, fluent only in Draconic and the common tongue, could not grasp the troll's rambling. Tribute. It is time for tribute, Saga reiterated in the common tongue, flicking his tail in impatience. This time, the troll seemed to comprehend and responded in a halting, convoluted manner. Tribute. No. Next year. Upon hearing this, the hatchling dragon opened its mouth, revealing its tender yet sharp dragon teeth, glistening white in the sunlight. With a calm demeanor, it declared, "If not, then you shall perish." You think of next year? Failure to pay taxes will lead you to a future devoid of sunlight. The trolls, driven by insatiable appetites, hunt with a fervor far exceeding that of other monstrous clans. On Thorn Island, all prey belongs to the Crimson Empress. Neglecting to pay taxes leads only to demise. This is particularly true for this tribe of trolls, which refuses to pledge allegiance to the red dragons. Compared to dragons, many troll clans prefer to become vassals of giants, resisting service to the draconic lineage, as dragons and giants are sworn enemies locked in perpetual conflict. It is indeed feasible to expel these trolls from Thorn Island. Yet such actions are fraught with complications and may incite future vengeance. A swift execution would be far more prudent. As the foremost of the chromatic dragons, the red dragon's methods are brutally straightforward. The trolls, lacking in intellect, mistakenly believe that the repercussions of tax evasion are trivial. Ordinarily, a highly intelligent troll sorcerer would lead the clan. However, this particular tribe lacks such an intellectual aberration and has thus made a grievous miscalculation. Upon hearing the word death from the young dragon's mouth, the troll leader felt both provoked and threatened, particularly by a feeble hatchling. Instantly, he bared his jagged fangs and unleashed a cacophony of guttural roars at Saga. Other, more intelligent races would never stoop to such behavior. Simultaneously, as though responding to their leader's command, the other trolls brandished large wooden clubs and spiked hammers, their hostile gazes fixated on Saga, thickening the atmosphere with tension. There will always be ignorant beings eager to confront the majesty of a true dragon. Initially, I intended to grant you a chance at survival, but you have now successfully provoked my ire. Prepare to welcome the arrival of death and destruction. Saga lifted his chin, unfurling his dragon wings. And amidst the snow and wind, he soared away from the troll's gaze. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. There were hundreds of trolls, each endowed with immense strength and combat prowess, far beyond what a mere hatchling could contend with. Saga was not a reckless dragon. He understood his own limitations. Moreover, Saga's mission was not to annihilate disobedient clans, but to collect taxes. As for those unwilling to comply, other methods would be employed in due course. To be insolent in the presence of a true dragon? Such audacity is not without consequence. As the young dragon departed, the troll leader let out a triumphant roar, as if to assert his dominance over the fledgling, rallying his kin with a hearty embrace of 2 plump female trolls, mindlessly continuing their revelry. Due to their lack of intelligence, he remained blissfully unaware of the dire consequences that would soon unfold. They would be dealt with later. For now, it was time to venture to the human settlement. Under the blanket of swirling snowflakes, the young dragon unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, ascending hundreds of meters above the ground. After departing from the territory of the Troll clan, Saga made his way to the solitary human settlement on Thorn Island. This town, encircled by towering stone walls, was a maze of interwoven streets filled with numerous human inhabitants. Due to the dominance of the Red Dragon matriarch, most of the human populace had fled, leaving behind several monstrous clans. Yet, not all humans abandoned their homeland. Some remained, clinging to their roots with a courageous resolve. Over time, they discovered that the Red Dragon matriarch harbored no inclination for human slaughter, allowing them to gradually settle into a semblance of peace and resume their daily lives. For the downtrodden citizens of the former Rosen Kingdom, it made little difference whether they were ruled by the Red Dragon matriarch or the nobility of Ur. In fact, under the rule of the Red Dragon, they often experienced less oppression, with their lives becoming somewhat more comfortable. After all, the Red Dragon matriarch demanded only taxes. Those who did not resist her rule and complied with her wishes were generally spared from her wrath. In stark contrast, the former noble rulers sought to extract every last drop of blood from these people, with whispers of hunting activities circulating among the aristocracy. Upon arriving at the human town, an elderly man approached as he saw Saga descend, inquiring, "Pardon me, are you here to collect taxes for the Empress?" Saga nodded and replied, "Since you are aware, please hand over the taxes." The old man smiled gently, showing no fear of the young dragon, and said, "I have prepared it in advance. Please accept it." He gestured toward a stack of boxes piled against one side of the stone wall. Compared to the previous 3 monstrous clans, the humans here were remarkably cooperative, even calculating the tax collection time and preparing in advance. At this moment, the arrival of the young dragon caught the attention of many other residents. Shadows of the elderly, adults, and children peeked through the windows of their homes, casting a mixture of curious and fearful glances toward Saga. Frowning, Saga felt a growing disdain for the probing stares and became acutely aware of the furtive gazes directed at him. With a ferocious expression, he bared his teeth and shouted toward the cluster of eyes, "Roar!" Instantly, some timid children burst into tears. As the probing gazes dissipated and the sound of wailing filled the air, Saga relaxed his furrowed brow. "If you dare to peek at His Highness again, I shall devour you," he bellowed, relishing the thought of feasting on tender young flesh. With another fierce roar, he proclaimed in the common tongue, his voice booming across the human settlement. After a brief moment of silence, the cries of children erupted throughout the town, intensifying in fervor and frequency. Amidst the cacophony of cries, Saga revealed a satisfied expression before securing the taxes and departing from the human settlement. Through manipulation of the gravitational field, he could mitigate a portion of the planet's gravitational pull. However, he had yet to master control over the supergravity realm. Nevertheless, he demonstrated flight capabilities far surpassing those of similarly sized hatchling dragons. Shortly thereafter, Saga arrived at the 3rd location designated for tax collection, a territory resembling a dragon's lair, inhabited by the enchanting Batwomen. Within the verdant, frost-laden forest, a dark and profound cave concealed thousands of these Batwomen. Upon reaching the entrance of their lair, Saga retracted his dragon wings and alighted upon a modest conifer, the weight of over 5 tons causing the ancient tree to creak and groan under the strain. Upon his arrival, Saga observed several Batwomen frolicking in the snow. These Batwomen possessed graceful figures, nearly devoid of clothing, their skin adorned with a delicate layer of black fur. They boasted humanoid forms, lacking arms but instead sporting a pair of enormous bat wings, equipped with talons at their tips. On their curvaceous bodies rested heads that, to the ordinary human eye, appeared fierce and intimidating. As a true dragon, Saga possessed an aesthetic appreciation for all races. In his eyes, the Batwomen were rather beautiful, each one strikingly attractive and alluring. "Hey, you little Batwomen over there, please inform your leader. It is time for tax collection," he called out, clearing his throat. This demeanor was far more pleasant than that displayed towards the troll clans engaged in their raucous activities. The Batwomen exchanged glances before parting their lips, revealing sharp teeth as they erupted into a series of melodious giggles. "Prince Saga, you've come to collect taxes at such a young age. Would you care to join us in our lair for some fun?" They cooed, fluttering their wings and encircling him, their eyes glued to the diminutive dragon. Saga flicked his tail, gently pushing the Batwomen away. Ladies, you ought to recognize that I am but a hatchling. In some civilized realms, such behavior would be deemed unlawful. The bat women were an entirely female race, leading to a curious inquiry. How did they reproduce? Irrespective of consent, these bat women would capture males from other species, be they beasts or otherwise, to engage in pleasurable activities, after which they would conceive and bear the next generation of bat women. Of course, should a brave soul find themselves enchanted by the bat women's beauty, the ladies would gladly invite them into their lair rather than resort to forceful capture. If satisfied, they might even reward their guest with treasures. What difference did it make? The body of a true dragon is remarkably robust. Even a juvenile dragon possesses greater strength than many adult magical beings. Should your highness find your development lacking, it is of little concern, for we possess unique methods. A bat succubus extended her damp tongue, delicately licking her lips, and spoke to Saga in an alluring tone. For powerful male creatures, particularly those like Saga, a true dragon, the bat succubus found herself utterly defenseless due to her innate instincts. Do not harbor delusions. I am a true dragon beyond your reach. Saga firmly declined her advances. Although these bat succubi exhibited great beauty, none captured Saga's interest. As a noble and proud true dragon, he held little regard for mere creatures. He deemed that only the leader of the bat succubi would be worthy of his attention. The young dragon, weighing only several tons and measuring over 4 meters long at just a year and a half, flicked his tail with a haughty thought. At that moment, an aged voice resonated from the depths of the cave. Good day, Prince Saga. I am the leader here. Please let me know your needs. As the air stirred with the flapping of wings, a venerable bat succubus emerged from the cave, coming into Saga's view. Her bat-like head was lined with wrinkles, and the once delicate black fur covering her body had become withered, her aged appearance suggesting she was teetering on the brink of the grave. To Saga, her excessive frailty rendered her quite unattractive. Upon seeing this bat succubus, the younger female succubi surrounding Saga promptly withdrew. The young dragon blinked in surprise. It was indeed timely for the leader to appear, yet he felt no inclination toward this elder. Clearing his throat, he stated, I come to collect taxes on behalf of my mother. Gazing at the exceedingly aged bat succubus leader, Saga hastily discarded his previous thoughts. The leader, keenly aware of the consequences of defying the Empress's will on Thorn Island, directed the younger succubi to prepare the taxes and bring them forth from the cave. Throughout this process, the bat succubus leader cast flirtatious glances at Saga, subtly inviting him to visit her lair. The elderly leader, too, was captivated by the youthful dragon. Most importantly, should she bear offspring imbued with dragon lineage, her entire clan would flourish. In the continent of clays, there exists a kingdom of bat succubi, skilled in the art of transformation, capable of assuming the beautiful forms of various races. This has led to the establishment of the largest entertainment district on the Saiga planet, enticing powerful beings to intermingle and optimize their bloodlines through unions with formidable male counterparts. Among all bat succubi experiencing positive bloodline mutations, those with dragon lineage stand as the most distinguished. Once the taxes were collected, Saga promptly deposited them into his spatial crystal, not lingering at the site. Under the bat demon leader's glutinous gaze, he hurriedly ascended into the air. The aged bat demon possessed the ability to drain a ferocious male tiger to mere kindling in one fell swoop. As a fledgling dragon, Saga could not withstand such scrutiny. Observing the retreating figure of the young dragon, the bat demons displayed expressions of regret. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. The sun descended towards the horizon, overlapping with the peak of a mountain, resembling a luminous jewel. As time elapsed, the resplendent evening glow gradually faded, and the sun quietly sank below the horizon, giving way to the moon and the encroaching night. The vast expanse of stars illuminated the earth, while frost and snow reflected the moonlight and starlight. Thorn Island remained radiant under the night sky. The task was accomplished. It was now time to settle accounts with the defiant and mindless troll clan. No clan that defies the majesty of the true dragon was permitted to exist on Thorn Island. Glancing at the sky, the young dragon raised his chin, muttering to himself. It is said that vengeance should not be postponed. Every true dragon harbors a profound sense of grudges. Inciting the wrath of a dragon often leads to catastrophic consequences, particularly for the chromatic dragons. Before the day had fully elapsed, that very night, Saga resolved to eliminate the troll clan. He intended to fulfill his promise. ensuring that the trolls would not see the light of another day. Regarding the continuation of this narrative, some readers have expressed feedback about the significant incorporation of various elements and the stylistic divergence from the previous work, as if penned by a different author. Clarifying this in the comments proved challenging, thus I shall address it here. The sensation of a different author's touch is, in fact, a compliment to me, as I aspire to create something distinct, rather than merely crafting a narrative draped in saga-esque guise. I aim to produce a different tome titled The Dragon That Controls Time, distinct from the previous work. Readers transitioning from the earlier book should discern the marked differences in character between Saga and Galen, unlike the prior work, which primarily revolved around the Grand Circle and briefly touched upon Olympus and the ancient multiverse. This narrative's central thread is firmly established as the interactions and collisions between various finite multiverses, encompassing, but not limited to, elements from Warcraft, Warhammer, Magic, The Gathering, Diablo, Dungeon and Fighter, and so forth. As for the finite multiverse setting, many readers familiar with the previous book will understand, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. This is also the reason for the abundance of incorporated elements, facilitating a smoother unfolding of the main plot. However, since readers have brought this to attention, it indicates some existing issues. To enhance this aspect, I will adopt a more gradual approach, allowing different elements to emerge in a more seamless manner. Nevertheless, a complete avoidance of such incorporation is impossible, as the tone of this book is inherently structured to include diverse elements. The established main storyline will remain unchanged. Additionally, this work is titled The Dragon Emperor, which bears no relation to dragon species. Firstly, within the narrative, it conveys the essence of dragon royalty. Secondly, externally, I hope to achieve a leading status in dragon literature. The author harbors a modicum of ambition, and according to editorial feedback, the current data is indeed promising, surpassing that of the Time Dragon. If this momentum can be sustained, a new pinnacle may be achieved, perhaps even the coveted position of first on the new book rankings, a status once only dreamed of. To realize this aspiration, the support of readers is imperative. Such support encompasses not merely monthly votes, rewards, or subscriptions, but also a plethora of suggestions and ideas. Readers are encouraged to voice their thoughts freely. I will attentively consider all input, resolving any issues and optimizing the narrative to ensure this book flourishes and resonates with its title. By the way, I humbly request monthly votes for my book titled Hogwarts. I am Harry's cousin, with the premise, transforming into Harry's cousin, as decreed by the original author. As the saying goes, Merlin closes one door, but opens a window. After acquiring a peculiar wizarding system, Merlin perhaps lifted the roof off Dudley's abode. Dudley Dursley exclaims, "Let me explain, it is not as you think. I truly am a spellcaster." Under the moonlight, Dudley strikes an odd pose, declaring, "All right, I confess. I admit that wizards have their limits, so I shall no longer be a wizard. Potter, the system warns, if you continue this way, I shall learn the 72 transformations and become a super scion." This book is also known as the Physics Mage, everything except magic. Actually, I can do magic. And I am not Harry Merlin. With 3 completed works exceeding 1 million words and 1 reaching 2 million, readers may rest assured in their collection. In the depths of the stormy ocean lies a peculiar marine expanse. Each droplet of seawater here is imbued with a rich elemental energy, exuding a robust draconic essence. This region is home to numerous sea beasts of dragon lineage, as well as magical creatures like the graybeak sorcerer bird, the dreamy jellyfish, and schools of thunderfish, countless enigmatic beings. The traces of magic are ubiquitous throughout these waters, which, influenced by unnatural factors, shimmer with a golden hue, thus earning the name Golden Sea. At the very heart of the Golden Sea, where the golden sheen is most pronounced, lies a vast and majestic island. Suspended above the liquid gold, the island resembles a slumbering giant. It boasts diverse terrain, including dense forests, towering mountains, glaciers, sandy expanses, and beaches. Countless dragon silhouettes glide between the islands. The gold dragon, adorned with whiskers and scales glistening like gold. The silver dragon, graceful and resplendent with silver scales. The brass dragon, with warm-hued, brass-like scales speckled with dark brown. The copper dragon, reddish-brown with greenish edges and turquoise eyes. And the sleek bronze dragon, smooth-scaled with blue-black edges, embodying a streamlined form. The 5 metallic dragon clans, ranging from hatchlings to ancient dragons, can all be found here. With a resounding splash, the sea roils, sending forth countless sparkling golden droplets that shimmer even under the cover of night. A dragon emerges from the depths, soaring gracefully from the liquid gold of the ocean and gliding through the air before descending onto an island. Beneath the island lies the vast expanse of the deep-sea dragon city, situated at depths ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 meters. Beneath the colossal dragon island, an even grander underwater metropolis unfolds. Majestic palaces, adorned with dragon-scale patterns and statues of titanic dragons, stand resolutely, their imposing forms crafted from lustrous metal, epitomizing the architectural style of the dragon lineage. Within this serene bastion, numerous true dragons reside and traverse, alongside countless colossal whales, giant sharks, abyssal cephalopods, and bottom-dwelling creatures, all dwelling on the fringes, basking in the radiant glow of dragon scales. Suddenly, a figure of red and gold surges through the waters, creating a powerful current as it ascends to the surface. The ocean swells and then shatters. Amidst the throng of droplets, the figure breaks free from the sea, ascending from its abode in the deep-sea dragon city to the shores of Dragon Island. After a brief spiral, it alights upon a beach. The horizon stretches endlessly, revealing a golden sea. Moonlight cascades down, illuminating this little dragon, distinct from many metallic dragons, reflecting in her ruby-like eyes, where golden threads radiate prominently. This is Yekarina, brought to the deep-sea dragon city by her father, the golden dragon. Thorn Island, mother, and my foolish brother, she whispers, baring her teeth at the mention of Saga, her gaze shifting with a different intensity. Humph, my foolish brother, the outcome between us is yet to be determined. Once I surpass my hatchling stage and venture out, I shall return to Thorn Island to show you my prowess. Yekarina muses, shaking her head. At that moment, a small figure descends, landing in the vicinity of Yekarina's beach. It is a young golden dragon, slightly larger than Yekarina, measuring about 5 meters in length. The young dragon gazes curiously at Yekarina, her scarlet scales interwoven with golden threads piquing its interest. Approaching Yekarina, the little golden dragon inquires, "Hello, lovely copper dragon. How should I address you?" Yekarina casts a glance at the robust little dragon, its golden scales reminding her of Saga. Though it is female, it does not possess the same allure as Saga. Its scales are merely a standard circular interlocking structure, while Saga's are akin to diamonds. Yekarina reflects inwardly. "Are you a foreign dragon? What are your parents? You seem quite unique, yet I do not believe I have met you before. Did you just arrive in the dragon city?" The young golden dragon continues, edging closer with curiosity. "Keep your distance," Yekarina retorts. Yekarina regained her composure and gazed at the little golden dragon, flicking her tail as her eyes transformed into slits, displaying a demeanor of vigilance and impatience. In the depths of the dragon city and on the dragon island, the young golden dragon had encountered its kin, all amiable and easy to converse with. However, upon receiving a reprimand from Yekarina, it appeared slightly taken aback. Having been well protected within the harmonious metallic dragon clan, the little golden dragon disregarded Yekarina's warning and continued to approach. "You seem quite anxious. Do not fear. I merely wish to befriend you," it said, taking slow, unguarded steps forward, exuding no malice and offering a warm, gentle smile filled with kindness. Yet, goodwill was met with hostility. "I told you to stay away," she growled. Yekarina, irritable and unable to suppress the rising tide of her wrath, spread her dragon wings wide, resembling a conflagration of red and gold. Without further ado, she lunged toward the little golden dragon. This fierce posture was reflected in the astonished eyes of her opponent, accompanied by the rapidly enlarging claws. With a resounding thud, one claw struck, causing the little dragon to tilt its head as it was sent soaring into the air, tracing a pitiable parabola before plummeting into the shallow waters beyond the beach. You hit me." The little golden dragon, swaying and regaining its balance, felt a wave of dizziness wash over it. The innate competitive spirit of dragons compelled it to growl, unfurl its wings, and launch itself at Yekarina. However, mere minutes later, it lamented, "I shall inform the elders of Dragon City. You have unjustly attacked me. You are quite fierce." The little dragon, bruised and teary-eyed, covered its head as it departed to seek counsel, intent on reporting the incident. Though this juvenile female dragon was slightly larger than Yekarina, it lacked her strength, speed, and defensive attributes, rendering it no match for her. it was thoroughly overpowered throughout the encounter. Leader of the metallic dragons, paragon of benevolence? Is that all there is to it? Yekarina scoffed, exhaling a breath of heat. As for the impending complaint, she remained indifferent, well aware of the stature and power her golden father held within Dragon City. Moreover, in dragon society, might is esteemed above all, even among the metallic dragons. This principle prevails. A mere scratch is but a trivial matter, merely a playful skirmish among younglings, hardly worthy of elder attention. In comparison to my detestable brother, it pales immensely. Saga, upon his birth, could already best me, albeit primarily due to my own carelessness. The young female dragon perched on the ground, gazing upward at the vast expanse of the starry sky. Oh, my foolish and vexatious brother, what are you doing now? What am I to do in Dragon City? I feel so out of place here. As time flowed like water, the young female dragon basked in the moonlight, lost in contemplation. Suddenly struck by an epiphany, she rose to her feet, claws on her hips, and burst into a fit of wild laughter. Ah, how delightful! I shall vanquish every renowned hatchling within the depths of the Dragon City. I will dominate all the metallic hatchlings, compelling them to dwell in my shadow, their gaze forever fixed upon my draconic visage. Surely, Saga would be envious of my prowess. Meanwhile, within the opulent palace of Dragon City, crafted from gold and mithril and adorned with countless gems, the gold dragon father's gaze flickered, revealing a peculiar expression. The young dragons within the city seemed to be in peril. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. This generation of hatchlings has enjoyed an overly comfortable existence under the city's protection and requires a measure of adversity. However, Yekarina, the power you possess has begun to influence ordinary life forms, and it appears to be burgeoning. Beneath the cover of night, where Yekarina emerged from the sea, numerous diminutive marine creatures, fish, shrimp, crabs, floated lifelessly, as if afflicted by an extraordinary force, having succumbed to their demise. Be it good or evil, you remain my daughter, my bloodline. I can only hope that this power does not turn upon itself. The gold dragon father furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing it once more. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, Saga soared through the skies, his golden form gliding above Thorn Island and the foothills of the Akan volcano. In this winter season, the distant landscape was blanketed in pristine white snow, yet the ground here radiated a searing warmth reminiscent of the hottest summer days, causing the very air to shimmer. The temperature soared to at least 60 degrees Celsius, yet Saga felt no discomfort. It is known that hatchlings must soak in magma to absorb the fiery energy before their formal birth. As a red dragon, Saga was unfazed by ordinary heat and flames. Ulysses stood before a rough, deep cave nestled in the foothills, prompting Saga to call out within. Soon after, heavy footsteps resonated, causing the ground to tremble and stirring up clouds of dust and fine gravel. A towering bear, rising to a remarkable height of 9 meters, emerged from the cave, its fiery red fur billowing in the wind as if ablaze. Ulysses, the dragon pulse bear, was one of the most esteemed subordinates of the Red Dragon Lady. Your Highness Saga, how may I assist you? The dragon pulse bear exuded an intimidating presence, yet its tone was surprisingly gentle as it addressed Saga. According to Saga's knowledge, Ulysses had been in the service of the Red Dragon Lady longer than any other dragonkin, possessing combat prowess second only to her. The Red Dragon Lady reigned as the queen of the Ashen Nest, and Ulysses, the formidable bear, was akin to her foremost general. In a previous confrontation during the Island Reclamation War against the Rosen Kingdom, the Dragon Pulse Bear, despite not attaining legendary status, utilized its formidable physical attributes to hold back a human legend at great personal cost, thereby granting the Red Dragon Lady the opportunity to vanquish their elite forces. The scars adorning Ulysses' bear-like visage were a testament to that fierce encounter. It seems a bit of a waste to employ Ulysses against the Troll clan. This is primarily because Saga is eager to observe the performance of the Dragon Pulse Berserk Bear, a curiosity that has lingered for quite some time. My mother has tasked me with overseeing the tax collection in various regions, and the Troll clan has shown defiance and hostility towards me. Saga shook his head and spoke. Upon hearing Saga's words, Ulysses, typically stern-faced, darkened his countenance, his eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. Your Highness, I understand. To disrespect His Highness Saga is to show disdain for the Crimson Flame Empress. Such disrespect towards the Empress demands a price of blood and death. With this declaration, after nodding at Saga, the Dragon Pulse Berserk Bear strode forth with great purpose, its limbs pounding against the trembling ground, akin to an armored vehicle, racing with unrelenting speed towards the domain of the troll clan. Having subordinates is indeed advantageous. Many matters do not require my direct intervention. A mere command suffices, while my followers handle the labor. Saga blinked as he watched Ulysses depart. Unfortunately, both Iona and Ulysses are vassals of the Red Dragon Lady, not of me, Saga. Every blade of grass and tree upon Thorn Island belongs to her as well. In a few years, when I possess the strength to survive independently, I shall need to depart from the dominion of the Red Dragon Lady, making it difficult to command powerful vassals like the Dragon Pulse Berserk Bear. However, Saga did not feel disheartened by these thoughts. I will inevitably acquire my own territory and followers. Under the sunlight, the young dragon lifted its gaze, contemplating this. With a whoosh, Saga flapped his dragon wings, ascending into the air amidst the gusts, soaring hundreds of meters high as he pursued Ulysses. The robust Dragon Pulse Berserk Bear, galloping on the ground, had its fiery red fur billowing like a raging inferno, igniting the night as it barreled through, leaving a trail of shattered trees and rocks in its wake. Were it not for the rugged terrain of the mountainous forest, Saga would struggle to catch up with Ulysses at his current speed across the flat plains. However, in this environment, where the elevation varied and obstacles abounded, Saga found himself able to maintain a tenuous pursuit of the formidable Dragon Pulse Berserk Bear while soaring above. Time flowed steadily. Within mere minutes, Saga and Ulysses approached the marshland where the troll clan resided. After a day of relentless combat, the trolls, now weary, had returned to their animal skin tents or wooden and stone houses to rest early. Yet, with the increasingly thunderous rumble and the ground shaking from subtle to violent, some trolls were roused from their slumber. The first to awaken was the troll chieftain, a towering figure adorned with a robust physique and interwoven muscles. Standing over 3 meters tall, residing in a lofty stone house embellished with brass and black iron. Wow! With a fierce cry, he seized a robust, blood-stained hammer and rushed out from the stone dwelling. Responding to the leader's summons, hundreds of trolls awoke from their slumber and gathered. The troll leader wore a grave expression, gazing intently towards the source of the disturbance. In the darkened jungle, a cluster of vibrant red, reminiscent of flames, surged forward with alarming speed, as conspicuous as the golden silhouette of a young dragon above it. Suddenly, from hundreds of meters away, under the watchful eyes of the vigilant trolls, a burst of fire shot into the sky, tracing a perilous arc akin to that of a falling star, descending towards the most densely packed gathering of trolls. Lamakabaka. The troll leader sensed imminent danger, his pupils constricted as he bellowed. The assembled trolls immediately scattered. Simultaneously, the swift comet of flame struck the ground. Boom! In an ear-splitting explosion, the rare land encircled by the swamp shattered, creating a circular pit nearly 100 meters in diameter, with cracks extending outward like webs or lightning. A ring of fire erupted, sweeping across the ground. Within the pit, flames blazed fiercely, illuminating the night. The draconic beast, its eyes blood-red and exhaling hot breath, emerged from the crater, revealing over 20 charred and shattered corpses. More than 50 trolls, engulfed in the fiery blast, writhed in agony, rolling in the swampy mire. By the time the flames extinguished, their bodies were grievously burned, reduced to a mangled state. The trolls' renowned regenerative abilities proved futile against the flames that countered them. Fire and strong acid were the trolls' greatest fears. The night breeze stirred, causing the treetops to sway. The draconic beast stood tall, its shoulders towering at 9 meters. Its majestic form exuding an overwhelming aura. Sparks erupted from its fur, merging into a conflagration. The fiery beast, a vision of terror in the eyes of the trolls, prompted them to plead for mercy. Yet, Ulysses, indifferent to their supplications, revealed a vicious side, leaping beside one troll, ensnaring its head with one paw while the other gripped its waist, then exerting tremendous force. With a splatter of blood, the troll's head was wrenched from its spine. A gruesome sight. Simultaneously, as he twisted off another troll's head, the beast unleashed an orange fireball towards a distant troll, the projectile swift as lightning, engulfing the creature and reducing it to ashes. Behind the draconic beast, a lithe troll poised for a stealthy attack, clutching a sharp spear, leaped high, aiming for the vulnerable spot on the beast's back. Ulysses did not turn or even glance, as the ground trembled and cracked, revealing a texture reminiscent of molten lava. Boom! A pillar of molten lava surged skyward, engulfing the trolls that had attempted to ambush from behind. Several troll archers, their bows taut, observed the movements of the dragon pulse bear from a distance of 100 meters, waiting for the opportune moment to strike while the creature was preoccupied with its companions. With a powerful release of their fingers from the bowstrings, arrows tipped with venomous essence shot forth, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The trolls aimed with cunning precision at the vulnerable spots of the dragon pulse bear, targeting areas where its thick fur offered little defense: its eyes, mouth, ears, and underbelly. Yet, the bear raised its head and roared. A palpable sound wave rippled across the ground, sending tremors through the surrounding trolls, leaving them disoriented and bleeding from their ears. The arrows, even in flight, were deflected, merely grazing the bear's formidable form. With a swift motion, the bear brandished its claws, summoning a cascade of vivid flames that transformed into searing claw marks, distorting the air around them. These flames surged forth, incinerating the trolls who had dared to strike from the shadows, leaving them in smoldering ashes. Disrespect towards the crown, towards the queen, leads only to death. The bear's voice resonated like thunder. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, it became evident that Ulysses was far superior to these trolls. Their numbers were futile against such might. What unfolded before Saga was nothing short of a massacre, as every move Ulysses made could rend the trolls asunder. The robust trolls crumbled under the bear's claws, akin to fragile parchment, and within a mere minute, they were in disarray, fleeing in terror. Seeing the tide turn, the troll leader also sought to escape. With a resounding thud, Ulysses stomped the ground, invoking the earth's might. Rock barrier. Irregular chunks of soil and stone erupted, interlocking to form a circular wall that ensnared the entire troll clan within its confines. The troll leader, robust and fierce, faced the towering stone barrier. She discarded her weaponry to lighten her load, bent her knees, and, muscles coiling with power, leapt into the center of the barrier, using the stones to propel herself upward and successfully vaulting over the top. The bear turned its gaze toward the troll leader, a flicker of intent in its eyes. Drawing in a deep breath, Ulysses felt the surge of magical energy coursing through its form as it bared its formidable jaws, aiming squarely at the troll leader. A deeper, more potent fireball coalesced, locking onto its target. However, just as Ulysses was about to release the fireball, it noticed a golden drake spiraling through the sky, descending rapidly toward the ground. With a decisive turn, Ulysses directed the fireball elsewhere, and in a brilliant eruption of flames, several trolls were reduced to mere ashes. It advanced with determined strides, continuing its slaughter of the trolls ensnared within the rocky barricades, the scene unfolding in a decidedly one-sided manner. The delicate snowflakes of this evening fell gently, almost imperceptibly, yet beneath the luminous moonlight, the snow blanketing the ground shimmered with a lustrous, jade-like sheen, rendering the entire Thorn Island a breathtaking jewel amidst the wintry realm. With each heavy, hurried footfall, the troll chief hastened away, his demeanor starkly contrasting the arrogance he exhibited in the presence of the whelpling during the day. Now, panic and fear were unmistakably etched upon his face. Though inherently dim-witted, he had come to realize that his earlier hubris had incited the night's carnage, witnessing his kin being mercilessly slaughtered by the fearsome berserker, while he lacked the valor to fight alongside his brethren, left with no recourse but to flee. Escape. Flee from Thorn Island. This singular thought consumed the troll chief's mind. As he dashed away, he glanced back, his gaze fixated on the scene behind him. Flames erupted from the heart of the troll clan's territory, illuminating the night sky, while the thunderous sounds of the berserker's movements and the anguished cries of his slaughtered kin resonated in his ears. Gritting his teeth, the troll chief averted his gaze and continued his frantic flight. Suddenly, a sense of peril surged within him. Just ahead, the air rippled like the surface of water, and from the darkness emerged a small, radiant golden sun, accompanied by a dazzling golden dragon claw reaching forth to seize the troll chief's head. With a resounding crash, the troll chief's legs slammed into the ground, nearly sinking into the earth, abruptly halting his frantic escape. The muscular troll chief leaned back, feeling the sharp, whistling winds lash against his face, a painful sting that allowed him to evade the underhanded assault. As the leader of a troll clan, he possessed formidable skills. He was no weakling. Yet, alas, simultaneously engaging in the intricate dance of power was indeed a daunting task. On the other side, the golden whelpling crouched gracefully, its limbs poised like a cat, lightly swaying its tail. Exceeding 4 meters in length, with a wingspan of 6 meters, the whelpling's scales glimmered like diamonds, exuding an imposing presence that overshadowed the troll chief, whose muscular frame resembled gnarled roots of ancient trees. The troll chief turned his head to cast a glance at Saga, his eyes betraying a deep-seated loathing. "Walla walla," he growled in a low voice, his words a thunderous roar. Saga could not comprehend. Yet the troll chief's contorted and furious expression suggested nothing benevolent. It was likely laden with threats or contemptuous remarks. Heavy breaths escaped the troll chief, his eyes bloodshot and fierce, a visage of primal ferocity. "Oh, do you wish to engage in a fight to the death with me?" Saga's golden pupils narrowed sharply, exuding an air of indifference and icy coldness. Yet, under the gaze of the fledgling dragon, in the next moment, the fierce-looking troll chief turned and fled, his movements fluid and swift, displaying a decisive urgency. With a blink, Saga unfurled his 6-meter wingspan in a powerful sweep. A gust of wind erupted, swirling the layers of snow from the ground. The fledgling dragon soared into the air, its wings beating majestically as it dove downwards, claws outstretched, sharp as iron and glinting in the moonlight. The dragon's might surged forth, brushing past the fleeing troll chief. Particles of dust suspended in the air appeared to be caught in an invisible shockwave, visibly radiating outward in a circular pattern. In that instant, it felt as though mountains were collapsing, rivers were surging over their banks, and time itself seemed to slow in the face of impending catastrophe. A sense of suffocation overwhelmed the troll chief's mind, as if an unseen hand were constricting its throat. As one of the most formidable magical beings, even the fledgling dragon's aura was akin to a mental spell, wielding considerable effect. The unleashed dragon's might crashed upon the troll chief's psyche like a tumultuous wave. Stumbling, its powerful body lost balance amidst its rapid flight. A hapless fir tree was struck by the troll chief, which let out a mournful creak as its trunk snapped in two, the upper half collapsing at an angle upon the ground. The troll chief's forehead, bloodied and bruised from the impact, healed at a visible pace. As the injury was merely superficial, in just a second, it was as good as new. The troll chief, tough-skinned and resilient, merely shook its head. At that moment, its dark brown pupils contracted as it beheld the rapidly approaching and enlarging dragon's silhouette behind it. The troll chief was no longer inclined to flee. Firstly, it could not fly, although its straight-line speed during a full-speed dash surpassed that of the fledgling dragon. It could not be sustained. Moreover, Thorn Island was fraught with obstacles, vegetation, rocks, and ravines that would impede its escape from Saga's pursuit. With a sudden turn, the troll chief faced the fledgling dragon head-on. "Yura!" It bellowed in a fit of rage, raising its massive fist, akin to a sandbag, and aimed to smash it into the descending dragon. The troll chief's arms were long, reaching down to its knees, muscles rippling like forged steel, offering a greater range of attack than the fledgling dragon's current reach. With a resounding thud, the troll's fist struck Saga's armored visage, causing a few smaller dragon scales to crack with fine fissures, but not shatter completely. The troll chief felt as though it had struck a steel plate, despite some effect. Its opponent did not even flinch, an astonishing feat considering the power that could shatter rock and reduce solid stone to dust. It is not due to the weakness of the troll leader. Indeed, the troll leader's strength is formidable enough to crush steel spheres. The outcome would be otherwise if it were not for Saga's remarkably robust defenses, which stand out even among his many exceptional attributes. Saga experiences a slight discomfort and tremor. Yet, rather than detracting from his focus, this subtle pain sharpens the awareness of the fledgling dragon, whose golden eyes seem to lose all emotional distractions. With a resounding thud, the moment the troll's fist crashes against the fledgling dragon's armored visage, Saga's small, yet powerful form propels forward with an overwhelming force, his sharp claws piercing the troll leader's chest. In a fierce display, Saga collides with the troll leader, advancing several meters amidst the thunderous vibrations, shattering numerous towering pines in his wake. The troll leader's legs carve deep furrows into the ground, stained with blood, while jagged wooden splinters pierce its back. Unfazed by pain, the troll leader becomes even more ferocious. As Saga's claws penetrate its chest and force it backward, the troll emits a low growl, raising its right hand menacingly to jab at the fledgling dragon's eyes. The troll's palm, broad and rough-skinned, bears fingers that are darkly curved, with nails glinting like blades, an embodiment of danger. Suddenly, a gravitational field erupts, enveloping the troll leader in an invisible weight. While the troll possesses immense strength, its sheer mass renders it susceptible to the intensified pressure of Saga's gravitational force, slowing its movements to that of a rusty machine. In this moment of vulnerability, the fledgling dragon's eyes gleam with ferocity, its blood boiling with excitement from the battle. As the troll leader's actions become sluggish under the gravitational weight, Saga deftly sidesteps the troll's claws and, with a swift motion, sinks his teeth into the troll's wrist. With a crunch, Saga's dragon fangs, as hard as steel, close in on the troll's rough, leathery skin, piercing through muscle and ultimately snapping the sturdy bone. Blood erupts from the severed wrist, splattering onto the snow-covered ground, intertwining vivid red with pure white, as if a sinister flower of blood blooms in the pristine landscape. The crimson droplets stain the fledgling dragon's golden scales, adding a fierce hue to its already commanding presence. Having severed the troll leader's hand, Saga disdainfully spits it onto the ground. The troll's face contorts in agony. Despite the loss of its palm and the excruciating pain, it remains a fearsome figure, trembling yet maintaining a snarling ferocity, its roars echoing relentlessly. Under the fledgling dragon's unwavering gaze, the troll leader's forehead bulges with veins as it emits a low growl in response to its severed hand. The blood surged as if it were boiling. The troll chief's dark, azure skin suddenly emitted wisps of steam, while the intricate network of veins and muscles bloated with blood, turning a vivid crimson, resembling a searing iron, emitting a high temperature that hissed upon contact with the cold night breeze. Delicate snowflakes fell from the heavens, instantly melting into water upon touching the troll chief's surface. Simultaneously, the troll chief's body swelled like an engorged sponge, expanding by a third, now towering over 4 meters. The already formidable troll chief possessed broad shoulders and a robust physique, appearing far more imposing than a mere young dragon, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Some powerful and unique individuals within the troll race could harness the power of blood, using it as a core energy to embark upon the extraordinary path known as the Blood Berserker, possessing skills capable of turning the tide of battle in critical moments. In an instant, Saga perceived the troll chief's current state through his inherited insights. With a swift motion, he pressed his intact palm against the dragon claw that had pierced his chest, pushing outward with tremendous force. This overwhelming strength allowed the troll chief to break free from Saga's restraint. Simultaneously, it propelled itself backward, creating a distance of over 10 meters from the young dragon, shattering the ground beneath its feet. 10 meters away, the right hand, which had just been severed by Saga, displayed sinewy muscles intertwining and flesh buds writhing, rapidly regenerating. The nearly transparent blood hole in its chest also began to heal swiftly, as blood wove together like fine threads, transforming into fresh flesh that filled the horrific wound on the troll chief's torso. The troll's remarkable regenerative ability was vividly showcased in the current state of the troll chief. Like a bellows, it gasped for breath, its eyes, reddened from engorgement, fixated intently on the young dragon. Steam rising from its body as the high temperature met the cold air. The blood berserkers of the troll clan had indeed underestimated you. However, this would not alter the outcome. Saga's expression remained calm, his gaze sharp and icy. Meanwhile, the young dragon's wings soared high, an intangible and formless dense force field converging and enveloping its wings. Then, with a decisive sweep towards the troll chief, the young dragon unleashed its power. The air hummed as arcs of force intertwined. 2 invisible powers crossed paths, shattering the boulders and trees beneath, compressing the snow on the ground into crystalline perfection. The objects ahead were crushed and obliterated, swept into the tempest. This power, though intangible, was akin to the wind, which, though unseen, could outline shapes. The alterations in the surrounding environment, along with the accumulation of various elements, sculpted a murky, intertwining blade nearly 10 meters long and 1 meter wide within the realm of reality. It was not sharp, yet it bore an overwhelming sense of devastation. This was a highly compressed gravitational wave, a colossal lateral gravitational wave stretching 10 meters in length. This is a rudimentary application of Saga's abilities, known as the gravity blade. With a lethal potential of 40 strikes, the troll chieftain's pupils constricted as it sensed the impending threat. With knees slightly bent, the chieftain leaped fiercely, contorting its body as it lunged towards the young dragon, while simultaneously evading the 2 approaching gravity blades. Its calculations were precise. allowing it to escape the arc of the blade's lethal reach. However, as it drew near, the chieftain's expression shifted. It felt an overwhelming pull, a lateral wave of intense gravity attempting to ensnare and crush it. Boiling blood. It roared in the troll tongue, its blood reaching a boiling point, causing its skin to turn a horrific crimson, cracked and oozing droplets of blood. The steam thickened, becoming an even deeper shade of red. In exchange for a brief surge of power, the chieftain harnessed its boiling blood. It resisted the pull of the gravity blade, straining to evade and narrowly slipping past it. A resounding crash. Behind the chieftain, a path of destruction stretched for hundreds of meters as the gravity blade sliced through, severing towering trees and shattering rocks, leaving distinct imprints of devastation on the ground. Having only recently mastered this technique, its first application in battle was marred by poor timing and slight inaccuracy. Though its power was commendable, Saga's gaze was icy, his thoughts weighing heavily. Meanwhile, the chieftain, its body glowing red-hot like a branding iron, roared as it charged forward like a meteor, intent on annihilating Saga. Die! It bellowed in a harsh dialect of the common tongue, defiantly leaping against the oppressive gravity field. Its massive, engorged fist, akin to a sandbag, struck the air with a ferocious wind, hurtling towards the young dragon's head like a falling meteor. Saga could sense the immense force behind that punch. A direct hit would undoubtedly leave him in agony. Under normal circumstances, only a dragon of at least 15 years would stand a chance against such a formidable troll chieftain. Common beasts would appear as mere puppies before the might of the chieftain, and yet Saga, at less than 3 years old, was still a tender hatchling, facing a worthy adversary. The chieftain, emboldened by its boiling blood, became even more ferocious. The prudent course of action would be to evade its fury, to bide time until the chieftain showed signs of weakness before striking. However, Saga had no intention of retreating even an inch. In this moment of heightened intensity, time seemed to slow. The moon was obscured by clouds, casting a dim light upon the hatchling's scales, which glimmered like dark gold. With cold indifference, Saga opened his jaws once more, revealing sharp dragon fangs that glinted ominously in the faint moonlight. Opposite Saga, the chieftain thought darkly, "Damn that dragon whelp. Do not underestimate us trolls. You, a mere hatchling, dare to confront the arrogance of my boiling blood? You shall perish at my hands." It does not flinch or evade. Its massive, blood-red claws, swollen with pulsating veins and emanating steam, fiercely tear at the visage of the young dragon. In the golden eyes of Saga, the reflection of the troll chief's fist reveals a faint hint of derision, as if mocking the opponent's audacity. The troll chief perceives the anxiety in the young dragon's gaze. Yet there is no time to alter its combat strategy. As the fist approaches the young dragon's head, a glimmer of delight crosses the troll chief's face. However, at that moment, an invisible gust seems to emanate from the young dragon's mouth, sweeping past the troll chief's colossal, blood-engorged fist. In a silent instant, under the astonished and incredulous gaze of the troll chief, skin, muscle, tendons, and bones disintegrate inch by inch, layer by layer, as the fist shatters into countless imperceptible particles, unraveled by the intangible breath. With a mere whisper of the night wind, it disperses like dust. Not only the fist, but the entire robust right arm and a significant portion of the shoulder of the troll chief are obliterated, leaving no trace in the grand scheme of things. In utter bewilderment, the once valiant troll chief finally displays a visage of terror, its eyes narrowing in disbelief as it regards the young dragon. "You seem to believe you can vanquish me. How naive and foolish. Has your head been squeezed by the neighboring bat witch?" Regardless of whether the opponent comprehends it, the young dragon articulates this sentiment. What Saga has just unleashed is the breath that had previously shattered a layer of the red dragon's scales, aptly named the annihilation breath. Since Saga unconsciously expelled this breath, it has been in pursuit of that sensation and, after a period of exploration, has gradually learned to harness its power. The annihilation breath is formless and intangible, producing no discernible fluctuation upon release, making it difficult to detect. Yet it carries a terrifying destructive force capable of obliterating even the legendary red dragon's scales with the young dragon's frail form. At present, Saga remains unaware of the limits of the annihilation breath. In its current state, it appears to be capable of breaching all defenses. Saga hypothesizes, drawing from its knowledge and instinct, that the annihilation breath likely influences the strong and weak nuclear forces at the microscopic level. commonly referred to as the strong and weak interactions. This breath disassembles the nuclear forces binding the microscopic particles that constitute living beings, leading to their dissolution. Before the annihilation breath, even the legendary red dragon's scales exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Moreover, this is merely the young dragon's breath. The potency of a dragon's breath is seldom fixed and can grow alongside the true dragon, an indispensable ability that permeates the entirety of a dragon's existence. In the face of such a formidable breath, the troll chief's arm succumbs at a mere touch. Regrettably, Saga still cannot wield the annihilation breath at will, as it demands a considerable amount of energy. To experience my breath is your privilege. Taking advantage of the moment when the troll chief, hindered by the loss of his right arm and a significant portion of his shoulder, momentarily lost his balance, Saga sprang upright. His powerful hind legs supported his massive frame as his right dragon arm was drawn back like a taut bow, the claws poised to strike. In a calculated maneuver, Saga found that the mutilated form of the troll chief had now entered his striking range. With a swift motion, the dragon claw surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, crashing down violently upon the troll chief's head. The sound echoed like thunder as the troll chief's head spun around, its neck twisting like a corkscrew, rotating 5 or 6 times before blood gushed from its orifices. Its gaze finally directed toward the golden hatchling. The cervical vertebrae shattered under the force, and the once mighty body wavered before collapsing to the ground. To offend a dragon lord is to court death. Stepping atop the fallen form of the troll chief, the young hatchling raised its chin, deliberately adopting a profound expression. Simultaneously, the silvery moonlight cascaded like liquid mercury, casting a luminous sheen upon the hatchling's diamond-scaled golden armor, creating a delicate halo that shimmered in harmony with the golden dragon scales. Radiating brilliance. As if deflating, the troll chief's engorged body gradually shrank back to its original state. Saga cast his gaze downward, observing the troll chief, who was trembling slightly and had not yet succumbed to death. The regenerative capabilities of trolls are astonishing. Ordinary physical damage often proves insufficiently fatal, especially for a distinguished warrior like the troll chief, whose physique was even more formidable. The hatchling opened its jaws wide, inhaling deeply. Amidst the interlaced fangs, a surge of golden flames roiled. With a powerful exhalation, a fan-shaped plume of fire erupted from its mouth, engulfing the troll chief's form, consuming it entirely. Even amidst its feeble struggles, the troll's body was reduced to ash. Flames and potent acids together could utterly annihilate a troll. After unleashing the torrent of fire, Saga paid no further heed to the possibility of the troll chief exploding, choosing instead to gaze upward at the sky. He realized that even without exerting his full strength, the powers he possessed from both the red dragon and the gold dragon would suffice to deal with the troll chief. Yet such an approach would not serve to hone his skills. Living under the protection of his red dragon mother, he lacked practical combat experience, and he regarded the troll chief as an excellent sharpening stone to refine his abilities. Beneath the vast expanse of the night sky, the golden hatchling unfurled its wings. Its body bathed in moonlight and a gentle flurry of snowflakes as it ascended, returning to the troll clan encircled by rocky fortifications, where flames blazed fiercely. Upon Saga's arrival, the mighty bear had just crushed the last troll's neck beneath its paw. "Your Highness, it is remarkable that you, at such a tender age, can single-handedly slay the troll chief. The queen will surely take pride in you." The bear, its fur ablaze and furiously swirling, looked up at the golden hatchling and spoke softly in the tongue of dragons. The location of the battle between Saga and the troll chieftain was not too distant, yet it remained within the perceptual range of the ferocious bear. Although the specifics of the confrontation were unclear, the bear was aware that Saga had successfully vanquished the troll chieftain. There was no need for astonishment. Such feats were commonplace for me. The young dragon lightly waved its claw and spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Then, gazing upon the inferno engulfing the troll territory, the young dragon disregarded the searing flames and boldly stepped into the fire, determined to overturn the charred remains of the trolls. The flames licked at the young dragon's golden scales, adding a vibrant glow without causing any significant harm. After rummaging through the troll corpses, Saga scurried into the dilapidated troll dwellings, praying to the dragon deities while scavenging. After some time, Saga emerged from the troll chieftain's most opulent stone abode. Bah! The young dragon's expression soured as it spat a mouthful of dragon saliva onto the ground. "Damn trolls, what a bunch of miserly creatures. Not a single gold coin in sight. Cursing under its breath, the young dragon stuffed the meager treasures it had unearthed into the inner layer of its scales. Ultimately, Saga discovered only a few tattered ancient silver and copper coins among the troll clan's possessions. Not a single gold coin could be found. Within their homes, there were only peculiar clay jars filled with strange contents, charred animal pelts of little use, and broken weaponry serving merely as makeshift table legs, alongside unidentified books that had been reduced to ashes. I cannot pray to the dragon deities again. It seems I have made an error. Saga imagined the possible reactions if the dragon deities could hear its prayers. O great multitude of dragon deities, bless me with greater wealth. No problem. Just give me a cut. Cough. Such thoughts bordered on sacrilege. I must not dwell on them. The young dragon shook its head, expelling the notion from its mind. It mattered not that I do not worship the deities, but it would be best not to slander them maliciously. I have not slandered. It was merely a bit of jest. Given the greatness and nobility of the dragon deities, they would hardly stoop to the level of a mere young dragon like myself. Saga reassured itself internally. Once more, it scrutinized its spoils. This foraging expedition had not yielded treasures in accordance with a dragon's expectations, but it was not entirely fruitless. Within the troll chieftain's abode, Saga uncovered a magical gemstone that the chieftain had used to prop up the corner of its bed. It was a vibrant orange-yellow stone, known as yellow crystal. At that moment, nestled within the young dragon's claws, was a crystal composed of multiple irregular columns, roughly the size of an average adult male's fist. Radiating a gentle magical glow, its faint yellow light illuminating Saga's golden scales. This is of far superior quality than the agate fragments my mother and I traded. The trolls truly lacked intelligence. With the quality of this yellow crystal, it could easily suffice for tax payments. The troll chieftain likely had no comprehension of what a magical gem truly was, treating it merely as an aesthetically pleasing stone to prop up the corner of his bed. Gazing at the vibrant yellow-orange crystal, the golden hatchling dragon, after a brief moment of contemplation, rolled its eyes and swiftly devoured the yellow crystal, placing it beneath its tongue. After securing the magical crystal, Saga produced a charred, square plaque. This plaque, crafted from stone, was rectangular and rather flat, marked by numerous jagged scratches and scorched remnants. Also utilized by the troll chieftain as a makeshift bed prop. A cursory glance revealed inscriptions in the common tongue etched upon the stone. Seek joy in every moment. Indulge in every whim. Every form of power is available for use. Every sensation is to be experienced. Revel in pleasure, desire, decadence, and self-indulgence. All other existences exist to fulfill our desires, to provide us with joy, to savor the fruits of eternal enjoyment. Time is merely a symbol. Unrestrained pleasure is eternal. The text was minuscule, densely packed across the stone plaque. Was this the doctrine of some deity? Pleasure, desire, enjoyment. Was it the goddess of lust? No, that could not be the case. On the opposite side of the plaque was an engraved design. At the bottom lay a double-ringed circle adorned with thorns, and at its center, a hazy visage with a long, forked tongue. Above the double-ringed circle, there was an embedded image of a skull, reminiscent of a curved blade, accompanied by a sharp crescent moon above it. This was not the emblem of the goddess of lust. The essence of the doctrine was fundamentally different from hers. The legacy of the dragon had not been triggered, indicating a lack of relevant records within its annals. Saga, feeling indifferent, merely cast a few curious glances. Who knows from where the troll chieftain had stumbled upon this object? The plaque was made of common materials, merely the most ordinary marble, devoid of any value. Not gold nor silver, nor even brass or wrought iron. With an abundance of deities across myriad realms, it was likely that any renowned god would have their legacy documented. The absence of such records suggested that this was a trifle associated with lesser, obscure deities, possibly the product of a fledgling cult dabbling in the arcane. Perhaps entirely unrelated to any divine entity. It was hardly worth consideration. What a worthless trinket, wasting my time. The little hatchling dragon crushed the plaque into dust and cast it into the still-burning flames, sending a plume of smoke into the air. Under the cloak of night, Saga unfurled his dragon wings and soared into the heavens. After a while, as a hint of pearly light appeared on the horizon, the sun, akin to a bashful maiden, emerged from the sea, casting a gentle dawn that illuminated all. Saga returned to the dragon's nest. "Welcome back, little one," he greeted. "How is the task progressing?" Upon returning to the dragon's lair, The crimson dragon slowly opened her eyes, her gaze akin to molten lava, filled with an expression of profound scrutiny directed at Saga. With a sense of reverence, the young dragon raised her head and, under the watchful eyes of the red dragoness, recounted in detail the circumstances surrounding her recent tax collection mission. Throughout this exchange, the red dragoness maintained a serene demeanor, gently nodding as if she had already comprehended everything before Saga even spoke. After a moment's reflection, Saga conveyed the incident regarding the stone tablet she had inadvertently shattered. Time serves merely as a symbol. It is the indulgence in joy that is eternal. Without strength, how can one truly savor pleasure? Power alone is everlasting. The red dragoness scoffed lightly and remarked nonchalantly, I have not encountered such teachings, nor is there any record of them in our heritage. Do not dwell on it. Following her words, she lazily lifted her eyelids, refraining from further dialogue and beckoning Saga with a mere flick of her finger. Understanding her unspoken command, Saga retrieved the spatial crystal containing the tax collection and presented it to the red dragoness. All the taxes are here. Please have a look, the young dragon stated, her tail swaying gently from side to side. The red dragoness accepted the spatial crystal without inspection, revealing a faintly amused expression. She extended a clawed toe, playfully shaking Saga's head while smiling, and asked, Little Saga, are you certain that the taxes within the spatial crystal are complete? Is there nothing else? As she spoke, the red dragoness finished shaking Saga's small head and withdrew her massive claw. Upon hearing this, Saga felt a twinge of guilt. The red dragoness's gaze seemed to pierce through his scales and flesh, delving deep into his heart. Saga sensed that his thoughts and subtle movements were laid bare under her scrutiny. Rubbing the horn atop his head, the young dragon blinked innocently and exclaimed, Oh dear, I just remembered. I have some items scavenged from the remnants of the Troll clan's territory that I forgot to present to you. The red dragoness is the sovereign of Thorn Island, an uncrowned monarch. The spoils Saga acquired from the Troll clan rightfully belonged to her and were to be submitted to the red dragoness. Had Saga vanquished the Troll clan himself, it might have been a different matter, but he currently lacked such prowess, and the involvement of the red dragoness's vassal, Ulysses, complicated matters further. Under the watchful gaze of the red dragoness, Saga shook his neck, his limbs pounding against the ground, and trembled his form. With a clattering sound, a handful of battered, old metallic coins fell from within the layers of his scales, landing on the ground with a melodious chime. Mother, the Troll clan is truly impoverished. I scoured the territory and found only a meager amount. It was so little that I inadvertently forgot to mention it. Here, I present everything to you now. As he shook, Saga continued to speak. Immediately, as the last aged silver coin fell to the ground, the young dragon nonchalantly made its way to the corner of its lair, where it often curled up to sleep. While walking, it yawned and said, Mother, I feel a bit tired. I shall rest for a while. With that, Saga nestled down onto the ground. As was customary, he coiled his body, curling his tail in front of him like a pillow, gnawing on the tip of his tail, while his wings folded neatly against his sides. However, before Saga could drift into slumber, he suddenly felt a tightening at the nape of his neck. In the next moment, the young dragon was lifted off the ground by the sharp claws of the red dragoness, suspended in midair. Although Saga had already grown to over 4 meters in length, resembling a small monster in the eyes of ordinary creatures, he still appeared diminutive before the red dragoness, easily manipulated at her whim. After flailing his little claws in vain, the young dragon ceased his struggles, dejectedly letting his wings and tail droop lifelessly. Little Saga, you are not like those inferior 5-colored dragons, but rather the most noble of red dragons. The white, black, green, blue, and red dragons, categorized from weakest to strongest at the same age, are collectively known as the 5-colored dragons, or chromatic dragons. However, in the eyes of the red dragon, all other 5-colored dragons are mere refuse, unworthy of comparison. Other dragon types share similar sentiments. For instance, the white dragon proclaims, we 5 dragons are truly powerful. The black dragon retorts, 5-colored dragons? More like 4-colored dragons. The green dragon adds, top 3 dragons and bottom 2 dragons. The blue dragon boasts, a duel of the dragons. Yet the red dragon dismissively states, all are garbage. Deception is not a virtue for us red dragons. We wield the mightiest power and require no cunning schemes. If we desire treasure, we seize it. If we wish to unleash our wrath, we kill, suppressing all dissenters with unmatched strength. Remember this. In the face of true power, all stratagems are but futile struggles. The Red Dragoness imparted this lesson to Saga. It was clear that she was aware of Saga's secret hoarding of a magical crystal. However, true dragons are inherently greedy for wealth, and the Red Dragoness understood this, not blaming Saga for his actions. If he could indeed take something that belonged to her, that was his own skill. With that, the Red Dragoness shook her claws. The young dragon, still suspended by the nape of his neck, swayed along with the movement, his long tail undulating like a wave. Now, produce the item. Saga's face revealed a hint of pain as he reluctantly regurgitated the yellow crystal from his mouth and presented it to the Red Dragoness. Immediately, she relaxed her grip, and Saga plopped down onto the ground. After a moment's contemplation, instead of feeling disheartened, he countered the Red Dragoness's words, saying, "Mother, I acknowledge your philosophy. In the presence of absolute strength, schemes are but mere illusions." The Red Dragoness lowered her gaze, observing the young dragon. Sagittarius then shifted his tone, stating, "However, prior to possessing absolute strength, I believe it is imperative to employ intellect to achieve one's goals. The true power lies with the Red Dragon Lady, not with me at this moment. If circumstances permitted, I would prefer not to exert my mind, yet the situation does not allow for such luxury." The Red Dragon Lady smiled gently and addressed the young dragon. "Thus, I do not hold your deception against me, do I?" After a brief pause, she continued, "When confronted with a being stronger than oneself, the application of wisdom becomes essential. Yet, what I truly wish to convey is that, regardless of the circumstances, intellect is never a substitute for strength. Do not become ensnared by fleeting shortcuts. The pursuit of power is eternal. If intellect triumphs, it merely indicates that your strength is insufficient." Sagittarius did not entirely concur with the Red Dragon Lady's perspective, for he believed that wisdom is indeed a form of power, albeit a more subtle one. Naturally, he was more inclined towards tangible and directly observable strength. Nonetheless, he did not dismiss the value of intellect. After all, one cannot afford to neglect the use of their mind. While many red dragons possess intellect yet choose to remain idle, Sagittarius, being an unconventional red dragon, adeptly harnessed his wisdom. Subsequently, after engaging in a battle of wits and gaining some insights from the Red Dragon Lady, the young dragon laid down on the scorching ground of the dragon's nest, biting the tip of his tail, and succumbed to slumber. Following each intense battle, Sagittarius often felt fatigued. His confrontation with the troll leader had demanded the use of his annihilating breath, which took a toll on him, leaving him with minor injuries. For a true dragon, any depletion of physical or mental energy, along with various injuries, could be restored through sleep. Moreover, upon recovery, they often emerged even more refined. As long as one is not slain, a true dragon only grows stronger. This extraordinary capacity for growth is one of the reasons why true dragons are regarded as apex magical beings. While Sagittarius rested, a formless and intangible energy emanated from all directions, manifesting in peculiar shapes such as arcs, straight lines, and undulating curves within the microscopic realm, continuously flowing and infusing his being, enabling Sagittarius to grow more rapidly. Meanwhile, the Red Dragon Lady shifted her gaze, quietly observing the slumbering young dragon. Even as a legendary creature, she could not perceive the strange energy that Sagittarius was absorbing. Yet, her instincts hinted that something was amiss around him. Despite her heightened awareness and the casting of various spells, she could not ascertain the specifics and ultimately relinquished her inquiry. "Little Sagittarius, how many secrets do you hold within?" The Red Dragon Lady closed her eyes. A broad dragon wing enveloped the young dragon like a blanket, and soon, the magnificent and colossal red beast also drifted into slumber. The atmosphere within the dragon's nest grew tranquil and serene. Time flows like water, steadily and unhurriedly, second by second. During this period, a blizzard swept across Thorn Island, blanketing the landscape in frost and snow, transforming it into a scene of ethereal beauty. However, as time passed, the heavy snow gradually dissipated, the air warmed, and signs of a gentle thaw emerged. The good days heralding the end of winter were approaching. Spring, fragrant with the songs of birds and the bloom of flowers, was on the horizon. Then, just before the arrival of spring, Saga and the Red Dragon Mother awakened together. Unlike previous awakenings from slumber, this time they were not roused by the gentle caress of nature, but rather by a sudden disturbance. Thorn Island, at the base of the Akan volcano, trembled. Iona spiraled gracefully, her lavender form shimmering in the sunlight, as she gazed upon the summit of the Acan volcano. A thunderous roar echoed as the towering volcano began to shake, fissures erupting along its mighty slopes. Rocks began to tumble down, initially a trickle, but soon coalescing into a terrifying cascade, sending the various denizens of the volcano into a panic. Amidst the chaos, the wyverns at mid-mountain flapped their wings, screeching in alarm as they took flight to evade the falling debris. At the foot of the mountain, the goblins stared in horror at the rolling stones, their panic palpable as they scrambled chaotically, surrounded by the rubble of collapsed stone houses, some of which still bore the unfortunate remnants of goblins trapped beneath. As the boulders struck, many goblins met a grim fate, casualties mounting. In the face of the trembling Acan volcano, the weaker denizens, much like the goblins, suffered grievously. Even the more powerful factions sustained losses. Only the core leaders, such as Iona and Ulysses, remained unperturbed, though their expressions were grave as they surveyed the volcano, bewildered by the unfolding events. With a resounding crash, a majestic dragon soared, its wings aflame, piercing the heavens. It circled and entered the palace atop the Acan volcano. The Red Dragon Mother unleashed her might once more. Yet, this time, the commotion was not as pronounced as before, after her entrance into the mountain's peak palace. Tranquility returned swiftly to the Acan volcano, the tremors subsiding. However, during this brief interlude, the mountain became marred with an intricate web of fissures, scars from both the previous tremors and the current upheaval, starkly visible and distressing to behold. Once the volcano settled, the Red Dragon Mother returned to her lair, dismantling the protective enchantment safeguarding the hatchlings. Saga, all is well now, she stated, her eyes resembling molten orbs, calm yet serious. Saga blinked in confusion. Mother, why did the Acan volcano tremble again? Was it an earthquake, or is it preparing to erupt? Should we find another place to dwell? The Red Dragoness maintained a calm demeanor and shook her head, saying, with me here, you shall not be harmed, you need not worry. Saga sensed that the tremors of the Acan volcano were not of natural origin, and the Red Dragoness surely knew the reason. Yet she was reluctant to divulge it to him. Understanding that further inquiries would be futile, Saga chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, he began to assess his own form, twisting his head from side to side. After this period of slumber, the young dragon had experienced notable growth, now measuring just over 5 meters from head to tail, with a wingspan approaching 8 meters, vast and formidable. His golden, diamond-like scales continued to shimmer with resplendent brilliance, due to Saga's persistent training of his wings. His wingspan was considerably larger than that of an average young dragon. In the aesthetic of true dragons, the length and strength of one's wings held significant importance, and Saga took great pleasure in surpassing his peers in this regard. Additionally, his size had already eclipsed that of dragons of the same age. His rapid growth was remarkable. At not yet 3 years old, he had exceeded 5 meters in length, a size unattainable by many 6-year-old dragons in their juvenile stage. Mother, I am somewhat hungry, Saga expressed, having awoken from his slumber with an empty stomach. With the Red Dragoness nearby, he wished to avoid hunting for himself. So he blinked his golden eyes and pointed toward his mouth. The Red Dragoness chuckled softly, responding, very well, wait here, I shall procure some high-quality nourishment for you. With that, she soared from the dragon's lair. In light of the dragon's nature, this could be deemed an extraordinary display of affection towards Saga. Shortly thereafter, the Red Dragoness returned with a colossal shark, its presence exuding an overwhelming aura. Yet, it was ultimately dismembered, a portion of it offered to Saga as sustenance. Soon after, Saga departed the dragon's lair, resuming his life of indulgence on Thorn Island. He would occasionally tease Iona, playfully entwining himself around the waist of the Serpent Maiden. And from time to time, he would visit the cave of the Bat Nymphs, allowing the young nymphs to massage his back, cleanse his scales, and relax his body in a state of carefree leisure. Of course, even amidst his revelry, Saga did not neglect the cultivation of his physique and the development of his abilities. Each time he embarked on a hunt, he would simultaneously hone his strength and skills. In this manner, time passed quietly, and before long, winter had faded away. With the arrival of spring, the world began to thaw. It was once again the season for creatures to procreate, as the fragrant aroma of stone heather flowers wafted through the air of Thorn Island, accompanied by the vibrant songs of birds. A small island creek, once ensnared by ice, melted and resumed its flowing course. The water was crystal clear, revealing the swaying aquatic plants beneath, along with fish foraging among them or being foraged themselves. Meanwhile, beneath the dappled sunlight, a famished tiger, deprived of sustenance during the winter, approached the stream's edge. It lay by the riverbank, extending its barbed tongue to lap up the flowing water. A slender stream, shimmering like gold in the sunlight, cascaded into the brook, shattering the surface into glistening ripples that mingled and flowed downstream. Initially oblivious, the tiger continued to drink until an odd taste prompted it to turn and gaze at the source of the water. With a fierce roar, it called out, "What is this?" The tiger's roar, once formidable, softened in an instant as its gaze fell upon the source of the stream. A small golden dragonling standing upright, its form ethereal, seemingly bending the light around it, rendering it ghostly. "Why do you roar, mighty beast?" Suddenly, the dragonling's body solidified, each scale glistening like diamonds, more radiant than the spring sun. Saga, the dragonling, ceased manipulating the light field, shook its body, and regarded the tiger that had been fixated on it. This act of urination while maintaining a light field was part of Saga's training, a delicate endeavor. Under Saga's watchful eye, the tiger's ferocity dissipated. It whimpered softly, tucking its tail, and turned to flee. "You dare to watch me relieve myself, and then steal a drink, and now you wish to escape?" Saga contemplated delivering a thrashing, for the water the tiger had imbibed was tainted with its own essence. However, just as the dragonling unfurled its wings to pursue, the ground trembled violently. A thunderous roar erupted, and Saga's gaze sharpened as it turned towards the Akarn volcano. This majestic mountain began to shake once more, with increasing intensity. The red dragon matriarch ascended to the summit palace, summoning a vast reservoir of elemental energy that enveloped Thorn Island, subduing the chaos, and gradually restoring calm to the volcano. Saga diverted its gaze, soared into the sky, and scoured the surroundings until it found the fleeing tiger. After delivering a thorough thrashing that left the creature mewling on its back, Saga returned to the dragon's nest with a sense of satisfaction. In the ensuing days, the Akarn volcano exhibited a series of alarming disturbances, the frequency of tremors escalating as if a terrifying demon within sought to break free from the mountain's confinement, resulting in almost daily earthquakes. "Your Highness, the Queen urgently requests your presence. You must return to the dragon's nest at once." The dragonling, enjoying the ministrations of a throng of young female sprites, opened its eyes as a powerful bipedal dragon flapped its wings, delivering a message in a rudimentary form of Draconic. In the lingering gaze of the little succubi, Saga unfurled her dragon wings and ascended towards the dragon's lair. What could Mother want? Perhaps there is a task she wishes me to undertake? Just at this moment, I find myself somewhat at leisure. Unbeknownst to Saga, her days of indulgence and carefree existence on Thorn Island were about to draw to a close. "Mother, do you have any instructions for me?" Upon entering the dragon's lair, Saga beheld the majestic figure of the red dragoness, who awaited her arrival. At that moment, the red dragoness heard Saga's words, yet remained silent, gazing at her with an air of contemplation. Under the unwavering scrutiny of the red dragoness, Saga felt a sense of unease. She remained quiet, anticipating a response. The red dragoness had generally treated Saga with kindness, which was remarkable for a creature of her formidable nature. However, the legendary dragon's aura was overwhelmingly potent, and the palpable pressure during her silent appraisal rendered the very air around them seemingly still, despite the absence of any overt display of draconic might. Saga crouched gracefully, her limbs drawn close, with her tail coiled neatly before her forepaws, adopting a submissive posture. After a period of quietude, the red dragoness lowered her gaze, her molten eyes fixed upon the young dragon, and spoke. "Saga, how old are you now?" Her voice resonated with a magnetic depth. Saga straightened, replying with utmost sincerity. "I am nearing 3 years of age." The red dragoness nodded slightly, her eyes sweeping over Saga's form, which now exceeded 5 meters in length, approaching 6. Presently, Saga's body measured approximately 2 meters and 3 centimeters in length, her neck and head about half a meter, her tail extending to 2 meters and 6 centimeters, and her wingspan nearly 8 meters. The proportions of her physique, in the eyes of true dragons, were strikingly handsome and elegant. Due to the dense composition of her scales, muscles, and bones, her weight surpassed 10 tons. Furthermore, her elongated tail and wings conformed to the preferences of true dragons. Should a dragon possess a short tail and wings, there would be no need to inspect further, for such a creature would be deemed unattractive and looked down upon by its kin. Dragons measuring under 6 meters are classified as small dragons. When a dragon's total length surpasses 6 meters, it is regarded as a medium dragon. Typically, a medium dragon is a size reached only at the latter stages of the juvenile phase, while Saga still resided in her hatchling stage. My clan of red dragons is renowned for our formidable physique and immense strength. Even red dragons of the same age often do not attain the size and weight you currently possess, the red dragoness stated with a measured tone. Saga was well aware that a dragon's size often signifies its level of power, though she still belonged to the category of small dragons. She was nearing the limits of that classification. The red dragoness, measuring 36 meters in length, resembled a colossal beast, a scale reserved for the legendary dragons alone. Moreover, this physique often refers to the typical form. However, should the red dragon maiden unleash her full potential in battle, her size would become exceedingly exaggerated through various augmentations. The former deity of the dragon race, the nine-faced dragon god Ajo, who perished in the primordial dawn war, was said to possess a form so grand that even the smallest of his scales resembled an immense world, his body stretching across light years. The vastness of such a size is unfathomable and beyond imagination. As for the golden dragon father, he could be classified as a super colossal dragon. Beyond this classification, there are no specific delineations. Even a true dragon measuring 1,000 meters would still fall under the category of super colossal, albeit one could refer to it as super colossal. Saga was perplexed by the sudden mention of size from the red dragon maiden. He made a playful gesture, blinking and tilting his head, and complimented her, saying, "This is due to my inheritance of my mother's excellent bloodline, which has allowed me to grow more swiftly than an ordinary red dragon." A faint smile appeared on the red dragon maiden's face, though it quickly faded away. With a composed expression and a calm voice, she stated directly, "Saga, you are unlike the ordinary red dragons. The strength corresponding to your age cannot be used as a reference for comparison, though you are not yet 3 years old. I believe that with your current size and power, you are capable of leaving the protection of your progenitors, establishing your own territory, subjugating your kin, and creating a realm of your own." Upon hearing this, Saga was momentarily taken aback. Was the red dragon maiden suggesting that he should leave Thorn Island? He understood that this day would inevitably arrive, and he bore no resistance to it, for he did not wish to remain forever in the shadow of the red dragon maiden's protection. However, he had not anticipated it to come so swiftly, considering that, under normal circumstances, chromatic dragons would allow their hatchlings to depart their territory only after reaching 15 years of age. Those who were particularly reluctant to raise offspring might even wait until the hatchlings were 6 years old before permitting them to leave. Saga had been enjoying a comfortable life on Thorn Island and was not yet inclined to depart. Thus, the young hatchling blinked his eyes and adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Mother, do you wish for me to leave Thorn Island? But I am merely a child, weighing just over 10 tons, a tender hatchling not yet 3 years old. Frail and delicate, unable to withstand the winds and rains. Oh dear." The red dragon maiden flicked a talon, striking Saga's head. His head jerked back, and simultaneously, a resounding clang echoed, akin to the clash of steel. "I know your scales are already sufficiently hardened, impervious to the storms. Do not feign weakness before me. There exists a distinction among dragons. Under normal circumstances, a hatchling of Saga's size would possess a defensive capability akin to that of rock. Yet Saga's scales surpassed even steel. Many dragons of greater size than you lack the fortitude that you currently possess." The red dragoness narrowed her eyes, her gaze seemingly piercing through Saga's scales, a smile lingering on her lips as she remarked, "Moreover, you have spent your days in my domain, not only toying with my kin but also courting my subjects, without any other pursuits." Hearing her words and observing the enigmatic smile upon her visage, Saga felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that his flirtations with Iona had likely not gone unnoticed by the red dragoness, bringing forth a twinge of guilt within him. However, as he pondered, he reminded himself that he was the chief of the wicked dragons, and indulging in desires was hardly a matter for shame. The red dragoness might even commend him for it. Thus, he straightened his posture, adopting a dignified demeanor, his expression grave, akin to an upright gentleman. "Mother, I am merely adhering to your teachings. I strive to become a worthy red dragon." The red dragoness nodded slightly, her voice calm as she declared, "You are now indeed a worthy red dragon, and thus It is time for you to depart from my protection, to soar across the skies and traverse the realms, spreading your own renown. Saga's expression fell as he recognized the resoluteness in her tone. Yet, having lingered on Thorn Island for so long, a part of him yearned for the outside world. His emotions were complex. He felt trepidation at the thought of leaving the safety of her guardianship. Yet he was also filled with anticipation for the future, a peculiar blend of sentiments. Perhaps it was indeed time to venture forth. After all, this place was not my domain. I too desire a territory and subjects of my own. It must be related to the disturbances within the volcano, otherwise, the Red Dragoness would not be so eager for my departure. Perhaps Thorn Island has become unsafe. With a keen mind, Saga connected the volcanic anomalies with the Red Dragoness's insistence on his leaving. Reflecting for a moment, Saga's expression grew serious as he addressed the Red Dragoness. You are right, Mother. It is indeed time for me to begin my independent life. Pausing, he lifted his gaze to the magnificent Red Dragoness and continued. I am grateful for your protection over these past 2 years. I shall always cherish the time spent beneath your wings. The Red Dragoness smiled gently, her claw tenderly stroking Saga's head. I am certain that we shall meet again, and I hope to see you as a true dragon, standing tall and proud. I eagerly await that day. The two dragons conversed for some time, and ultimately, the Red Dragoness gifted Saga a spatial crystal, saying, Little Saga, this is a gift from your mother. May you soon become a legend. The spatial crystal was of considerable value, and true dragons are known for their avarice, often being exceedingly frugal. The fact that the Red Dragoness bestowed such a treasure upon Saga as a farewell gift clearly underscored her affection, perhaps even her indulgence towards him. Saga solemnly accepted the spatial crystal, tucking it securely within the inner layer of his scales at the nape of his neck, and joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, Mother. In that moment, under the delighted gaze of Saga, the Red Dragoness spoke in a languid tone. Little Saga, Iona, as one of my vassals, is not an ordinary serpent. She possesses the legendary bloodline of a serpent king and is a princess of a serpent kingdom. She has accompanied me since her youth, exhibiting considerable potential for growth, with the prospect of reaching legendary status. If you desire her, I can transfer her to you. However, as a true dragon, you ought to understand that there are no free lunches in this world. Even between mother and son, we must keep accounts clear. Saga's eyes brightened as he straightened his posture and inquired, Mother, what do you wish for in exchange for Iona to become my vassal? Iona was a precious asset of the Red Dragoness, and for a true dragon, trading vassals is a commonplace affair. The Red Dragoness smiled slightly, extending a clawed toe to tap Saga on the forehead, causing the young dragon, who had just straightened up, to plop down onto the ground. What I desire, little one, is beyond your current means. We shall discuss it later. When you achieve legendary status and possess sufficient wealth, should you still wish for Iona, come to Thorn Island to seek me. Saga nodded. After all, he was still in his juvenile form, not fully developed, and had no need to rush. Mother, if I leave Thorn Island, where should I go? Do you have any recommendations? Saga asked. The Red Dragoness pondered for a moment before replying. To the west of Thorn Island, flying toward the setting sun, approximately 3,000 kilometers away, in the coastal region of the Yal continent. There are 3 small islands closely situated together, their shapes resembling a crescent moon. These islands are known as Waxing Crescent Island, Half Moon Island, and Waning Crescent Island, collectively referred to as Moon Bay. The resources of Moon Bay are not particularly abundant, yet they are sufficient for your current stage and can serve as a foundation for your development. The more prosperous the islands, the stronger the life forms inhabiting them, which you may not be able to contend with just yet. Moon Bay is perfectly suited for you. While you might encounter some minor troubles, there will certainly be no life-threatening dangers. Moreover, trading vessels occasionally pass through the surrounding seas, providing a decent source of wealth. During my youth, I spent some time in Moon Bay, where I also have an abandoned dragon's lair. Upon hearing the words of the Red Dragoness, Saga nodded. 3,000 kilometers away. For the vast majority of sentient beings, this distance is considerable. However, for a true dragon, it is inconsequential. Given Saga's current speed, he could average over 140 kilometers per hour while in flight, and his stamina allowed him to sustain such speeds for days on end without rest. Thus, 3,000 kilometers would take Saga less than 30 hours to traverse, provided he encountered no unforeseen interruptions along the way. Mother, the Moon Bay is not far from the Thorns Island. If I miss you, may I visit Thorns Island? Asked Saga. The red dragon lady shook her head and replied solemnly, "No, you must not set foot on Thorn's Island until you become a legendary true dragon. Unless I extend an invitation." Saga did not inquire further, sensing the peculiarity of the red dragon lady's reaction. It seemed unreasonable to resist his visit to Thorn's Island so vehemently. "Before I achieve legend, I shall refrain from going to Thorn's Island. However, if you yearn for me, you are welcome to visit me at Moon Bay. I would be most delighted by your presence," Saga stated once more. Upon hearing this, the red dragon lady paused briefly, then lowered her gaze to Saga, revealing a smile on her visage as she said, "Very well, I shall remember that." Subsequently, Saga departed from the dragon's lair, gathered his belongings, bid farewell to the little fairies on the island, and went to see his old acquaintance. "Prince Saga, you will return, won't you?" inquired the purple giant python, coiling its body and lifting its head to whisper to the little hatchling dragon hovering in the air. "Indeed, I shall, Iona. After my departure, do not be too sorrowful, and certainly do not forget to miss me, for I shall do the same," Saga replied, winking and speaking sweetly. "I shall always hold you in my thoughts." After a moment, she continued, "Leaving the Queen's protection, you are venturing out alone. While I am aware of your extraordinary potential, you will inevitably encounter troubles and dangers." As she spoke, the purple giant python elongated its body, bringing its massive head closer to Saga. "This is a silver leaf scroll that I received previously, which contains a sixth circle spell, Frozen Armor." The python opened its mouth, its slender tongue curling around a silver, leaf-shaped object, presenting it to Saga. "Please accept this. May it provide a modicum of assistance in times of trouble." Saga extended his claw to take the silver leaf. Gazing down at it, the delicate silver leaf was indeed crafted from silver, but not just any silver. It was mithril, nourished by magical elements, strong, lightweight, and exceedingly valuable. The surface of the mithril leaf bore intricate magical patterns, resembling delicate veins of a leaf, intertwined and exuding a faint chill. Magical scrolls are not limited to mere books. The term encompasses a broader range. Magic can be contained in various materials, such as mithril, crystal gold, and magical gemstones, often classified collectively as magical scrolls. However, those primarily composed of magical plant fibers, mixed with various magical powders, are the most common and cost-effective. "This is a splendid item, Iona. I gladly accept it." The beautiful silver leaf scroll was indeed to Saga's aesthetic taste, even if it were not a magical scroll or artifact. Its worth as a precious mithril metal was more than sufficient to endear it to Saga. "I hope you never have to use it," Iona remarked, sticking out her tongue. Immediately, the colossal purple serpent, much larger than a small hatchling dragon, began to tremble gently, its scales, resembling purple gemstones, producing a soft rustling sound. A few long-forgotten gold and silver coins, along with fragments of gemstones, fell from Iona's scaly armor, landing on the ground and quietly scattering a glimmering sheen. "Your Highness, these are the Empress's gifts, a reward for my performance in the island conquest. Please, take them, you will surely appreciate them." Iona presented all her treasures. 1. A report of achievements. The new book has reached the second place on the overall rankings, with a real hope of claiming the first. This success is deeply intertwined with the support of the readers, and I express my heartfelt gratitude. The current goal is to solidify second place while aspiring for first. 2. Today marks the last day for double monthly tickets. The opportunity will end tomorrow. A gentle reminder from the author. Readers holding monthly tickets, please offer your votes to nourish this book, and do not forget to continue reading, allowing the Emperor Dragon to grow swiftly. 3. The additional chapters for the new book period have finally been fulfilled. After the launch, each leader will receive 10,000 words as a continuation of repayment. "You understand me so well. Iona, I will treasure these riches." Saga's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, he approached the purple serpent, gently nudging its head before retrieving the spatial crystal given by the red dragon maiden to collect the treasures. "I am glad you like it." The purple serpent coiled around Saga, its long, supple body encircling him, the scales softly brushing against one another. After a while, Saga bid farewell to Iona and, amidst her reluctant gaze, soared into the sky, preparing to depart from Thorn Island. However, as the distance between the volcanic icon and Saga increased, yet he had not yet left Thorn Island, Saga felt an unsettling sensation that he had forgotten something. Looking down at the rocky terrain and vegetation of Thorn Island, he instinctively slowed his pace, the rhythm of his wings faltering. As he passed by a low valley, the small hatchling dragon's gaze flickered with realization. I almost forgot you. He tapped his head, flicked his tail, and altered his course, flapping his wings in the direction of a memory, soaring forth under the sunlight. Within a few minutes, a deep yet short rift appeared in the golden hatchling dragon's view. Scattered olive trees and redwoods surrounded it, devoid of signs of life, presenting a rather desolate landscape. This place lay between the Icon volcano and the ruins of the undead. Saga folded his wings and descended at the edge of the rift, his dragon claws gripping the rocky ledge, stretching his neck to peer down into the depths, his golden eyes scanning the bottom, seemingly searching for something. Soon, the small hatchling dragon's gaze sharpened as he identified his target. A pitiful little skeleton slumped at the bottom of the rift, its soul fire dim in its eye sockets, its skull drooping, appearing utterly exhausted. It lay motionless upon a prominent rock, exuding a sense of apathetic resignation. Upon the delicate bones that constituted the diminutive skeleton, particularly at the side of the leg bones, numerous fissures and indentations could be discerned, seemingly forged from a plummet from great heights. The valley floor bore witness to several marks from fallen debris, while the finger joints displayed signs of wear and abrasion. From the traces on the valley floor and upon the little skeleton, Saga could vividly conjure a series of images, bathed in the cold glow of the moonlight. The forgotten little skeleton, abandoned by Saga at the valley's depths, struggled to ascend, yearning to escape the chasm. Alas, the steep incline, nearly at a 90-degree angle, proved to be an insurmountable challenge for a creature devoid of flight. Time after time, it endeavored to climb, only to fall repeatedly, leading it to a state of numbness, eventually succumbing to despair as it lay motionless at the bottom of the chasm. Fortunately, His Highness remembered, otherwise, this unfortunate little skeleton would have languished for eternity in the valley's depths. The young dragon flapped its jaws, speaking to itself, entirely oblivious to the irony that the little skeleton's plight was a result of its own actions, as the multicolored dragon seldom considered the repercussions of its behavior on lesser beings. The chasm, while not excessively narrow, accommodated the current size of little Saga. With a spread of its wings, the young dragon soared toward the valley floor, the rush of air capturing the skeleton's attention. The flickering flame of the soul within its eye socket stirred, and it mechanically lifted its head, its exposed vertebrae cracking, only to behold Saga, illuminated by sunlight, descending like a celestial being. The little skeleton remained momentarily dazed, rooted in place, until Saga's tail coiled around its waist, lifting it into the air amidst the tumult of wind. With a graceful beat of its wings, Saga arced elegantly through the sky, effortlessly transporting the little skeleton away from the chasm and gently setting it upon the barren ground at its edge. "Oh, why do you not come over to torment me this time?" The little skeleton seemed to have forgotten the diminutive dragon that once bullies it, merely gazing vacantly at Saga before turning away, instinctively drawn toward the gathering negative energy of the undead ruins. However, before the little skeleton could depart, a glimmering light enveloped its form. Within this radiance, its body gradually diminished, ultimately drawn into a crystal held within Saga's claw. It truly can contain it. The spatial crystal was not meant for living beings, and Saga, curious about whether undead creatures could be confined within, had just conducted a test, which had yielded unexpected success. In that case, let us depart from Thorn Island together. Consider it a delightful trinket. The young dragon mused, and once more unfurled its wings, swiftly arriving at the coastline of Thorn Island, where the vast, shimmering ocean stretched endlessly before it. If only I could seek refuge in Deep Sea Dragon City under the auspices of the Golden Dragon Father, but alas, I remain oblivious to its precise location. Though Deep Sea Dragon City and Thorn Island both reside within the tempestuous ocean, they inhabit disparate maritime realms. The former lies within the Golden Sea, nestled deep in the heart of the stormy waters, while the latter is situated at the periphery of the Vortex Sea. The vast expanse that separates these two domains renders the journey from Vortex Sea to Golden Sea quite formidable. Even if I were to ascertain the whereabouts of Deep Sea Dragon City, given my limited abilities, Sagar contemplated silently. After lingering in place for a brief span of minutes, he turned to cast a lingering gaze toward the direction of the Icon volcano. In that moment, a resplendent golden-hued dragonet soared gracefully against the backdrop of the setting sun, gliding through the azure sky, skimming over the shimmering waves of the ocean, moving westward. gradually distancing itself from Thorn Island as it embarked upon the next stage of its draconic existence. Meanwhile, along the coastal fringe, concealed within the shadows cast by the treetops, unbeknownst to the young dragon, a raven, cloaked in jet black, tilted its head, its eyes reflecting the image of the departing dragonet, before silently dissolving into the shadows. At long last, it has departed the nest. The attention of the mother dragon was captivated by an inexplicably powerful presence within the volcano, unaware of my concealment. Heh, little dragon, you shall be mine. From the depths of the undead ruins, a whisper, unknown and haunting, emanated from within the silent armor of the Death Knight. The night has deepened, winter has passed, yet the spring nights still carry a chill. Particularly upon the vast expanse of the ocean, the frigid night wind sweeps across the air, laden with the briny scent of the sea, lashing against the scales of the dragonet. Sagar had been away from Thorn Island for 6 hours. Above him stretched an endless firmament, while 1,000 meters below lay the dark and turbulent vortex sea, the sound of crashing waves echoing in his ears. Turning back, he could no longer perceive Thorn Island. The diminutive isle was veiled within the azure-hued waves, eluding detection by the naked eye. This was Sagar's inaugural departure from Thorn Island. From the protective embrace of the Red Dragon Mother, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Yet, concurrently, he experienced a sense of liberation akin to soaring birds in the sky and leaping fish in the sea. Although life on Thorn Island was comfortable, everything there belonged to the Red Dragon Mother, and he was bound to act according to her will, perpetually ensnared by an invisible tether. In the vast expanse between the boundless sky and the ocean, the little dragon soared higher beneath the starlit night than ever before. Moon Bay, located near the coast of Yal continent in the Eastern Sea, is relatively close to the mainland. Once I become more formidable, I can venture to the Yal continent and seek my fortune there, Sagar mused, contemplating the geographical knowledge embedded within the legacy of dragons. He had no intention of remaining adrift upon the sea for all eternity. The location chosen by the Red Dragon Mother was fortuitous for Sagar, as he too aspired to possess the strength to explore the Yal continent in due time. This continent undoubtedly stands as the most resplendent jewel within the realm of the Saiga planet, boasting an expanse exceeding 1 billion square kilometers. Revered as the land where the sun rises, it is home to numerous empires, including several high-ranking empires, kingdoms, and duchies, creating a veritable tapestry of power and ambition. However, at present, Saiga has no intention of venturing forth, as the perils are too great. An unseasoned true dragon is regarded as a prized treasure by many sentient beings. Its scales, claws, blood, flesh, bones, and even saliva are sought after as valuable magical materials, attracting much covetousness. On the continent of Al, empires vie for dominance, with kingdoms and duchies scattered across the landscape. Perhaps I shall capture a few princesses from various nations, Saiga mused with a feigned sinister chuckle. For a proper red dragon, princesses are akin to luxurious yachts owned by the affluent. While they may be unnecessary, their absence would be lamentable. As the young dragon sped towards Moon Bay beneath the night sky, it envisioned a future brimming with possibilities. Though the ocean sprawled endlessly and the sun had set, leaving no points of reference, Saiga remained unperturbed. In its perceptive vision, the heavens and the sea converged in a symphony of intersecting and parallel arcs, some of which represented magnetic fields, akin to lines of magnetic force. With these omnipresent magnetic lines guiding it, Saiga would never lose its way. Occasionally, the young dragon would unfurl its wings and ascend into the clouds, reaching the highest point it could achieve, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the sea. Where the stars appeared almost within reach, the night sky an inviting canvas. At times, it would glide just above the water's surface, its body low like a golden streak, creating a curtain of waves that surged and then gradually closed behind it. From time to time, Saiga would dive into the depths, pursuing the fish within the sea and frolicking with them. Unfortunately, the schools of fish were reluctant to engage, frightened by the presence of the young dragon. Some even succumbing to the aura of the true dragon, floating belly up on the surface. Beneath the waves, the young dragon's wings were tucked against its sides, its tail swaying like seaweed, bubbles frothing at its mouth. Even underwater, Saiga breathed freely. The dim light of the ocean could not obscure its vision, and upon closer inspection, one would notice the young dragon had 2 inner eyelids unfurled, shielding its eyes from the water and filtering extraneous light. True dragons are amphibious magical beings, unafraid of the ocean's depths. Experiencing the bliss of unrestrained freedom for the first time, the young dragon reveled in its aquatic play. However, the ocean harbored many fierce creatures. Some audacious sea beasts, upon realizing that Saiga was merely a young dragon, cast aside their fear of its draconic might and pursued it greedily. Saiga paused, sensing the rhythmic undulations of the water. His perception of the force field remains unimpeded by the presence of the sea. Before his adversary could set off in pursuit, he had already sensed its approach, albeit without acknowledging it. Although he was engaged in playful antics, he maintained a vigilant awareness, deftly avoiding the obviously formidable sea creature. Simultaneously, he restrained the impact of his presence to a relatively small radius, ensuring it did not extend beyond his perceptual limits. Of course, frolicking in the ocean carries inherent risks. As for why he did not quietly navigate to Moon Bay while sidestepping all dangers, it is because he is a dragon. A true drake capable of soaring through the celestial expanse and plunging into the depths of oceanic chasms, rather than a mere serpent lurking in sewers. A true dragon may act with caution, yet will never be paralyzed by fear. As he maintained his awareness, intricate arcs of movement accompanied the shifting of his adversary, weaving together to form the silhouette of a 12-meter-long shark. Its fins were short and stout, while its dorsal fin arched menacingly, adorned with streaks reminiscent of lightning. This shark trailed stealthily behind, casting an ominous shadow in the already dim waters, intent on approaching quietly to launch a surprise attack on him. Little did it know, it had already given itself away. This was no ordinary beast, but a magical creature known as the thunder shark, which thrived in the swirling sea. The thunder shark primarily relied on magnetic fields and the fluctuations of seawater to track its target. If blood were drawn, it could pursue its prey with acute sensitivity to the scent of blood. Suddenly, the small dragonling that had been within the thunder shark's perception vanished without a trace. The shadow in the sea halted, perplexed. The thunder shark shook its head, its skin crackling with tiny arcs of electricity that mingled with the water, dispersing as it continued its quest for the dragonling's whereabouts. Unfortunately, it received no feedback. Disheartened, the thunder shark flicked its tail and began to swim aimlessly. A minute later, a tiger-striped fish, measuring over 2 meters in length, passed by not far from the thunder shark, only to be stunned by a jolt of electricity released by it. As it waved its tail, creating subtle currents, it approached its prey, opening its cavernous jaws to indulge its hunger. Just then, the thought of ambushing it crossed its mind. How dare it? Coincidentally, the dragon was also hungry. Beneath the dark surface of the sea, a brilliant golden light suddenly emerged. Almost within arm's reach, a claw adorned with diamond-like golden scales erupted, precisely striking the thunder shark's forehead amidst the swiftly expanding currents, as 5 razor-sharp talons exerted their force. In an instant, the coarse, sandpaper-like skin of the shark was rent asunder, followed by the shattering of its skull. With a powerful upward thrust, he tore away a piece of the shark's skull, still smeared with murky brain matter. In an instant, the thunder shark was engulfed in chaos and madness due to excruciating pain. The electric patterns adorning its body ignited, radiating a brilliant azure light. As serpentine arcs of lightning surged through the sea with astonishing speed, swiftly ascending the diminutive dragon's form, Saga felt a tingling numbness coursing through him, followed by a sensation of delightful ease. When the arcs of electricity, capable of incinerating an ordinary being, finally penetrated the dragon's scales and struck Saga's flesh, it merely bestowed upon him a pleasant tingling sensation, devoid of any sting. Both his physical and magical resistances were formidable, as true dragons are renowned for their unparalleled strength. Saga's innate talent rendered his scale defenses even more robust than those of a similarly sized red dragon, a breed celebrated for its physical prowess, highlighting the remarkable fortitude that Saga possessed. Even as a juvenile dragon, he was impervious to the magical abilities of the thunder shark, a lower-tier magical creature primarily reliant on its physicality. With a powerful motion, the giant creature swung its massive tail, churning the sea. In response, Saga's elongated tail arched like a taut bowstring. Then, summoning the water, it propelled forward with great force. The collision between the stout shark's tail and the comparatively delicate dragon's tail resembled the clash of a rope against an iron rod, with the outcome being the rope shattering the iron. The entirety of the thunder shark's tail was obliterated by Saga's strike, the surrounding water turning crimson with its blood. Size does not equate to true strength. Dragons are the apex magical beings of the multiverse, even at half the size of this thunder shark. Saga surpassed it in attributes such as power, speed, defense, and reflexes. While dragons are not invincible, those capable of slaying one are typically the elite among their species, heroes of their kind, often requiring a collective effort, even among the elite, to overcome a singular dragon. The thunder shark, by all accounts, was far beneath such standards. In the span of a mere minute, under Saga's relentless onslaught, the life force of the thunder shark dissipated entirely. After consuming nearly all of its flesh, leaving only a skeletal frame, a satiated Saga continued to roam the ocean. He swam vigorously towards Moon Bay, relishing the bizarre and enchanting sights of the sea. He danced with schools of fish, feasting upon them when fatigue set in. Approximately half an hour later, Saga devoured a languid sea turtle with a single gulp, then adjusted his course, extending his wings for a powerful thrust. With a splash, the juvenile dragon broke through the ocean's surface, sending a cascade of water droplets flying. Under the shimmering starlight, the golden, diamond-like scales of Saga glistened with crystalline droplets, forming a breathtaking tableau of a true dragon at play amidst the vast, azure expanse of the ocean. The speed of swimming in the sea ultimately pales in comparison to the velocity of flight in the sky. After playing for a while at the ocean's depths, Saga ascended into the air, employing his twisting light force field, his golden form gradually dissolving into the night, soaring towards the direction of Moon Bay. Beneath the night sky, the cloaked little dragon pressed forward, aligning itself with the magnetic field to lock onto the location of Moon Bay, its wings propelling it swiftly onward. Unbeknownst to him, Saga drifted further away from Thorn Island. The vastness of the ocean rendered him uncertain of his exact position within the swirling seas. For the dragon's legacy contained scant details regarding the distribution of these waters. Lowering his gaze, Saga observed the sea. The brilliance of the stars cascaded down, illuminating the ocean's surface, where the billowing waves shattered the light, merging it into a shimmering dance of reflections. Raising his eyes once more, he gazed up at the heavens. In the velvet blackness of night, numerous stars, both large and small, hung like pearls, twinkling faintly to form a resplendent Milky Way that traversed the sky from west to east, vast and boundless, its origin and end unknown. Suspended between the ocean and the sky, amidst such an expansive and magnificent panorama, Saga's heart instinctively expanded, his vision becoming limitless. He felt a sense of joy, and so, in midair, he folded his wings alongside his body, rotating around his spine, tearing through the gentle night breeze as he dove towards the sea. As he neared the water's surface, Saga's wings suddenly unfurled, unleashing a tempest of wind. Boom! The ocean's surface buckled under the pressure, sending countless droplets flying, with intricate ripples expanding outward. Simultaneously, Saga's form traced a graceful arc, his tail skimming the water, catching a plump fish that soared into the sky. In the midst of such vigorous maneuvers, the little dragon's golden body shimmered in and out of view against the night, resembling a golden pearl adorning the seascape. Saga alternated between playful antics and focused flight as time gradually slipped away. The night slowly faded, giving way to dawn. A slender ray of golden light poured down, gilding the tranquil sea with a delicate sheen, harmonizing beautifully with its azure hue. By midday, one would expect the sun to be at its zenith, illuminating the world. Yet the atmosphere was shrouded in darkness. What dreadful weather! Saga lifted his head. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the high sky, heavy and oppressive, almost pressing down to the earth. Torrential rain poured down, droplets cascading in strings from the heavens, cloaking the entire world in a veil of rain. Crashing onto the ocean's surface, boom! The thunder rumbled deafeningly. Amidst the howling winds and the roar of thunder, the sea was stirred into towering waves, some reaching dozens of meters high, even 100 meters, a sight of sheer power as the tumultuous waters surged. Just 10 minutes prior, the weather had been bright and fair. The ocean epitomizes the essence of a youthful maiden, whose temperament shifts with the capriciousness of the weather. The gentle patter of raindrops accompanies the fledgling dragon as it navigates through the curtain of rain. Large droplets cascade down, tracing the faint outline of the still invisible dragon. Bathed in the tempest, its flight speed diminishes considerably amidst the enveloping downpour. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, reminiscent of a silver dragon, cleaves through the gloomy sky. illuminating the surface of the sea for a fleeting moment. Startled, the dragon notices that the strike occurred merely a kilometer away, a distance remarkably close given its range and velocity. Instinctively, it gazes towards the point of impact. In its field of vision, as the lightning descended, intricate, patterned lines emerged around it, intersecting with the omnipresent magnetic field. In that brief instant, a significant transformation unfolded. Electricity generates magnetism, and magnetism, in turn, produces electricity. A sufficiently potent current can disrupt a magnetic field, and vice versa. These forces are interdependent, each enhancing the other. The dragon muses silently, pondering when it might master the electromagnetic field and command the very forces of thunder, whether in the realm of supergravity or twisted light fields. Its abilities hinge primarily on the manipulation of gravitational forces. Yet, akin to its perception of gravity, it can also sense the electromagnetic field. Regrettably, it lacks the power to influence it. Should it gain control over the electromagnetic field, manipulating electromagnetic forces at a microscopic scale would merely be the rudimentary application of its prowess. Electromagnetic forces, encountered most frequently by all living beings, are ubiquitous. For the dragon, achieving the ability to control electromagnetic forces at this initial stage would be advantageous, as gravitational effects manifest most effectively on a cosmic scale. Within the realm accessible to the dragon, electromagnetic forces yield superior results due to their omnipresence in all material transformations. It is merely a matter of time. The dragon remains unhurried, for even the singular force of gravity provides ample ground for exploration. If it could masterfully wield gravitational forces, it would be more than sufficient for traversing the multiverse. The torrential rain, while slightly diminishing its flight speed, imposes no further hindrance. Such weather, even for a fledgling dragon, cannot be deemed harsh. Is that a vessel in the distance? Within its perception, a sailboat, approximately 40 meters long, comes into view, manned by over 50 humans. The dragon turns its head, employing its draconic long-range vision to pierce through the rain and waves, focusing on the ship. The sail bears a crimson flag emblazoned with the fierce image of a skeletal hand, while the sailors aboard appear robust and intimidating, marked by the scars of battle. Some even missing limbs. The view was somewhat obscured by the curtain of rain. Yet Saga was still able to discern the presence of a relatively small and ordinary pirate ship. Due to certain historical legacies, piracy was rampant across the vast oceans of the Saiga planet, where marauders engaged in rampant pillaging and cruelty, regarded as a malignant force by the realm of sentient beings. To the true dragons of the sea, whether malevolent or benevolent, encounters with pirates were often welcomed, as they could yield unexpected treasures. In the midst of the tempest, the pirate ship bobbed precariously upon the waves, like a mere toy lifted and dropped by a giant, utterly powerless against the elements. Amidst the storm, a one-eyed captain, adorned with a tricorn hat and an eye patch, bellowed commands with great effort. At the helm, a robed water elementalist stood resolutely against the torrential downpour, his cloak drenched and flapping violently in the wind. His countenance bore the strain of exertion as he raised a cerulean staff, topped with a small, oceanic blue gem that sparkled even in the dimness of the storm. Water manipulation, he intoned, sending ripples emanating from the staff, merging with the sea. Under his will, the tumultuous waters surrounding the pirate ship calmed significantly. However, fatigue etched his features. The expenditure of magical energy was considerable. In such dire weather, stabilizing the waters around the pirate vessel was no simple feat for a low-level spellcaster. Unbeknownst to the pirates battling nature's wrath, a fledgling dragon soared above, its gaze fixed intently upon the spellcaster's magical array, particularly the gem atop the staff. The gem shimmered brightly against the gloomy backdrop, reflecting glimmers in the dragon's eyes. Surely, the pirate ship must harbor greater treasures. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve to be a pirate? Moreover, the spellcaster, after stabilizing the sea, appeared to be in dire straits. Bathed in the storm, Saga hovered steadily in midair, wings gently beating as he licked his lips in anticipation. The Red Dragon matriarch had imparted wisdom to Saga. If one were to encounter a vessel upon the ocean, particularly a pirate ship unprotected by the empires, it was a ripe opportunity for plunder. With numerous factions scattered across the seas, there was little to deter one from seizing their spoils. Should the opportunity arise to vanquish a particularly formidable pirate, one could also investigate potential bounties from kingdoms or adventurer guilds, thus accumulating substantial rewards. Remember to assess the opponent's strength and situational context. Listen to your inner thoughts, and then strike at the opportune moment. Pirate ships were invariably excellent sources of wealth, especially if one stumbled upon a vessel recently successful in its heist, for such encounters often led to bountiful gains. The act of black eating black, as it were, was a pursuit favored equally by both malevolent and benevolent dragons. In the realm of metallic dragons, however, this was not merely termed black eating black. It was regarded as a righteous endeavor, a means of upholding justice. At this moment, Saga paused to reflect on his innermost thoughts. In his mind, he conjured an image of a small dragon adorned with demonic horns, roaring with all its might, "Robbery! Robbery! Robbery! Treasure! Treasure! Treasure!" Out of reverence for the riches, Saga unfurled his dragon wings and surged towards the pirate ship. "Captain, it seems something is approaching," one of the sailors exclaimed. "It appears to be a dragon made of raindrops." A robust sailor, towering at 2 meters, inadvertently caught sight of Saga. Saga, manipulating the light field to cloak himself, attempted to conceal his presence, yet the relentless storm manifested his form. The sailor, braving the tempest, drew near the captain and shouted into his ear, "Do not abandon your post. Curse it, do you wish to be swallowed by the deep sea? I refuse to meet my demise before I have savored life. If I must perish, let it be upon the soft belly of a woman." The burly captain, with a beard like a wild thicket, bellowed, spittle mingling with rain as it splattered upon the sailor's face. "Wait, what did you say?" The sailor stammered. "I believe I just saw a dragon." "A dragon made of raindrops." Amidst the howling winds and thunderous roars, the sailor insisted. "Foolish creature, what dragon is made of raindrops?" The captain retorted. "But I truly saw it," protested the tall, earnest sailor, feeling aggrieved. "If your nonsense disrupts my command, I assure you, once we reach land, I shall deliver a sound thrashing to your face with your grandmother Marioness undergarments." The captain roared. "What color are Marioness undergarments?" A curious voice interjected unexpectedly in the common tongue. "Red," the sailor replied, startled. "Wait, you little rascal, what do you ask that for?" The captain instinctively shouted, then turned with a fierce glare at the sturdy sailor. "That was not my question," the tall sailor retorted, shrinking back. Upon hearing this, the captain's pupils dilated. Following the direction of the voice, he abruptly raised his head. Against the backdrop of the drenching rain, a magnificent golden dragon, its scales shimmering like diamonds, gradually emerged, resembling a small golden sun amidst the oppressive storm. Despite its relatively diminutive size for a dragon, this golden creature, weighing over 10 tons, was an imposing presence for any human. The small golden dragon, with its limbs gathered and wings folded, perched elegantly upon the ship's mast, its golden eyes reflecting the varied expressions of the crew. Upon witnessing Saga's emergence, some sailors displayed greed, others curiosity, some apprehension, and others anxiety, each revealing their emotions as Saga observed them keenly. "Dragon! Dragon! There's a dragon!" The towering sailor lost his footing and fell to the ground, terrified by Saga's presence. "Fool! That is merely a hatchling. What are you afraid of?" The captain kicked at him while gazing up at the little dragon with avarice gleaming in his eyes. "Warriors of the Black Skull, the hatchling dragon has been delivered to us. How could we possibly refuse?" "Huh. This is an immense fortune. We are on the brink of prosperity." Upon hearing the captain's command, the sailors' greed overshadowed all other emotions as they regained their focus. Thieves stealthily retrieved ropes, crossbows, and other weaponry, along with noxious smoke bombs. Several warrior sailors unsheathed their great swords or massive axes, bending their knees slightly, their muscles enhanced by magic, poised for action. On board this vessel, there are over 10 ordinary warriors endowed with extraordinary powers, alongside a multitude of lurking thieves and assassins. There is also a water mage among them. The captain himself is not an ordinary fighter. He has honed his abilities through elemental energy, specializing in numerous water element skills, his breath formidable, rivaling that of a troll chief. If it comes to a direct confrontation, Saga would find it challenging to contend with so many extraordinary beings simultaneously. Yet, they are adrift on the boundless ocean, with no visible islands for refuge, and the mainland is a great distance away. Should they lose their ship, even these extraordinary beings would struggle to survive in the vast sea, which teems with perilous supernatural creatures. A brilliant smile illuminated Saga's draconic visage. Meanwhile, while Saga toiled to amass wealth, on Thorn Island, at the Akin volcano, after a cataclysmic tremor, the red dragoness circled slightly in the sky, suppressing the volcanic anomaly before soaring into the mountain's palace. The palace was majestic, yet not spacious by the standards of the red dragoness. Upon entering, the interior appeared somewhat cramped for her imposing 36-meter frame. The red dragon surveyed her surroundings. Towering pillars and the surrounding walls, even the dome and the floor, were inscribed with numerous magical runes, subtly forming a web-like network. At the heart of these runes, in the very center of the palace, lay a pool of molten lava. Gazing into the lava pool, the red dragoness folded her wings, her powerful claws pressing onto the scorching palace floor, in a shimmering dance of light. With each step she took, her colossal form began to shrink and transform. Her limbs morphed into slender, alabaster arms imbued with terrifying strength, and her legs elongated into powerful, straight thighs. Her scales transformed into a vibrant and regal gown of fiery red, seemingly ablaze with flickering flames. Her visage became that of an exquisite and formidable woman, her dragon-like eyes glinting with authority beneath long, lush lashes, her lips crimson as fire and blood, reminiscent of a regal yet imposing empress. Her dragon horns became a crown reminiscent of thorns, a deep red like branding iron. With her waist-length crimson hair flowing freely, even confined by the thorny crown, she approached the lava pool step by step, the once dreaded dragoness now a humanoid queen. Gulu Gulu seemed to sense the approach of the red dragoness, and the lava pool began to bubble furiously. The strange black-red lava within exuded a malevolent aura, while the magical runes inscribed throughout the palace illuminated, binding the tumultuous lava like chains, gradually calming its furious churn. The red dragoness lowered her gaze, quietly observing the black-red lava pool. Her eyes penetrated the obscuring surface. Gazing into the depths of the pool were a formidable entity, suppressed by the lava she had created alongside various magics, lay. This being instilled a profound sense of dread. It resembled a humanoid creature, its skin a black-red hue adorned with fissure-like patterns, its robust physique exhibiting bulging muscles beneath the skin. A pair of sinuous, imposing horns crowned its head, and bat-like wings folded behind its back, extending a long, sharp-tailed appendage from the base of its spine. This was a demon, a high-ranking demon, a creature that could only exist within the realms of legendary horror stories, crafted by the very ruler of the Nine Hells, a great abyssal demon of the deepest inferno. As if sensing the red dragoness's arrival, the demon lifted its head and opened its eyes. Renata, my power is gradually reviving. Once I break your seal, it will be your demise, and I shall drag your soul into hell to torment you. I can already scent the aroma of fear. This imprisoned abyssal demon bore a fearsome and grotesque visage, yet displayed an unsettling calmness. It possessed another name, Baal. This name held no particular significance. Yet any scholar acquainted with hell would tremble in unshakable terror upon hearing it. Baal, the abyssal demon. Such a combination exists only once in the depths of hell. The lord of the first layer of the Nine Hells, the Archduke Baal, master of Avernus. Once, the red dragoness had made a sacrifice to Archduke Baal, forging a demonic blood pact with the Golden Dragon Father. This pact was the catalyst for the union between the red dragoness and the Golden Dragon Father, resulting in the birth of Saga and Yekarina. It also drew Archduke Baal's attention to the legendary Golden Dragon and compelled him to descend from hell to the Saiga planet, only to find himself imprisoned in the very essence of the material world. With your meager power, coveting the Golden Dragon's soul, you descended only to be vanquished by the Platinum Dragon God. Had I not spared a remnant of your existence, you would have already perished. The Lord of Avernus chuckled. It is no wonder you have become my prisoner. The red dragoness scoffed lightly. This queen of dragons showed no concern for Archduke Baal's threats, nor did she feel intimidated by his illustrious status. She had witnessed the descent of the dragon gods. She had beheld the utterly disheveled visage of the archdemon. The deity of the metallic dragon, embodied by the Golden Dragon Father, did not descend in its true form. Yet it effortlessly vanquished the Hell Lord who had manifested in the material realm. Renata, among all the crimson dragons I have encountered, you are the most audacious. Duke Bayer smiled faintly. In response to the disdain shown by the Dragon Empress, he did not express anger but rather amusement, gently coaxing her. Renata, deep down, you know you cannot confine me forever, nor can you slay me. You find yourself in a predicament from which there is no escape. However, I hold you in high regard. should you choose to follow me and willingly liberate me before I break free from my own seal. I can forge a pact with you, elevating you to my core subordinate and bestowing upon you unimaginable rewards, granting you the potential to stand alongside the divine. In return, all you must do is collect souls for me in the material realm. I shall not intrude upon your freedom. Moreover, you have always relished in destruction and chaos, making the collection of mere mortal souls a trivial task for you, is it not? The devil's whisper carried an alluring temptation, a peculiar charm. The red dragon remained silent. Devils are not demons. They value integrity and adhere to their contracts, provided one can discern the various loopholes woven into the agreements. Striking a deal with the devil is an excellent means of acquiring power. After a brief moment, the red dragon's eyes flickered. I must concede, your words are indeed enticing. Pausing, she revealed a smile, reminiscent of a flower blooming in winter. Yet, rather than follow you and obtain benefits from your hand, I would prefer to consume you, to seize your power for myself, and to use you as a stepping stone. It seems I have underestimated your ambition. However, unrestrained desires for everything will ultimately lead to your downfall. You may devour me, but can you truly assimilate my essence? You will find yourself gradually corroded, ultimately falling under my control. Duke Bayer maintained his smile as he spoke. You overestimate yourself and underestimate a Hell Lord. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. A tempest arose, lava bubbled. The red dragon revealed her true form, her dragon head plunging into the molten pool, swallowing the composed Duke of Devil's whole. Buzzing. A torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, emanating from the gaps in the scales of the red dragon, revealing a sinister crimson glow that flickered and fluctuated, forming intricate patterns reminiscent of those found in the depths of infernal forges. Exhaling deeply, the red dragon declared, Bayer, I shall use my body as a crucible, with you as the fuel to forge my strength. Whispering these words, she stepped into the lava pool, sinking to the bottom, closing her eyes to meditate. Countless followers, in accordance with her commands, stood vigil around the Akin Fire Mountain, forbidding any intruders from approaching, transforming the area into a forbidden domain. Sagar remained oblivious to the situation concerning the red dragon. He was focused on his own schemes, casting his gaze down upon the pirates. It appears you have misunderstood the situation. As he spoke, Saga unleashed an overwhelming gravitational field centered around him. The pirate ship shuddered violently, creaking ominously, teetering on the brink of disaster. The burly captain felt his heart race and sink with the ship's tremors. Fortunately, in the next moment, the ship stabilized. The captain cast a wary glance at the diminutive dragon perched high above, his eyes now filled with trepidation. I am prepared to save your lives, he declared, his voice deliberate, as the pirates exchanged astonished and puzzled glances. What do you mean, Your Excellency the Golden Dragon? A smile graced Saga's visage. Initially, I intended to sink you all into the depths of the sea, to be entombed beneath the waves. However, I have quelled my malevolent thoughts and spared your lives. In return, I require a modest compensation, such as the treasures aboard your vessel. The captain, with a furrowed brow, retorted, Isn't that simply robbery? Saga waved his claw dismissively. If you wish to interpret it that way, so be it. As he spoke with a calm demeanor, he once again employed the gravitational field, causing the pirate ship to lurch violently as a means of intimidation. Though there were some magical arrays affixed to the ship, they flickered uncertainly in the tempest, proving ineffective against the overwhelming force. The captain's expression darkened, casting a sidelong glance at the spellcaster, who subtly shook his head, indicating his lack of power to intervene. He was baffled by what Saga had done to make the ship tremble, and he needed time to replenish his magical energy. The recent spell had drained him significantly. Had it not been for the amplification of the gemstone staff, he might have completely exhausted his mana. With the odds stacked against them, the captain, who had weathered many storms at sea, had previously encountered piracy himself. In the vast ocean, should the ship capsize, survival would be a distant hope. If surrendering wealth could avert disaster, it was the best course of action. Go to the hold and bring up all the treasure chests, he ordered firmly. A few crew members descended into the hold, gradually hauling up iron chests. Saga's eyes sparkled with delight. Having just set sail, he had already secured such a bountiful first haul. The young dragon's heart soared, its tail quivering with excitement. The lingering melancholy of departing from Thorn Island had been cast aside. Outwardly, Saga remained impassive, continuing, Retrieve everything hidden beneath the floorboards of the hold. From under your captain's bed, behind the bookshelf, and within the compartments beneath the table. Oh, and that water mage's staff. Let's be generous. Just remove the gemstone for me. The staff itself is unnecessary. In his perception, these items were utterly transparent. The entire pirate ship appeared as a clear, three-dimensional model within Saga's gravitational field, allowing him to see every nook and cranny with perfect clarity. The captain, adorned with a scruffy beard, experienced a sudden shift in expression, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming greed displayed by the young dragon, who seemed inexplicably aware of the precise locations of all his treasures. As a golden dragon, your greed knows no bounds, the spellcaster exclaimed, unable to restrain his fury upon hearing the demand for his gem-encrusted staff, which constituted a significant portion of his wealth. Saga rolled his eyes and retorted, "Who told you I am a golden dragon, you ignorant fool? In the grand tapestry of the world, true dragons are a rarity, and few humans possess a clear understanding of their kind, often holding only vague notions." The scruffy-bearded captain intoned solemnly, "Regardless of what dragon you may be, I cannot acquiesce to your demands. According to the code established by the Pirate King, you may take 70% of our treasures, but not a morsel more." The Pirate King referred to the first of his kind, revered by many as the greatest of all pirates. This legendary figure plundered countless riches throughout his life, amassing an empire so vast that even the greatest empires could not contend with him upon the seas. His wealth was unimaginable, yet ultimately, the Cloud Empire captured and executed him. Before his demise, however, the first Pirate King left behind a cryptic message: "Desire my wealth? If so, it is yours to claim. Venture forth into the boundless ocean, into the depths of the stormy sea, the shining sea, the endless sea, the frozen sea, and all known oceans to seek it. I have hidden all my treasures within their depths." It was later confirmed that the Cloud Empire never laid claim to the Pirate King's riches. His life of relentless plunder earned him the enmity of numerous nations, and the treasure he amassed was beyond measure. His final words ignited a fervor among countless individuals drawn to the sea, leading to a proliferation of pirates wreaking havoc across various waters, presenting significant challenges to many empires, a veritable legacy of chaos. In addition to his ominous farewell, the first Pirate King also established the Pirate Code, which commanded respect among pirates. Those who disobeyed it would be hunted down by all pirate factions, pursued even onto the mainland, as the code instilled a sense of order among the lawless, rendering them even more formidable. "I am not a pirate, and I am under no obligation to adhere to your wretched code," Saga remarked dismissively, casting a glance at the pirates. In response, the pirates seethed with indignation, the scruffy-bearded captain's face hardening. "To engage with us pirates, you must abide by the code." To the pirates, the code was akin to scripture. Otherwise, I assure you, whether your ship capsizes or your life is lost, you will pay dearly. Upon hearing the threats directed at him, Saga's gaze momentarily turned as cold as ice, his expression devoid of emotion. "Very well. I shall show leniency and comply with your rules." The acceptance of threats by Saga, who bore the legacy of the Red Dragon, was far from a fortuitous circumstance. Unbeknownst to the pirates, the ominous star of death began to flicker silently in the heavens above. For a typical Red Dragon, it is not merely the threat posed by lesser beings that incites fury. Even the slightest contradiction to its will is enough to provoke an immediate and violent response, reducing its adversaries to mere ashes with its dragon fire. Violence, avarice, lust, cruelty, tyranny, and unbridled power are synonymous with the essence of the Red Dragon. Saga, a hybrid of red and gold dragons, possesses unique mutations that deviate from the traditional characteristics of pure red dragons. According to his gold dragon father, as Saga matures, the likelihood of him adopting a neutral disposition increases. However, at present, due to the predominant influence of his red dragon heritage, Saga's temperament leans towards the malevolent. And though his initial intent was merely to acquire wealth, the defiance and threats posed by others have led him to entertain more perilous thoughts. "I can offer you 70% of the treasure," the captain declared, standing before the already prepared chests, before shifting his tone to a somber one. "But how can I trust that you will leave immediately after taking what you desire, rather than plotting to destroy the ship and harm us? I am a gold dragon. You should trust in the virtues of my kind," Saga replied. Perceiving the hesitation in the pirate captain, Saga narrowed his eyes and added, "Do not be anxious. I have no desire for mutual destruction. If I were to destroy your ship, you would undoubtedly seek to retaliate against me. Mutual destruction Indeed, if he wished to sink the ship, even at the cost of their lives, they could still drag him down with them. After all, he was merely a few meters long as a fledgling dragon. Although somewhat peculiar, how formidable could he truly be? Better to suffer a financial loss than to invite calamity. Let it be as if they were robbed by another pirate crew. With this thought, the captain gradually relaxed, reassuring himself that Saga was not inclined towards their mutual ruin. Merely seeking wealth, he believed that his crew possessed the capability to confront Saga, and if the dragon were intent on reckless destruction, they had prepared themselves for the opportunity to slay this strange, greedy fledgling. Stand aside, let him take the treasure. This time, we have drawn the short straw, my brothers. When we next set sail, we shall reclaim all that we have lost. With a command from the captain, the sailors and warriors surrounding the treasure stepped back. In that instant, Saga retrieved a spatial crystal and, under the pained gazes of the pirates, began to store chest after chest of treasure and magical formations within. It was indeed a most fortuitous encounter. Farewell, my friends, he said with a smile, waving his dragon wings as he prepared to ascend. As he departed from the mast, a sudden surge enveloped him. The double gravity field activated, locking onto the forward section of the pirate ship. With a thunderous roar, the entire vessel seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand, creaking ominously as the arcane runes etched upon its surface flickered erratically. Saga genuinely wished to avoid mutual destruction. His words to the pirate captain were sincere. Yet he was entirely capable of departing unscathed. His adversaries had gravely underestimated him. The ship capsized, and amidst the chaos, shall I be made to pay the price? Very well. Let me witness the extent to which you can compel a true dragon to bear such a cost. The young dragon let out a low growl. Come, let me pay the price. With a mighty roar, he flapped his wings. Gravity blade. Two colossal waves of gravitational force swept through the torrential rain, coiling around like immense blades of water directed towards the pirate ship. The pirate captain's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the impending water blades. He raised his hand, summoning the surging seawater to entwine around his short sword, forming a gigantic azure sword that cleaved towards the gravity blade. Boom! The azure sword shattered, and the highly compressed seawater was drawn into the gravity blade, which advanced relentlessly. In this critical moment, the caster uttered his final syllable. Dual circle spell, water flow dispersal. He pointed at the gravity blade, causing the seawater and rainwater clinging to its surface to disperse, as if it were on the verge of collapse, eliciting a look of joy from the water mage. However, the gravity blade was not merely a water blade. In the next instant, torrents of rainwater were once again drawn in. Crash! The gravity blade sliced into the hull, breaking through the magical barrier and tearing open two horrifying, intersecting gashes that ran across the pirate ship. Tons of seawater cascaded inward, causing the ship to lurch violently, teetering on the brink of capsizing. I will kill you. The pirate captain bellowed in fury. He first struck forth a water blade smaller than the gravity blade, then with a swift motion, he summoned a wave of seawater to lift him against the fine rain, charging towards the young dragon. Saga unleashed a breath of golden flames. Whoosh! The water blade and a deluge of rain were evaporated, as the column of fiery breath surged toward the pirate captain. Though the flames had yet to reach him, the intense heat enveloped him, rendering his damp garments inexplicably dry. His pupils constricted, and reluctantly, he halted his assault, stepping upon the waves to evade Saga's fiery breath. Saga flapped his wings once more, unleashing another pair of gravity blades. Simultaneously, he ceased his breath attack, soaring higher to evade the grappling hooks, blades, and toxic gas bombs hurled by the pirates, along with the weapons cast by the warriors below. Boom! The gravity blade struck the ship again, and the already precarious pirate vessel disintegrated entirely. One by one, the pirates plunged into the sea. Proficient swimmers, they were not engulfed by the waves that surged from the capsizing ship. The pirates thrashed their arms, surfacing one after another. The bearded captain glared at the little golden dragon circling above, his eyes aflame with impotent rage. Damn dragon, come down here. I will peel your skin off, he roared. Very well. The captain paused slightly, and at that moment, Saga folded his wings and plummeted into the sea like a meteor, creating towering waves that surged high above, their sound resounding like thunder. Upon entering the water, Saga utilized a twisting light field to constrict his form. Once the trace of the fledgling dragon vanished, the pirates were momentarily taken aback. With a sudden flash of golden light, a dragon claw pierced the chest of one pirate, tearing him asunder. Stripped of their vessel and submerged in the sea, these pirates found themselves virtually powerless against Saga. They soon grasped this grim reality. The spellcaster placed a hand on the captain's shoulder while unfurling a treasured scroll. "Captain, we must leave at once. The situation is perilous. It could easily wear us down over time. Do not act rashly. Let us escape first, then return to headquarters to rally our comrades and devise a plan for revenge. Is it not possible to achieve mutual destruction? Damn it, I underestimated this dragon. What manner of dragon is this, possessing such terrifying powers in this form? Let us depart." The captain, with his decisive nature, spoke gravely. The spellcaster's eyes gleamed as he fully tore open the scroll. Short distance water elemental teleportation. A hum resonated as the water elemental light enveloped the two, merging them into the sea, swiftly vanishing. Have they fled? Leaving no roots to cut is not a wise choice. Saga narrowed his eyes, watching the location from which they had departed. He then took his time to eliminate the remaining pirates still submerged in the water, collecting the treasures from the sunken ship into a spatial crystal before breaking through the surface and soaring into the sky. Over 80 kilometers away, under the fiery glow of the setting sun, the spellcaster observed the sunset to ascertain their direction, swimming towards the headquarters of the Black Skull Island alongside the bearded captain. The distance to the Black Skull Island was still considerable, the vast and treacherous sea posing a danger, and with their current stamina, they could not hope to swim the entire way. However, this route was a shipping lane, occasionally frequented by vessels, thus offering a glimmer of hope. Yet, this faint hope was extinguished with the approach of a golden figure. "Heh, you think you can escape with such rudimentary teleportation?" Saga flapped his wings, speeding toward them. He was certain that even if they teleported, they could not stray too far, so he had previously ascended high above the sunken ship, repeatedly traversing the area within a radius of over 100 kilometers, ultimately locating the fleeing spellcaster and captain. Must we always be so ruthless? The bearded captain gritted his teeth. He could hardly fathom that this dragon was so relentless, pursuing them even after they had employed teleportation. In this vast ocean, he understood that even if the dragon did not pursue, their chances of survival were slim. Yet, faced with the certainty of being hunted deep within, he felt a sense of unwillingness. When confronting an enemy, once one has struck, it is only natural to ensure complete annihilation. This demonstrates my respect for you, and you ought to feel grateful. Had I looked down upon you, I would not be pursuing you relentlessly. It is only natural for Saga, educated in the legacy of the Red Dragon, to proclaim, "We, the Black Skeletons, are relentless in our vengeance. Those who provoke us shall meet grim fates. Men shall be tormented and cast into the depths of the sea, while women shall be ravaged and sold into brothels and taverns. Even if you are a dragon, the Black Skeletons will not spare you. We shall pursue you relentlessly, following the faintest traces, and we shall strip your scales and dismantle your bones to exact our revenge." After delivering these harsh words, the captain and the spellcaster stood ready, their gazes fixed intently upon the young dragon. Yet, deep down, they understood the reality. The vastness of the ocean rendered the likelihood of the Black Skeletons avenging them minuscule. This was merely a self-soothing illusion before their demise. "Ah, it seems you still do not grasp the reason for my intent to eradicate you completely. To threaten a true dragon is an act of such folly that I suspect your mind has been gnawed upon by trolls," the golden hatchling remarked nonchalantly, unaffected by their threats. "I care not whether you are a black skeleton or a white skeleton. Anyone who dares to trouble me shall ultimately become a lifeless skeleton." The legacy of dragons bore no mention of black skeletons, leading Saga to surmise that they were a pirate faction. The absence of such records indicated they were either not extensive in number or a recently emergent force. Pirates are typically villains, notorious for their heinous acts, instilling fear in ordinary folk. Yet this time, wickedness encountered its match in a malevolent dragon, and the outcome was unmistakable. To track me down by mere traces? Although the ship has sunk and lives have been lost, in this world of unparalleled magical systems, anything is possible, contingent upon whether one is willing to invest the time and effort in the search. However, Saga was unconcerned. He had yet to utilize the golden aura shield and was quite curious about the prowess of such a formidable spell. Furthermore, even without the golden aura shield, he would remain unfazed by their threats. What was done had been done. To hesitate after the fact was not his style. A minute later, the waters were stained crimson as two bodies floated to the surface, attracting carnivorous fish drawn by the scent of blood. Dealing with two already exhausted and defenseless extraordinary professionals required little effort from Saga. As he felt the spatial crystal nestled within his scales, he envisioned the treasures it contained, eliciting a satisfied smile upon his draconic visage. Though he did not enumerate them, it was undoubtedly a significant fortune, especially for Saga in his current state. I am but a little golden dragon, a little golden dragon. I possess many little treasures, under the shimmering stars of the night. Saga flapped his wings and departed the scene of the deed, humming a whimsical tune as he changed direction, hastening towards Crescent Bay. For he was now very close to his destination. Approximately 12 hours later, as the dusky sun descends towards the horizon, the sky is adorned with a fiery sunset, reminiscent of flames engulfing the heavens. Diamond-shaped scales glimmer in the hues of twilight, as a magnificent golden dragon hovers gracefully hundreds of meters above, its wings casting a serene shadow over the tranquil, shimmering azure sea below. Saga gazes ahead, his eyes reflecting the image of three closely clustered islands. Moon Bay, he whispers softly, fixated on the bay that lies merely 20 kilometers distant. True dragons possess extraordinary farsight, enabling them to perceive landscapes far beyond the ordinary range. Despite the distance, the contours of Moon Bay are vividly clear in Saga's vision. The three islands exhibit peculiar shapes, those at either end taper into sharp points, while the central island is more rectangular. Viewed from above, the overall silhouette resembles a crescent moon with distinct separations. The islands are lush and verdant, teeming with dense vegetation, cascading waterfalls and meandering streams, surrounded by a sea dotted with rocks of various sizes. These rocks embrace the islands, scattered like stars against the boundless blue ocean, akin to moons and constellations within a celestial expanse. Here, I shall embark on a new chapter of my draconic existence. In the year 2079, Saga finds himself on the second stage of his dragon life. Will the future be prosperous or bleak? A flutter of trepidation courses through his heart, yet hope predominates. The three islands of Moon Bay collectively encompass an area nearing 40,000 square kilometers, not as vast as the Thorn Island belonging to the Red Dragon Lady. Yet it is far from insignificant. For a fledgling dragon, it is indeed monumental. Among the myriad kingdoms on the planet Saga, there exists the smallest realm, covering merely around 40,000 square kilometers, with a modest population, yet it boasts considerable wealth and strength, ranking high in overall prowess among all kingdoms. True dragons typically roam vast territories. However, as a nascent realm, and considering Saga's tender age, Moon Bay more than suffices to meet his needs, perhaps even exceeding them. The first quarter island, with its pronounced crescent shape, is the sharpest at its edges, covering approximately 8,000 square kilometers. The half-moon island resembles an uneven trapezoid, its interior a tapestry of towering forests, representing the largest of the three islands at around 20,000 square kilometers. The last quarter island mirrors the first quarter, yet its curvature is less pronounced, with a slightly wider angle at its crescent tip, spanning about 9,000 square kilometers. Bathed in the fiery glow of the sunset, Saga hovers in the air, his gaze sweeping over the trio of islands. Moon Bay, prepare for the arrival of your new king, the young dragon intones solemnly to himself. Illuminated by the dying rays of the sun, Saga flaps his wings and soars towards Moon Bay, specifically targeting its central expanse. The red dragon possesses a proclivity for nesting at great heights, relishing the sensation of overseeing the world from above. Similarly, Saga, having embraced the legacy of the red dragon, shares this trait. He has already surveyed the three islands of Crescent Bay, noting that the vegetation on Middle Crescent Island is the most lush and teeming with life. At the center of the island stands a peak approximately 700 meters high, cloaked in dense greenery, offering a panoramic view from its summit that encompasses the vast expanse in all directions. While 700 meters may not be considered particularly lofty, it is unparalleled in Crescent Bay, as the tallest mountains on Upper and Lower Crescent Islands only reach 400 to 500 meters. In addition to seeking a lofty nesting site, Saga, as a naturally haughty true dragon, aspires to claim the territory of Middle Crescent Island, the largest of the three, and to extend his dominion over Upper and Lower Crescent Islands from this central point. He regards Crescent Bay as the inaugural territory of his draconic existence. In due course, Saga folded his dragon wings and descended upon a sandy beach along the coast of Middle Crescent Island. The waves cascaded rhythmically, with the surging tide pushing the previous waves ashore, shattering the hues of the twilight sky and wetting the golden claws of the young dragon as they sank into the soft granules of sand. As Saga savored the sensation of the sand and sea, he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze first fell upon the continuous stretch of beach, where the granules sparkled like dark golden sands under the lingering rays of the sun. Scattered atop the beach were shells, sea snails, pebbles, and other treasures, in hues of pink, blue, green, black, and a myriad of colors, appearing as jewels embedded within the golden sands, their various lusters glimmering subtly. Before him lay the endless expanse of the azure sea, while on the opposite end stood a verdant and dense jungle, populated by coconut trees, rubber trees, and banana trees, along with various unrecognizable species stretching their branches skyward. Amidst the thick canopies, one could faintly discern nests formed from twigs, stones, and other materials. Vibrant flowers adorned the trees, where a few small brown sprites peeked curiously. Upon noticing the young dragon on the beach, they immediately recoiled in fright. As time passed, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, its fading light dimming until it vanished completely. In its place, the moon quietly emerged, casting delicate strands of silvery luminescence. The pristine moonlight descended from the heavens. It was indeed a lovely sight, albeit slightly inferior to that of Thorn Island, Saga mused, strolling along the beach bathed in the gentle moonlight. Thorn Island, being an island itself, naturally possesses a beach and scenery akin to that of Crescent Bay, and in Saga's eyes, it surpasses Crescent Bay in beauty. Perhaps this preference stems from his ingrained perceptions. Born of Thorn Island and having lived there initially, Saga regards it as a splendid domain. How wonderful it would be if Thorn Island were my territory. As this thought surfaced, Saga quickly shook his head, casting it aside. Entertaining such an idea would be tantamount to declaring enmity with the Red Dragon Lady, unless she intended to bestow or trade Thorn Island to him. Thorn Island is her domain, a territory of paramount importance in the eyes of dragons. The familial bonds among the chromatic dragons are rather tenuous. Despite the Red Dragon Lady's kindness towards Saga, she would never concede in matters concerning her territory. Even a merciful act of delivering a sound thrashing followed by expulsion would be considered a benevolent gesture. Furthermore, regardless of his ability to contend with her, Saga recalled the tenderness and indulgence the Red Dragon Lady had shown him. In the context of chromatic dragon nature, her affection towards him could indeed be deemed excessive, as evidenced by the spatial crystal hidden beneath the scales at his neck, a testament to her doting. Even with an affinity for Thorn Island, Saga would never contemplate usurping his dragon lady's territory. He anticipated a lengthy stay in Moon Bay. With this thought, he lifted his gaze towards the highest peak on Central String Island. This unnamed mountain, situated centrally, neither lofty nor lowly, offered a view of the surrounding landscape that barely satisfied Saga's discerning eye. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to seek a spot for rest atop the unnamed peak. After an extended period of relentless travel across the sea, even with the endurance of a true dragon, he felt a profound weariness, both mental and physical. Rest was imperative. Once rejuvenated, he planned to recruit some intelligent beings from Moon Bay as his vassals. With vassals, he could command them to construct a dragon lair for him. Otherwise, the endeavor of crafting a lair alone would demand considerable time and effort, not to mention his desire for companions of his own. Many trivial tasks could be delegated to his vassals. During his time on Thorn Island, whenever trivial matters arose, he would not attend to them himself, but would instead direct the Red Dragon Lady's vassals, having grown accustomed to this indulgence. He wondered if the Moon Bay harbored a race of serpent folk, hoping they would be as enchanting as Iona. Saga fondly reminisced about the beautiful serpent woman, longing for her delicate, waif-like waist, her long, supple hands, and her slightly moist, agile forked tongue. The young drake unfurled his wings, soaring towards the highest peak in the silvery moonlight. As he flew, maintaining his perceptive field, he surveyed the spatial conditions within a 100-meter radius around him with clarity. No hidden birds nestled among the branches, nor beasts lurking in the shadows of the jungle could evade his awareness. Most were merely common creatures, though a few magical beings caught his attention. However, these magical entities were generally of lower rank, posing no threat to him. Much like the lightning shark he had previously encountered, in the Legacy of Dragons, there exists a multitude of classifications for magical beings, and even for extraordinary human practitioners. For instance, entities beneath the legendary tier are categorized into 3 distinct ranks: low-tier beings, mid-tier beings, and high-tier beings. These 3 ranks may sometimes be further subdivided into lower low tier, middle low tier, and upper low tier, culminating in a total of 9 tiers. The 1st to 3rd tiers constitute the lower tier, the 3rd to 6th tiers encompass the mid-tier, and the 6th to 9th tiers represent the high tier. The criteria for classifying these beings vary across different regions. Some prefer the broad 3-tier classification, while others opt for the more nuanced 9-tier system for assessing strength. Moreover, certain locales employ even more intricate biological ranking systems, categorizing entities beneath the legendary tier into 120 distinct levels based on various attributes and abilities, with levels above 20 being classified as legendary beings. The methods for determining these power classifications are meticulously documented in the Legacy of Dragons. True dragons often selectively utilize one or a combination of these systems according to their preferences. After all, aside from actual combat assessments, all these classification methods serve merely as references and should not be taken at face value. Otherwise, one might naively believe that a lower-tier being could readily submit to a higher-tier one, regardless of the classification or criteria employed. All life forms beneath the legendary tier are essentially regarded as belonging to the same realm, perceived as mortal entities. The distinction lies solely in their manifestations of strength. Exceptional beings can undertake challenges beyond their rank, yet upon reaching the legendary tier, they undergo a profound transformation in life and a transcendence of the soul. 4 to 5 top-tier mid-level beings can barely contend with high-tier beings. Yet even a coalition of 10 elite high-tier beings facing a single legendary being is highly likely to be annihilated. Without extraordinary talents or unique abilities, it is nearly impossible for those below the legendary tier to triumph over a legendary being by surpassing ranks. All true dragons are, in essence, legendary beings. For as long as they do not meet an untimely demise, a sufficiently aged true dragon is destined to become legendary. While the vast majority of sentient beings will exhaust their lives without ever touching the threshold of legend. Under normal circumstances, a red dragon typically ascends to legendary status between the ages of 400 and 600. The red dragon matron, currently not yet 400 years old, and in her prime between 200 and 400 years, has already attained legendary status, indicating that her gifts surpass those of ordinary true dragons. While she may not be classified as a prodigy, she is undoubtedly an exceptionally gifted elite red dragon. Furthermore, the legendary tier is not the ultimate limit for true dragons, as they possess extraordinarily formidable growth potential. The power, speed, defense, reaction, thought, and wisdom of a true dragon all enhance with age, unlike many biological species that begin to weaken and deteriorate upon entering old age. Even in later years, while the efficiency of growth may wane compared to youth, there remains a potential for improvement, provided one accumulates enough experience and survives the boundary between life and death. For a true dragon, age is of paramount importance. A young dragon may not necessarily be weak, yet an elder dragon, having traversed the sands of time, is undoubtedly formidable. Sokka, still in his tender youth and not yet 3 years old, resembles a human infant in dragon form, weighing merely around 10 tons. Despite possessing formidable skills, he is still categorized as a low-tier being in terms of strength. However, the average low-tier creature is far from a match for Sokka, as true dragons are the epitome of magical beings, endowed with astonishing abilities. Moreover, Sokka possesses unique capabilities that could potentially harm legendary beings. This suggests that even against established powerful entities, including those of legendary status, Sokka might hold a slim chance of vanquishing them. Though this probability is minimal, it is not entirely absent. There exists at least a glimmer of hope. As Sokka pondered the existence of formidable beings at Moon Bay, he arrived near the unnamed peak. Suddenly, the young dragon's gaze sharpened, revealing a serious countenance. Within Sokka's perceptual field, invisible lines, undetectable to the naked eye, outlined the silhouette of a colossal creature at the foot of the unnamed peak. Under the tranquil night sky, adorned with twinkling stars, the unnamed peak on Crescent Island stood silently. Trees covering the mountain swayed gently with the night breeze, creating a subtle rustling sound. A crescent moon hung high, casting its silvery light upon the earth. The moonlight, akin to mercury, spilled upon the land, bathed the ocean, the island, and the trees and creatures above in a delicate, ethereal glow. Beneath this silvery luminescence lay a gigantic creature at the mountain's base, emitting deep, grunting sounds. It leaned against the rugged rocks, rhythmically rubbing itself against them, displaying a look of utter contentment as it used the coarse stone to scratch its back. This was a pig, yet not an ordinary one. Measuring an impressive 16 meters in length and standing 8 to 9 meters tall at the shoulder, its robust form could easily be likened to a small hill, exuding an overwhelming presence in the dim light of night. Its body was covered with short, steel-like black and yellow spines. Beneath this coarse fur lay muscles that bulged like layered rocks, as solid as iron. On its face, lined with excess flesh, 2 tusks, resembling 8-meter-long spears, protruded, their tips gleaming menacingly with a sharp brilliance. Each time the tusks made contact with the cliffside, they left deep, indelible marks, reminiscent of red-hot iron rods meeting delicate snowflakes. Even the bristles on its body resembled steel needles, etching chaotic and intricate patterns across its surface. With every clash, the towering unnamed peaks trembled slightly, while the areas directly impacted bore craters several meters deep. This was the Avarian mountain shaking boar, a fully realized entity measuring over 20 meters in length and weighing several hundred tons. A high-level magical life form. Omnivorous by nature, it excelled in the use of earth element magic, showcasing formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, alongside a robust regenerative ability. Lacking the capacity for effective communication, it relied primarily on primal instincts. Exceptional individuals among its kind had a slim chance of becoming legendary creatures. As indicated by the heritage of dragons bestowed upon Saga, this colossal boar. The mountain-shaking boar measured 16 meters in length, still somewhat shy of high-level biological status, yet remarkably close. It possessed the strength of a top-tier, mid-level life form, classified roughly as a 6th-tier entity, with a biological level of 13. As for myself, I had only recently ascended to the 3rd tier, my biological level approximately at 6, reflecting a significant disparity. Saga entered a state of invisibility, hovering in the air while fixating on the mountain-shaking boar, deep in contemplation. Within the gravitational field perceivable to Saga, any object possessing mass would induce slight alterations in the gravitational arcs, with greater mass resulting in more pronounced curvature. This phenomenon created depressions, both large and small, in the gravitational field, which Saga could utilize to ascertain the target's position, silhouette, and even estimate its weight. This mountain-shaking boar, with a body denser and heavier than stone, spanned 16 meters and weighed over 200 tons, an immense scale, several times that of the young dragon, Saga. According to size classification, Saga still qualified as a small creature, a mere step away from mid-sized status, while this boar was already categorized as large. Should its size exceed 20 meters, it would be deemed colossal. While size does not always correlate directly with true strength, it holds considerable indicative value. The presence of such a formidable creature claiming this territory was undeniable. The Red Dragon matron had indicated that Moon Bay should harbor no creatures capable of posing a threat to me. In her eyes, anything that could not endanger my life was of little concern. Even in its fully realized form, the mountain-shaking boar could not soar through the skies, thus posing no existential threat to me, Saga mused. He observed that the area surrounding the unnamed peaks was rife with traces of the boar's activities. The ground marred by years of trampling, while many trees lay broken and collapsed. Scattered remnants of olive and sequoia trees littered the landscape, mixed with dry twigs and the debris of shattered wood and rock. If I were to claim Zhongxian Island, I would undoubtedly need to deal with this behemoth, whether through slaying or subjugation. Yet, though reluctant to concede, Saga estimated that he was currently no match for the mountain-shaking boar. If the mountain boar were merely an ordinary mid-level magical creature, a 4th or 5th rank would suffice. And while Saga might possess the confidence to challenge it beyond its rank, its aura undeniably approaches that of a high-ranking entity, having reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. My age remains a mere trifle, not yet 3 years. Even without reaching the age of 10, given my rate of growth, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to easily vanquish it by the time I attain 5 or 6 years, upon entering the juvenile dragon phase. For now, it is prudent to withdraw from this confrontation, to refrain from encroaching upon its territory, and to consider a return in 2 years, or perhaps to test my mettle presently. The night breeze caresses the air, and the moonlight casts a chilling glow. Saga silently gazes at the mountain boar, deep in contemplation. The most rational course of action would be to depart now and await my own fortification. However, I refuse. As a proud red dragon, one who harbors an innate disdain for other creatures, Saga cannot allow himself to be intimidated by a mere mountain boar before even attempting to confront it, no matter its formidable nature. At the very least, he must make an attempt. Dragons possess a courage that knows no fear of any creature. Of course, this courage does not equate to folly or recklessness. Should the adversary be a legendary being, with a chasm-like disparity in power, Saga would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. But in doing so, he would indelibly imprint the encounter in his memory, biding his time until he grows stronger, awaiting the opportunity to reclaim his honor. Throughout the annals of history on the Saga planet, such occurrences have transpired numerous times. For instance, a juvenile evil dragon encountering a sufficiently powerful transcendent being might find itself fleeing in disarray, only to return a century later, when the human transcendent has long forgotten the incident, descending from the skies as an adult dragon, tracking the scent of its bloodline to exact vengeance upon the foe and their progeny. To be marked by a dragon, whether malevolent or benevolent, is never a fortuitous circumstance. An evil dragon would pursue total annihilation. Conversely, a benevolent dragon would concoct a justification to deem you malevolent before pursuing the same fate. In the eyes of a true dragon, such extermination is not an act of cruelty, but rather a profound respect for the adversary. To be annihilated by a dragon signifies that one has garnered its attention, and in the dragon's perspective, the opponent should feel a sense of pride or honor in that recognition. The young dragon squints slightly, its golden eyes reflecting the imposing form of the mountain boar, meticulously orchestrating the dynamics of the gravitational field, stealthily flapping its wings to inch closer. The mountain boar, lost in the comfort of its scratching, remains oblivious to the anomalies surrounding it. After several seconds, the camouflaged young dragon stealthily positions itself above the mountain boar's head, with its golden pupils suddenly narrowing into slits. They become imbued with a dangerous and cold demeanor, brimming with the ferocity and combativeness characteristic of a red dragon. The supergravity field is in its doubled state. More accurately, it is at 2.6 times the norm. The effects of the gravitational field, as Saga matures, gradually intensify. Presently, it is merely a matter of gravitational multiplication. However, he holds a firm belief that he will eventually master the intricacies of the supergravity field, concentrating this expansive skill into a singular focus to inflict greater damage upon individual targets, rather than employing it in such a rudimentary manner. Buzz. The entire mountain-shaking boar is enveloped by the supergravity field. The greater its mass, the more pronounced the effects of the supergravity field upon it. The robust and colossal mountain-shaking boar now bears the terrifying weight of the supergravity field, and without warning, its limbs buckle, causing it to collapse onto the ground. The mountain-shaking boar possesses formidable magical resistance. However, it is wholly unprotected against Saga's supergravity field. Rumbling, dust swirls, and debris scatters as the earth beneath the massive and heavy form of the boar collapses and sinks, while cracks resembling spider webs and branching lightning extend hundreds of meters into the surrounding area. Amidst the swirling dust, the outline of the mountain-shaking boar becomes discernible, its deep, guttural roars resonating with palpable fury. With unwavering determination, Saga channels the supergravity powers, his form becoming ephemeral, struggling to maintain the distortion field perfectly. Gravity Blade. With a sweeping motion of his dragon wings, he gathers his strength, and the gravity blade strikes towards the mountain-shaking boar. Crash! The gravity blade lands squarely upon the beast's back, producing a dull thud. Yet, Saga's gaze sharpens as he observes a thick layer of yellow-brown earthen armor manifest upon the boar's surface. Although the gravity blade tears through this armor, leaving a significant gap, the creature itself remains unharmed, and the armor continues to regenerate. Once more, the mountain-shaking boar's response is somewhat sluggish. Taking advantage of its suppression by the supergravity field and the impact of the gravity blade, Saga seizes the opportunity. Drawing a deep breath, his chest and throat swell as he opens his dragon maw, preparing to unleash an intangible and formless dragon breath. The dust and night obscure Saga's vision, yet they do not hinder his perception of the gravitational field. He precisely locks onto the boar's head. A torrent of annihilating dragon breath is expelled toward it. Originally formless and intangible, the annihilating dragon breath becomes evident as it obliterates everything in its path, including dust, leaves, air, and even microscopic elemental energy particles, creating a void-like trajectory filled with an aura of danger and death. Grr. The mountain-shaking boar raises its massive head, its eyes blood-red, sensing the imminent threat. Rumbling. Amidst the boar's roar, the ground heaves, transforming into a barrier of rock and earth, fortified by the boar's elemental energy, harder than steel. This barrier intercepts the path of the annihilating dragon breath. As anticipated, the barrier is silently pierced, creating an opening. A mournful wail resonates in Saga's ears. Simultaneously, Saga experienced a throbbing pain in his throat and chest, signaling the conclusion of his breath of annihilation. At his current age, he was unable to sustain such a breath for long. It drained his energy excessively. With that single exhalation, even the supergravity field could scarcely be maintained. Concurrently, a wailing tempest dispersed the smoke, revealing the mountain boar within Saga's line of sight. Its massive form had regained its footing, marred by a gruesome wound upon its forehead, where resilient bristles, skin, and bone appeared as though they had never existed. The edges of the wound were impeccably smooth, rendering the gravity blades ineffective against the breath of annihilation. A significant portion of the boar's skull and brain matter had been obliterated, yet it still endured. The earth, as if imbued with life, crawled up the boar's limbs, converging into the gaping hole in its head, visibly transforming into fresh flesh at an astonishing rate. The mountain boar exhibited the vigorous vitality characteristic of a top-tier, mid-level magical being. It raised its head, fixating fiercely on the small dragonling suspended in the air. Its large, beastly eyes bloodshot, etched with madness and fury. Saga employed a brief surge of supergravity, aiming to pin the boar to the ground. However, it, having anticipated this move, merely crouched down, withstanding over 500 tons of gravitational force. Observing this, Saga conserved his dwindling energy and released the supergravity field. With a sharp exhale, under the malevolent gaze of the mountain boar, Saga unfurled his wings and shifted direction to the opposite side of the rocky barricade. To the left of the boar, he inhaled deeply once more, golden flames flickering amid his interlaced dragon fangs. The high-temperature, high-pressure golden fire breath erupted from Saga's mouth, sweeping once again towards the mountain boar. With a resounding crash, the boar's upper body lifted, its hefty hooves thundering against the ground. A colossal stone, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, surged upward, imbued with potent earth elemental energy, howling winds accompanying its descent towards the airborne golden dragonling, colliding with Saga's fiery breath. As a hybrid of the gold and red dragons, Saga's ordinary breath wielded immense power, transcending the disparity in levels, melting the descending boulder midair. Under the extreme heat and pressure, the stone shattered into hundreds of flaming fragments before it could fully dissolve, raining down like a blossoming firework. Yet this was merely the beginning, as more massive stones, propelled by the roaring winds, came crashing down. Saga's thoughts raced like lightning. Ceasing his breath, he extended his wings to their fullest, executing a sudden flap, twisting his body to deftly evade the onslaught of boulders. In Saga's perception, the gigantic stones, while in motion, interact with the gravitational field, inducing subtle changes that manifest in his eyes as parallel, curved, or overlapping arcs of force. By interpreting these variations, Saga can effortlessly ascertain the trajectory of the massive stones, allowing him to anticipate and predict their movements. Coupled with the arc changes he instigates, he identifies the most suitable points of evasion, deftly avoiding danger unscathed. He refers to this remarkable ability as gap perception, a refined function of force field awareness. With a thunderous roar, the mountain boar unleashed its might, stomping heavily upon the ground, its body erupting with earthy yellow elemental energy that nearly solidified into substance. Furiously infusing the earth, countless sharp, conical stone spikes erupted from the ground, filling Saga's entire field of vision like a torrential downpour defying gravity. Each droplet glistening with a layer of exquisite, ethereal moonlight, dangerous yet beautiful, charging towards the airborne young dragon. Saga flapped his wings, elevating his form while pivoting around his spine, showcasing unparalleled agility as he deftly dodged the pointed stone spikes. Simultaneously, within his gap perception, it was as if raindrops cascaded into a lake, creating a myriad of overlapping ripples that formed an intricate tapestry, devoid of absolute escape points. Only a few areas offered minimal damage coverage. Unable to evade entirely, Saga chose a vulnerable point, bracing himself against several piercing attacks from the stone spikes. Boom, boom, boom. Several sharp spikes struck Saga's left forelimb, the left side of his back, and his right hind limb, leaving gruesome wounds that shattered his dragon scales. The resilient scales, akin to iron, could not fully withstand the onslaught. However, without the protection of his scales, the damage inflicted would have been far more severe. A sixth-tier magical being, unopposed by its equals, could easily obliterate a small city. Time to retreat, he thought, as he realized he could not vanquish the mountain boar now. No longer wishing to squander time and energy in a futile skirmish, he soared away with great speed, like a golden comet streaking across the sky, distancing himself from the mountain. The thunderous sounds reverberated behind him. Turning his head, Saga beheld the relentless pursuit of the mountain boar. It barreled forward with its robust limbs, ruthlessly demolishing every tree, rock, and unsuspecting creature in its path, emitting menacing grunts as it chased after him. As it ran, earthy yellow energy particles coalesced along its sides, transforming into two exceptionally sharp stone spikes. Boom, boom. With a resounding crack, the two stone spikes shot forth like cannonballs, tracing a perilous trajectory towards Saga, who had ascended nearly 1,000 meters into the sky. What a ferocious beast! Saga sensed an imminent danger. If struck by these two stone spikes, one's body would likely be pierced through. To draw a parallel with the world of online gaming, he had transcended too many levels to confront the mountain-shaking boar. Even as an esteemed hero unit, he found himself somewhat inadequate. Fortunately, the true dragon exhibited exceptional agility in the air. Despite the fierce momentum and palpable danger of the stone spikes, they failed to hit Saga, who deftly evaded them without a hint of fear. Ultimately, the mountain-shaking boar pursued him relentlessly, launching stone spikes along the way, yet none found their mark. Saga had soared higher, affording himself ample time to evade. It was only upon reaching the coastal edge of Crescent Moon Island that the boar ceased its pursuit. It was evident that it bore a significant grudge. Hovering a kilometer above the ground, Saga turned to regard the mountain-shaking boar, then flew across the waters separating two nearby islands, heading toward Waxing Crescent Island. As he beheld the approaching island, bathed in moonlight, the young dragon felt a pang of melancholy. One of his claws covered his face, revealing a hue of embarrassment. As a noble dragon, being chased away by a mere pig was a blow to his dignity, and he was relieved that no one was privy to this humiliation. If anyone knew, I would bite them to death. Saga fumed internally. In the year 2079 of the new century, young Saga, having departed from the protection of his dragon mother, found himself on the first day of the second phase of his dragon life, being pursued vigorously by a pig. Waxing Crescent Island, spanning approximately 6,000 square kilometers, resembled a delicate crescent moon nestled within the vast azure expanse of the sea, reflecting the luminous crescent hanging in the night sky. In the island's woodlands, vibrant flowers flourished into magnificent shrubs, exuding an alluring fragrance, their petals shimmering with hues of varying brilliance, swaying like the ethereal fireworks of sprites. Under the night sky, Waxing Crescent Island appeared enchanting, akin to a dream. Simultaneously, at the island's pointed tip, near the sandy shores of the shallow waters, shadows passed over the golden grains of sand. A young dragon, its scales glimmering like gold and diamonds, stretched its wings, casting a shadow that obscured the radiant moonlight. As it descended, the shadow gradually diminished until the young dragon's limbs touched the sand, merging its silhouette with the grains beneath. Upon landing, Saga felt the delicate touch of the sand against his paws and surveyed his surroundings. The coastline was similarly speckled with shells, sea snails, pebbles, and smooth, fine grains of sand. Facing the sea, he could feel the refreshing breeze, the ceaseless sound of crashing waves resonating in the air, with a few rocks faintly visible not far ahead. The environment bore a striking resemblance to that of Crescent Moon Island. The three distinct island ecosystems were generally alike, though subtle differences existed in land area, biological populations, and the distribution of forest vegetation and hills. Saga originally intended to observe the specific conditions of Crescent Moon Island. However, a profound sense of fatigue emanating from deep within his being, coupled with the subtle aches inflicted by the mountain-shaking boar, compelled him to abandon this notion. The endurance and vitality of dragons are beyond question. In the realm of humanity, one often employs the phrase as vigorous as a dragon to describe individuals bursting with energy. Yet, Robust endurance does not equate to limitless stamina. At least, Saga was not endowed with boundless resilience at that moment. After several days of relentless travel, devoid of rest, interspersed with hunting and the pursuit of pirate vessels, not to mention a brief skirmish with the mountain-shaking boar, Saga's body felt markedly weary. The moment he allowed himself to relax, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, as if the tide itself had surged forth. Even the eyelids of the young dragon began to flutter uncontrollably. Exhaustion beckoned him to slumber. Upon awakening, he anticipated significant growth. The young dragon, Hatch, stretched out against the vast sky and plopped down onto the sandy beach, his tail arcing high. After a brief moment of contemplation, he bent down to excavate the gravel, his claws digging into the earth, wings folding in, and tail swaying gently. Soon, his body, adorned with diamond-like scales, burrowed into the layers beneath the sand. In no time, Saga vanished from sight, leaving only a small portion of his tail resting on the beach. The tail swayed side to side, smoothing out the disarrayed sand. Once everything was settled, the tail shook vigorously, gradually becoming buried beneath grains of sand, resembling tiny flecks of gold. While dragons slumber, their awareness of the surrounding environment diminishes. Although not entirely absent, their sensitivity is notably reduced. If an intruder approaches within a certain distance, a true dragon will awaken. But this awareness is far less acute than in wakefulness. Thus, in the absence of sufficient magical traps for vigilance, concealed lairs, or guardians from their kin, many true dragons resort to burrowing into the earth for slumber. The scales of a true dragon can effectively obscure them from the vast majority of magical detection. Particularly when they are asleep, their essence contained and undisclosed, making their underground concealment nearly undetectable. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting its luminous glow upon the sandy shores. The waves rolled in and receded in a rhythmic dance, leisurely advancing toward the beach. At this moment, the traces of the young dragon had vanished from the moonlit shoreline, leaving only a few hermit crabs and small blue sea turtles meandering at a leisurely pace. The atmosphere was tranquil and serene, and the distant roars of wild beasts from the depths of the island did not disrupt the stillness. Rather, they deepened the sense of solitude. Time slipped by unnoticed, a month passing in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to all, in the northern hemisphere of the Saiga planet, temperatures steadily climbed as the coolness of spring transitioned into the heat of summer, with the temperatures in Moonbay soaring to over 40 degrees. The brilliant, blinding sunlight was omnipresent, causing many creatures to become restless and drenched in sweat. Beneath the scorching sun, the shade of trees offered respite, while the clear calls of cicadas echoed in succession and the heat waves shimmered in the air. However, under the radiant sun, the sand grains, already imbued with a pale golden hue, appeared even more akin to gold, their surfaces shimmering with a lustrous glow, hot and resplendent. Suddenly, a flurry of delicate and disordered footsteps broke the tranquility, accompanied by the rustling sounds of limbs brushing against foliage. Above the sandy seafloor, amidst a lush yet somewhat chaotic grove of olive trees, clusters began to sway, revealing their evident agitation. With a sudden leap, a creature reminiscent of both deer and horse sprang forth from a thicket nearly 2 meters high, plunging into the scorching brilliance of sunlight. It boasted azure fur and deep blue antlers, glistening with a faint luminescence that seemed to carry a refreshing essence. Its pelage bore subtle patterns of pale azure wind, while a long, cerulean tail danced gracefully in the breeze. The wind-wave floral deer, a low-tier magical being, can attain the 3rd tier upon reaching adulthood, harnessing a measure of both wind and water elemental energies. Its flesh is renowned for its exquisite tenderness, and potions crafted from its wind element antlers possess potent aphrodisiac properties. Once subjected to rampant hunting, its kind now exists predominantly on remote islands. Beneath the blazing sunlight, the wind-wave floral deer, stretching approximately 4 meters in length, moved alongside the water, darting like the wind. Yet, as a 3rd-tier magical entity, it exhibited unmistakable signs of panic. Despite its swift pace, its movements were chaotic and unsteady. The creature was in distress, with a bloodied, bone arrow lodged in its hind leg, the feathered shaft trembling with each of its strides, emitting faint, visible arcs of electricity that rendered its body numb and slowed its actions. The thicket rustled anew behind it, and a tall, robust figure forcefully parted the underbrush, striding swiftly in pursuit of the wind-wave floral deer. It was a creature standing approximately 3 meters tall, a half-shark, half-tiger being. As it galloped, its vibrant fur billowed in the wind, while the dorsal fin akin to a shark's jutted upwards like a blade aimed at the heavens. Its gaping maw revealed serrated fangs reminiscent of a meat grinder, and its claws were sharp and cold as steel. Collectively, it embodied the essence of both shark and tiger. This intelligent life form, known as the shark tiger, boasts a lineage steeped in history. Born from the union of high-ranking shark mages from the empire of sharks and celestial tigers summoned from outer planes, transcending species barriers through magical means. The shark tiger possesses strength rivaling that of ogres and trolls, is adept in aquatic environments, and wields formidable serrated fangs. Generally classified as a first-tier life form upon maturity, it also retains a capacity for growth. Legends of the shark tiger have emerged from the planet Saiga. However, the ordinary shark tiger cannot dwell in the ocean for extended periods. Yet it is inherently reliant on the sea, necessitating the invigorating embrace of salt water at intervals. These creatures predominantly inhabit numerous islands, with one clan of shark tigers residing on Crescent Moon Island. Among them is a formidable warrior named Tigra Bloodtooth, a third-tier life form of the Bloodtooth clan, currently engaged in the pursuit of the windstorm deer alongside other shark tigers. Behind Tigra, amidst the trembling bushes, 8 shark tigers emerge, wielding crude weapons fashioned from the bones of unknown colossal sea beasts, bone swords, spears, and other armaments. Among the group, Tigra stands out as the most robust, clearly leading the hunting expedition, a testament to his status as their leader. Unlike his counterparts adorned with a mosaic of black and yellow fur, Tigra's coat is entirely ebony, interspersed with deep black stripes, rendering him more menacing than the rest. As the distance to the windstorm deer diminishes, Tigra's eyes gleam with ferocity, and a low growl escapes his throat. He casually discards the bone bough from his grasp, bending forward and plunging into the sands, transforming seamlessly from a vigorous upright run into a stealthy land shark, navigating the terrain with remarkable agility. This remarkable ability is a skill honed through rigorous training, enabling certain gifted shark tigers to traverse land as if it were water. Buried beneath the grains, Tigra exerts his strength, the silver-white currents of his muscles shimmering beneath the surface. Crackling with energy, his speed surges, eclipsing that of his ground run. His fin-like appendages slice through the sandy surface, leaving behind a trail of disruption as he relentlessly pursues the windstorm deer. Moments later, with a thunderous crash, a cascade of sand erupts like a celestial display. Like a raging shark leaping from the sea, the powerful shark tiger soars over 10 meters, its dorsal fin cleaving through the air, tracing a perilous path in the sunlight. Tigra descends upon the windstorm deer with deadly precision, his claws extended forward, embodying the lethal grace of a tiger and a ferocious shark. In that critical moment, time appears to slow. The windstorm deer becomes aware of the encroaching shadow of the shark tiger. With a startled cry, it summons the winds and waves beneath its feet, making a desperate leap to escape. The ground shatters beneath the impact of Tigra's descent, erupting in a plume of sand. Though the windstorm deer narrowly evades the fatal strike, it is caught in the wake of the shockwave, issuing a mournful cry as the onslaught of sand strikes it heavily. Already wounded, its body loses balance and topples to the ground, sliding across the coarse surface for several meters, leaving a long trail in its wake. The friction with the heated, coarse sand leaves its form battered and bloodied, with a leg broken from the fall. The wind-tossed fawn let out a continuous lament, unable to rise. Meanwhile, the swirling dust settled, revealing a black shark tiger standing in the center of a sunken sand pit, stepping forward to claim its prize. The other shark tigers, slightly delayed, followed suit. However, just a second later, the shark tiger, Tej, suddenly narrowed its eyes and halted, gazing ahead with a vigilant and guarded demeanor. It uttered a command in a voice reminiscent of a tsunami's roar, instructing the others to stand down and remain alert. At the sound of their leader's command, all the shark tigers froze, their eyes fixed forward in apprehension. Grains of sand, colorful shells, pebbles, conchs, and frantic little shrimp and crabs, all the elements of the beach, unnaturally levitated in silence, creating a chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a shadowy figure leapt from the ground. Before Tej could discern it, 1,000,000 grains of sand erupted, forming a circular wave that surged outward. The shark tiger's gaze reflected the incoming sand wave, and its half-shark, Half-tiger visage darkened. Retreat. It commanded, its whiskers trembling violently. Yet, just as all the shark tigers were about to pull back, an unseen force seemed to press down on the expanding circular wave of sand, causing it to plummet instantaneously. The shark tigers stood rigid, their pupils dilating with tension as they gazed ahead. Before them lay a circular depression, roughly 20 meters in diameter, where the once loose grains of sand were compacted as if by an unknown power, resembling golden marble. The wind-tossed fawn was embedded within, its bones shattered, lifeless on the spot. However, this transformation was not the source of the shark tigers' dread. Their focus was drawn to the very center of the circular hollow. There, a magnificent golden dragon, measuring over 6 meters in length, adorned with 3 pairs of regal horns and covered in interlocking diamond-like scales, unfurled a pair of broad, 10-meter-long wings, stretching its form with an air of indifference. At that moment, the sunlight seemed to blaze even more intensely. In the shark tiger's view, the golden dragon's scales shimmered brilliantly, dazzlingly beautiful yet perilous. A gentle sea breeze stirred, and the white waves surged forth. The rustling of trees in the wind and the sound of crashing waves filled the air, yet this stretch of beach on Crescent Moon Island was eerily silent, as if the very sound of a falling pin could be heard. Like a great cat, the awakening dragon, Saga, lowered its upper body while raising its hindquarters, stretching its spine with a crackling sound. It shifted its gaze towards the tense and rigid shark tigers nearby, then nonchalantly returned its focus. The young dragon flexed its limbs, flapped its wings, and carefully assessed its current state. Its length reached 6 meters and 2 centimeters, with a wingspan of 10 meters and 8 centimeters, nearing 11 meters in total. The young dragon blinked, its visage revealing a human-like expression of satisfaction. The wingspan, being twice the length of the body, epitomizes the most exquisite aesthetic in the realm of true dragons. Saga, although still slightly lacking, harbors the belief that he can attain this ideal proportion. He raised his claw and gently touched the ground, gauging his current weight, which he estimated to be around 15 tons. After a period of slumber, Saga's weight had surged by over 4 tons. The reason for such a significant weight gain, despite only a meter of growth in length, is that the relationship between size and weight is not linear. It resembles more of an exponential function. A person standing 2 meters tall does not simply weigh twice as much as one who is 1 meter tall. Internally, Saga pondered whether he could contend with the earth-shaking boar. He suspected that he was still not quite ready. His advancement was modest, having elevated his biological rank from 6 to 7, remaining within the realm of a Tier 3 life form, still short of Tier 4. Engaging a Tier 6 creature while still at Tier 3 posed considerable risk. The prospect of being forced to use his Golden Radiance Ring's defensive shield against a mere boar was a humiliation he could not afford. Once he reached Tier 4, he could reassess the situation, for the earth-shaking boar could not take to the skies. It would be merely a large target, provided he remained cautious of its ranged attacks. Meanwhile, approximately 20 meters away from Saga, the shark tigers regained their composure, holding their breath, their tension palpable as they fixated on Saga resting on the beach. The shark tiger warriors communicated through a unique, subtle means, akin to the gentle ebb of seawater, voicing their thoughts in a manner that eluded most creatures, concealed beneath the sound of crashing waves. Black Shark Leader, we are equipped with grappling hooks and netting. This dragon appears to be young, and its size falls within our capabilities. We may have the opportunity to capture it and attempt to tame it. Expressed one shark tiger adorned in a coat of yellow and black stripes. The title Black Shark is an epithet for the shark tiger named Tej. What a splendid idea. If successful, our Bloodfawn clan would possess a dragon, and we would no longer have to fear those filthy, diminutive, repugnant creatures, another shark tiger concurred. Yet I refuse. We have successfully hunted creatures larger than it, including sea beasts exceeding 10 meters in length. Capturing it should not be beyond our means. A majority of the shark tigers voiced their eagerness. Leader, let us proceed. This is a rare opportunity, the shark tigers whispered to one another. The black shark's gaze was stern as it surveyed its seemingly foolish kin. Most shark tigers were not particularly intelligent. Although they are classified as sentient beings, they only slightly surpass the likes of ogres in intellect, reflecting a marginal, if any, advantage. There were, however, individuals of higher intelligence among them, serving as leaders, with Tej being one such example. Fools, this is a dragon. Your foolishness and superficiality will inevitably lead to your demise. Tigray resolutely dismissed the proposals of his subordinates. Another dragon approached, appearing to be a young one, adorned with golden scales. Could it be the legendary golden dragon? Was it merely passing through? Or did it intend to linger here? He hoped it bore no ill will. The half-tiger, half-shark Tigray mused internally. This was not the first encounter the black shark tiger had with a dragon. Recalling a previous face-off with one, a dull ache manifested in his chest. His sternum had once been crushed by the claw of a colossal dragon, and it was only through the aid of a shark-tiger shaman that he had narrowly escaped death. He took pride in his formidable strength, capable of hurling boulders weighing hundreds of pounds, yet in the presence of a dragon, such prowess seemed insignificant. His pride in his serrated claws and tiger-like strength, which could tear through rock, barely managed to breach the dragon's scales. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of a dragon, he was acutely aware of the creature's immense power. Even a young dragon was no trivial adversary. Moreover, this particular dragon appeared to be a member of the fabled metallic dragons, known for their nurturing nature towards their young. Who could say if this young dragon had an adult guardian lurking in the shadows? Although I am significantly stronger now than I once was, it is prudent to avoid enmity with dragons. The Bloodfawn clan cannot afford another dragon as an enemy. Retreat. The shark-tiger leader, Tigray, gestured for his troops to withdraw slowly. They did not turn their backs, but instead retreated cautiously, step by step. On the spacious, sunlit beach, 9 robust shark tigers backpedaled with care, their slow movements contrasting sharply with their powerful, menacing forms, creating a rather comical sight. Gradually, they exited the sandy expanse, edging closer to the chaotic thicket behind them. As their pace quickened, they noted that the young dragon seemed disinclined to pursue, ultimately breaking into a run. A powerful whoosh tore through the air behind them, the sound of wings slicing through the wind. The golden young dragon soared overhead, its body casting a shadow that enveloped the shark tigers. They paused instinctively, looking up to behold the dragon's silhouette. The golden young dragon spiraled, pivoted, and folded its wings, descending gracefully. In one fluid motion, it landed directly in front of the retreating shark tigers, its diamond-like scales refracting light, shimmering as if illuminated from within, a breathtaking spectacle. With its upper body nearly upright, its limbs elegantly aligned, the dragon's tail curled gracefully before it. Saga stood upon the ground with an air of grace and authority, its head slightly raised, a detached gaze sweeping over the shark tigers. I do not recall granting you permission to leave, Saga spoke in the tongue of dragons, its voice deep and resonant. As it spoke, Saga lifted its right wing and gave a gentle sweep. An invisible blade of gravity surged forth. Boom. A horizontal wave of gravitational force crashed down, leaving a 12-meter-long fissure imprinted between the shark tigers and Saga, resembling a massive scar or an insurmountable chasm. This violent scene startled the shark tigers profoundly. They simultaneously halted their steps, fixating intently on Saga, brimming with caution and vigilance. The esteemed dragon, the shark-tiger warrior of the Bloodfawn clan, Black Shark, Tig, extends his respects to you. Under Saga's gaze, the distinctive black shark tiger spoke slowly, his words in Draconic not entirely standard, with a hint of levity and intermittent pauses. Nonetheless, comprehension was not a challenge. The shark-tiger clan, originating from the empire of the schools of sharks, although regarded as a mixed-blood inferior lineage and subsequently cast aside by the orthodox shark clan, has retained certain customs and traditions of their ancestors, such as the ability to speak Draconic. The deep-sea dragon city stands as a sacred place for the aquatic races. The 3 major marine empires, the schools of sharks, merfolk, and abyssal fish, are all promoting the use of Draconic, as their conflicts and disputes are considerable, each vying to become the sole maritime sovereign. Hoping the deep-sea dragon city will lean in their favor, seeking to court the formidable metallic dragonkin. We mean no disturbance to you. Tig of the shark tigers conveyed with intermittent speech, expressing utmost humility before the dragon. Regardless, it is always prudent to adopt a lower stance in the presence of a dragon. Indeed, you have disturbed me, disrupting my slumber. Saga replied calmly. You shall pay for this. His visage bore a mask with a pair of golden dragon eyes, seemingly charged with impending storms. Upon hearing the young dragon's deep and perilous words, the shark tiger's expressions turned serious. Esteemed dragon, the shark-tiger clan holds a profound reverence for dragons. However, the valiant shark-tiger warriors do not shy away from confronting dragons. Tig spoke in Draconic, addressing Saga with gravitas. Heed my command, prepare for battle. He instructed his fellow warriors in their own tongue. The shark tigers, sensing a formidable adversary, shifted their stance, subtly forming a crescent formation. One claw tightly gripping crude weapons such as bone spears, bone knives, and bone swords, while the other stealthily brushed against the clasp at their waist. Observing the visibly tense shark tigers before him, Saga cracked a smile. He bore no anger towards their reaction. On the contrary, he found satisfaction in their heightened alertness, for it signified their underlying fear of him, hence their nervousness and intense response. Saga relished in their trepidation. Had their reaction been subdued, he would have needed to reconsider the efficacy of his entrance. Insignificant creatures, do not be anxious. This dragon is in good spirits and has no intention of demanding a bloody toll from you. Rather, you shall find yourselves honored. Under the uncertain gazes of the shark tigers, the sun-kissed young dragon exuded a nascent regal presence. His golden pupils shone brightly like a golden starry sky, gazing down upon the gathered shark tigers, proclaiming, "Submit to me, bow before me, and let all your kin become my vassals." The gravity of the situation intensified. Thrice the weight. A powerful, palpable sense of oppression descended. As if an invisible hand were pressing down, the group of shark warriors fell to their knees. Caught completely off guard, Saga lifted his chin, expressing delight. "This is the price you must pay, and also my gift to you." The shark warriors were filled with trepidation at this power. The fearsome Tier 3 shark warrior, Tiger, renowned as the Black Shark and merely a step away from becoming a mid-tier life form, was similarly compelled to kneel. Beneath its dark fur, muscles resembling gnarled tree roots were faintly visible, electric arcs dancing across its body, crackling softly. The Black Shark Tiger acutely perceived the sudden, intangible pressure. Equally astonished as the other shark warriors, the mere presence of the opponent was sufficient to force him to the ground. If a confrontation were to ensue, Tiger, being a mutated shark, diverged from his kin who wielded water elemental energy. He possessed the innate ability to sense and manipulate the rare sub-element of lightning. Earth, water, wind, and fire. These are the fundamental elemental energies that constitute the world. Different elemental mutations and specialized reactions give rise to secondary elements, such as radiance, lava, and lightning. The distinction between primary and secondary elements does not lie in strength. Rather, it is demonstrated through the user's mastery and control over the respective elemental energy. The crackling arcs extinguished. To avoid provoking the dragon's wrath, Tiger ceased his resistance, allowing the flow of elemental energy within him to slow. Even if he could rise, what would it matter? Dignity is a concern of the higher races. Compared to dragons, the shark warriors were akin to wild grass that could be trampled at will. For the wild grass to survive, it must bow low. Moreover, submitting to a true dragon and becoming one of its kin is not necessarily a misfortune, especially when the dragon appears to be a relatively gentle golden one. Some intelligent beings, even if they wish to kneel and become a dragon's subordinate, might find no opportunity to do so. Do not resist, Tiger cautioned, fearing his subordinates might act recklessly. However, he soon realized his concern was unwarranted. The shark warriors, now acutely aware of the dragon's might, dared not move, and even if they wished to, they found themselves immobilized. Only Tiger possessed a degree of resistance, while the other Tier 2 sharks were utterly unable to rise under the overwhelming pressure. Seeing the fierce shark, heads bowed deeply, with no violent defiance. A satisfied smile spread across Saga's visage as he released the intense gravitational field. The shark warriors felt a significant easing in their bodies, but remained kneeling before Saga. "Esteemed dragon, I am eager to become your subordinate. However, I am not the chieftain of the Bloodtooth clan, and I cannot dictate the choices of my kin." Tiger spoke softly. Having a true dragon as a communication partner, his draconic tongue flowed more smoothly than at first, though with still some irregularities in tone and grammar. "Oh, I assumed you were the leader. It seems I overestimated you," Saga remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he regarded the dark shark. Tiger fell silent for a moment. Then, without any hesitation despite the presence of his kin, spoke, "Noble dragon, should you choose to extend your hand in assistance to vanquish the clan leader of the Blood Fawn, I shall rise as the new chieftain and lead my entire clan in fealty to you, becoming your loyal vassal, devoted to your service." A gust of sea wind howled through the air. The beautiful and regal young dragon narrowed her gaze, her golden pupils emanating a perilous aura, her demeanor imposing. You seek to exploit me to fulfill your ambitions? To use a true dragon? How contemptible, wretched creature. Do you wish for a grave without a tomb? The weather was scorching, the sun blazing fiercely. Yet, Black Shark Tiger felt an icy chill enveloping him, as if he were ensnared in the depths of a frigid winter. The sunlight seemingly robbed of warmth. He gritted his teeth and, facing the blinding light, raised his head to regard the majestic dragon shrouded in brilliance, saying, "You misunderstand." Due to the humble posture and the reverence shown towards dragons, Saga retained a measure of patience, replying, "If that is not the case, then why should I slay the Bloodfang leader for you? I could subjugate the true leader of the Shark Tiger clan, compelling it to serve me." Saga intended to establish a firm foundation in Moon Bay. He resolved to methodically bring the intelligent species of Moon Bay under his dominion. Unlike many true dragons who only conceive the desire to gather followers in their youth, Saga had long harbored such plans. The Shark Tiger clan he encountered upon awakening became his primary target. Black Shark Tiger shook his head, speaking slowly yet with unwavering conviction. "I understand the nature of Chief Marcus. He cherishes free will, relying solely on his own strength, refusing to yield to any being, even one as noble and great as you." He continued, "Unlike the chief, I comprehend the necessity of aligning with the strong. To become a dragon's vassal is, in my view, an honor." He lowered his head, perhaps due to his complete focus. Tiger's speech in the dragon tongue was no longer fragmented. "I shall pledge my loyalty solely to you, and all I ask is that you do not forget the allegiance of the Bloodfang clan when you have grown." While cherishing free will is not inherently negative, Tiger believed that for the remote Bloodfang clan to survive and thrive, they must abandon such meaningless obstinacy. Freedom? Can it be consumed as sustenance? Can it allow them to live carefree? Can it grant them dignity? The answer is no. In light of this, why not contemplate reality? Abandon freedom for a better future by choosing a suitable patron. A young dragon seeking vassals is undoubtedly an excellent target for allegiance. For the first subjugated vassal, it would likely be valued, at the very least, not cast aside like refuse. It may even provide protection to us, the vassals, offering the Bloodfang clan better conditions. Once the dragon grows into a formidable sovereign, we may have the opportunity to lead a better life, perhaps even transcend our current station. I can discern its desire for companionship. Otherwise, a proud dragon would not patiently engage in dialogue with what it perceives as an inferior race. In such circumstances, I am willing to offer my loyalty, each fulfilling our respective needs. Surely, it will acquiesce, Tig thought silently. Chief Marcus, this is the opportunity for the Bloodfang clan to ascend as a superior race and one day depart from this remote island. However, you will undoubtedly ruin it. Thus, for the Bloodfang clan, prepare yourself for death. Once I become chief, I shall carry forth your dying wish, ensuring the Bloodfang clan's renown across the seas." Under the gradually warming sunlight, Tig whispered silently within, his jagged fangs glimmering. This shark tiger possessed intelligence and emotional acuity that surpassed the threshold. Able to adapt and gauge the situation, and as a mutated entity, it held considerable potential for cultivation. To have it pledge loyalty as the chief of the Bloodfang clan was indeed feasible. Sargas spoke in the tongue of dragons, his tone measured and unhurried. "I refuse." Tig momentarily faltered, lifting his head in bewilderment. This black shark did not anticipate Sarga's refusal. Did it not seek a companion? Why would it reject my reasonable request? Could it be that some phrasing of mine had elicited the dragon's aversion? The situation had unfolded contrary to his expectations, leaving Tig filled with self-doubt. Simultaneously, Tig heard the other's languid words. "The purpose of a companion is to serve me, to please me, to satisfy me. However, in this brief encounter, you, wishing to become my companion, seek my assistance in alleviating your troubles. How delightful your aspirations are." Sarga regarded the black shark Tig with indifference, stating, "I have overestimated you. You lack the qualifications to be my companion. Your reverence brings me satisfaction. Thus, while my mood remains favorable, take your kin and vanish from my sight." Tig, having finally resolved to become the dragon's companion and lead the Bloodfang clan to prosperity, never anticipated that the other would not regard him. His rational thoughts became tumultuous, losing the calm he once had. Gazing up at the true dragon, the black shark's draconic tongue faltered and stammered, "Esteemed and noble true dragon, please grant me a chance to prove myself. I shall not disappoint you again." This was the response I desired to hear. Upon hearing the request, Sarga concealed a smile. To acquire a companion, he must first resolve their troubles and meet their demands, transforming the dynamic into Tig pleading to Sarga for the opportunity to prove his worth. The passive had become active. Sarga relished holding the reins of power. If he sought the stars, they must come to him. Please grant me a chance. The black shark Tig implored once more, his massive, fearsome head bowed before the golden dragon. Since you are so earnest in your request, I shall graciously grant you an opportunity, regardless of the means employed or the nature of the journey. I command you to lead all the members of the Shark-Tiger clan to pledge their allegiance to me. The young dragon, adorned with a nascent air of authority, gazed intently at Tiger, the half-shark, half-tiger entity. Prove to me your worthiness to become my vassal, and I shall accept your loyalty. The expression on Tiger's visage shifted as he contemplated, ultimately nodding emphatically after a few moments. I shall demonstrate my abilities to you. Witness how I shall secure the loyalty of the entire Bloodtooth clan, he declared. Then, under the silent scrutiny of Saga, Black Shark Tiger departed the sandy shore with a few trusted subordinates, plunging into the dense forest, racing towards the encampment of the Bloodtooth clan. With a powerful beat of his wings, Saga stirred a tempest, his agile form shattering the sunlight as he ascended into the heavens. Employing a distortion field to conceal his presence, silently observing the actions of Black Shark Tiger and his cohorts, he yearned to harness my strength. The current chieftain of the Bloodtooth clan was likely more formidable than he. The pressing issue at hand was how to usurp the Bloodtooth chieftain and earn the trust and support of the other Shark-Tiger members. However, judging by his decisive actions, it appeared he had already devised a plan. Saga watched with keen interest, his gaze piercing through the thick canopy, eager to see how Tiger would deliver a satisfactory outcome. Under Tiger's leadership, the Shark-Tigers moved with agility, unperturbed by the scrapes of branches against their bodies as they navigated the chaotic thickets, crossed the rushing streams of the island, and traversed the obstructive boulders, gradually approaching a towering cliff that loomed several dozen meters high. Are you truly intent on leading our kin to pledge fealty to a dragon? The chieftain would never consent to such a thing. What do you intend to do? One Shark-Tiger warrior queried as they neared the Bloodtooth encampment. Marcus may not agree, but the chieftain will, Tiger replied, his inky fur bristling, an ominous glint in his eyes, and the atmosphere around them seemed to thicken with tension, the swirling leaves imbued with a sense of foreboding. Isn't Marcus the chieftain? How can he agree one moment and refuse the next? Another Shark-Tiger, scratching at the fin on his back, inquired with a glimmer of intelligence in his eyes. Tiger momentarily faltered, at a loss for words with this subordinate. You fool. What I mean is that Marcus will soon cease to be the chieftain. The next chieftain, our new leader, will indeed agree, explained another, slightly more astute Shark-Tiger. Silence. Just watch my eyes and follow my commands when the time comes, Tiger admonished, initially intending to instruct his subordinates to respond appropriately to his cues. But realizing they might misinterpret his meaning, he opted for silence. After a while, as they crossed several rows of towering island cedar trees, the vision of the Shark-Tigers expanded into a vast openness. The trees ahead have been ruthlessly cleared, their trunks sharpened and thrust into the ground, arranged in a manner that resembles a formidable wall. Patrolling the perimeter are several Shark-Tigers, who merely cast a glance at the arrival of Tej and his companions before smiling in greeting. At the center of this enclosure stands a grand gate, flanked by two sentinels, both Shark-Tigers. Thank you for your hard work, Tej remarked as he approached the gate with his subordinates, addressing the young Shark-Tiger guard to his right. It is no trouble at all. I merely stand watch, and there is little danger involved, replied the youthful sentinel, his eyes glimmering with admiration for the black shark Tej. Brother Tej, I aspire to join the hunting party like you, to slay beasts and hunt marine creatures, providing sustenance for our clan. Tej, revered within the Bloodtooth clan, second only to the chieftain, garnered respect from many young tribesmen. With diligent training and a strong physique, you shall have your chance. I look forward to fighting alongside you, he encouraged, nodding gently before stepping into the clan's territory under the watchful gaze of the young guard. Beyond the wall, the ground was covered in an irregular layer of solidified tree sap and stones, barely leveling the terrain. A few rough-hewn structures, primarily of stone with occasional metallic embellishments, crisscrossed the area. Some walls were adorned with vibrant shells and pebbles that, under the sunlight, reflected a soft sheen, lending a touch of beauty to the otherwise rustic architecture. At the end of the vista, steep cliffs towered dozens of meters high, from which a majestic ancient pine tree sprouted through a crevice, its roots occupying much of the cliffside. The trunk, stout as a dragon, bore a canopy that shielded the sun, casting heavy shadows over some of the Blood-Tooth clan's dwellings. Nestled among the dense branches was a large nest, approximately 10 meters in diameter, constructed from beast pelts, bones, rocks, and metal. Within this nest, two white-feathered griffins nestled intimately together. Suddenly, these formidable magical beings, having the head of an eagle, the body of a lion, and wings upon their backs, with a striking black and white coat, lifted their heads, their sharp gazes sweeping across the sky. After a prolonged scrutiny lasting several seconds, they slowly returned their attention to one another. White-feathered griffin, a magical creature, a fourth-tier semi-sentient life form, with wings edged in feathers as pure as snow, as strong as iron, and razor-sharp. These griffins are inherently alert and fierce, proud and untamed, possessing exceptional combat and hunting skills, often living in pairs, bonded as a male and female. Should one perish without offspring to care for, the other may choose to end its own life in loyalty. Sokka had never encountered a white-feathered griffin on Thorn Island. However, upon his first sighting of these magnificent beasts, the legacy of the dragon imparted its knowledge to him. The so-called semi-intelligent beings refer to those with a considerable intellect, capable of communicating through actions, glances, tones, gestures, and so forth, yet devoid of any spoken language. The majority of magical creatures belong to this category. Highly alert. These two white-feathered griffins, are they not raised by the shark-tiger tribe? The white-feathered griffins are unruly and challenging to tame, more likely to engage in cooperative hunting with the Blood-Tooth tribe, akin to the partnership between frost giants and winter wolves. There exists no hierarchy of dominion and servitude. Rather, they collaborate by leveraging their respective strengths in the hunt, a mode of existence shared by numerous species. Shifting his gaze from the white-feathered griffins, Sagavi orchestrated the gravitational field, suspended high above, surveying the island with silent scrutiny of the movements of the black shark tiger and others within the tribal clan. Within the confines of the Blood-Tooth clan territory, encircled by walls and cliffs, the black shark tiger navigated through the ruggedly designed structures accompanied by a few trusted subordinates. The blazing sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the surroundings. The black shark tiger observed numerous clansmen within the territory. Suddenly, a small, adorable shark tiger, barely reaching the knee of the robust black shark tiger, scampered past, engrossed in a playful chase with its companions. Oblivious to the path ahead, it collided with the leg of the black shark tiger and tumbled to the ground. The young shark tiger gingerly touched its sore forehead with its tender paw, tears welling in its eyes. "Do not cry," soothed the black shark tiger, whose ebony fur was adorned with dark stripes, as he bent down to lift the little one. "Little Dick, did you not claim that upon reaching adulthood, you would become a formidable shark-tiger warrior to defend the Blood-Tooth clan?" A powerful shark-tiger warrior does not shed tears even in the face of bloodshed. The previously stern and indifferent lines of the tiger's face softened considerably as he spoke. "What is this?" At the same time, he extended a claw, producing a hooked finger. Tiny arcs of electricity danced at the tip, resembling blossoming flowers, captivating the little shark tiger's attention and halting its impending tears. At that moment, more young shark tigers gathered around, clamoring for the black shark tiger's embrace. These juvenile shark tigers, each adorably clumsy and fluffy, had yet to grow their sharp claws, appearing as soft and sweet as glutinous rice balls. "Little ones, I have matters to discuss with the clan leader and cannot play with you now." The tall figure squatted down, affectionately patting each little shark tiger on the forehead before rising. The young ones obediently departed, not lingering excessively for the black shark tiger's companionship. Standing tall once more, the black shark tiger raised his gaze forward. At the horizon stood a cliff adorned with an ancient pine tree, and within the shadow cast by the cliff, there lay a sturdy stone house, its walls overgrown with moss and vines. This was the dwelling of the Blood-Tooth clan leader. As he gazed at the leader's abode, the sun enveloped the tiger shark visage in light, and his thoughts wandered uncertainly. On a secluded island, engaging in a battle of wits and courage with the diminutive and despicable members of the Finetail clan, and finding myself at a disadvantage, was never the future I had envisioned. I yearned to navigate the vast oceans beyond. "My apologies, Patriarch Marcus," whispered Black Shark Tiger within. "Tiger, do you seek my counsel?" The sun blazed overhead, urging me not to linger outside, but to enter. A voice, aged yet firm, resonated in Black Shark Tiger's ears, akin to subtle ripples disturbing a tranquil sea. The cicada's song intensified under the sweltering sun. After a brief moment of silence, Black Shark Tiger bowed his head, his gentle expression hardening into one of resolve as he strode purposefully toward the Patriarch's stone dwelling, followed closely by his 8 trusted subordinates. The Patriarch himself was the strongest among the Bloodtooth clan, a mid-tier Shark-Tiger sorcerer of the 4th rank. Thus there were no Shark-Tiger warriors guarding the vicinity of his abode. A sorcerer is a type of spellcaster. Unlike the majority who accumulate extensive knowledge through rigorous research and experimentation to gradually uncover the truths of magic, thereby enhancing their understanding of the world and the cosmos to wield spells that can influence or even reshape reality, a sorcerer delves into the depths of their own lineage, discovering and mastering spell-like abilities akin to those of magical beasts. Sorcerers cast spells with minimal need for incantations or preparatory rituals. However, they are not without their drawbacks. Their methods lack the versatility and adaptability of traditional spellcasters, making them relatively singular in approach. In simpler terms, a conventional spellcaster must grasp the principles of a spell before utilizing it, while a sorcerer merely requires the innate ability to activate their bloodline's powers. Akin to pressing a button, sorcerers typically possess formidable ancestors or undergo bloodline enhancements, such as being imbued with dragon blood, which may lead to the emergence of dragon-blooded sorcerers. Many true dragons, who naturally master magic solely based on their draconic heritage without the need for diligent study, are regarded as sorcerer dragons. These sorcerer dragons often disdainfully refer to their kin who are passionate about learning magic as spell-hungry dragons, considering such fervor for magical knowledge a peculiar quirk in the eyes of a typical true dragon. You shall remain here. At the entrance of the stone dwelling, Black Shark's subordinates halted. He stepped forward, crossing the threshold between light and shadow, his form enveloped in the cool embrace of the cliff's shade as he entered the stone house, pushing the door behind him closed. The stone dwelling had no windows. However, the interior was far from dim. A pearl the size of an infant's fist, embedded in the center of the ceiling, radiated a luminous glow, illuminating every corner of the stone room. Tiger beheld shelves laden with various herbs, tables cluttered with jars and vials, and a shark tiger, not particularly robust, pacing between the table and the herb rack with its back turned to him, seemingly selecting suitable herbs. Its mottled fur appeared somewhat dull, lacking luster. The visage of the half-tiger, half-shark creature bore whiskers that had turned completely white, with faint wrinkles etched into its skin, and its body slightly hunched. Marcus, the 4th-tier shark-tiger warlock and leader of the Bloodfawn clan, took note of the approaching black shark. He set aside the herbs he had been examining and turned to face him. In the aged features of the shark-tiger, a pair of bright and profound brown eyes, devoid of any dimness, first met the gaze of the tiger. Tiger, he began, since you assumed the role of the hunting team leader, you seldom grace my presence. The shark-tiger leader regarded the black shark with a steady expression and continued, many of our kin require sustenance, yet the resources of Crescent Moon Island are limited. With the watchful eyes of the Slimtail clan upon us, the hunting team faces immense pressure. I have scarcely had a moment to spare, constantly leading my team in the hunt. Black Shark responded, indeed, the demands are great. The shark-tiger leader nodded, a smile gracing his aged features. Barring unforeseen circumstances, you shall be the next leader of the Bloodfawn clan. I see in you a sufficient sense of duty and responsibility. When I grow too old to wield my magic in protection of our clan and unfit to lead, I shall transfer the guardianship contract of the white-feathered griffins to you. With you at the helm, guiding the Bloodfawn clan, I am reassured. The 2 white-feathered griffins, nurtured by the shark-tiger leader since their youth, had forged a guardianship bond with one another, sharing a deep connection and becoming part of the Bloodfawn clan. However, the proud griffins primarily obeyed the commands of their contract holder and paid little heed to ordinary shark-tiger clan members, including even Tiger Black. The Bloodfawn leader and the 2 white-feathered griffins constituted 3 4th-tier beings, representing the pinnacle of the clan's current combat prowess. Due to his advanced age, the Bloodfawn leader's physical strength had waned, and his mental acuity was no longer at its peak, rendering him less formidable in direct combat compared to the 2 vigorous white-feathered griffins. Nonetheless, as a warlock, he possessed a wealth of intricate methods, and nearly a century of experience had endowed him with profound wisdom, an aspect not to be underestimated. Black Shark's stern and resolute countenance remained unchanged, He exhaled slowly, articulating, "I am grateful for your trust, leader. I assure you, I will guide the Bloodfawn clan away from Crescent Moon Island towards a broader future, liberating our kin from the threat of wild beasts and the suffering of hunger and cold." Upon hearing Black Shark's words, Leader Marcus furrowed his brow gently. He lifted his gaze to scrutinize Black Shark, his voice deep and contemplative. "Tiger, I acknowledge your decisiveness and execution skills. Your actions are swift and resolute. I believe you can enhance the development of the Bloodfawn clan." After a brief pause, Marcus shifted the tone of the conversation, adding, "However, you are too impatient. I can discern the fiery ambition burning within your chest, an eagerness that, if left unchecked, may one day consume your rationality. Your intentions and aspirations are commendable. However, one must be cautious not to overreach. The Bloodfawn clan remains feeble and can rely solely on its own strength, necessitating a steady and pragmatic approach to advancement. Yet, under such a methodical pace, how long will it take for the Bloodfawn clan to depart from Crescent Moon Island? By the time I reach your age, I may never witness that day. Should we encounter a ferocious sea beast en route, it is conceivable that our entire clan could be eternally interred in this place. I understand now. Your wisdom and guidance have greatly enlightened me," Black Shark remarked quietly. "Now, do you have any pressing matters to discuss?" inquired the Shark Tiger clan leader. "I have been under considerable stress lately and feel weary, hence I seek your wisdom to find tranquility." "I have no urgent matters to address," Black Shark replied. The Shark Tiger clan leader smiled gently. "I see. Although you are not my biological offspring, I have always regarded you as my own son. There is no need for formality between us. In similar situations, feel free to come to me at any time." Black Shark nodded lightly, and the two began a dialogue about clan affairs, future development paths, the situation on Crescent Moon Island, and the broader circumstances of Moon Bay. After a while, Black Shark, with a subtle demeanor, casually inquired, "Leader, I know you prefer that the Bloodfawn clan relies on its own innate strength to someday escape this remote island without depending on outsiders. I am curious, if a transcendent and extraordinarily talented true dragon were to offer to take the Bloodfawn clan as its kin, specifically a benevolent golden dragon, would you consider accepting such an offer?" As he spoke, he took 2 steps closer to the Shark Tiger clan leader. "Impossible," the Shark Tiger clan leader replied resolutely to Black Shark's inquiry. "The Bloodfawn clan shall never be subjugated, even to a golden dragon, in a cruel world governed by the law of the jungle. It is common for weaker intelligent beings to follow a powerful entity. Moreover, being a true dragon's kin is not akin to being an ordinary servant. It is a privilege sought by many intelligent beings, yet seldom attained." Black Shark could not fathom why the Shark Tiger clan leader was so adamantly unwilling to submit. "In that case, I must eliminate you," Black Shark contemplated. "You have taught me that any obstacle in the path of the Bloodfawn clan's progress must be removed by any means necessary. And now, you have become such an obstacle. As a hybrid of tiger and shark, the Shark Tiger clan is not known for its benevolence. Their nature is fierce and combative, cold-blooded and ruthless." Following the Shark Tiger clan leader's response, Black Shark made a final decision. He cast aside the last vestiges of softness within him and resolved to eliminate the leader of the Bloodfawn clan. The Black Shark Tiger suddenly emitted a low groan, furrowing its brow as it extended its powerful paw to press against its chest. Following the tiger's movement, the blood-toothed chieftain's gaze shifted, focusing on the area of its chest. On the robust torso of the Black Shark Tiger, beneath the dense, dark fur, faint claw marks were discernible, curving like a giant centipede, suggesting the severity of past injuries. Had the old wound, inflicted by a dragon that once crushed its breastbone, flared up again? Those filthy scoundrels from the Thintail clan must have employed some means to tame a dragon. Otherwise, the Crescent Moon Island would have long been under the dominion of our Shark Tiger clan. The blood-toothed chieftain snorted coldly, speaking in a deep tone. "It is merely a sudden pang of pain. Nothing serious. It does not hinder my movements," the Black Shark Tiger replied softly, gently pressing its chest. "The gentle waters shall soothe your wounds," the blood-toothed chieftain murmured. Suddenly, intricate wave-like patterns illuminated its aged visage, shimmering with a soft blue glow, resembling strange, intricate designs. At the same time, it raised a less formidable paw, extending a hooked claw to point towards the black shark, who stood 3 paces away. A low hum resonated as a faint blue stream of water shot forth from the tip of the chieftain's claw. Landing directly on the black shark tiger's chest, and transforming into ripples that carried a magical power capable of healing pain and instilling tranquility. Second circle spell, Healing Waters. How do you fare? Does it still hurt? The Blood-Toothed Chieftain inquired as it directed the healing waters. Without any forewarning, as the Blood-Toothed Chieftain spoke, the black shark tiger surged forward. A sizzling arc of silver electricity crackled into existence, infusing the surrounding air with a burnt, numbing scent. Dancing across the tiger's powerful form and swiftly converging upon its outstretched right paw aimed at the Blood-Toothed Chieftain. In the well-organized stone chamber, time seemed to slow. The crackling intensified as the electricity coalesced, attaching itself to the black shark's paw, rendering its hooked claws glistening like silver metal, sharp and imbued with an indomitable essence. Fierce Tiger Claw. Surprise attack. The sudden strike was as swift as lightning. Before the Blood-Toothed Chieftain could comprehend the situation, the electrified paw tore through the air, ripping through its skin and penetrating its chest, breaking through from front to back. The Blood-Toothed Chieftain's eyes reflected the unyielding countenance of the tiger, its pupils dilating in disbelief. In that moment, as the tiger summoned the elemental force of electricity for its sudden assault, the Blood-Toothed Chieftain, despite its vast experience, had been preoccupied with channeling the healing spell. This distraction prevented it from casting an effective shield in time, allowing the black shark tiger to land a devastating close-range strike. The triad spell, Summon the Waves. The energy of the water element converges, and the air around suddenly becomes humid, transforming vapor into droplets that coalesce into surging waves. With a thunderous roar, colossal waves, towering several feet, erupt from the ground, crashing against the chest of the black shark tiger, forcing it to retreat until it collides with the stone wall of the cottage. Thud! A series of magical runes illuminate. As the stone wall absorbs the tremendous force of the impact, it shakes violently, developing a network of fissures, yet it remains intact due to the protective enchantment. A first-tier spell that reinforces the structure. The battle has commenced. High above, concealed by a distorting force field, the little golden dragon observes with curiosity the stone cottage nestled within the shadows of the silent cliff. Having noticed the violent tremors and heard the dull thud of the collision, the black shark tiger, lacking martial decorum, launches a surprise attack, seemingly having gained the upper hand. However, to eliminate the chieftain outright, it must also secure the loyalty of the agitated clan members. If the chieftain holds significant esteem, this task could prove challenging. Through the force field, Saga discerns the target's weight, size, outline, and movements. Thus, although visibility is obstructed, he can roughly ascertain the unfolding battle within the stone cottage. Simultaneously, a sound akin to a lion's roar, yet sharp and piercing, reverberates through the sky. Two white-feathered griffins, perched amid the ancient pines of the cliff, emit anguished cries, sensing the pain of their bonded master. Instantly, they spread their wings and dive downward. Numerous adult shark tigers, alerted by the commotion, converge towards the location of the chieftain's cottage. The chieftain and the leader of the tigers are engaged in crucial discussions within, and none are permitted entry unless summoned. Almost halt. The chieftain's trusted subordinates guard the stone cottage, their expressions fierce as they roar in warning. Due to the prestige of the black shark and the hunting party, most shark-tiger clansmen hesitate, filled with uncertainty. Yet, the two white-feathered griffins heed not the warnings of the shark-tiger sentinels and continue their descent. Grappling hooks are launched, and the net of blades is prepared. As seasoned warriors of the hunting party, they possess extensive experience in dealing with magical creatures. 6 shark-tiger warriors simultaneously unfasten their grappling hooks from their belts, throwing them with force towards the white-feathered griffins to confine their movement, while 2 others seize the opportunity to cast a net armed with sharp bone blades, ensnaring the griffins. These 2 white-feathered griffins are fierce, yet it is likely that the 8 subordinates will not be able to hold them for long. Saga observes leisurely, his force field perception primarily focused on the events transpiring within the stone cottage. The blood-toothed chieftain bows his aged head, gazing at the region of his chest. A massive, gaping blood hole, transparent from front to back, comes into view. The edges of the wound are charred, with crackling electricity flickering, leaving him so severely paralyzed that he cannot even feel the pain. The blood-toothed chieftain, a 4th-tier shark-tiger sorcerer, excels in mid to long-range spellcasting. Yet his physique is frilier than that of the shark-tiger warriors. In close quarters, the stakes have risen dramatically. It endured a relentless ambush from the black shark tiger. suffering a direct hit that inflicted grievous wounds, enough to be fatal. The chieftain of the Bloodfang clan felt the elemental energy within him surge, illuminating his body with faint blue energy patterns, barely allowing him to stand, though his form swayed precariously. He lifted a claw, pointing it weakly at the drenched black shark standing a mere 10 meters away. "Tiger, why?" The voice of the Bloodfang chieftain was feeble, spoken slowly. Simultaneously, all the elemental energy within him converged towards his fingertips, transforming into a brilliant azure point of light that emanated an overwhelming aura of danger. Fourth ring spell, blood separation technique. Though the heart of the shark-tiger chieftain had been shattered, rendering him mortally wounded, he, as a fourth-tier shark-tiger sorcerer, would not relent in his final moments, ready to drag the black shark into the abyss with him. "Chieftain, I am sorry. I have found a way out for the Bloodfang clan. A golden dragon is willing to accept us as its kin, yet you would never agree." "What I just said is not a mere hypothesis," the black shark said, his expression unwavering as he faced the Bloodfang chieftain, his voice grave. "A golden dragon? Even a golden dragon, such so-called kin, is merely a servant. Do you truly wish to lead the Bloodfang clan into servitude, Tiger?" The life force of the shark-tiger chieftain was swiftly fading, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. The azure point of light at his fingertips flickered erratically, accompanied by anguished questioning. In response, the black shark fell silent for a moment, blood vessels creeping into his eyes. "Chieftain, you are too stubborn. You must understand the nature of our world. It is a realm where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, where only the fittest survive. To be a servant is far better than total annihilation. I cannot fathom your thoughts. The Bloodfang clan can no longer contend even with the Slimtail clan. Their space for survival is shrinking day by day, and they will inevitably perish on this narrow island. If you cling to your notions and rely solely on your strength, the only fate awaiting the Bloodfang clan is extinction, becoming fodder for those vile creatures." The voice of the black shark was low, nearly a roar. "Chieftain, why must you remain obstinate? This is a world governed by the law of the jungle. To ascend from the depths, one must relinquish dignity, face, and all else, resorting to any means necessary." After a pause, the fervor in the black shark's tone subsided as he continued. "Chieftain, you could slay me and watch the clan you nurtured crumble into obscurity, buried in this remote island. Or you could choose to perish. And I will lead the Bloodfang clan out of this isle, towards the vast oceans, into a future beyond your imagination." Having spoken, the black shark tiger locked his gaze with that of the chieftain, awaiting his decision. Gazing at the resolute and unyielding expression of the black shark tiger, the Bloodfang chieftain appeared dazed, his raised claw trembling evermore. In the final moments of life, the Bloodtooth clan leader gathered all his magical power to initiate the blood separation technique, a spell capable of bringing the black shark to his demise. Yet, time slipped away, moment by moment. The azure light dissipated, and the leader of the Bloodtooth clan did not unleash the technique upon Black Shark Tej, his arms falling limply to his sides. To slay Black Shark would mean the true end of the clan he had painstakingly nurtured. He could not bear to witness such a fate. "Tej, you have triumphed." In that fleeting instant, he seemed to age a century, the essence of life draining from him like a burst dam. It was irrevocable now. "I shall fulfill you and your ambitions." Coughing up blood, the leader's expression grew vacant as he spoke. "You perceive my obstinacy, yet you remain unaware that I once was a slave, enduring the torments of servitude. From the moment of my birth, I was a slave to a noble of the Shark Empire. You cannot fathom the oppression, the bullying, the lashings I endured. Unable to withstand the shackles of slavery, I fled with a handful of young shark-tiger slaves, navigating myriad challenges, and by fortunate chance, escaped the domain of the shark nobility, traversing from the radiant ocean to the stormy ocean, ultimately seeking refuge on this small island. The radiant ocean, one of the 4 great oceans of the Saka, lies within the jurisdiction of the Shark Empire. Even in death, I would not wish to relive the life of a slave." Black Shark was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. He had been unaware of his leader's past. However, even had he known, he would not have altered his previous convictions. "The Bloodtooth clan is now yours. I hope you will honor your promise and lead the Bloodtooth clan to glory. If possible, strive to elevate the entire shark-tiger race beyond the shadows of the Shark Empire." The voice of the shark-tiger leader grew increasingly faint. The Shark Empire had long regarded the shark-tigers as mere slaves. Legendary shark-tigers from history, who once led their kin in rebellion against the Shark Empire, faced brutal executions. Who was the shark noble that enslaved you? Leader, if I ever have the opportunity and the strength, I shall avenge you, Black Shark whispered. A glimmer of hatred and fear ignited in the eyes of the Blood-Tooth clan leader as he murmured, "They are the upper echelon of the Shark Empire. The Tentacle Shark clan, known as..." His voice faltered, leaving the name unspoken. The Blood-Tooth clan leader had succumbed to death. After a moment of silence, as the increasingly shrill and piercing roars of the white feather griffin echoed and the footsteps of the shark tiger people grew restless and near, Black Shark Tage turned and forcefully pushed open the stone door of the dwelling. The leader has been eliminated. In the skies above, the invisible Sokka sensed the ebbing of a life force. The young, robust black shark, in the prime of his life, felt the powerful yet waning essence of the clan leader, who must have been an elder shark tiger. Even if he were slightly stronger than the black shark, the outcome would be evident should he be ambushed. Sagar blinked, casting his gaze downward. My first clan of vassals is predominantly comprised of these shark tigers. Their ranks range from the first tier to the legendary, albeit the likelihood of encountering the latter is minimal. Nonetheless, overall, they are considerably better than the initial vassals one might recruit from goblins, lizardmen, or werewolves. Many juvenile true dragons, upon leaving their nests, find themselves unable to secure formidable or promising vassals due to their own insufficient strength, often left with no choice but to recruit lesser beings like goblins or werewolves. In comparison, the shark tigers are indeed a commendable choice. Stepping out from the shadow of the cliff, Tager gazed upon his kin basking in the sunlight. "What has transpired within the dwelling, Black Shark leader?" inquired a shark tiger guard in a low voice. Tager surveyed his surroundings, noting the wary and suspicious expressions of his shark tiger kin, as well as the injuries sustained by his loyal subordinates while fending off the white-feathered griffins. At that moment, a fierce roar echoed. Two white-feathered griffins flapped their wings vigorously, emitting a cacophony of lion-like roars and piercing shrieks. They ascended abruptly, breaking away from the fray. Upon the death of the Blood Fawn clan leader, the protective pact forged with the white-feathered griffins simultaneously dissolved. In his heart, the leader had implored the griffins to retreat, wishing to spare them from harm, to protect the shark tiger kin of the Blood Fawn tribe, and to refrain from harboring ill intentions towards the black shark. The two griffins circled in midair, perhaps reluctant to leave, their cries resounding through the air. "My kin have perished, slain by my hand," and in his final moments, the clan leader bequeathed the mantle of leadership to me, Black Shark Tager. Tager's gaze shifted from the griffins back to his fellow shark tigers, speaking with gravitas. "Tager," a second-tier shark tiger guard growled, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You dare to slay clan leader Marcus? He had long designated you as his successor. Are you so impatient for power?" More formidable adult shark tigers gathered, encircling Tager and his subordinates. In the shark tiger tribe, adulthood equates to being a first-tier life form, with the elite reaching the second tier and certain gifted leaders attaining the third tier. Within the Blood Fawn clan, there had been two third-tier shark tigers. However, one had perished during a conflict with the cunning-tailed clan on Crescent Moon Island, leaving only Black Shark Tager standing. Yet, among life forms beneath the legendary tier, ascending the ranks is not insurmountable. A throng of first-tier shark tigers or a handful of second-tier shark tigers could pose a significant challenge for Black Shark Tager, particularly now, as over 100 battle-capable shark tigers from the Blood Fawn clan glared menacingly at him. Others hesitated, contemplating the possibility of deeper truths behind the tumult. Tager held considerable prestige within the Blood Fawn clan. This was indisputable. However, its prestige still did not surpass that of the esteemed patriarch of the Blood Fawn clan, the venerable Marcus, who treated all the shark tigers as his own progeny and was held in great affection. The act of slaying the patriarch of the Blood Fawn clan incited public outrage. Were it not for the undeniable reputation of the black shark, it would have been torn to shreds by the furious shark tigers by now. A group of second-tier shark tiger warriors, armed and resolute, slowly approached the confines of the stone dwelling. At this moment, due to the battle with the white-feathered griffin, only the most loyal subordinates of the black shark had sustained significant injuries, and under the pressure from other shark tiger guards, they could only retreat step by step. "All of you halt." A thunderous growl erupted from the mouth of Black Shark Tage. Hundreds of silvery arcs of electricity danced across its robust form, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority and ferocity. The prestige and might of the black shark momentarily stilled the actions of the shark tigers. Ladies and gentlemen, allow our leader to elucidate, spoke an elder shark tiger from the observing crowd. I trust that the black shark leader would not engage in actions detrimental to the Bloodfawn clan. Indeed. The black shark leader would not slay the patriarch without cause. Stand down, everyone, and let us remain calm, more of the shark tiger kin urged. Black shark Tej exhaled deeply, its piercing gaze sweeping over the assembled kin. After a moment of reflection, and under the astonished yet fearful gazes of its kin, it spoke slowly, before returning to the Bloodfawn clan. I encountered a dragon, the mightiest of dragons, the golden dragon. The golden dragon, indeed, referring to the golden dragon, was a concept the black shark grasped. After all, being a creature from a remote island, its understanding was limited, and having never encountered a true golden dragon, such a mistake was understandable. What the chief says is true. We can all attest to it. With but a glance, the golden dragon brought us all to our knees, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. The golden dragon is surely stronger than the dragons raised by the Finetail clan, echoed the warriors who followed the black shark. A dragon, a golden dragon. Does it seek to annihilate our Bloodfawn clan? Oh, my heavens! Why is our Bloodfawn clan beset by such misfortune? One dragon as an enemy is not enough. Now we face another dragon, stronger than those of the Finetail clan. The shark tiger kin began to stir restlessly, revealing their shadows of fear and trepidation toward dragons. A gentle breeze swept through, and from the shadows of the cliff, under the watchful and apprehensive eyes of many, black shark Tej remained composed, its whiskers swaying in the wind. Calm yourselves, this is not ill news. On the contrary, the emergence of the golden dragon presents us with an opportunity. The golden dragon has taken an interest in the shark tiger clan. It has just accepted the Bloodfawn clan as its vassal. I assure you, as long as we serve it as loyal subjects, becoming its claws and wings, it shall likewise protect us. The golden dragon, the mightiest of true dragons, stands as the beacon for our Bloodfawn clan. We, in our unwavering loyalty to the golden dragon, aspire to ascend towards unparalleled glory. However, should we heed the dictates of Chief Marcus, he will undoubtedly lead you in rebellion against the golden dragon, inciting its wrath and ultimately sealing our clan's doom. The black shark boasts of the golden dragon while masquerading under its name. In its words, Saga has already claimed the Bloodfawn clan as its vassals. Yet, the truth remains that the black shark has yet to prove itself worthy. Upon hearing the words of black shark Tej, the multitude of shark tigers fell into silence. Despite the sea breeze stirring and the distant sound of crashing waves, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas, an eerie stillness enveloped the Bloodfawn clan. As if a pin drop could be heard, it was evident that the half-truths spoken by black shark Tej, combined with its previously amassed prestige, had earned it the trust of its kin. By what right do you, Tej, determine the fate of the Bloodfawn clan and our allegiance to the dragon? A young shark tiger, scarcely an adult and yet to reach the second tier, boldly interjected, shattering the silence. Before it could finish its retort, a brilliant arc of electricity crackled. The black shark erupted into action, vanishing from its position and reappearing before the open-mouthed shark tiger, its gaping maw crushing half of its neck in a single bite. The young shark tiger collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. The other shark tigers retreated in silence, distancing themselves from the display of power and the approaching death of their comrade, remaining mute. Though their intellect may not be profound, the current situation had become painfully clear. According to the black shark, the Bloodfawn clan faced but two paths: to follow the golden dragon or to provoke its ire and face annihilation. All beings possess an inherent desire for life. Lofty ideals or ambitions pale in comparison to the instinct to survive. Those unwilling to follow our Lord may depart at once. It proclaimed coldly, they shall no longer belong to the Bloodfawn clan. Should they trespass upon our territory, they will be deemed invaders and dealt with accordingly. The black shark's resolve was unwavering. Hesitation would only lead to ruin. It had chosen to follow the golden dragon, viewing it as the lifeline for the Bloodfawn clan, and would eliminate any unstable elements. Uncertain if the golden dragon was watching or comprehending the language of the shark people, it proceeded to demonstrate its loyalty. Assuming the golden dragon observed from the shadows. Indeed, Saga was watching closely. Each scene unfolded before the golden dragon's keen eyes. Saga surveyed the land, intrigued by the events transpiring below. Though it remained silent, it effectively stabilized the situation while swiftly eliminating those who defied it. It was clear, such leadership potential could be nurtured, perhaps to one day become the head of my vassals. Although Saga could not comprehend the language of the shark people, it gleaned enough from their actions and expressions to form an accurate analysis. Under the imposing presence and persuasive rhetoric of the black shark, the shark tigers of the Bloodtooth clan gradually lowered their guard, willing to acknowledge the black shark as their chieftain and follow the golden dragon as loyal kin. However, not all shark tigers were in agreement. A group of a dozen or so young shark tigers vehemently declared their intention to sever ties with the Bloodtooth clan. Expressing disdain and loathing for their current state, they resolved to depart from the Bloodtooth tribe. Yet, under the command of the black shark, a contingent of shark tiger guards obstructed their path. How could the Bloodtooth clan, harboring animosity and hatred, permit their departure? You despicable wretch, black shark. I warned you. Once you are no longer part of the Bloodtooth clan and set foot on its territory, you become its enemy, to be slain on the spot. The black shark replied calmly. The shark tigers, inherently ferocious, found the black shark's nature even more ruthless and cruel, making it impossible for him to allow such unstable elements to escape. What a foolish bunch! My warning was crystal clear. At the black shark's command, the shark tiger warriors surged forward, and within mere seconds, they dispatched the rebellious shark tigers. With a cry, the two white-feathered griffins, having lost their shark sorcerer contractee, circled for a while before soaring into the skies, intent on leaving the Bloodtooth clan's territory. However, a thunderous pressure descended. The might of the dragon instilled fear, causing the white-feathered griffins' pupils to constrict and their bodies to stiffen. Before they could recover from the dragon's overwhelming presence, it felt as though an invisible hand pressed down upon them, and a weight of thousands of pounds forced the griffins to plummet toward the earth, akin to meteors trailing white tails, shattering the radiant sunlight into a kaleidoscope of fragmented brilliance. With a thunderous crash, the meteors struck the ground, collapsing the former chieftain's stone dwelling into ruins. Dust erupted, the ground fissured, and spiderweb-like cracks spread swiftly while ancient pines on the cliff quivered, shedding countless leaves in a rustling cascade. Amidst the deafening tumult, the shark tiger clan's folk did not turn their gaze towards the fallen white-feathered griffins. Instead, they raised their heads in astonishment, staring skyward, as if a brilliant golden sun were rising. The scales of the majestic golden dragon reflected sunlight from countless facets, standing silently with an aura both dreamlike and regal. This figure, silhouetted against the light, stirred winds with its wings that dispersed the swirling dust, gradually revealing its radiant golden scales, more dazzling than the sun, noble and imposing, evoking a sense of reverence and awe. It was as if an emperor had descended. The brilliance surrounding the golden dragon obscured the true visage of the dragon from the shark tigers, yet a pair of profound dragon eyes, as golden as the sun, and the golden horns resembling a royal crown, were imprinted deeply in the gaze of every shark tiger, engraving indelibly upon their souls. Having witnessed the true dragon, why do you not bow? Resonated a deep voice from the heavens. My lord, all shark tigers of the Bloodtooth clan pledge their loyalty to you. Amidst the incessant lamentations of the white-feathered griffin, Black Shark Tiger promptly knelt, fervently calling out. Beneath the shadowy silhouette cast by the true dragon obscuring the sunlight, the shark tigers of the Bloodtooth clan gradually bowed to the ground, welcoming the arrival of their dragon lord. Several days later, atop the cliff of the Hanging Pine Mountain, which the Bloodtooth tribe depended upon, a semicircular open dragon nest, approximately 10 meters in diameter, was constructed from an array of colorful materials infused with a hint of magical luminescence: coral, shells, various pebbles, bioluminescent skeletal remains, leaves, and flowers. The opulent and vibrant colors could not conceal the stark truth of its simplicity. A young dragon basked in the brilliant sunlight, nestled in the center of the nest, yet it frequently shifted its position, seemingly unable to find comfort. No, it was not merely seeming. Saga was indeed quite uncomfortable. The crude and rudimentary nature of the nest compelled Saga to change positions repeatedly, yet no arrangement provided solace. After adopting yet another peculiar posture, with its tail pressing against its head, Saga opened its eyes and corrected its stance, properly lying in the center of the nest, only to feel its small belly pressed uncomfortably against the rough surface. This discomfort was largely psychological, as Saga harbored a certain disdain for its humble abode. However, Having exhausted the Bloodtooth clan's meager resources, only a collection of ordinary low-grade magical materials remained: common coral, shells, stones, and branches. Although these materials shimmered with a certain magical essence, they were far from the allure of true magical gems or precious metals, failing to capture the young dragon's favor. Oh! The young dragon lifted its neck and opened its mouth, deftly curling its tongue to retrieve a white crystal, placing it upon its palm. Had it possessed spatial equipment, the dragon would have prudently stored it within its mouth, resting it beneath its tongue. The sensation of hoarding a few gold coins and gems within its scales was quite delightful, imparting a sense of fulfillment to the dragon. Thus, even with spatial equipment, it would retain some treasures nestled beneath its neck scales. The spatial crystal contained all the riches Saga had acquired on Thorn Island, as well as the treasures commandeered from a pirate ship during a tempest. Though it had yet to examine the contents in detail, Saga held high hopes for the riches that awaited discovery. Now, in this moment of tranquility, it was time to assess its amassed bounty. Saga grasped the spatial crystal, focusing its mind, and with its dragon eyes, locked onto it, releasing an intangible mental force. Suddenly, while perceiving the surrounding environment, Saga beheld another scene: the interior of the spatial crystal, enclosed within a cubic space measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height. There lay numerous boxes primarily crafted from wood and clad in iron. Atop one of the boxes rested an enchanted revolver, and in a corner of the space, a small skeleton, cradling its knees with its head buried between its leg bones, faced the boundary seam. With just a glance at the diminutive skeleton, Saga's attention was swiftly drawn to the boxes brimming with treasures. With a mere thought, a beam of white light shot forth from the spatial crystal, landing in the cliff area before Saga. At the point of impact, the space shimmered as if stones had disturbed the surface of a tranquil lake, and one by one, boxes materialized, arranged neatly under Saga's command. Fixating on the nearest box, the young drake licked its tongue and pawed the ground, then stepped closer. Taking a deep breath, it closed its eyes and extended its dragon claw, gently lifting the lid of the box. "May the gods bless me," the young drake silently prayed, peeking through a narrow gap in its closed eyelids. What treasures might lie within? It hoped for something marvelous. In truth, if Saga wished, he could discern the contents of the boxes through his perception of the force field. As time passed and he matured, his sensitivity to it had become increasingly refined. However, such knowledge would strip away the thrill of unveiling a mystery. At that moment, the first box was opened by Saga, who fully opened his eyes and looked down. Inside, a breathtaking, unparalleled, and dazzling silver light flooded the young drake's vision. The box was filled to the brim with round, glimmering silver coins. Each coin was intricately engraved on both sides. The obverse depicted a magical airship, while the reverse showcased a sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. The coins varied in size and weight, marked on the front by their respective grams. The imagery of the sky and airship prompted a reflection on their origin. The lore detailed that along the northwest coastline of the Yal continent, from the lush forests of Locker to the undulating mountains of Corpus, and culminating at the falling star isles of Braland, there existed a grand alliance of 13 independent city-states known as the Vistor Free Trade Alliance. Had these pirates plundered the merchant vessels of the Vistor Free Trade Alliance? Most likely. The lore expressly stated that the Vistor Alliance was exceedingly wealthy, with some affluent merchants even flooring their homes with gold. Should one pass through the trade cities of the Vistor Alliance, it was advisable for a true dragon seeking fortune not to miss the opportunity, provided they could overlook the legendary guardians within. However, these ancient boxes filled with silver coins appeared to have been repackaged by the pirates. Taking a deep breath, Saga temporarily cast aside thoughts of the coin's origins and his aspirations for the Vistor Trade Alliance. He blinked, swiftly grasping a handful of silver coins, then gently opened his claw. The round coins slipped through the gaps in the young drake's claw, tracing beautiful arcs in the air before plummeting back into the box, colliding with the other coins and producing a crisp, melodious metallic chime. The sound echoed, clattering and jingling, as if the silver coins were tiny sprites, long confined within the box, now finally basking in the sunlight that streamed down, exuding an intoxicating aura of wealth that captivated the dragon. Wealth has come. Wealth has come. Indeed, the allure of robbery proves to be a swift means of acquiring wealth. The Red Dragon Mother does not deceive me. Saga repeatedly grasped the silver coins, only to release them again, reveling in the melodious sound of clinking currency that signified prosperity, his expression radiant with joy. This was merely the first chest. Moments later, Saga turned his gaze towards the other chests, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Under the bright light of day, the little dragon's countenance reflected sheer delight as he eagerly began to open each chest, counting the riches contained within. A chest of silver coins, another chest of silver coins, yet another chest of silver coins. After opening 6 chests in succession, all filled with silver, a flicker of disappointment crossed Saga's face. However, upon unveiling the 7th chest, a dazzling, resplendent light, akin to the hue of his own scales, emanated forth, causing his breath to quicken and illuminating his already golden eyes with greater brilliance. Ah, the golden legend. A plethora of gold coins materialized before Saga's eyes. Unlike the designs on the silver coins, the imagery on the gold coins captivated Saga even more, for they bore the likeness of dragons. The obverse showcased a finely detailed depiction of a golden dragon's head, while the reverse featured a pair of majestic dragon wings. The gold dragon coin, also known as the gold dragon coin of the Vistor Free Trade City-State, is widely circulated across the continent of Clare, particularly in regions adjacent to the continent of Yal. It is slightly lighter than the sunlight gold coin of the Cloud Empire. Saga weighed the gold dragon coin in his hand, comparing it to the sunlight gold coin he had previously acquired. On the planet of Saga, different nations, city-states, and even organizations issue various forms of equivalent currency, each influenced by their respective credibility and authority. Even among gold coins, differing qualities and national standards attribute distinct values to each. Generally, the currency issued by more powerful empires holds greater worth. One sunlight gold coin is roughly equivalent to 16 gold dragon coins. With 7 chests remaining, hope lingered that they might contain even more treasures. Perhaps an entire chest filled with magical gemstones. The little dragon licked his lips, greedily contemplating. The value of magical gemstones is considerably higher. Even fragments can fetch 10 times their weight in metallic currency, while a complete and high-quality gemstone holds unfathomable worth. In the annals of Saga's history, an adventurer once exchanged a pristine sacred gemstone for an entire towering citadel. The valuation of magical gemstones is conducted by specialized gem guilds, which assess standards including appearance, magical concentration, purity, hardness, adaptability, and more, considering every conceivable criterion. Oh, goddess of wealth, I beseech you to grant me liberation from the abyss. In return, may you bless me with a chest brimming with magical gemstones. The thrill of unveiling a mystery box always brings joy to dragons, especially when it reveals precious treasures. As for the goddess of wealth, she is one among the myriad deities. Unfortunately, she is rather ill-fated. According to the records of the dragon's legacy, the goddess of wealth has been deceived by a treacherous demon lord and is now imprisoned in the abyss. Numerous churches dedicated to the goddess of wealth across the multiverse are in a state of decline. However, the adage that a skinny camel is larger than a horse holds true, as these churches still possess unimaginable treasures. A unified mission statement has been issued by all churches of the goddess of wealth. Any valiant warrior who can rescue her shall be rewarded with 80% of their accumulated wealth. This proclamation has lured many adventurers to the abyss in search of her whereabouts. Regrettably, most have ventured forth never to return. To this day, the goddess of wealth remains imprisoned somewhere within the abyss, and the identity of the demon lord who captured her remains unknown, as the dragon's legacy does not specify which demon lord orchestrated this foul deed. Saga pretended to pray for a minute to the unfortunate goddess of wealth. Then, filled with anticipation, he opened yet another chest. The moment the chest was unlatched, a wet, saliva-drenched, crimson tongue sprang forth, coiling around Saga's dragon claw, while the chest revealed its true nature. Surrounding the opening were rows of sharp teeth, and within lay a grotesque mass of red, bloated flesh. This was no treasure chest, but a monster, a mimic. What on earth is this? It startled me. Saga reacted swiftly. Withdrawing and then striking again, he evaded the rather repulsive crimson tongue and seized the mimic's upper and lower jaws with fierce resolve. With a resounding crack, the mimic was once again confined, its tongue severed by its own fangs, flopping on the ground. Damn it, goddess of wealth, was this intentional? Just as I prayed to you, you turned and had me open a mimic. Discovering a mimic meant losing a chest of treasure. Enraged, Saga forcefully pried open the mimic's jaws once more. He unleashed a torrent of fiery breath at the blood and teeth within, golden flames igniting and engulfing the creature. The mimic trembled violently, yet was held fast by Saga's steadfast grip, and within moments, it was reduced to ashes. Breathe, breathe. According to the law of luck conservation, having opened a mimic, I should now discover a chest brimming with gold coins, or perhaps even a trove of magical gems. Goddess of wealth, bless me, though it seems you are of little help. Let the gods of the dragon kin be forgotten. Goddess of fortune, bestow your favor upon me. Goddess of misfortune, keep your distance. Murmuring prayers to the deities, Sagar, filled with expectation and a radiant smile, opened another chest. Whoosh! Yet another slippery tongue shot forth. The smile on the young dragon's face stiffened. Once again, a surge of golden flames erupted. The treasure chest monster was reduced to ashes. The young dragon sat on the ground in a huff, gazing at the dwindling number of treasure chests. Having encountered 2 treasure chest monsters in succession, it had lost 2 troves of wealth, and for the moment, it felt reluctant to continue opening chests, its tail angrily sweeping back and forth. The most agonizing aspect of unboxing is the anticipation that culminates in disappointment. Not only does one end up with nothing, but a treasure chest monster may even emerge to take a bite. Cursed treasure chest monsters. If another one pops up, just wait until I gain the power. I shall gather every treasure chest monster in existence and set them ablaze. Such creatures ought not to exist. Moreover, these gods are utterly useless. There is not a single reliable one among them. With a fierce puff of breath, the ashes of the treasure chest monster were blown away, and Saga gradually calmed down. He then turned his attention to the few remaining chests and resumed his quest to open them. After unveiling a chest filled with silver coins, Saga extended his dragon claw, ready to pry open another chest. However, just as the sharp tip of his claw was about to touch the chest, he suddenly halted, narrowing his eyes and adopting a serious expression as he meticulously examined the seemingly ordinary chest before him. The young dragon sniffed the air, detecting the scent of magic. He extended his claw once more, enveloping the chest entirely, and gradually increased his pressure, little by little. Before long, the force he exerted surpassed the ordinary limits of the chest, yet the treasure within remained steadfast. Saga was unperturbed and continued to apply pressure. Soon, he noticed a layer of translucent patterns emerging from the surface of the chest, subtly outlining a lock-like shape, emanating a faint magical aura. This was a chest imbued with magical protection. The magical patterns reflected in Saga's eyes triggered the ancestral knowledge of dragons within him, and corresponding information naturally surfaced in his mind. The protection spell from the 8 schools of magic, the 3rd-tier spell, Shirata's magical lock. A chest sealed with Shirata's magical lock cannot be opened without the corresponding magical incantation. Should one attempt to force it open with brute strength exceeding the lock's protective efficacy, both the chest and its contents would be destroyed simultaneously. Saga continued to exert force. The 3-tier magical lock could not withstand the brutality of Saga's dragon claw. The magical patterns on the chest's surface began to indent and deform under his grip. However, the magical lock was simultaneously brewing a self-destructive force within. If Saga were to breach the lock, the contents sealed inside would also perish. Just before the magical patterns on the chest's surface shattered, Saga released his claw, gently stroking the fine scales on his chin. The young dragon's tail swayed back and forth as he pondered deeply. Among all these chests, not a single one containing gold dragon coins was protected by a magical lock. This chest must contain something far more precious than a mere box of coins. What could it be? The young dragon rubbed its claws together in eager anticipation. It seems I must take some time to learn the art of magic. Otherwise, possessing a treasure chest, yet being unable to unlock it would indeed be a lamentable matter. Dragons are the pinnacle of magical beings, and as they age, they naturally acquire corresponding magical abilities. All adult dragons are capable of wielding magic, but Saga is still quite young, merely a fledgling dragon, not yet at the stage to awaken such abilities. However, the legacy of dragons contains records of magical knowledge. For those unwilling to wait for natural maturation to grasp spells, they can delve into the magical wisdom of the dragon heritage, enhancing their understanding and cognition of spells through diligent study, thus gaining the capacity to cast spells ahead of time. The journey of learning spells is a lengthy and tedious endeavor. Given that dragons can naturally acquire spells as they age, simply indulging in feasting and slumber allows them to grow stronger, few dragons are inclined to endure the monotony of in-depth magical study. Most dragons are hedonists by nature, rather lethargic, preferring to slumber rather than engage in such arduous learning. A passion for magic, coupled with a willingness to expend considerable effort in its study, is often regarded as a peculiar eccentricity within dragon culture. Those dragons with such proclivities are termed spell-loving dragons. Many scholars from various intelligent species believe that if all true dragons were to cherish the pursuit of magical knowledge and seek active growth, 99% of them, endowed with innate magical talents, could become exceptionally proficient spellcasters. Even the least magically gifted dragon, when compared to beings of other races, can still be viewed as remarkable. I harbor no love for spells, nor do I possess any inclination towards magical obsession. In my leisure hours, I prefer to train my physique in conditions of heightened gravity, refining my draconic body while also studying the application of strength. Yet, when the need for magic arises, I do not shy away from dedicating time and effort to research. Saga gazed intently at the treasure chest ensconced in a magical lock, silently pondering. Having not formally engaged in magical study, Saga was uncertain of his magical aptitude. After all, physical endowment does not necessarily correlate with magical talent. It is said that throughout dragon history, there have existed dragons with extraordinarily strong physiques, yet remained utterly ignorant of magic. However, Saga estimated that even if his magical abilities were lacking, they could not be woefully inadequate, for he could distinctly sense the presence of magical elements. This magical lock cannot be forcefully opened at present, but that is of no concern. I am in no hurry. Surely, the locked chest harbors splendid treasures. The young dragon rubbed his claws together, retracting the locked chest back into the spatial crystal, then began to tally his gains. A chest filled with golden dragon coins is the most precious of all. The remainder consists of silver coins, which, while less valuable than gold, are satisfactory in quantity. What other fledgling dragon my age could amass such wealth? I am truly exceptional. Saga was filled with delight. After calming the exuberance within, everyone glanced at the treasures they possessed, and then surveyed the charming outdoor nest adorned with vibrant shells and pebbles. The Crimson Dragoness had left behind a dragon's lair on the Crescent Moon Island, but had not disclosed its precise location. Thus, one must seek an opportunity to eliminate that swine. It is highly likely that her former lair resides near the habitat of the Tremor Boar, atop the highest peak. Saja mused silently. With a claw in each hand, he grasped a treasure chest and approached his little dragon nest. He lifted the chest and turned it upside down, allowing its contents to cascade into the open lair. The delightful sound of coins clinking echoed in Saja's ears, as silver coins spilled forth like a shimmering stream of mercury, falling gracefully into his nest. Each rounded coin sparkled under the bright sunlight, radiating a unique brilliance that brought Saja immense joy. Grasp the chest, flip it over. Grasp the chest, flip it over. The young dragon evenly scattered gold and silver coins across his nest, creating a delicate layer that resembled a golden silken blanket, breathtakingly beautiful. Captivating his gaze, a breath of dragon fire incinerated the empty chests, and as he coiled within his nest, the sensation was instantly transformed. Lying amidst the scattered coins, the young dragon felt an exquisite difference. The subtle friction between his scales and the coins made him involuntarily squint with pleasure. All previous discomforts seemed to vanish. This sensation was simply marvelous, he murmured softly, shaking his head playfully, rolling about, and allowing the coins to adhere to his form. His already resplendent, diamond-like golden scales became even more magnificent, gleaming with a brilliance that outshone the radiant summer sun. However, in his jubilant state, the young dragon remained oblivious to the invisible danger drawing near. Under a night sky adorned with a myriad of stars, Saja awoke after a brief slumber. His golden eyes sparkled in the darkness, shining like two flames ablaze. He lifted his gaze to behold the vast, velvety expanse of night, adorned with countless jewels, reflecting the profound beauty of the cosmos. The Saiga planet, nestled in the galactic river, was merely one among the trillions of stars. The young dragon whispered softly, his eyes mirroring the celestial brilliance. In the realm of the primary material plane, the scale of different worlds varies immensely. The largest of all is a complete cosmic-level world, while the smallest may consist of a mere flat continent, where sunlight and moonlight are but projections cast from the stars of the astral realm. The world of Saiga is neither large nor small. It is not merely a solitary planet. Legendary warriors and demigods on the planet Saiga have employed a multitude of methods to survey and ascertain the extent of this primary material realm. The dragon's legacy contains pertinent records regarding this matter. This entire material world boasts the scale of a supermassive galaxy. According to the astronomical nomenclature established by scholars on Saiga, this realm has been designated as the Milky Way. It is home to over 100 billion stars, countless star clusters, nebulae, and perilous celestial bodies, as well as legendary celestial behemoths, spanning a diameter of over 100,000 light-years. However, within this vast expanse, the number of planets harboring life is relatively scarce, and those capable of fostering civilizations are even fewer. Within 100 light-years of the planet Saiga, only 3 planets possess life, with occasional interstellar exchanges occurring between legendary beings across the cosmos. Those who have entered the realm of legend are essentially untroubled by the radiation and harsh environments of the universe. In addition to traversing the vacuum of space directly, there exists sufficiently powerful legendary magics that can breach the confines of space, disregarding spatial distances, and even cross dimensions to reach other material worlds. In contrast to exploring the vast, yet sparsely populated cosmos of the Milky Way, these formidable beings favor journeys to other worlds or dimensions, rather than remaining within the confines of the Milky Way. Despite its immense size, the number of life-bearing planets is exceedingly limited, and many individual universe-level material realms share a similar predicament. The gods show little inclination to direct their attention towards such vast regions devoid of life, as the potential for faith and worship yields meager returns. The outer dimensions present the true avenue for advanced beings. This choice is inevitable. Regardless of the vastness of their scale, the upper limit of the primary material world has been irrevocably established, with demigods representing the pinnacle. Whether in the realms of magic or technology, once energy levels reach the demigod threshold, progress stagnates, necessitating a venture into outer dimensions to attain further advancement. This is an immutable rule ordained by the gods, a strict law of the myriad dimensions within the infinite multiverse, a shackle left by the creators of the multiverse. Gazing at the starry sky, Saga contemplated silently. The primary material dimension is infinitely vast, containing an endless array of worlds. However, the true paragons of strength, those exalted deities, and those with divine-like power, predominantly reside in the outer dimensions. The creator god of the multiverse, the singular god above all gods, Aoyu, may exist as reality or mere fantasy. If Aoyu truly exists, I wonder if one day, as I master the 4 fundamental forces completely and wield them at will, I might attain power akin to that of Aoyu. Saga's eyes sparkled with determination. This is indeed worth striving for. Just as Saga's heart surged with anticipation for the future, a rather ungraceful sound emanated from the belly of the young dragon. Hungry. What divine beings might be, aspiring for greatness is ill-advised, for now. It is wiser to first satisfy one's hunger. The young drake averted his gaze from the starry expanse, shook his head, and rose to his feet, patting his belly. He felt as though he could consume a mammoth. In truth, the appetites of young drakes are quite substantial. After a period of slumber, they often awaken with a profound sense of hunger. I had previously instructed that black shark should have prepared sustenance for me. Otherwise, experiencing the taste of a shark tiger would not be out of the question. I have dined on shark and tiger, but never on a shark tiger. The divine is far too distant. At present, filling my belly is of paramount importance. Sokka soared into the sky, his wings unfurling. Adjacent to the cliff where he resided lay the territory of the Bloodfang clan. Ascending into the air, Sokka surveyed the land from above, taking in the entirety of the Bloodfang territory, for it had been subjugated and now belonged to him as his first domain. After a brief circling, Sokka retracted his dragon wings and descended gracefully, akin to a golden meteor plummeting from the night sky. A resounding eagle's cry echoed, causing the dense ancient pines jutting from the cliff to tremble slightly. 2 white-feathered griffins took flight, following Sokka as he landed. Sokka touched down with elegance and poise. The 2 griffins, one male and one female, followed closely, flanking him like loyal sentinels, bowing their heads and tucking their wings in reverence. Sokka extended a claw to caress the head of the female griffin beside him. Her beak was adorned with a layer of fine, snow-white feathers, smooth to the touch, delicate yet resilient, providing a delightful sensation. The female griffin seemed to revel in the gentle caress of the young drake. her eyes narrowing in contentment as she tilted her head to allow for easier access. Observing his mate, the male griffin emitted a low call and extended his head to nuzzle Sokka's left claw, vying for the same affection. These two white-feathered griffins, originally nurtured by Chief Marcus of the Shark Tiger clan, had not met their demise at Sokka's hands. Rather, he had tamed them. Typically, the proud and untamed nature of adult white-feathered griffins makes them exceedingly difficult to subdue. However, this was no ordinary situation. As the apex of magical beings, dragons inherently wield a formidable presence over other magical creatures. When a dragon's aura resonates, all within its reach are compelled to submit. This adage holds true. Simply being in the presence of a legendary dragon draws intelligent life forms eager to follow and become its loyal subjects. Should a dragon express a desire for companions, numerous beings would flock to serve. Sokka, though still youthful, was already a figure of considerable allure. He still has a considerable journey ahead of him before attaining legendary status. However, with the might of Issachar, subduing the two white-maned griffins is a relatively straightforward task. With these two griffins and the Shark Tiger clan at my side, I can encircle and eliminate the mountain-shaking boar. Though individually they may not match my own prowess, these subordinates will ultimately provide some assistance, particularly the two fourth-tier white-maned griffins, which are currently commendable allies. Nevertheless, I anticipate significant losses among my subordinates. At the Crescent Moon Isle, the mountain-shaking boar is in no hurry. I shall first secure a solid foothold on the upper Crescent Moon Isle before either slaying or taming the boar, Issachar mused. He was indifferent to the loss of his subordinates, as he had no immediate intention of confronting the mountain-shaking boar. This massive creature was unlikely to leave Crescent Moon Isle anytime soon, so there was no rush to deal with it. Gently stroking the smooth feathers of the griffins on either side, both white-maned griffins squinted their eyes in apparent enjoyment, emitting low trills. Bai Ling, Bai Yu, take to the skies and remain vigilant, he calmly instructed after a minute, retracting his dragon claws. Bai Ling and Bai Yu, the male and female white-maned griffins respectively, possessed remarkable vision and nearly spotted Issachar, hidden high above at the outset, proving to be exceptional scouts capable of detecting the faintest disturbances. Issachar's perceptive gaze could not encompass the entirety of Upper Crescent Moon Isle. Thus, having the white-maned griffins as sentinels was advantageous at this stage. Should any formidable creature pass by or launch an assault, he would be able to react promptly. The white-maned griffins, being semi-sentient beings, could be trained to comprehend a certain vocabulary, including the common tongue spoken by Issachar. With a melodious chirp, Bai Ling and Bai Yu spread their wings and soared into the air, their colossal wings rivaling those of a young dragon, rustling with the wind as they seemed to meld with the clouds above. Meanwhile, Issachar turned his dragon head to survey his surroundings. Due to the commotion caused by his descent and the griffin's movements, many members of the Shark Tiger clan noticed Issachar's arrival, casting glances filled with fear, respect, or curiosity towards the newly established ruler of the Bloodfang clan. However, daunted by his presence, they averted their gazes, bowing their heads in submission while their half-shark, half-tiger forms prostrated themselves before the golden dragon. "My lord, please indulge yourself," came the voice of the black shark tiger. Issachar turned his gaze towards the pitch-black creature. The black shark, along with several robust shark tigers, was employing sharpened tree trunks as supports to elevate a sea fish over 6 meters long. Its body adorned with shimmering silver scales still quivering faintly, breathing weakly but not yet lifeless, its flesh retaining a semblance of freshness. Other mature shark tigers approached, their powerful bodies bearing additional catches from the hunt. In the depths of the ocean, there exists a menacing crimson crab, its claws fierce and reminiscent of enormous grinding wheels, alongside a magnificent azure shrimp, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length with elongated antennae, and a large squid with slippery, elastic tentacles entangled together. These creatures are primarily captured from the sea, with a few rare specimens caught from the islands. As hunger gnawed at him, Saga stepped forward decisively, approaching the colossal crimson crab. With a single bite, he severed one of its claws, the hard shell combined with the tender flesh yielding a delightful crunch, complemented by the soft, sweet meat within, proving to be quite delectable. He set aside half of it raw while roasting the other half. As he feasted, Saga issued commands. Black Shark nodded in agreement and, alongside several tiger sharks, procured half of the ingredients, generously applying spices that were typically reserved for special occasions. They then kindled a campfire, beginning to grill the food. After indulging in the fresh delicacy, Saga noticed that the cooked meat was not yet ready. The young dragon stood silently in place, its claws rubbing against the hardened skin at its chin, seemingly deep in thought. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, with Black Shark remaining as still as a statue, awaiting Saga's directives. The islands of Upper Crescent, Middle Crescent, and Lower Crescent, collectively known as Moon Bay, lie close to one another, each hosting distinct biological communities. Saga contemplated residing here for some time. Thus, he resolved to conquer the entirety of Moon Bay. With his abilities, such a feat was not particularly daunting. Since his arrival, this land was destined to fall under his dominion. After satiating his hunger, Saga mused quietly. Let us commence with Upper Crescent Island. His gaze subtly shifted towards Black Shark, whose considerable form cast a shadow, obscuring a portion of the sunlight. Tiger, inform me of the situation in Upper Crescent Island. The entire island should yield to the true dragoness wing, much like the Bloodfawn clan. As the sun began to shine more brightly, the temperature rose, and a gentle breeze carrying a hint of the sea's brine wafted past. Upon hearing Saga's words, Black Shark pondered carefully before articulating his response. My lord, the Upper Crescent Island is predominantly occupied by the Bloodfawn clan and the Finetail clan, both of which are relatively powerful. The Bloodfawn clan has already pledged allegiance to you. The remaining challenge lies with the Finetail tribe. Prior to your arrival, a conflict had persisted between the Bloodfawn and Finetail clans for nearly a decade, with us being at a disadvantage. Is the Finetail clan also within the territory of the tiger sharks, or do they belong to another species? Saga inquired, his demeanor calm as he listened intently. The Finetail clan is a tribe of blue-scaled goblinoids, Black Shark elaborated, addressing the unspoken questions that lingered in Saga's mind. Goblins. What grounds do they have to contend with the tiger sharks, even if they are slightly stronger than ordinary goblins? Saga thought to himself, his eyes narrowing in mild astonishment. The dog-headed people, a sentient race prevalent on the planet Saga and throughout the entire material plane, occupy a lowly status yet are remarkably adaptable to various harsh environments. Their reproductive capabilities are robust, and they frequently serve as slaves and henchmen to more powerful races, particularly dragons. The dog-headed people take great pride in their allegiance to dragonkind, believing that they possess a faint draconic lineage. This admiration for the mighty true dragons fills them with pride, and even their deity is a subordinate to the dragon god. As for the blue-scaled dog-headed people, they represent a subspecies commonly found in coastal areas or islands, adept in aquatic skills. Among their ranks, the exceptionally talented can wield certain water-based magical abilities, rendering them somewhat stronger than their ordinary counterparts. However, in comparison to the shark tigers, they remain relatively weak. A mature shark tiger can easily overpower 4 or 5 adult blue-scaled dog-headed individuals. Yet, could it be that a formidable individual has emerged within the Tailfin clan? Saga did not take into account the substantial population of the Tailfin clan. Given the limited area and resources of Crescent Moon Island, there are not enough powerful spellcasters to sustain a large population of beings. The most plausible explanation is that a powerful entity has arisen, propelling the Tailfin clan to prominence. At that moment, under Saga's gaze, the Black Shark lowered its head and divulged the reason why the blue-scaled dog-headed people could surpass the Bloodfawn clan. My lord, the Tailfin clan has raised a dragon. It is through this dragon that these feeble creatures can suppress our Bloodfawn clan. Upon hearing this, the young dragon initially fell silent, then leaned back in mirth, bursting into laughter, its tail swishing and wings unfurling and folding in a display of amusement. Tiger, you thick-browed fellow. Who knew you could be so humorous? A dragon raised by dog-headed people. Huh, that is the most amusing jest I have heard in quite some time.